System is too much disappointment from the host. That's why system will be give the host assets, house, car and money would you like to bind to the system to change your life. Ding. The match was successful, a dedicated and efficient host was found, and the God-level driver system was loaded. Wang Zhan blinked, the perfect driver system? Could it be that this is the legendary golden finger in the novel? Ding. The host receives an order at a hand speed of 0.1 seconds, and is awarded the title of a small expert in receiving orders, and is rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. The cash rewards will be deposited into the host's bank account in real time, and all sources are processed by the system, so the host can use them with confidence and there will never be any problems. The voice of the system sounded in my head again. Wang Zhan blinked in confusion. Just because he grabbed the order the fastest, he was rewarded with 10,000 yuan? Also deposited into a bank account in real time? Really? He quickly picked up the mobile phone on the side and looked at it, and sure enough, there was an update message. Your account 0818 is transferred to 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 15,302.55. It's all true. Parking the car on the side of the road and sending the 100th passenger to the designated place, Wang Zhan still had a feeling of unreality. Wang Zhan couldn't help but ask, System, how do I get the reward? As long as the host is engaged in order taking, he will receive various rewards from the system from time to time, whether it is cash or items. The source has been processed by the system, and the host can use it with confidence. The system explains in detail. As long as you take an order, you can get a reward. Happiness came too suddenly. Wang Zhan said passionately, I love work. After a short break, Wang Zhan began to continue to take orders. Ding. The host received a 5-star praise, which is a high evaluation of your serious work, and the reward is 1,000 yuan in cash. Ding. The host will give way to pedestrians and reward 2,000 yuan in cash. Ding. The host did not grab the yellow light, and the reward was 2,000 yuan in cash. Watching the text messages on his mobile phone keep prompting the bank account balance to increase, the smile on Wang Zhan's face continued to expand. I didn't expect that good civilized habits would be rewarded, and it was a cash reward. He really liked it. Growing up in an orphanage, it was the first time he had so much money. When holding the 20,000 yuan taken out from the ATM and truly feeling the thickness of the banknote, Wang Zhan believed that everything was real, not that he was daydreaming. Suddenly, the fatigue of a day at work is swept away. What could be more lucrative than being a driver? He must work harder. After collecting the cash, Wang Zhan continued to take orders. It was busy until 23:30. Looking at the latest message on the mobile phone text message, your account 0818 is transferred to 2,000 yuan, and the balance is 50,302.55, Wang Zhan was very satisfied. He never thought that he would earn 45,000 yuan by driving a car for one day. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. If you can earn more than 40,000 a day, then at least 400,000 in 10 days and at least 1,200,000 in a month. 1200000. That's enough money to buy a house in full. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and every day after tomorrow, we must work harder. Aunt Zhang is about to get off work, so let's earn so much today. Wang Zhan stopped taking orders and drove the car to the door of Hangyuan Company. After waiting for a few minutes, many employees came out one after another. Wang Zhan, why are you still running a car at such a late hour? As soon as Aunt Zhan walked out of the company, she saw Wang Yuan's car and stepped forward and asked with concern. Aunt Zhang, I was about to go back. I just sent a passenger to this neighborhood, thinking that you are about to get off work, so I will simply wait for you to get off work and take you back with me. Wang Zhan said with a smile. If Aunt Zhang knew that she was waiting for her here, she would definitely refuse herself, so Wang Zhan told a white lie. Then Auntie will rub your car unceremoniously. Aunt Zhang got into the car with a smile, and said with some distress, Wang Zhan, you go out early every morning and come home in the middle of the night, and you work so late every day, can your body be able to eat? Nowadays, young people rarely fight like this. Auntie, young people should take advantage of their youth and work harder. Isn't there a saying, if you don't work hard, the boss will be sad? Wang Zhan said with a smile. That's true, but you still have to pay attention to rest, Aunt Zhang advised. Well, I know that our profession is not only fast, but also safe, and I am responsible for the safety of every passenger, Wang Zhan said responsibly. What a good boy who is dedicated and down to earth. Aunt Zhang sincerely praised it. Bell, bell, bell. At this moment, Aunt Zhang's mobile phone suddenly rang. It's weird, it's 2 midnight, who called me? Hello, is it Feng Gui's family? On the other end of the phone, an unfamiliar voice came from the other end. I'm his wife, what's wrong? Aunt Zhang's eyelids jumped unconsciously. This is the emergency center of Anlin City Hospital. Feng Gui has just been in a car accident and is now being rescued. Please come to the hospital immediately. What? What did you say? What's wrong with my husband? Chapter 002, The Arrogance of the Rich. Your husband has just been in a car accident and is now being rescued. Please come to the hospital immediately. Okay, I'll be right here. As soon as she heard that her husband had a car accident, Aunt Zhang's face turned white with fright. Wang Zhan, hurry, go to the city hospital. Auntie, don't worry, Uncle will definitely be fine. Along the way, Wang Zhan constantly comforted Aunt Zhang. In less than 20 minutes, Wang Zhan rushed to the hospital. Feng Gui was still in the emergency center, and the doctor told him that the situation was critical and that major surgery needed to be arranged immediately, and the cost of the operation was estimated at 50,000 yuan. 50,000. In the middle of the night, where am I going to get all that money? Aunt Zhang is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Not long ago, the family scraped together money to pay a down payment on the house, and relatives and friends borrowed everything they could. Now don't let her take 50,000 yuan, even if it's 5,000, she can't take it out. What to do, what to do? Who do I borrow money from? I borrowed everything I could. I knew I shouldn't have bought a house. Yes, I asked the real estate consultant if I could return the house. Aunt Zhang was about to call the real estate consultant when Wang Zhan stopped her. Auntie, the house will definitely not be returned, don't worry, I have the money. After saying this, Wang Zhan felt that he had finally experienced the arrogance of a rich man. It feels pretty good. How can this work? How can I use your money? It's not a small amount. Aunt Zhan was very moved in her heart, but she didn't expect that Wang Zhan would take the initiative to stand up when she was in the most difficult time. But 50,000 yuan is not a small amount. Wang Zhan's situation, she knows that these money must have been saved for a long time, but it is all his hard-earned money. Auntie, what are you polite to me at this time? All these years, it has been you and your uncle who have been taking care of me. If you didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to get a driver's license, and I wouldn't have settled in this city. In my heart, you have already been my relatives. Now don't talk about anything else, it's important to save people. Wang Zhan was telling the truth. If it weren't for Aunt Zhang's help, he wouldn't have been able to settle in this city at all. People must know how to be grateful. Now that Aunt Zhang is in difficulty, and he has the ability to help her, he naturally can't stand idly by. Although 50,000 yuan can be said to be all his savings now, he is not reluctant at all, but feels extremely satisfied. Helping someone in need, there's nothing more rewarding than that. Money is just a number on a bank card, and you can earn it again when you run out of money. Good boy, Auntie, thank you for your uncle. Aunt will use this money first, and she will definitely pay you back later. Tears welled up in the tears that Aunt Zhang had been trying to restrain all of a sudden. When I helped Wang Zhan before, I just felt that this child was very hard. He had no parents since he was a child, but he was still down to earth, and he worked her own step by step. She just wanted to help him, and she didn't think about anything in return. Wang Zhan's actions made her heart feel warm again when she was on the verge of despair. There are priorities, and at this critical moment, Aunt Zhang is not shirking. Auntie, I'll talk about repaying the money later, I'll go get the money first. Wang Zhan's bank card did not open online banking, so he could only run to 2 self-service points and withdraw cash to complete the payment. At dawn, Feng Gui finally came out of the operating room. Thankfully, he was able to save his life, but he still had to be treated in the intensive care unit. Wang Zhan, it's been a busy night, you go back and rest quickly, I'll just stay in the hospital. After bothering Wang Zhan for so long, Aunt Zhan was very upset. Okay, then I'll come back to see my uncle in the evening. Uncle Fong's life was not in danger for the time being, and Wang Zhan's hanging heart relaxed. The next day, in addition to visiting Uncle Fong in the hospital at night, Wang Zhan took orders all day, completing a total of 112 orders and rewarding 50,000 yuan. On the third day, 115 orders were completed and 65,000 yuan was rewarded. On the fourth day, 102 orders were completed and 58,000 yuan was rewarded. On the fifth day, 110 orders will be completed and 65,000 yuan will be rewarded. On the sixth day, 118 orders were completed and 70,000 yuan was rewarded. In the past few days, except for the time to sleep and go to the hospital, Wang Zhan has been taking orders almost all the time. He found that not every order will be rewarded, and the reward received every time he takes an order is not exactly the same. For example, if you complete a one-way farthest order on the same day, you will receive a reward of 2,000 yuan from the system. Or take orders 200 times and receive 10,000 yuan in cash from the system. Or abide by traffic rules and regulations, and there is no uncivilized driving behavior for 3 consecutive days, and receive a cash reward of 20,000 yuan from the system. Although the rewards are somewhat random, as long as you keep taking orders every day, you will be rewarded. In just 6 days, Wang Zhan's account accumulated about 300,000 cash. Looking at the balance on the bank card, Wang Zhan was very satisfied. With his current ability, what could be more profitable than doing this business? At this rate, in just 1 month, I will be able to buy a house in full. The house where Wang Zhan lives now is a house rented by Aunt Zhang for him, more than 20 square meters, not big, but he can live alone enough. Everyone wants to have a house of their own, and he is no exception. Just before today, his dream was to buy a bachelor apartment, and he believed that as long as he worked hard and struggled for a few years, he would definitely be able to save enough for a down payment and become a house slave. Unexpectedly, a month later, he would be able to buy a house in full. So happy. No wonder novels are all written, and with a systematic life, it is simply open. The life of an open hanger is cool. Wang Zhan felt that he had to work harder, bought a house, and had to decorate, and the decoration had to cost a lot of money. San Yan. Keep up the good work for the sake of your dreams. Before going to bed, Wang Zhan cheered himself up. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in my head again. Ding! The host has been working for 6 consecutive days, continue to work hard, and if you work for 7 consecutive days, there will be a week of settlement rewards. Do you still have a settlement reward for working for a week? For this reward, Wang Zhan said that he was looking forward to it. Chapter 003 Weekly Settlement Rewards. The next day, Wang Zhan got to work as usual. At noon, I took the time to visit the hospital. After a week of treatment, Fang Gui was finally out of the danger period and was sent from the intensive care unit to the general ward. After leaving the hospital, he has been taking orders non-stop. Busy time always flies. Before you know it, it's early in the morning. Wang Zhan looked at the time, at 23:40, he was ready to take another order and end today's work. Didi, you have a new order. Take orders. Wang Zhan pressed the button with lightning speed. Soon, arrive at the designated parking spot. A beautiful woman in the back seat. Hello, are you going to the Earl dynasty? Wang Zhan confirms the destination. That's right. Please fasten your seatbelts. Wang Zhan started the car. Are you Wang Zhan? Hearing the other party call out his name, Wang Zhan turned his head. Su Jie? I didn't expect you to remember me, I wasn't sure it was you just now. What a coincidence. Wang Zhan smiled politely. Su Jie, who used to be very famous in school, is not only very beautiful, but always wears various famous brands, uses various high-end cosmetics, and carries all kinds of luxury bags. Very popular with boys, once named a goddess. I didn't expect to meet again, more beautiful and feminine than before. Wang Zhan suddenly felt a little embarrassed, thinking that Su Jie had chased him at the beginning, but he refused. Being rejected by Wang Zhan has always been Su Jie's black history. At this moment, seeing that Wang Zhan turned out to be a Didi driver, and driving a broken car like Nissan, Su Jie's sense of superiority instantly exploded. She felt that she was really blind at the beginning, otherwise how could she look at such a poor man? Fortunately, she realized that she had lost her way in time. However, Wang Zhan rejected her at the beginning, causing her to be ridiculed by her classmates for a long time, and this matter can't be left like this. After thinking about it, Su Jie took out her mobile phone and posted a circle of friends. Life is made up of countless coincidences. I just called a Didi, but I didn't expect the driver to be my old classmate Wang Zhan. Excited. If you want to meet the school grass of the year, remember to pay attention to the old-fashioned Nissan with the license plate number XXX. After posting on Moments, Su Jie put down her mobile phone and asked seemingly casually, Wang Zhan, where did you buy your house? Haven't bought it yet. Wang Zhan told the truth. I don't even have a house, and it's a real failure to be a man. Su Jie smiled contemptuously. The house is expensive these days. You see that my living standard has also dropped for the house. I dare not buy cosmetics. I dare not grab a limited bag. I can only change the travel abroad twice a year to once a year, and I have to repay more than half of the monthly income to the bank. I sometimes feel that for a school district house, a set of 200 square meters of commercial housing, living so tired, it is really not worth it. Wang Zhan. Now it is really popular to anti-routines and pretend to be poor. It's obviously showing off, but people can't say anything. It is estimated that after Xian finished the room, the next thing is the car. Sure enough, without waiting for Wang Zhan to speak, Su Jie said again, seeing that your car has been driven for many years, you must be the first person in our class to buy a car, unlike me, who only bought a car last month, saved it for a long time, and can only afford to buy a Maserati. I bought a used car not long ago. If you don't have a house, forget it, the car is still secondhand. What a failure within a failure. Su Jie was full of superiority in her heart, but her face was still kind, and she continued, Wang Zhan, how did you become a Didi driver? This job is tiring and you can't make any money. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? No, I like my job. This Wang Zhan is telling the truth. You can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in a week. Nowhere else can you find this kind of errand. It's up to you, but if you need help, you must take the initiative to speak. Everyone is an old classmate, I can help. After learning about Wang Zhan's recent situation, Su Jie had no interest in chatting again. Take out your phone and swipe the circle of friends. She didn't expect that the news about Wang Zhan just now would blow up. In just a few minutes, more than 200 replies. Working overtime tonight, I couldn't pick you up in person, let you sit in Nissan, I'm really wronged by you, everyone eats it well tonight, I pay the bill, it's compensation. Seeing that the first person to comment was Mr. Zhou, Su Jie replied with a smile, then I will thank Mr. Zhou for my classmates. Mr. Zhou is arrogant. We're stained with Su Jie's light. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, but I really can't believe that Wang Zhan is actually a Didi driver. Oh my god. How did our school grass become a driver? Vintage Nissan? Who still drives such a car these days? Let's just say that Wang Zhan has never participated in the class reunion for so many years. It turns out that. Wait for the next party, call Wang Zhan, everyone, classmates, ask him if he needs any help. Yes, now that everyone's conditions are better, we must help our old classmates in difficulty. Our company is just short of people, so I'll just ask him if he's willing to come. Seeing that everyone in the comments circle proposed to help Wang Zhan, Su Jie was in a good mood, and it was better to be happy alone than to be happy. Just let everyone see with their own eyes how poor Wang Zhan, who used to be the most upright and high, is now. She took the initiative to send out an invitation. Wang Zhan, many classmates know that we met by chance, and it happened to be a party tonight. Everyone asked me to bring you there, saying that you would have a good gathering. You won't refuse, right? Okay. Wang Zhan agreed. He hadn't seen his former classmates for a long time. Seeing that Wang Zhan agreed, Su Jie didn't speak again and began to play with her mobile phone. There was no word all the way, and Wang Zhan felt that his ears were finally quiet. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Ding. The host completes the 7-day order receiving work and enters the settlement reward stage, and the calculation is. Ding. Reward 99.99 million high-end version of Bugatti Veyron. Ding. Tips: the car is parked in the parking space at the entrance of the Earl Dynasty at the host's target location, and the car keys are in your pocket. Wang Zhan looked at the time, just past midnight. The system's settlement rewards are really punctual. He felt in his pocket, and sure enough, he found a key. 99.99 million high-end version Bugatti Veyron. At this moment, Wang Zhan felt that his blood pressure was a little high. As a man, there is no one who doesn't love sports cars. What's more, it's a top-of-the-line luxury car like Bugatti Veyron. After taking a few minutes to calm down his excitement, Wang Zhan drove all the way and soon arrived at the parking lot of the Earl Dynasty. Found that there were many people standing in the originally empty parking lot. It's like you're watching something. Su Jia looked curiously and saw a cool sports car from a distance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Old classmate, did you see it? That car, that's a really good car. I told you that. I guess you don't understand. Anyway, I'll take a few more photos. P.S. It's not easy to get a new book, so please be sure to collect it if you like it. Send some flowers and evaluation tickets. Thank you very much. Update the rule. Readers, please read it. This book will not disappoint you. As long as you smash the flowers in your hands, I will definitely try my best to update. New book period, for updates guaranteed every day. The 24-hour results of the new book are very important. Friends who like this book, please do it, give a collection. A flower and an evaluation vote will be grateful. Thank you again for your great support. Readers, please read it. This book will not disappoint you. As long as you smash the flowers in your hands, I will definitely try my best to update. New book period, for updates guaranteed every day. The 24-hour results of the new book are very important. Friends who like this book, please do it, give a collection. A flower and an evaluation vote will be grateful. Thank you again for your great support. Chapter 4, The Bowels Are Repentant. The Earl Dynasty was a well-known local clubhouse. Although it was early in the morning, it was still full of people. At this moment, many customers, and even many staff, were attracted by the black sports car in the parking lot. This car is so handsome. What kind of car? The color is handsome. Cruel. I just checked. This is the Bugatti Veyron. Oh my god, I saw a real Bugatti Veyron. It's still a limited edition. There's a limited edition of the Bugatti Veyron? There are only 3 limited models in the world that have just come out this year, each worth 99.99 million. 99.99 million? Isn't that a billion? I don't read much, don't lie to me. Who the hell is so rich? The assets of those who can afford this car are at least tens of billions. Spending in the same place as the super rich, rounding up as spending with him, it's exciting to think about. Excited fart, you don't dare to park around here without looking at other cars, you are hiding far away. Of course, you have to stay away. If you accidentally rub it, who can afford to pay? Wang Zhan drove the car into the parking lot, noticed that there was a parking space next to the Bugatti Veyron, and was about to park the car inside. Su Jie suddenly stopped him. Wang Zhan, what are you doing? How can your broken car be parked with a Bugatti Veyron? Does it match? It's just a downgrade of the Bugatti Veyron. You find a new parking space, I'm waiting for you here. After speaking, Su Jie got out of the car and couldn't wait to run to the Bugatti Veyron, ready to take a selfie and post it on Moments. Looking at the crowd that occupied the parking space, kept taking pictures, and refused to disperse for a long time, Wang Zhan decided to let them take more pictures. I had to find a parking space a little farther away. When he parked the car and walked over, most of the people had dispersed, only Su Jie and a few girls stood next to his car, patting them non-stop. Wang Zhan knew all these people. Old classmates from the past. Sure enough, there are no ugly women in the world, only lazy women. In the past, girls with ordinary appearances and mediocre appearances were also bright and moving after being carefully dressed. Looking around and making sure that these were the people who were attending the party tonight, Wang Zhan suddenly lost any interest. The gathering between women, he is a big man, and it is better not to join in the fun. Wang Zhan, do you want to take a photo with us? A girl beckoned to Wang Zhan. No, you shoot slowly. Wang Zhan shook his head. Seeing Wang Zhan's refusal, Su Jie sneered and said in a joking tone, Wang Zhan, you tell the truth, if you don't take a photo with us, do you want to take a selfie secretly and trick other girls in the future? Okay, Wang Zhan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. For the sake of the face of my old classmates, when I see your circle of friends in the future, I will never demolish you. Several other girls joked. Don't get me wrong, I really don't want to shoot. Wang Zhan explained. He thinks it's better to be a low-key person, and there is no need to post anything in the circle of friends. Besides, if he really wants to trick other girls, he just drives the car in front of her. What do you want to do with photos? Isn't it? Don't shoot? This kind of top-level luxury car, you may only have such a chance in your life to get up close, how can you not grasp it? There will be more opportunities in the future. Wang Zhan said lightly. You can drive your own car whenever you want. What do you mean by having more opportunities? Wang Zhan, do you know what kind of car this car is? This is the Bugatti Veyron. Does the Bugatti Veyron know? It's not something Mercedes-Benz BMW can compare. And this one is a limited model, there are only 3 in the world. Wang Zhan's reaction, in Su Jie's opinion, was that he didn't know the goods, and the undisguised mockery in his tone. As a DD driver who drives Nissan, it's normal not to know this kind of top-of-the-line sports car. I can't say that, since I'm a driver, I must have seen more good cars than those of us who sit in the office. How can we not even know the Bugatti Veyron? What kind of man is a man if he doesn't even know the Bugatti Veyron? Wang Zhan. Seeing that they misunderstood him, he calmly explained, I said that there will be more opportunities in the future because this car is mine. To the ears of these people, it is undoubtedly the biggest joke of the century. Yours? Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Wang Zhan, everyone has known each other for so long, I didn't know you were so good at bragging. No, it's not bragging, it's talking nonsense. Who doesn't know that Wang Zhan is an orphan? How could he afford such an expensive car? Wang Zhan didn't explain again, but directly took out the key and pressed the switch, and the Bugatti Veyron indicator light followed on. Although the light of the indicator light is not very dazzling, at this moment, it directly blinded everyone's eyes. Everyone. Depend on. What Wang Zhan said is true. He turned out to be the owner of this tens of millions of luxury cars. How can it be? Isn't he an orphan? Why did it become a super-rich second generation? Everyone was stunned for a while. But no matter how hard you can't believe it, this limited edition Bugatti Veyron is enough to say it all. Su Jie on the side was also full of disbelief. Could it be that Wang Zhan is not an orphan, but the successor of a certain big consortium? Coming out to be a DD driver is just the experience given to him by his family? Or does he want to experience life? Sky. What the hell did you just do? Thinking of this, Su Jie's intestines were about to repent, and she couldn't wait to slap herself twice. Seeing that everyone didn't speak, Wang Zhan said again, now you believe it, this is really my car. Brother Zhan. I already knew that you were not simple, and what you just said was a joke with you, so don't take it to heart. Su Jie was the first to come back to her senses from the shock, and her attitude also took a 180-degree turn from before. The previous face full of disgust disappeared in an instant, and turned into flattery. Wang Zhan. Sure enough, Su Jie really hasn't changed at all. He shrugged indifferently, I didn't take it to heart. Brother Zhan, you really deserve to be the object of my admiration all along. Obviously you have a Bugatti Veyron, but you drive Nissan to experience life. This quality is really worth learning from all of us. Brother Zhan, you have interpreted what it means to be a low-key person with practical actions, and I have benefited a lot. Zhan, you are really excellent from childhood to adulthood. Seeing everyone's attitude change in an instant, Wang Zhan was a little speechless. To be honest, if they hadn't looked at him with the kind of eyes that they couldn't wait to eat him, and if they hadn't spoken in that kind of voice that he couldn't stand a little unbearable, he would have wanted to continue to listen to everyone's rainbow farts. However, he just wanted to get out of now. I still have something to do, so I'll go first, you guys have fun. After speaking, Wang Zhan quickly got into the car door and started the car. Rumble. The roaring engine sounded violently, like the roar of a beast, very fierce. Wang Zhan held his hands on the steering wheel and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's worthy of being a top-level sports car, it's really powerful. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, he drove the supercar directly, roaring and disappearing into the night. Everyone looked at the taillights that were getting farther and farther away, and they looked confused. Wang Zhan, he actually ran away like this. Throw down their group of beauties and run away. Which of you has Wang Zhan's contact information? I don't know who asked first. Damn. Forgot to add WeChat. Sujia, you came here as his car, there must be his WeChat, right? Hurry up and share it. Everyone pinned their hopes on Sujia. That, I forgot to add. Sujia was about to cry because of herself. Chapter 005, The Blind Date Girl's Calculations. How can you not ask him for contact information? Sujia, usually when you see a handsome guy, you want WeChat faster than anyone else, what's going on this time? It's not because I saw Wang Zhan driving a Nissan before, and I dislike others. It's okay if she dislikes Wang Zhan herself, and she misleads us and makes us embarrassed in front of Brother Zhan. Yes, I've never been so ashamed, I even think that Brother Zhan really doesn't know Bugatti Veyron. I almost had to introduce him to a job. Sujia, it's all your fault. What's my business, what you say and do, it's not something I can control. Sujia was a little aggrieved. It's your fault. It's your fault. Otherwise, Brother Zhan wouldn't have left so soon. He's definitely by you. I was scared away by you. Everyone complained to each other, and after complaining, it turned into a quarrel, and in the end, I don't know who made the first move. The situation is out of control. Everyone fought like crazy women. What happened later, Wang Zhan didn't know. At the moment, he is enjoying the pleasure of the Bugatti Veyron. The powerful engine is really hard to put down. The main road in the early hours of the morning, there is little traffic. He galloped all the way home. Because the community he lived in was an old community and there was no parking space, Wang Zhan parked his car in the parking lot of the mall not far from the community, and then walked home. I haven't walked to the gate of the community yet. The phone vibrates. There is new prestige news. Wang Zhan opened it and saw that it was sent by Aunt Zhang. Wang Zhan, are you home? Just got home. Wang Zhan replied. Soon, Aunt Zhang sent a voice. Wang Zhan, what did you think about what Auntie told you about in the morning? Wang Zhan couldn't laugh or cry. When he went to visit Uncle Fong in the hospital during the day, Aunt Zhang asked him if he had a girlfriend. He shook his head at the time. He didn't even have a house, how could he have a partner? So Aunt Zhang said that she would introduce one to him. But he is only in his early 20s, and he doesn't really want to go on a blind date. At that time, I prevaricated because I was too busy with work. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang's message at night turned out to be because she was worried about it. Aunt Zhou's niece is really good, graduated from a key university, she is quite beautiful, her height is also 1.68, and her income is also good, why don't you add prestige and talk about it first? Auntie, I'm usually very busy at work, I don't have much time to chat, and I don't know how to chat. As soon as Wang Zhan came back, Aunt Zhang sent a voice message. Wang Zhan, Auntie knows that you are busy with work, but this girl is really good, and Auntie specially asked, people are the same as you, they are also very busy with work, and they rest very late every day, so they have time at night. I also sent her a message just now, and they have just arrived home. Before Wang Zhan could reply, Aunt Zhang sent another business card. After the business card, there is another piece of voice. Wang Zhan, you add her WeChat first, chat first, try to chat, if you can chat, then make an appointment for a meal, if you can't talk, you should make one more friend, you give your aunt a face, talk about it first, and talk about it later. Seeing that Aunt Zhan was so enthusiastic, when it came to this, Wang Zhan was embarrassed to refuse, so he should go through the motions. So, he reluctantly agreed, okay, I'll add her. Then you talk slowly, you don't have to reply to me, I'm too old to stay up late, I'll go to bed first. After completing a heartfelt matter, Aunt Zhang felt that she should be able to sleep soundly. After returning home, Wang Zhan sent an application to add friends. Hello, I was introduced by Aunt Zhang. Soon, the other party was verified by friends. Hello. Wang Zhan said hello. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to hello. My name is Wang Zhan, and I was introduced by Aunt Zhang. Wang Zhan briefly introduced himself. Zhou Min. Wang Zhan didn't know how to chat for a while. Have you eaten? Are you home? What are you doing? These ironclad will not work. But to say? Wang Zhan frowned unconsciously. He was not a person who could speak well. What if he embarrassed the conversation to death? Just when Wang Zhan was still worried about what to say, the other party sent a message. What is your profession? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Min was originally sitting and waiting for a reply, and then 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes have passed. Zhou Min? What do you mean? Add him, and then put a cold face with her. Zhou Min swore that if it weren't for Aunt Zhang's repeated emphasis that Wang Zhan was very handsome and had a good character, she wouldn't have bothered to continue. Since Zhou Min took the initiative to ask questions, Wang Zhan felt much more relaxed. It's better than him racking his brains and thinking about what to talk about. He was going to talk casually and go to wash up and go to sleep. I'm running Didi. If I am professional, I should belong to the driver. Wang Zhan typed out a line of words and sent it out. Zhou Min, who was leaning on the sofa, had just changed into pajamas and put on a mask. Seeing the latest news, his brows furrowed, and his face was a little unpleasant. Your job is not stable at all. The implication is that I am very disgusted. Wang Zhan's sleepiness struck, and he planned to speed up, so he casually typed 3 words, General. Zhou Min snorted, a running Didi is generally very poor. Aunt Zhang is too, she doesn't even have a serious job, and she introduced me to a blind date. What about the pit people? Or take me for a fool? Will this kind of person be reliable in the future? When the time comes, I'll get married, and I'll drink the northwest wind. Thinking of this, Zhou Min was not ambiguous, and said straightforwardly, how much is it generally? There's always a number. Don't have 3,000 yuan a month, right? Wang Zhan looked at the news sent and was a little unhappy. I asked how much money I just knew. Are girls so realistic now? When it's bad, it's more than 200 a day, and when it's good, it's tens of thousands a day. I was going to be humble, since you care so much about my income. Forget it. Don't pretend. I'm in a showdown. Tens of thousands of? A day. Zhou Min lost another message, which was full of question marks. Chapter 006, We Are Not Suitable. Wang Zhan, aha. Any questions? I earned more than 300,000 last week. He's just telling the truth. No problem. After replying to these words against his will, Zhou Min said to himself, I'm afraid this is a bad pen. Before we met, we started to blow it? Tens of thousands a day, why don't you say you're a billionaire? Obviously, it's more than 6,000 yuan a month. Also said tens of thousands a day. How dare you say it? The messages sent by Wang Zhan, Zhou Min only saw that the difference was more than 200 a day, and all the others were automatically ignored. Experience tells her that if you ask the other party about his income, the other party will not answer an accurate number, but a range, so the low value is almost his current salary level. As written in many job advertisements, the monthly salary is 5,000 to 10,000, but in fact, the monthly salary is about 5,000. However, Zhou Min didn't bother to expose him, but deliberately followed his previous words and asked, Your income is so high, you bought the house earlier, right? The other party kept asking. Although Wang Zhan was sleepy to death, he was embarrassed not to reply, so he could only simply type a few words. I'm getting ready to buy it. On your terms, it's okay to pay in full at once, right? Wang Zhan was ready to buy a house in full. Blow, you keep blowing. See how much more you can blow. Not sleepy for a while, Zhou Min continued to ask. Have you ever wanted to come to Guanlan Mansion to buy a house? Guanlan Mansion? Didn't you just be in the news not long ago? Saying that there is a problem with the quality of the house, many people are in a hurry to check out. And Joe Min actually offered to let him buy it in Guanlan Mansion. Is there any inside story? Or can you get a lower discount? Wang Zhan asked with some curiosity, why do you want to buy it in Guanlan Mansion? Because I can get the internal price. Do you know the developer? Of course I do, he's my boss. Wang Zhan. For a long time, Joe Min is a real estate consultant? However, thinking of the news he saw before, Wang Zhan was not half interested in the house in Guanlan Mansion. He didn't beat around the bush either, and told the truth, there is a problem with the quality of the houses in Guanlan Mansion. There were some problems before, but after the last news exposure, the developer has made rectifications, and I can guarantee that there are absolutely no problems with the current house. And the Guanlan Mansion house is particularly cost-effective, the house is compact, and the space is not wasted at all. One household, one ladder, privacy is absolutely good. Adjacent to the school in the development zone, the 9-year system is consistent, and children don't have to worry about studying. Wang Zhan yawned. Is this a disguised way to sell real estate to yourself? Hee, really dedicated. When you go on a blind date, you don't forget your job. But it's really a salesman. He was a little tempted to say it. You can think about it. Do you need me to help you choose the best cost-effective set? Okay. Since the other party is a real estate consultant, he must be more professional than himself. Do you have any special requirements for floors, orientations, and areas? You can do it. The house type of Guanlan Mansion is very reasonable. There are small 3 rooms of more than 90 square meters, and there are also large 4 rooms of 150 square meters. What do you like? Joe Min asked. Listen to you. Wang Zhan didn't know much about this, and felt that since the other party was a real estate consultant, it was always right to listen to her opinion. The floor, the orientation, the area, it's all my idea? Aha! Listen to all of me? Believe me so much? Is it because you fancy me and want me to choose a wedding room? Although the other party's conditions are a little poor, I didn't expect to be so obedient. Now I have to watch and do it when I buy a house, so if I get married, my wife will have the final say. When the time comes, cooking, laundry, and cleaning, that's all his business. The salary will be handed over in full. Thinking about it this way, Joe Min felt that the two could try to get along. Don't worry, I will definitely find a house that we are both satisfied with as a wedding room. But my name must be written in the marriage room. Also, after we get married, the Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival will be spent at my house. I don't live with your parents. If you get married, you have to change your car, more than 300,000, Audi or Mercedes-Benz. Wang Zhan was so dazed that he almost fell asleep, and was woken up by a series of mobile phone vibrations. Randomly scanned the information. Wedding room? What the heck? Wang Zhan was so frightened that he lost his sleepiness. What did he say that caused such a misunderstanding on the other side? After reviewing the chat records of the two, Wang Zhan felt as if he hadn't said anything misleading. He hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, did you misunderstand something? The first time I chatted, I talked about marriage, which was a bit of child's play, and I had no plans to change cars for the time being. Wang Zhan's reply made her ashamed and annoyed. I was so angry that I almost threw my phone directly. It's not interesting to just say it directly. Why do you keep chatting with her, wasting her so much time in vain? I'm not going to change it. I think you can't afford to change it at all, and that's right. How can a small driver with an income of only a few thousand yuan a month afford to buy a car of hundreds of thousands? Also, everyone is an adult, don't beat around the bush when you speak, let's be direct, I think we're very inappropriate, goodbye. After these words, Joe Min directly blocked Wang Zhan. Out of politeness, Wang Zhan replied, goodbye. A message indicating that the sending failed. Joe Min turned on friend verification. You are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and the other party can only chat after the verification is passed. Wang Zhan. Ask for a wave of collections. It's been almost 24 hours since the book was opened. As we all know, the first 24 hours are very important and determine whether the book can go further. Collection 1000 is the passing line. Looking at the current results, I feel uneasy. Ask for friends who like it, move your little hands, and give a collection. If it's convenient, send some flowers and give some evaluation votes. A flower and an evaluation vote will be very grateful. Bang! 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 The younger brother knelt down here and thanked him. Chapter 007, The Second 7-Day Super Reward. After deleting Wang Zhan, the more Zhou thought about it, the more angry he became. A Didi driver, I fancy you are your blessing. You're good. You can't even look down on me. Why? The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Zhou called her introducer directly, that is, her aunt. Hey, Minmin, how's it going? How were you talking? Aunt Zhou had just finished mahjong and hadn't slept yet, so she quickly connected the phone. Very bad. Hearing the unhappiness in her niece's tone, Aunt Zhou comforted, Don't be angry, I didn't think this blind date would be successful. Auntie, you are my aunt, you can't do it, what are you introducing me for? Aren't you wasting my time? Zhou was angry at the moment, and he is running Didi, why don't you tell me in advance? If you tell you he's a Didi driver, can you agree? This time my aunt was wrong, you also know that Aunt Zhang and I are old neighbors, and I really can't wipe this face when people open their mouths. If you don't tell you, I'm afraid that you will refuse directly if you know, I know that you will definitely look down on others. But that young man has a good character, you can make more friends. What a good character, full of big talk. You don't even know how he brags in front of me. What did he say? Aunt Zhou asked with some curiosity. To be honest, she had a good impression of Wang Zhan. It's not like the kind of person who talks a lot. He said he was going to buy a house in full at once. Zhou said angrily. Buying a house in full at once? Buy a hammer? Aunt knows his situation, he is a poor boy, don't worry, I will help you get back from Aunt Zhang's side, and you can't let this kid bother you again in the future. Aunt Zhou smiled. It's better not for me to see him. Zhou said ruthlessly. Zhou Minky didn't sleep all night, but Wang Zhan slept until dawn. Early the next morning, he was woken up by Aunt Zhang's phone call. Wang Zhan, how was the conversation last night? As soon as the phone was connected, Aunt Zhang asked with concern. Think I'm too poor? Wang Zhan said with a smile. Don't be sad, I didn't fancy you, it's that girl who has a bad eye, my family is so good, I will definitely meet a better one. When Aunt Zhang heard that the other party actually disliked Wang Zhan, she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Such a good young man can't be found with a lantern now. I was disgusted. I didn't find out that he was good, but she had bad eyes. Auntie will help you keep an eye out for other good girls. Don't. Aunt Zhang, I'm very busy in the next week, don't help me introduce it, I'll take orders, let's just say that. After speaking, Wang Zhan hung up the phone. To be honest, it's enough to experience a blind date once. Hey, hey! Looking at the phone that was hung up, Aunt Zhang looked helpless. Today's young people are not in a hurry at all for lifelong events. She can only worry about more snacks. Hanging up the phone, Wang Zhan started a busy day. Now he is full of energy. In the first 7-day settlement reward, the system rewarded a 99.99 million high-end version of the Bugatti Veyron. I don't know what the second 7-day settlement reward will reward. With such expectations, Wang Zhan hopes that time will pass a little faster, a little faster. Soon, a week passed. Hey, I'm tired. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Wang Zhan returned to the rental house. This week, he worked harder than last week. I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and don't come home until 12 o'clock in the evening. If it weren't for the sudden suffocation of the tires tonight, and he couldn't find a place to repair the tires in the middle of the night, he was still ready to continue to take orders. After a simple wash, Wang Zhan lay on the bed and looked at the time, it was less than a minute before 12 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what the 7-day settlement reward is this time: money? House? Jewelry? Or a supercar? Just as I was imagining what reward I would get, the voice of the system sounded in my head. Ding! The host completes the 7-day order receiving work and enters the settlement reward stage, and the calculation is. Ding! Reward 99 gas stations. Ding! Reminder, the reward has been received, the title deeds are on your desk, and the gas station profit has been distributed to your bank account this week. Gas station. It's still 99. Wang Zhan was momentarily stunned. How many procedures and how many approvals do you have to go through to open a gas station? It's not just anyone who wants to open it. There seem to be only more than 200 gas stations in the entire Anlin city. Is he a monopoly on half of the oil in Anlin city? Good guys, this reward is too awesome. So, I don't need any money to refuel in the future? Looking at the 99 property rights certificates on the table, Wang Zhan felt that happiness was like a tornado. He loved this reward to death. You know, the Bugatti Veyron is super fuel guzzling. Later, he can drive it however he wants. Don't worry about the gas money anymore. At this moment, the mobile phone vibrate, your account 0818 is transferred to yuan, and the balance is 0.55. 10, 100, 1,000, million. Wang Zhan counted the amount on the bank card, dumbfounded. More than 18 million. Oh, my God. The reward of the system is also too awesome. There was suddenly so much money in the account, Wang Zhan really didn't know where to start spending it. Sometimes, too much money is also an annoyance. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Well, Wang Zhan was stunned for a moment. Who would knock on the door at this time? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, and give some support and encouragement to those who like it. Chapter 008. It's time for me to buy a house. Choose well. Wang Zhan opened the door. After opening the door, I saw an uncle in his 50s standing outside the door. Wang Zhan recognized him at a glance. It turned out to be his landlord, Uncle Li. Although he is a landlord, Uncle Li does not live in this community, and usually comes here just to collect rent. Think about it, the last time the two met was 2 months ago. However, the rent is paid every 3 months, and now it has only been 2 months, and it is not yet the day to pay the rent. So why did Uncle Li come to him? Wang Zhan asked suspiciously, Uncle Li, is there something wrong so late? Wang Zhan, you are finally at home. You don't know that I came to look for you several times, but you are not there, and later I asked you Aunt Zheng to know that you usually go home in the early morning. Uncle Li, I'm sorry to let you run so many times, I'm busy outside during the day. Young people are really desperate. Uncle Li was not as ruthless as you when he was young. You should work hard when you're young. Wang Zhan was a little embarrassed by the praise. By the way, Uncle Li, do you have something to do with me? It's really a bit of a thing. It's like this, my uncle came today to collect rent, and it was supposed to be due next month, but my son wants to pick me up and go to live with him for a while, and he may not come back for a few months, so he can only come early to collect the rent. Uncle Li's son is in another city. He is older, and WeChat and Alipay can't. I had to come and collect the rent in advance. It's okay, but Uncle Li, I'm sorry, I'm not going to rent this house. Not renting? Why? Is it because there is no money to pay the rent? I can give you a few days of grace. Uncle Li also knew about Wang Zhan's situation, so when he said that he was not ready to rent, Uncle Li's first reaction was that he had no money to pay the rent. No, it's that I'm going to buy a house. Wang Zhan explained. Where to buy a house? If you buy it, you have to decorate it, so that the rent will be free for the past few months, and when your house is renovated, you will move out. Thank you, Uncle Li, but I'm going to buy a bag to live in, so you can rent out the house again. I'll go to my son's tomorrow, I don't have time to rent, I'll talk about it when I get back. Uncle Li, if you don't worry about me, I can help you run errands. Anyway, if you buy a house by yourself, you have to go to an intermediary company, and it is also a convenient thing to hang out the rental information. Okay, then I'll trouble you. The next morning, when the first rays of the morning sun shone on Wang Zhan's face, he got up. After getting up, he casually put down a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach and began to clean up. Say by it, this is Wang Zhan's consistent style. Actually, there's nothing to clean up. Just some change of clothes and some small appliances. After cleaning up for a while, Wang Zhan only took 2 sets of clothes, and he didn't need the rest of the things. Buy all new ones. With his luggage, Wang Zhan went directly to Taichung Intermediary Company. This is the largest intermediary company in Anlin City. There are all kinds of houses. What he wants to buy is an existing house, and it is the most convenient and fastest to find an intermediary company. By the way, I can also help Uncle Li rent out the house. When he walked in, he was immediately greeted by a long-haired shopping guide with a professional smile on his face. Hello sir, I am Zhou Min, the sales consultant here. What kind of house do you need? I can recommend a few for you. Zhou Min? It can't be Zhou Min introduced by Aunt Zhang before, right? Wang Zhan asked tentatively, have you ever worked in Guanlan Mansion before? That's right, did Mr. go to Guanlan Mansion to buy a house? Zhou Min asked in some surprise. She has a good memory, and if she has seen this person before, it is impossible not to be impressed. But she was sure she hadn't seen this person before. I'm Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan said directly. Zhou Min. Is that the Didi driver? The one who was blocked by himself? I think I've made it clear to Aunt Zhang, I didn't expect you to be able to find this. Zhou Min's face immediately fell. Her first reaction was that Wang Zhan had come to him on a special trip. I think you misunderstood, I just found out that you work here, and I'm here to buy a house. Wang Zhan was embarrassed. This woman really looks up to herself. Buying a house? Yes. Zhou Minhua glanced at him suspiciously, and after making sure that Wang Zhan was not lying, he asked, what house do you want? I don't know much either, you can introduce me first. As a real estate salesman, Zhou Min is professionally trained. Although she feels a little embarrassed, she quickly regained a professional smile on her face. Okay, this is some of our ready-made commercial housing information, let me introduce it to you. Okay. You see, this community is the best we sell, all of them are rough landscape houses, starting at 12,000, the higher the floor, the higher the house price. Now the 8th floor, the 14th floor, and the 17th floor, there are still leftovers, and there are several types of rooms. Not wanting to buy a rough house, Wang Zhan asked, is there any fine decoration? There are also finely decorated ones. You look at this set, the original homeowner was decorated to get married, but I didn't expect to be separated from my girlfriend, so now I am ready to sell. Zhou Min took out a set of materials. I don't like this decoration. Looking at the typical European-style decoration, Wang Zhan shook his head. He likes to keep things simple. Don't like the decor? Do you know what renovation is? Although he complained like this in his heart, Zhou Min's face still maintained this professional smile. Then look at this set, Nordic minimalist style. The homeowner can't bear to cut his love because of his job transfer. Is there a better one? Why don't I show you the villa? Okay. In fact, Zhou Min's words had a little playful taste, but he didn't expect Wang Zhan to really want to see the villa. Do you have the money to buy a villa? That's a few million. Although he didn't believe that Wang Zhan could afford a villa, Zhou Min still brought a few sets of materials. This villa is our new listing, 2 floors, simple decoration, what do you think? It's too basic. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Zhou Min took out another set of villa information. Look at this set, fine decoration, open kitchen, brand furniture, and good lighting. I don't like open kitchens. That set, fine decoration, Chinese kitchen, high-end furniture. Bad lighting. Was rejected one after another, and Zhou Min was sure that Wang Zhan was deliberately playing himself. A poor driver. It's a good idea to get enough for a down payment. How is it possible to buy a villa? Zhou Min finally broke out, Wang Zhan, that's enough. The old lady doesn't serve you anymore, and she doesn't like to buy it. Chapter 009, I won't serve this liar. What's wrong with you? Wang Zhan looked puzzled. What happened to Zhou Min this time? Introduce the house to introduce the good, how to suddenly lose your temper. Wang Zhan, you also said that you didn't mean to make things difficult for me. The commercial housing can't be fancied, even the villa of more than 4 million yuan can't be fancied, you are not wasting my time. Wang Zhan looked innocent, I really don't like this. You keep talking, if you can afford to buy another better house, I'll call you dad. No, I don't have a daughter as old as you. Wang Zhan was a little speechless. Depend on. Still pretending in front of yourself. Such a shameless man, this is the first time she has seen him. For the sake of you being my customer today, I bear with it. The next time you encounter it, you must die clearly. Okay, you play slowly by yourself. After speaking, Zhou turned around and left in a dashing manner. Wang Zhan shrugged, it's better if no one introduces him, he can choose slowly. Throwing down Wang Zhan, Zhou went directly back to the staff lounge. Zhou, how do you leave the customer there alone to see the house by yourself? Su Hong asked curiously, if you don't want this guest, then I'll be on it. Don't, I advise you to forget it, don't waste time. Waste of time? What's going on? Su Hong suddenly became even more curious. Do you know what he does? Zhou sold it. Su Hong shook his head. Zhou looked disgusted, he's just a deity, and he doesn't even have a serious job. Maybe the family is rich? Humph, orphan. Zhou, how do you know the other party's information so clearly? What is your relationship? Su Hong immediately gossiped and asked. Didn't my aunt arrange for me to go on a blind date last week? He was the blind date. Is it this strange man who caused you to lose your previous job? After not sleeping all night last time when Wang Zhan was angry, Zhou skipped work directly the next day. I happened to meet the boss to raid and inspect the work. Anyone who is absent from work without reason will be dismissed. That's why Zhou came here to work under Su Hong's introduction. Lost his job for no reason, and Zhou put the blame on Wang Zhan. That's right, it's him. Do you know what he just said to me? He said that the decoration of this commercial house is not good, the lighting of that villa is not good, anyway, there is no one who likes it, and the villa of 4 million yuan is not good, what does he want to buy? Besides, can he afford to buy a house of millions? That's right, it seems that I made a special trip to find fault, my husband usually works part-time deity, and he earns a little living expenses a month. Su Hong also thinks that Wang Zhan's intentions are not pure, but you can't leave him there alone, in case he will complain, then this month's bonus will be in vain. Their company has always adhered to the principle that the customer is God. Even if you sometimes know that the other party can't afford to buy a house, you have to be hospitable. This is the helplessness of the service industry. Whoever wants to go is going, anyway, I'm not going, I'll go out to breathe and have a cup of coffee by the way. Zhou felt that looking at Wang Zhan for a while would dirty his eyes. You might as well go out for a coffee. It is estimated that he will come back later, and Wang Zhan should leave. I'm too busy to waste time on him, and if I give him a complaint, this month's bonus will be wasted. Su Hong was also reluctant to go. Jiang Xinxin, a colleague who had been sitting in the corner and had not spoken, suddenly had a bad premonition. It can't be her again. Sure enough, Su Hong directly called, Xiao Jiang, you go and entertain the customer outside. Oh. Jiang Xinxin agreed sullenly. Who calls himself a newcomer? What others don't want to do can only be done by themselves. She walked up to Wang Station very reluctantly and asked, Sir, may I ask what kind of house you want to buy, and I will recommend it for you. I'm not very satisfied with the houses on these materials, is there anything more upscale than this? I'm going to be able to move in right away. After watching it for a long time, Wang Zhan felt that none of the properties on the information could make him excited. Yes, you can wait a minute. After speaking, Jiang Xinxin quickly brought a few sets of materials. Sir, look at this set, it is located in the city center, and the surrounding facilities are also relatively developed, with luxurious decoration and independent garage. Wang Zhan looked at it carefully and shook his head, no, it's a little smaller, and the city center is not quiet enough. Then this one, a single-family villa located in Shenlong community, has 3 floors, 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, very good lighting, and a large courtyard. Jiang Xinxin pointed to another villa on the information and said, "Yes, is there a bigger one?" Wang Zhan didn't particularly like it. Not satisfied with this set of more than 8 million? Want something better? Sure enough, it was not a sincere purchase. Forget it, just push out the ultra-luxury villa that has been hanging for a long time and hasn't been sold. If you're not satisfied, you won't be able to find a better house. It's time for him to just leave. Thinking so, Jiang Xinxin directly turned out a set of information. Look at this set, there are 6 floors up and down, there is a swimming pool in front, and the house is also fully equipped, gymnasium, video room, everything. Okay, yes, that's it. Wang Zhan took a fancy to it at a glance. That's what he wants. What? That's it? Jiang Xinxin thought she was having auditory hallucinations for a while. Don't you ask how much it is? How much? Wang Zhan asked cooperatively. 12 million. Jiang Xinxin said the price. Okay, I'll buy it. Ha? Buy? Bought? Jiang Xinxin was so frightened that she stammered, that. Mr. Sorry, this house can't be mortgaged. I'm not ready for a mortgage either, so let's swipe my card. Wang Zhan directly took out his bank card. There are more than 18 million on the card, and the full amount is no problem. The deal was successful? Looking at the successful transaction displayed by POS, Jiang Xinxin was still confused. Is the transaction really successful? Not dreaming, right? Jiang Xinxin pinched her thighs fiercely. Hiss, it hurts. Ah, it's all true. This ultra-luxury villa was really sold by her. She opened the biggest order in her life on the first order she entered the industry. Chapter 010, Oh my God. I made a terrible mistake. Sir, you can rest in our VIP room first, and I'll go through the other formalities for you. Jiang Xinxin brought Wang Zhan into the VIP lounge. Then I'll wait for you here. Wang Zhan said. After coming out of the VIP lounge, Jiang Xinxin went to the bathroom first. After making sure that there was no one around, Jiang Xinxin finally couldn't control it anymore. Ah! I really sold a house for more than 10 million. So happy, so excited, I can't believe it. At this moment, in the uninhabited bathroom. Don't worry about the image, Jiang Xinxin, who has been holding back for a long time, completely let herself go. More than 10 million. You can get hundreds of thousands just for mentioning achievements. Life feels like a dream. Jiang Xinxin cried and laughed happily. After a few minutes, after venting, Jiang Xinxin slowly calmed down. She straightened her makeup, wiped her happy tears, then washed her face with cold water and walked out of the bathroom. Xiao Jiang, why are your eyes red? Su Hong noticed that Jiang Xinxin had been hiding in the bathroom for a long time. I must have been angry with such a stinky driver crying, hiding in and crying. I said that person was difficult. Zhou Min said with disgust. It's good to ignore that strange thing, otherwise it would be me who might be angry and cry. Did he complain about you? Hey, don't be sad, after all, you've only been on the job for a few days, and you'll meet all kinds of strange customers in the future. That's how we all came here. Su Hong persuaded. By the way, I didn't see anyone else, are you leaving? Zhou Min glanced around, didn't see Wang Zhan, and suddenly felt that the world was clean. In the VIP lounge. Jiang Xinxin pointed to the VIP room. How did you get people there? What if I offend other customers? Su Hong was a little dissatisfied with her approach. The VIP lounge is reserved for those who have already made a payment. Whether it's a mortgage or a full payment. There are still a lot of documents to sign after payment. Have you forgotten what the manager said on the first day of work, that only customers who have paid for the lounge can enter? Beware that he turns around and scolds you. Jiang Xinxin hurriedly explained, He bought a house. What? Bought? Su Hong thought she had misheard. You're kidding, aren't you? Zhou Min also didn't believe it. I really bought it. Jiang Xinxin said seriously. Hee hee, it doesn't seem that there is no penny. Let me guess, the one I bought must be the cheapest commercial house, with a down payment of less than 100,000. Did he take out 100,000? I guess a lot of them are borrowed. Joe Min didn't believe that he really had 100,000 deposits. No, it's not a commercial house. Jiang Xinshin shook her head. It's not a commercial house, it's really a villa? Can he afford it? Joe Min asked contemptuously. Let me guess which one he bought. If there is a set, he may really be able to afford it. It is the one that is 30 years old, the total price is not expensive, and he can take out a loan, or he may buy the one that has had a previous homicide. Su Hong thought about it and felt that apart from these two, she couldn't think of which villa Wang Zhan could afford. Neither. Jiang Xinshin shook her head again. It's not that, Xinshin, can you finish it all at once? What kind of house did he buy? Joe Min is running out of patience. It's the one that hasn't been sold for a long time. Jiang Xinshin said a little implicitly, for fear that what she said would be too direct, and these two people couldn't accept it. After all, in their hearts, Wang Zhan even had to borrow 100,000 yuan for a down payment. Haven't sold in a long time? In addition to the Super House King, which has not been sold because it is too expensive, what other houses have not been sold? Su Jie couldn't think of any houses that had never been sold. Gao Min snorted coldly. Sure enough, Wang Zhan must have bought some particularly cheap house. Otherwise, how could it never be sold? Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. Where's the customer who just placed an order? Jiang Xinshin looked at the business manager and pointed to the VIP room. Manager Gao, he is resting in the VIP room. Why did the manager come over all of a sudden? Could it be that there is a problem with Wang Zhan's credit information? Can't apply for a follow-up loan, so you want him to refund the bill? Yes, it must be. Joe Maneo made up a play, and then she rushed to the manager and said loudly, Manager Gao, I guessed that there would be a problem with the order just now, so I said that the house can't be sold to that kind of person. Something went wrong? Can't sell? As soon as he heard this, Manager Gao's face immediately changed. Tens of millions of mansions can finally be sold, and he will never allow any problems with this transaction. He blushed and asked, what kind of person is that? Needless to say, it's the kind of person who has credit problems and can't get a loan. Joe Min replied. You say he has a credit problem? Can't get a loan? Manager Gao's face turned 3 points bluer. This is a big customer of our company, and it is too late to tie the knot. How dare you say that he has a problem with his credit information? This is definitely a rumor, a slander. That's right, hurry up and return the order to avoid trouble in the future. Joe Min kindly suggested. Smack! A loud slap was slapped on Joe Min's face. Joe Min, who was slapped with a slap, was starry-eyed, confused, and completely confused. Manager Gao, what the hell is going on? Su Hong also didn't understand the situation a little. Joe Min is right, why did Manager Gao suddenly start beating people? Manager Gao has always been very steady. Could it be that something stimulated it? Joe Min shouted with an aggrieved face, Manager Zhou, why are you beating me? Idiot! You've got a brain problem. Manager Gao's hands trembled angrily, and he yelled out in a gaffe, finally, there is a powerful buyer, and you even said that you can't sell it. I think you're crazy. Pack up my stuff and fuck off. Chapter 011, You're fired. Joe Min. A big customer? What big customer? Isn't Wang Zhan just a DD driver? Still an orphan. Why does Manager Gao seem to be in awe? Even said they were going to fire me? Why should you fire me? What did I do wrong? Why do this to me? This slap was a bit heavy, Joe Min only felt dizzy, and his brain lost the ability to think for a while. Su Hong reacted instantly, she immediately looked at Jiang Xinshin and asked in disbelief, Xinshin, are you selling that villa worth tens of millions? Jiang Xinshin nodded. Hiss. Su Hong gasped. Is it really the villa that no one can afford for a few years? Oh, my God. What did she do? Such an opportunity to be courteous was actually given to Jiang Xinxin by himself. At this moment, Su Hong's intestines were all repentant. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became, and she directly focused on Jiang Xinxin. Jiang Xinxin, I sold the villa, why did you ask you, but you didn't say it directly, let me guess and play me. I didn't, Jiang Xinxin looked aggrieved. She had already spoken very subtly. It's just that they don't believe it. Su Hong, pay attention to your attitude, is this how you speak to our gold medal real estate consultant? Manager Gao glared at Su Hong very dissatisfied. In the future, Xinxin will be your leader, speak to me politely. Manager Gao has been dissatisfied with Su Hong for more than a day or two. I have been working for a few years, and my performance is at the bottom every month. He always relied on himself to be an old employee of the company, and bullied newcomers at every turn. She had to be taught a lesson this time. Manager Gao added, also, your bonus has been cancelled this month. After punishing Su Hong, Manager Gao immediately changed his face and said to Jiang Xinxin with a smile, Xinxin, don't take me to the VIP room yet, this kind of distinguished guest must not be neglected. Okay, manager. Looking at the backs of the two, Su Hong clenched her fists. If she hadn't listened to Zhou Min's words just now, then she would be the one who sold this house now. It's also yourself who was promoted. But now, not to mention promotion, even the bonus is in vain. It's all Zhou Min's fault. It was she who said that Wang Zhan was just a poor driver. Zhou Min, this stinky woman, you are so ruthless. I kindly introduced you to work, why are you so mean of me? Su Hong blamed all the resentment on Zhou Min in an instant. She instinctively thought that this was Zhou Min deliberately cheating her. Zhou Min, it's all your fault. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Su Hong couldn't help but go up and slap her again. This slap is no less powerful than Manager Gao's slap. Zhou Min's originally small face instantly swollen. The left and right cheeks, one slap print on one side, are extraordinarily symmetrical. Zhou Min, I warn you, don't let me see you again in the future, otherwise I will be beaten once I see you. Dropping this sentence, Su Hong left unwillingly. Covering his face, Zhou Min stood there blankly. I haven't been able to fully digest this fact. Wang Zhan actually bought a house of more than 10 million yuan with cash. More than 10 million. What a local tyrant. No, it's Shenhao. No wonder the house recommended before can't be seen. These rooms really don't deserve his identity. What did I do before? With such a high-quality blind date, I actually blocked the other party. And now he is offended to death. I'm dying, this cliff is dying. Ah. Is my brain watering? Why do you want to treat Wang Zhan like this? No way. I must apologize immediately and sincerely. I have to get him to forgive me. If he doesn't forgive me, keep begging him to forgive me. Having made up his mind, Zhou Min didn't care about the hot pain on his face, and walked directly to the door of the VIP room. She shouted outside the door, Wang Zhan, I'm sorry, everything is my fault, please forgive me. After a while, the door to the VIP room opened. Could it be that Wang Zhan forgave himself? Zhou Min looked up and saw Manager Gao's iron blue face. Zhou Min, what are you doing? Don't get out of here yet. I'm not telling you that you've been expelled. The high manager's teeth itch. What's going on with this Zhou Min? It's all said to expel her. Why is she still staying here and not leaving, and she is still shouting outside the door? What should I do if I leave a bad impression on Mr. Wang? Manager Gao, I know Wang Zhan, and I want to apologize to him in person. As he spoke, Zhou Min made a gesture and wanted to rush into the VIP room. I haven't touched the door of the VIP room yet. Was pushed away by Manager Gao. What kind of nerves do you have? What kind of person is Mr. Wang? How can you know a little person like you? You give me quiet, don't make a noise to Mr. Wang. Get out of here. No, I'm not leaving. If Wang Zhan doesn't forgive me, I won't leave. Zhou Min screamed, couldn't enter the VIP room, and could only apologize loudly at the door. Wang Zhan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood before, thinking that you were deliberately playing tricks on me. I'm sorry, but please forgive me. You're not done. Manager Gao was furious, and he only felt that the company's face had been lost. Playing scoundrels with him, huh? Yes. Since he refuses to leave, then don't blame him for finding someone to throw her out. He commanded directly to the security guard, "Security. Drag her out for me." "No, I won't leave if I can't see Wang Zhan." Zhou Min cried, struggled, and screamed, like a shrew. "Throw it out now." Manager Gao really couldn't stand her ghost-crying wolf. Even if Gao Min didn't want to leave, he couldn't twist a few security guards. Bang! She was mercilessly thrown into the street. "Zhou Min, if you continue to mess around, believe it or not, I will not only make you unable to mix in this industry, but you will also not be able to stay in this city," Manager Gao finally warned. Chapter 012, Didi can't get mixed up in this business. Throwing Zhou Min out, Manager Gao walked into the VIP room apologetically. "Mr. Wang, I'm very sorry that I didn't notice the employment of people for a while, and I am really sorry for causing you trouble. Their company's mission is to make every customer feel at home." Unexpectedly, Zhou Min, the company's real estate consultant, tried in vain to entangle the buyer. This is a big taboo in this business. If this news spreads, it will definitely have a big impact on their company's reputation. It's okay, it's not your company's fault. To be honest, Wang Zhan didn't expect Zhou Min to be such a wonder. Jiang Xinxin, who was sorting out the information on the side, put away the last document. "Mr. Wang, Manager Gao, the procedures have been completed. Mr. Wang, congratulations, this Qianlong No. 1 villa is now yours." Manager Gao handed the property rights certificate in his hand to Wang Zhan. "Thank you." Wang Zhan calmly put aside the property rights certificate. Such a calm look made Manager Gao ashamed. "If I buy a house of more than 10 million yuan, I will definitely be happy to look at the title deed. How can Mr. Wang be so calm?" Sure enough, the compulsion of successful people is not understandable to ordinary people like him. "Xinxin, arrange a housekeeping company to clean up the Qianlong No. 1 villa. Although the villa is finely decorated, it has not been inhabited for a long time, and the Manager Gao has arranged it intimately." Jiang Xinxin nodded, "I'll arrange it right away." "Mr. Wang, do you want to go and see the house now?" Manager Gao asked. "Wait, Manager Gao, there's something else for you." Wang Zhan didn't forget the matter of helping Uncle Li rent out the house. "You just command." Manager Gao is very attentive. "That's right, I have been renting a house before, but now that I have bought a house, the rented house is empty, and I have to trouble you to help me rent it out, because the owner is not in the city now, and the rent is directly to his account." Wang Zhan gave the property information and Uncle Li's bank account number to Manager Gao. "Don't worry, I'll do it properly." What Wang Zhan explained, Manager Gao naturally did not dare to slack off. "To be honest, I just heard that Wang Zhan actually rented a house before, and Manager Gao's admiration for him instantly reached the extreme. Obviously sitting on tens of millions of assets. Not only is the dress so ordinary, but the housing is still rented. What a virtue this is. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Manager Gao would never have believed all this in front of him. "Mr. Wang, the simple and low-key quality has been perfectly reflected in you, I must learn from you." I couldn't help it, and Manager Gao slapped a rainbow fart. Wang Zhan. "Mr. Wang, if there are no other instructions, I will take you to see the house?" Manager Gao asked cautiously. "Okay, I'll drive by myself, you are responsible for leading the way in front, and I have to trouble you to wait for me at the door, and my car will be parked in the shopping mall next to me." When I came, the parking space in front of the agency was full. So Wang Zhan could only park his car in the underground parking space of a shopping mall next to him. Although he had already guessed that Wang Zhan's car was definitely not ordinary, but looking at the limited Bugatti Veyron in front of him, Manager Gao was still stunned. Manager Gao couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Wang, this car should be quite expensive, right?" "Fortunately, as long as 99.99 million. Manager Gao. "Only 99.99 million. That's what Mr. Wang said. I didn't expect that the grade was young, not only with tens of millions of mansions, but also with tens of millions of luxury cars. It's a super rich second generation. But he himself is still so low-key. Manager Gao was a little mournful. Along the way, he became more and more respectful. Soon, the two came to the door of the villa. From now on, this is my home. Wang Zhan took a deep breath, then inserted the key and pushed the door open. A huge lavishly renovated hall appeared before their eyes. The hall is very spacious, and there are luxurious furniture of various famous brands, as well as various black technology products. Mr. Wang, are you satisfied with the house? Pretty good. After taking 2 turns around the house, Wang Zhan was very satisfied with the house. Then I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, call me directly. Sending manager Gao away, Wang Zhan did not enter the house immediately, but took out his mobile phone and took a selfie with a wide-angle lens. This house is his. Such a meaningful day, you must commemorate it. Click on the image with, from today onwards, I finally have my own home, click to publish. Most of Wang Zhan's WeChat friends are acquaintances, including his peers who grew up together in an orphanage before, drivers who work in Didi like him, and some classmates. However, Wang Zhanping doesn't post much on Moments, so no one pays attention to it. Everyone knows that Wang Zhan is an orphan and has no relatives. Now I suddenly posted on Moments saying that I will have a home in the future, and the Moments of friends immediately exploded. Wang Zhan didn't expect that in less than a few minutes, the information would accumulate 99+. He opened the circle of friends and toured the comments. Holy! Still not brothers. Don't even tell me when you get married. The wedding should be a wedding photo. It's definitely not getting married, it's buying a house. Buy a fart room. Do you know what kind of house this is? This is Qianlong 1. The average person who can afford it. Qianlong number 1, start with 10 million. I've been hanging on an intermediary company for a few years. Wang Zhan, when did you change careers to become a real estate agent? You kid has become humorous, and you say that the house you want to sell is your home. I work in Huawei company, and the whole company is mine. Am I the only one who is curious? Isn't he running Didi? How to become a real estate agent? Didi is not easy to mix now. Only line breaks. The following is all ridicule. Wang Zhan found that almost no one believed that what he said was true. They all thought he was joking. There are more and more comments, and everyone treats his news as a place for gossip and expresses all kinds of opinions. The most discussed is why he changed from a Didi driver to a real estate agent. Most of the conclusions are that Didi can't get mixed up in this business. P.S. For more, ask for a wave of collection. Ask for a wave of flowers. Chapter 013, Why are you so despicable and shameless? Looking at everyone's comments, Wang Zhan put down his phone with a smile. In these years, no one believes the truth. In the face of all kinds of doubts and ridicule, Wang Zhan didn't bother to pay attention to it. Now his attention is attracted by the black technology at home. Take the bathroom as an example. The bath mirror is not an ordinary mirror. You can use it to check the weather, browse the news, watch videos, and call friends. Not only does it have great storage space, but it's also waterproof. The bedroom is more intelligent, which can automatically sense the occupant status, adjust the bedroom environment according to the outdoor temperature and humidity, and turn on the wake-up mode, sleep mode, entertainment mode, rest mode, etc. according to the set time. It's so advanced. Wang Zhan said with emotion. The more I look at this house, the more I like it. That's when it happened. Ringing, ringing. The curfew sounded. Wang Zhan walked to the access control video phone, and it was a call from the Community Property Center. Mr. Wang, hello, Manhwa Housekeeping Service Center will provide you with door-to-door service, will you let go? The staff at the property asked. Let them in. Wang Zhan nodded. Jiang Xinxin's efficiency is not bad, so soon the housekeeping center will come to the door-to-door service. Okay, there is another lady named Zhou Min who said that she is your friend, do you want to let you go? I don't know her well. Wang Zhan didn't expect Zhou Min to chase him to his house. Such a strange thing, there is still no need to have too many intersections. Understood. After the call, the staff of the property directly put the staff of the housekeeping center inside. And Jo Min was stopped at the door. Miss Shou, I'm sorry, the owner is not familiar with you, please leave. No, he knows me. He's my blind date. You let me in. Jo Min shouted that she had to see Wang Zhan and apologize to him. After being thrown out of the company by manager Gao, she never left. I just wanted to apologize to Wang Zhan in person when he came out. Finally, Wang Zhan came out, and before she could catch up, she saw him driving away. So she gritted her teeth and took a taxi directly to Qianlong Villa. It's just that I didn't expect that if the owner didn't agree, she wouldn't be able to get in at all. The staff almost burst out laughing. Blind date? Don't be funny. People who can live in Qianlong community are either rich or expensive. Do they still need a blind date? Do you need it? As long as you hook your hand, countless girls will pounce on it. This Jo Min is an ordinary person at first glance, probably because he saw that Mr. Wang was handsome and golden, and he wanted to climb the branches to be a phoenix. He has seen a lot of such girls. With a cold snort, the staff said coldly, Miss Shou, please leave immediately, otherwise I will call the security guard. Seeing that it was getting a little dark, Jo Min had no choice but to go home. Qianlong Villas is located on Qianlong Mountain. The nearest bus stop is at least half an hour's drive away. This is the regal area, and there are no taxis. Jo Min was stunned and wore high heels and walked for more than 2 hours before getting into the car. Minmin, what's wrong with you? As soon as she got home, looking at her daughter's feet covered with blood blisters, her mother Chang Shuifeng asked distressfully. Mom! Wang Zhan bullied me. Jo Min cried all of a sudden, feeling extremely aggrieved. Today was definitely the most unlucky and saddest day she had ever had. Wang Zhan? Which King Zhan? Last time. The blind date that Aunt Zhang introduced to me. Jo Min said with a sob. What's going on? While crying, Jo Min concisely told what happened today. What? You said that the young man introduced by Aunt Zhang bought a villa of more than 10 million yuan in full? Cheng Shuifeng looked incredulous. Didn't Aunt Zhang say that the young man had a very good character, but his income was average? She also kept emphasizing to herself, saying that young people are more important about moral character, and money can be earned slowly. It's clear that he is a poor boy. How did he suddenly become a multimillionaire? Minmin, you can't be mistaken, right? Chang Shuifeng still couldn't believe it. Mom, how could I be mistaken? He bought the villa in our company today, and he deliberately embarrassed me and caused me to be fired. What's going on with Zhang Ju? It's such a trick for us. If Aunt Zhang made Wang Zhan's situation clear at the beginning, this family would definitely be together. How can there be these things after that? Chen Shuifeng immediately called Zhang Ju. Hey, Shuifeng. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Aunt Zhang is getting ready to go to work. After a period of treatment, Fang Gui's condition has improved significantly, and it won't be long before he can be discharged from the hospital. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the hospital, Aunt Zhang hurried back to work to make money. Zhang Ju, you are too much. We are so old neighbors, you actually cheat me like this. Chang Shuifeng accused. Shuifeng, what's going on? Zhang Ju was confused. Wang Zhan is obviously a multi-millionaire. Why don't you say it? Wang Zhan is a multi-millionaire? Zhang Ju was stunned. You don't know? How could you not know? That kid is usually closest to you, and he still pays for the medical expenses of your family's expensive accident. You give me back the load. I really don't know. Aunt Zhang explained. Chang Shuifeng, who was excited, couldn't listen to anything at all. Zhang Ju. Usually look at your honest duty. I didn't expect the scheming to be so deep. Just because your family is hospitalized, I didn't go to see him, you just cheated me like this. In vain for our neighbors for decades, I saw that you kept saying that Wang Zhan's kid has a good character, so I agreed to Min Min to go on a blind date. As a result, you don't tell the truth at all. Wang Zhan deliberately went to Min Min's company to buy a house. Just to humiliate her. Now Min Min has been fired from the company. You're happy. Zhang Ju, let me tell you. If you don't give me an explanation about this, I won't just leave it at that. Hey! What the hell is happening? Before Aunt Zhang's words were finished, a beeping voice came from the other end of the phone. Cheng Shuifeng hung up the phone directly. Aunt Zhang. What kind of people are these? There is no quality at all. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Figure out what's going on first. However, listen to her, Wang Zhan bought a villa of more than 10 million. How did he suddenly have so much money? It can't be that you did something illegal and undisciplined, right? Aunt Zhang chuckled in her heart and immediately dialed Wang Zhan's phone. Chapter 014, Stupid Daughter. I'm so angry with my mother. The call was answered quickly. Aunt Zhang asked directly, Wang Zhan, where are you? Aunt Zhang, I'm at home, what's wrong? Zhou Min's mother called me and said that you went to Zhou Min's company to buy a house, or a villa of more than 10 million, is it true? Aunt Zhang asked bluntly. Yes. Wang Zhan, tell Aunt Zhang the truth, did you do anything illegal and undisciplined outside? Aunt Zhang's voice trembled a little. In today's society, it's not easy to make some money. Wang Zhan suddenly had more than 10 million. Not 100,000, not 1 million, 10 million. She really couldn't imagine how Wang Zhan could suddenly be so rich. Huh? Wang Zhan was stunned, not understanding why Aunt Zhang suddenly asked like this. Wang Zhan, don't lie to Auntie, if you really do something illegal and undisciplined, it's too late for us to turn yourself in now. Auntie must not watch you go down the wrong path. Feeling the care for herself in Aunt Zhang's words, Wang Zhan felt warm in his heart. Aunt Zhang is really worried about herself. He smiled and said, Aunt Zhang, you think too much, don't worry, I won't do anything illegal and undisciplined. What's going on with the house? Because I have the system. But even if he said this, others wouldn't believe it, so Wang Zhan had no choice but to lie to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, my friends and I invested in business and made some money. I see, I'm sorry, Auntie shouldn't be cranky. Aunt Zhang patted her head in annoyance. I must have been confused by Cheng Shuifeng. Actually suspected Wang Zhan. He's so good. The character is so good. How can you do something illegal and undisciplined? This money is definitely earned by his hard work. After blaming herself, Aunt Zhang asked again, Zhou Min said that you deliberately made it difficult for her and caused her to be expelled. What is going on? Auntie, this is really a misunderstanding. I didn't know she worked in Taiha agency before. Today is a chance encounter. She helped me recommend a few houses, but I was not very satisfied with whether it was a commercial house or a townhouse. So I thought about watching a few more sets, but somehow, she misunderstood, saying that I was deliberately making things difficult for her. In the end, someone else showed me the house. Wang Zhan told everything that had happened. Zhou Min still sells the house himself. What a big deal it is to buy a house, you must see a few more sets, you did the right thing. Aunt Zhang thought about it and asked again, by the way, did Zhou Min ask what your income is? Perhaps, Zhou Min didn't know that Wang Zhan was so good at making money, so he misunderstood? I asked, and I also told her, more than 200 a day when it's bad, and tens of thousands a day when it's good. Businesses like this, it's not very stable, my aunt probably knows what's going on, and she's in a hurry to go to work, and we'll talk later. In a few words, Aunt Zhang knew the ins and outs of the matter. It's obviously Zhou Min's own problem, he doesn't believe in Wang Zhan, but now he blames Wang Zhan. It's really a mother and daughter, just like her mother. Like to pass the buck. No, you can't be scolded for nothing. The more I thought about it, the more angry I became. Aunt Zhang picked up her mobile phone and dialed back Cheng Shuifeng's number. Cheng Shuifeng, I figured things out, you asked me to explain, why don't you ask your baby daughter what she did? Zhang Ju, what do you mean? Hearing the other party accuse his daughter, Cheng Shuifeng was immediately unhappy. You ask her, did Wang Zhan tell her that he would earn 10,000 yuan a day? Did Wang Zhan say that he couldn't fancy the commercial house and wanted to buy a better villa? Ask her again for what exactly got expelled. Aunt Zhang's series of soul torture directly stunned Cheng Shuai-feng. Speechless for a moment, Aunt Zhang continued without a pause. Shuai-feng, usually when I educate my children, they all say that people can't be good-looking, and they can't fight. Don't look down on others because they are running Didi and wearing no famous brand. Although Wang Zhan is an orphan, his character is much stronger than those children who grew up under the doting of their parents. I'm telling you, there is no distinction between high and low professions. Everyone must be responsible for their actions, instead of blaming the fault on someone else. After saying this, Aunt Zhang hung up the phone directly. It's so cool. Cheng Shuai-feng. It took a long time to digest these words. So, it's not Wang Zhan who is wrong? Or is it your own daughter? Is it because Min Min looks down on Wang Zhan and doesn't believe what he says, so she didn't get more than 100,000 yuan for herself, and was even expelled in the end? Also, Wang Zhan is an orphan? No wonder he would be so nice to Aunt Zhang. It's obviously a lack of family love. Listening to Zhou Min's cry, Cheng Shuai-feng only felt upset. Cry, cry, cry. Just know how to cry. What a useless guy. Also, are you hiding something from me? Mom, what else can I hide from you? Wang Zhan told you that he can earn tens of thousands of dollars a day? That's what he said, but Mom, what he said was 200 a day when it's bad, and tens of thousands a day when it's good. Didn't you tell me? If you answer that the income is a range, that's the less syllable. Cheng Shuai-feng slapped him. Why did I give birth to such a stupid daughter of yours? Cheng Shuai-feng's angina. Usually Jay tells her to brighten her eyes a little. Why is she still so confused? She didn't even see Wang Zhan's difference. So many years of college have been in vain. I don't see the essence through the phenomenon at all. If Min Min believed every word Wang Zhan said, the two of them will definitely become. Wang Zhan has lacked family care since he was a child, and he will definitely treat himself and his wife as filial as his biological parents. A good son-in-law who was rare in 1,000 years, just missed it. That's a multi-millionaire. Oh, multi-millionaire. The more I think about it, the more heartache Cheng Shuai-feng becomes. Suddenly, her eyes darkened, and she fainted directly. P.S. Looking at the 3-digit flowers, the little brother sincerely asks for another wave of flowers. Thank you greatly. Chapter 015, Gas stations are also Wang Zhan's industry? Wang Zhan had just finished the call with Aunt Zhang, and the housekeeping company had also completed the cleaning work. Mr. Wang, the cleaning work has been completed. You still need to add some daily necessities here. Do you need us to help you arrange it? Mr. Zhang, the person in charge of the cleaning company, asked very respectfully. Helping customers buy daily necessities is not in their scope of work at all. But Mr. Zhang feels that if he can provide some additional services for such excellent customers, so as to get customers to speak higher of them, then these inconspicuous little things will be very meaningful. To tell the truth, when he learned that the villa, which had been vacant for several years, had suddenly been sold, he followed out of curiosity about the buyer. I never expected that the buyer would be so young. And an orphan. So that's all he's achieved so far. It's all earned by his own efforts. For a moment, Mr. Zhang admired Wang Zhan incomparably. The service is also more attentive. Thank you, but I won't bother you. I should almost go to Didi, and I can buy it myself when I pass by the mall. Looking at the time, Wang Zhan said. There is too much time spent in a day at the house today. You have to hurry up and take orders. Run, did I? Mr. Zhang thought he had misheard. Yes. Mr. Zhang. The hobby of the rich, he really doesn't understand. After leaving the villa, Wang Zhan drove the car directly to the gas station. Luxury cars are good for everything. It's just too much oil. No, the tank bottomed out again. As soon as Wang Zhan stopped the car, a staff member hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Wang, hello, it's a pleasure to serve you. All the staff were notified as soon as possible. Their new boss is a guy who drives a high-spec version of the Bugatti Veyron. So when they see this super stylish sports car, they already know the identity of the owner. Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan rolled down the window and waited patiently for the staff to refuel, when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Follow the sound. I saw Su Jia poking her head out of the Maserati and constantly waving at him. Su Jia had just refueled and was about to leave when he saw a Bugatti Veyron slowly driving in. She looked at the cab with surprise. Sure enough, it was Wang Zhan. Parking the car on the side of the road, Su Jia got out of the car and walked towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, what a coincidence. It's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence, it's just a matter of fate. Su Jia said half jokingly and half seriously. Two chance encounters, not what is the arrangement of fate. Wang Zhan. Old classmate, add a WeChat first, and contact me often if I have nothing to do in the future. Su Jia took out her mobile phone directly. Last time, she didn't add Wang Zhan's WeChat, and her intestines were about to regret it. For this, I also got into a fight with several other female classmates. If you say anything this time, you have to add WeChat first. Okay. Wang Zhan couldn't refuse, so he took out his mobile phone. I'll sweep you. Su Jia swept it directly. Successfully became friends with Wang Zhan, Su Jia was very happy. At this moment, the staff stopped refueling. Mr. Wang, your fuel tank is full. Have a great trip. Dizzy. This big sister is a double standard. I wasn't so polite to myself just now. Su Jia was complaining, but saw Wang Zhan starting the car slowly, with no intention of paying. Wang Zhan, you forgot to pay, right? Su Jia kindly reminded. Before Wang Zhan could speak, the eldest sister spoke first. Mr. Wang doesn't have to pay. Damn, isn't it? Does this cheering eldest sister not succeed in the king's battle? Not only is the attitude so polite, but even the gas money is free. No, who is Wang Zhan, we don't take advantage of this little advantage. Su Jiden said arrogantly, who made you free? Do you think we are the ones who can't afford to pay for gas? How much? No one will be missing you. Come on, the eldest sister blinked in confusion. What's going on? Seeing the eldest sister standing there stupidly, Su Jia said again, I said eldest sister, how much does the fuel cost, you just say it. Not really. The eldest sister looked embarrassed. Looking for money from your boss? I'm going to die. She doesn't want to lose her job yet. Wang Zhan, people don't want it, but we can't not give it, we can't take advantage of the eldest sister, you can just give 23,000, and count her tip as much. Seeing that Su Jia asked Wang Zhan to give money, the eldest sister was so frightened that her face changed. I really don't have to give. Why don't you give it? You come on, I give money, it's a natural thing. Miss, don't embarrass me, I don't dare to take the boss's money. The eldest sister is going to cry. Mister? What boss? Su Jia took a while to react. Could it be that Wang Zhan is the owner of this gas station? No wonder you don't have to give money for refueling. The whole gas station is his. What money to give? Made such an oolong, Su Jia suddenly blushed. She hurriedly apologized, Wang Zhan, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the boss here, I'm sorry, I made a joke. It's okay. Also, I used to dislike your profession, during this time I have deeply reflected, I'm sorry, I shouldn't judge people by their appearance, I hope you can accept my sincere apology. He said it with great sincerity. Wang Zhan didn't take it to heart, and said with a smile, the past is over, there is no need to mention it again. And do you still consider me a friend? Of course. Receiving Wang Zhan's affirmative reply, Su Jia instantly smiled. Wang Zhan, next week's class reunion, everyone especially wants you to participate, you will definitely participate, right? Su Jia asked cautiously. I don't want to go. The class reunion this year has long since changed its taste, and Wang Zhan is not interested. If you have this time, you might as well take a few more orders. But if you don't go, everyone will be very sad, and we all want you to share with us how we got to where we are now. Don't be in a hurry to reject me, think about it, will you? What if you're free that day? Besides, I've been busy lately. Having said that, Wang Zhan was really embarrassed to refuse, so he could only prevaricate casually. I'm a little hungry, I don't know if it's an honor to invite Mr. Wang to dinner together? Su Jie took the initiative to send out an invitation. I've got a little bit of something to do. It won't delay you. This. Wang Zhan was thinking about how to refuse Su Jie, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Who are you, you? My boyfriend doesn't want to eat with you, can't you tell? P.S. Ask again, is there really no one to send flowers? Chapter 016, The War Between Green Tea. Su Jie followed the voice and looked over. I saw a woman about 170 tall, with delicate facial features, beautiful white skin, and a maroon wavy hair, walking over. In terms of beauty, he is not inferior to himself at all. Especially the long legs. Is it really Wang Zhan's girlfriend? Su Jie looked at Wang Zhan suspiciously, only to see his inexplicable face. This expression. This reaction. It's not like seeing a girlfriend. Scold. This woman is really good at putting gold on her face. With a sneer, Su Jie pretended to be pity and said, she looks very beautiful, but unfortunately her brain is not very good, and when she sees a handsome guy, she says it is her boyfriend. Oops, it's pretty sharp. Zhou Min sneered, although Wang Zhan is not my boyfriend yet, he is fast. In the past, it was her fault that she missed a handsome and golden gold stock like Wang Zhan, but she knew that she was wrong and knew that she was lost. She decided that no matter what, she would chase Wang Zhan down. With her beauty, plus 42 inches of long legs. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to win the king's war. What do you mean soon? I'm warning you. You can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. I will be Wang Zhan's girlfriend. Su Jie looked at Zhou Min like a retarded face. I don't know how many layers of powder on my face have melted, and I dare to rob her of a man? Does she deserve it? You? You also met him on a blind date? Zhou Min asked rhetorically. Blind date? He. It's only an old and ugly woman like you who needs a blind date. Su Jie turned on the taunt mode, he and I are old classmates. Oh. I've known each other for so many years, but it's just a classmate relationship, and I guess it will only be a classmate relationship in the future. Zhou Min had an expression of victory. Knew that Wang Zhan would not like her. Otherwise, how can I still be just classmates after knowing each other for so long? Yo, you look more than 30 years old, right? Women, once they are over 30, it is difficult to find a partner, they can only go on a blind date. If they get along, it is naturally a beautiful thing, but if they don't match, it is too shameless to stalk men. Su Jie is not a fuel-efficient lamp either. In a word, Zhou Min's sore spots. Women care most about their age, and in front of their favorite objects, they are ridiculed for their age, and they can't stand it. Zhou Min immediately shot back. You look really young, your pores are bigger than your nostrils, and you don't miss the hyaluronic acid, right? Don't forget to pull the nasolabial folds on your neck the next time you get a facelift. You can trap a fly. And your clothes, it's a famous brand, and you know it's street goods when you look at the style. 10 yuan for 3 pieces, or an expired style. If you look at your waist again, it's as thick as a tire. Have you ever wondered how the skirt feels? Is worthy of being a real estate agent, Zhou Min's eloquence. Thunderbolt said it without applause. You. Su Jie trembled, eager to tear Zhou Min's mouth immediately. That's enough. Wang Zhan snorted coldly. Woman, it's really troublesome. Obviously they don't know each other, how can they quarrel like shrews? He was afraid that if he didn't stop it, the two would fight directly. After all, this is a public place, they don't have a face, he still has to save face. Especially in front of their own employees. Seeing Wang Zhan's displeasure, Zhou Min rolled his eyes at Su Jie as a victor. Su Jie gritted her teeth. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Leave this little smashing for now. Can't ruin his image as a lady in Wang Zhan's heart. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Jia finally restrained the urge to hit someone. Zhou Min put on the most charming smile in his opinion, and said to Wang Zhan in a loud voice, Wang Zhan, we have met one after another, do you say that we are destined? Wang Zhan. What is destined? The ghost will not go away, right? Phew. It's still fateful. I think it's you stalking. Maybe you've been following Wang Zhan and deliberately creating a chance encounter. Su Jie said and put her hand directly on the handlebar of the Bugatti Veyron. Wang Zhan, I'll take your car, let's go. A psychopath like this, we have to stay away from her. Let's go. No way. This cheap woman actually wants to get on Wang Zhan's car. This old lady has never been in this car. Why are you sitting? Zhou Min was so angry that he couldn't wait to chop off this restless hand immediately. She stepped forward angrily and pulled it, directly pushing Su Jia to the ground. Get out of here. You're pushing me? Su Jia didn't expect Zhou Min to do it first. She couldn't hold back any longer, got up from the ground, and went straight up to slap twice. How dare you hit me? You slut. See if I don't kill you. Zhou Min grabbed Su Jia's hair like crazy. My mother has put up with you for a long time. Su Jia also grabbed Zhou Min's hair and fought back without showing weakness. Hiss. Zhou Min gasped in pain. Not to be outdone, she increased the strength in her hand. Damn, I'll fight with you, old lady. Su Jia grabbed Zhou Min's hair with one hand and grabbed her face with the other. How dare you catch me? You want to disfigure me. You die. Zhou Min dragged Su Jia's hair with one hand and kept grabbing her indiscriminately with the other, pinching a few handfuls fiercely. The old lady fought with you. Looking at the two people who were scuffling together, Wang Zhan was completely speechless. Yes. You guys fight slowly. I don't know you. He started the car directly and left quickly. Hey, the handsome guys are gone, do you still want to fight? Stop fighting, let's chase someone. Gas stations are inherently crowded. The Bugatti Veyron is particularly eye-catching. A lot of people have been paying attention to this in the first place. At this moment, seeing the two beauties scuffling together, everyone was not too much to do, and they were coaxing on the side. It's a pity that Zhou Min and Su Jia are now blushing and completely losing their minds. I don't even know when Wang Zhan will leave. The two are playing happily and don't give in to each other. Holy! It's so exciting to watch beautiful women fight. Don't panic in advance when you encounter this, take out your mobile phone and post a Weibo. Many people took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the images in front of them. Chapter 017, 8 Lifetimes of Blood Mold. There were a lot of people who filmed the scene at the scene. Wang Jian is one of them. He is a travel blogger, and he usually likes to post on Weibo when he sees interesting things. It is rare to see two beauties fighting, and Wang Jian naturally wants to share it with his fans as soon as possible. Edit the title Two Beauties staged a full martial arts at the gas station. Attached is a video of the shooting. Wang Jian clicked send. Unexpectedly, in less than 10 minutes, his Weibo exploded. It's terrible for women to fight. I'm afraid, I don't want to get married. If anyone is favored by these two people, they will also fall into blood mold for 8 lifetimes. I have to find an ugly wife in the future, otherwise I will be the one who will be beaten. Isn't it good to be single? It scared my legs weak. These 42-inch long legs, kicking people is really not ambiguous, I am trembling. Why does a tall woman look so familiar? It's like my senior sister. Come on, the landlord must have admitted his mistake. How can a graduate of a key university be like a shrew? It's not necessarily, maybe it's stupid to read. I think I've seen a shorter woman, too. Seems to be a colleague's girlfriend? Don't joke upstairs, do you know why these two are fighting? Just to be jealous of a handsome guy. If it's really your colleague's girlfriend, please your colleague's psychological shadow area. Ha ha. Men are so pitiful, they can't get along with old age all their lives. When I was a child, I was afraid of my father, I was afraid of my teacher when I studied, I was afraid of my wife when I got married, I was afraid of my wife when I was on a business trip, and I was afraid of the old man next door. 666. An incisive comparison upstairs. What handsome guy, so good, let two beauties fight. I don't know if it's good or not, anyway, I'm on the scene, and the Bugatti Veyron is really handsome. Damn. Bugatti Veyron. No wonder. For a time, countless people commented and forwarded. Wang Jian's Weibo became popular. In the shortest possible time, it spread all over the internet. Cheng Shuifeng, who was stunned by Zhou Min, was resting on the sofa. Suddenly, the phone vibrated non-stop. She took it out and saw that many old classmates in the group of classmates had taken her seriously. What happened? Cheng Shuifeng opened the group of classmates. Shuifeng, your Zhou Min is on fire. Fierce. I really didn't see it, I look very thin, and my strength is quite big. I guess she didn't go to the gym less, but fortunately, my son doesn't like fitness. What's on fire? Cheng Shuifeng, who was confused, asked directly in the group. Soon, someone sent a small video. In the video, inside a gas station, Zhou Min was scuffling with another woman. Her nose was blue and her face was swollen, and she could barely see what she had been. His hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. There are also several bruises on the arms. And the woman wasn't much better. The two of them were inextricably linked, and in the end, the gas station staff forcibly pulled the two apart. After watching the video, Cheng Shuifeng's blood pressure rose in a straight line. Is this shrew-like woman really her daughter? Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it. It's really Zhou Min. Just then, the door opened. The embarrassed Zhou Min is back. Mom, I'm back. Get out of here. I don't have a daughter like you. Cheng Shuifeng was going to drive Zhou Min out without saying a word. Mom, what's wrong with you? What are you doing with me? Zhou Min didn't know that the video of the fight with Su Jia had been posted on the internet. You can do it now. Actually got into a fight with someone at a gas station. You can do such a shameful thing. You don't want to be a man, I want to be a man. Pushing Zhou Min out of the house, Cheng Shuifeng slammed the door shut. Knowing that her mother was angry, Zhou Min could only go to her aunt's house to live temporarily. At the same time, in a luxury apartment in Fairview Garden, Zheng Chao's face turned off the video from his colleague. Su Jia. Fight in the street for other men. Anyone who knows them now, knows about it. This makes him how to meet people in the future. Zheng Chao directly dialed Su Jia's phone. Su Jia, where is it? Get back to me right now. I'm in the hospital, so I'm not available. Su Jia is treating her wounds in the hospital. Damn it! That old woman. I didn't expect to be so ruthless. However, she is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and it is estimated that the other party's body will only have more injuries than her. Come back to me right now. Zheng Chao's voice was low, and Su Jia was a little inexplicably scared when he heard it. I had no choice but to take the medicine and hurry home. Why are you in such a hurry to come back to me? As soon as Su Jia entered the door, he was choked by the neck, and the whole person was pressed against the wall. Zheng Chao, what are you doing? Su Jia, ask yourself, am I not good to you? What nerves are you? Su Jia asked with some weakness. Could it be that Zheng Chao knows something? No, it's a little secret from her heart. I haven't told anyone, and Zheng Chao is even more unlikely to know. I don't admit it yet. For the sake of a man, the video of you fighting with someone else has gone viral. The video of the fight went viral? Who filmed her online? Now that Zheng Chao already knows, it is just right to break up. Zheng Chao, since you already know, I won't hide it from you, let's break up. As she spoke, Su Jia reached out to push Zheng Chao. This action only angered Zheng Chao even more. His movements are more rude. Syllable. Su Jia was slapped by him and fell to the ground. Then Zheng Chao was still angry. Kick after kick, keep kicking. You're going to break up with me. Who bought the house you live in? Who bought the car you drive? Who bought the name brand you wear? Squeeze it dry and you want to kick me. Don't dream. It hurts. Hurts. Please, stop fighting. I know it's wrong. Don't dare anymore. Sujia only felt that her whole body hurt badly, crying and begging. After fighting for half an hour, Zheng Chao finally got tired, and looked at Sujia with tears in his eyes. Don't blame me, you brought this on yourself. Chapter 018, Advanced Quantum Theory. After Wang Zhan drove the car out of the gas station, he actually didn't go far. He parked his car on the side of the road and silently observed the traffic at the gas station. In less than half an hour, at least 24 vehicles drove in to refuel. It is estimated that each gas station makes at least tens of thousands of dollars per day. A total of 99 gas stations under your name. That's millions a day. That's tens of millions a month. What if you can't spend so much money? Wang Zhan immediately decided to drive this Bugatti Veyron directly to take orders. It doesn't matter if he makes money or not, he mainly experiences the joy of receiving orders. Wang Zhan opened the software page and prepared to start taking orders. Didi, you have a new order. Take orders. You have received a customer with a tail number of 9789. Please go to Huijin Building to pick up passengers. Huijin Building was not far from him. Wang Zhan started the car and drove slowly. From a distance, I saw Jiang Xinxin carrying a large bag and a small bag, standing on the platform waiting for the train. Carrying more than a dozen shopping bags, Jiang Xinxin didn't feel tired at all. She never thought that she could get more than 100,000 yuan just by selling a house. After making an advance of 20,000 yuan in cash from the manager, Jiang Xinxin came to Huijin Building to shop. For the first time in her life, she made so much money, and she bought a gift for her parents, grandparents, and grandparents. There are too many things, and it is inconvenient to take the bus, so Jiang Xinxin chose Didi to call a taxi. The software shows that the order is a black Nissan. Jiang Xinxin looked in the direction of the car for a long time, but she didn't see Nissan. It was a super handsome and cool sports car parked in front of him. Wang Zhan rolled down the window. Jiang Xinxin? Mr. Wang, hello. Jiang Xinxin didn't expect to meet Wang Zhan, so she politely said hello. It seems that she is her own customer. Wang Zhan unlocked the car. Get in the car. Ha? Jiang Xinxin was stunned for a while. Is Wang always ready to send himself home? But I had already called Didi just now, and the other party was also in the process of coming. It's not good to cancel the order right now. So she shook her head. Mr. Wang, thank you in advance, but I have already called Didi, and it should be there soon. I'm the car you called. Wang Zhan shook his phone, and the page was his order-taking page. He hasn't updated the vehicle information on the software backend. So it's still Nissan that is shown. No wonder Jiang Xinxin didn't believe it. I'm sorry for you. Jiang Xinxin smiled slightly, trying to keep herself calm. Oh, my God. Is Mr. Wang really a Didi driver? Even use Bugatti Veyron to take orders. I guess the money I make is not even enough for gas, right? Wrong. A super rich man like him runs Didi to make money, and basically to experience life and serve the people. Rich people are really different. Even my ideological consciousness is beyond the reach of ordinary people like me. Along the way, Jiang Xinxin couldn't hide the excitement in her heart. In this life, it's the first time to take a good car. This car simply subverted her impression of the car. Mr. Wang, thank you. Today I made my first pot of gold. Jiang Xinxin was very grateful. Nothing, you deserve it. Wang Zhan raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Mr. Wang, are you still satisfied with the housekeeping service? If there's anything else you need, just ask. It's good, I don't need anything for now. Seeing Wang Zhan concentrating on driving, Jiang Xinxin didn't speak again. 20 minutes later, Wang Zhan followed the navigation, arrived at the entrance of the community, and parked the car. Open the car door and press the familiar service on the mobile phone interface. Mr. Wang, thank you. After getting out of the car, Jiang Xinxin thanked her again. Her face was a little flushed, and she looked like she wanted to say something. Wang Zhan asked, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Xinxin's face turned even redder when she was seen to be on her mind, trying to calm herself. "Mr. Wang, can I take a photo with your car?" "No problem." Jiang Xinxin took a selfie and couldn't control her excitement anymore. Posted a circle of friends. Thank you Didi for making me feel the joy of riding a Bugatti Veyron. In less than a minute, dozens of replies. Jiang Xinxin didn't expect that her selfie would blow up the circle of friends. Big beauty, when did you find such a rich boyfriend? Tell us about it? A boyfriend is a boyfriend. Is also a Didi driver, and now show affection and play like this? Under the lemon tree, you, me, and her. I'll admit I'm sour. Sure enough, selling a house is the easiest way to get to know the rich. I want to change careers. Sister Xinxin, is your company still short of people? I'll report tomorrow? Jiang Xinxin didn't expect that her circle of friends would cause everyone to misunderstand. Seeing that everyone thought they were showing affection, Jiang Xinxin couldn't cry or laugh. She wants to have such a good, rich, and low-key boyfriend. Pity. She explained helplessly under the comments. Don't get me wrong, I really took a Didi taxi ride. Tease me, I call a car every day, how come I've never seen a Bugatti Veyron? Only a fool will drive a Bugatti Veyron to run Didi. Isn't this a huge loss? Not enough fuel. Didi gave you advertising endorsement money? Don't try to fool me into using Didi taxi. Are you in a relationship with a Didi executive? I give 100 points for this wave of advertising. Humph. Believe it or not. Possessing the ideological consciousness of the Bugatti Veyron people is something that ordinary people can understand. Too lazy to pay attention to this group of ordinary people, Jiang Xinxin withdrew from the circle of friends, opened the Didi software, and began to evaluate. Must have a 5-star review. The driver is invincible and super handsome, the interior of the car is clean and flawless, the car skills are first class, the driving is stable, the service is super good, the attitude is super good, in short, it is a super perfect ride experience. Jiang Xinxin couldn't help but write a wave of rainbow farts. At the same time, Wang Zhan's mind sounded the prompt sound of the system. Ding! The host received a 5-star review, giving passengers an ultra-perfect experience and rewarding advanced quantum theory. Wang Zhan frowned slightly. Advanced quantum theory, what the hell is this? P.S. Although I ask for flowers every day, I will say that one is also love, but I can see that the number of flowers is really rising one by one. I just want to say. Dear, please smash as much as you want. Chapter 019, do you know what new energy is? Wang Zhan put aside the rewards of the system for the time being and continued to take orders. Didi, you have a new order. Take orders. You received a customer with a tail number of 3666. Please go to Lankai University to pick up passengers. Lankai University? Could it be that it was a college student who placed the order? Wang Zhan started the car and drove towards Lankai University. When I was about to reach my destination, my phone vibrated. It's a message from a customer. I'm dressed in red. There were people coming and going at the gate of Lankai University, but Wang Zhan still saw a touch of red in the crowd at a glance. It was a tall lady with a black backpack standing at the bus stop in front of the school. The appearance is at least 90 points, and the distance is far away. Wang Zhan can't see it very clearly. But the thin, long and straight legs under the long skirt, Wang Zhan gave 100 points. The beautiful woman in red stood there, a scenery of her own. Wang Zhan parked the car directly in front of her. He lowered the window and said as usual, "Hello, please get in the car." Yuan Fei looked around and was sure that the owner of the car was talking to him. Bugatti Veyron? Is another rich second generation who picks up a conversation. Scold. Yuan Fei, who always encounters such a situation every month, is no longer surprised. Today, though, this one is more straightforward. Just call someone to get in the car? Did he think that when he saw a luxury car, the girl would desperately squeeze upward? Won't anyone refuse them? It's really superficial. She didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Zhan and stood there and continued to wait for the car. It's weird. Looking at the time, the Didi car you called should have arrived. Why haven't you seen a Nissan yet? She also specially told the driver the red clothes she was wearing, just so that the driver could find herself at first sight. I actually made myself wait for so long a day, and I had to give a bad review. Please get in the car. Seeing that the girl was standing there and didn't move, Wang Zhan called again. Yuan Fei glared at Wang Zhan. This man, don't think that you can pick up girls at will if you drive a sports car. I'm sorry, I don't have any interest in people like you. Wang Zhan. It seems that driving a sports car to take orders is not completely without shortcomings. No, it's misleading again. Hello lady, I'm the Didi driver you called. Does my IQ look like it's low? Who'd have fool? There are Didi drivers who drive tens of millions of cars? Yuan Fei looked disgusted. This rich boy doesn't know where he learned the routine. Do you think that if you say it is a Didi driver, you can deceive yourself into getting into the car? Think you don't have common sense? Who will drive the Bugatti Veyron to run Didi? Your phone tail number is 3666. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Wang Zhan directly reported the tail number of the other party's mobile phone. How do you know my tail number? Yuan Fei looked shocked. Just sent me a message saying you're wearing red. Yuan Fei. Except for the driver who took the order, no one else would know about the message they had just sent. So, is he really a Didi driver? Is there really a Didi driver who drives a Bugatti Veyron? Can anyone tell me what's wrong with the world? Are even drivers so rich? It's time to get in the car. I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Yuan Fei looked embarrassed. Luxury cars and beautiful women naturally attract the attention of countless people. Many students watched all this silently. Look, there is another brother boy talking to teacher Yuan. No way, who made our teacher Yuan so good looking? Do you think Mr. Yuan will get in the car? Of course not, you haven't seen how many people teacher Yuan has rejected this month. That's it, if Mr. Yuan gets in the car, it will be weird. As soon as he said this, the student's eyes widened. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yuan Fei, I actually got in the car. Oh my god. Teacher Yuan got in the car. Why didn't Teacher Yuan refuse? Teacher Yuan, it turns out that you are like this, it hurts my heart so much. The classmates, who had been watching all this, felt that they had been hurt by 10,000 points. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. After getting into the car, Yuan Fei's face was still a little red. It's fine. There are many misunderstandings, but Wang Zhan is a little used to it. After a tiring day, not long after getting in the car, Yuan Fei began to feel sleepy. In a daze, she was woken up by a ringing of her mobile phone. Hey! What? Something is wrong in the lab. Okay, I'll come right over. Hanging up the phone, Yuan Fei was completely sleepy, but he didn't expect that he had only left the laboratory for a long time, and there would be a problem. She said to Wang Zhan a little anxiously, Master, I'm sorry, I won't go to Huabei Jiayuan, please let me send you back to Lankai University. Okay. It is not uncommon for accidents to occur in the process of receiving orders. Wang Zhan made a direct U-turn at the next intersection. When I left, the experiment was good? Why did it fail suddenly? Is it really impossible to extract energy from the noble gas helium? Am I really wrong in the direction of new energy research? Yuan Fei was very confused for a while. After finishing speaking, I realized that I had actually said what I thought in my heart. And it's against a Didi driver. Forget it, if you say it, you don't say it. The other party is just a driver, how can he understand this? No, you're not wrong. Wang Zhan suddenly spoke. Yuan Fei blinked in confusion. She heard her right? This driver actually understands what he says? Deliberately pretended, right? Yuan Fei asked directly, "Do you know what new energy is?" The full name of new energy is particle radioactive energy generator, which is the ability to extract from all radioactive particles. After a pause, Wang Zhan continued, "Helium, a rare gas, is mainly found in natural gas or radioactive ores. In the atmosphere, the concentration of helium is very low, only 1 in 52,000. The helium contained in radioactive minerals is a product of alpha decay. Helium is generally used as a shielding gas, a working fluid for gas-cooled nuclear reactors, and an ultra-low temperature refrigerant." Chapter 020, Did the experiment really succeed? Yuan Fei was stunned. She just asked casually, but she didn't expect this man to be able to answer. That doesn't mean much, though. Maybe he just did a good job in high school physics, plus he was young and had a good memory. I haven't forgotten these knowledge points. If you ask a little more advanced question, he will never be able to answer it. Thinking about it this way, Yuan Fei asked directly, "Do you know what is the function of intermolecular force and potential energy?" In the past, Wang Zhan would never be able to answer this question. But at this moment, Yuan Fei's question had just been asked. The answer automatically popped into his mind. The parameters of the potential energy function can be obtained from the physical properties of the substance, and the most commonly used physical properties are the second-dimensional coefficient and the gas viscosity. The potential energy function between polar molecules is related to the spatial orientation of the molecule. An empirical approach is to average the electrostatic operation and induction in azimuth to obtain polar molecules, which can still be used in the form of the LJ equation, but the parameters will vary with temperature. Yuan Fei. She was completely stunned. All right. Could it be that the man in front of him is a hidden scholar? Otherwise, why do you even know about graduate knowledge? I didn't expect you to know so much about new energy. I don't know if you can help me solve a problem? The ghost sent the gods, Yuan Fei asked. Tell me about it. I am currently doing a research on a new energy battery. I want to convert helium energy into energy, but the experiment always ends in failure. I really doubt that my research direction is wrong. Yuan Fei said of the problems encountered in the laboratory. Wang Zhanjingsa said, "Your research direction is not wrong, although helium is the least active gas, but once the least active gas is lively, the ability to explode is absolutely amazing. New energy is now the talk of the whole world. If her experiment is successful, a major breakthrough will be made in the field of new energy in China." That's what I thought, so I use air pressure to press air in, separate helium in a cylinder, and then liquefy the helium to make a new energy battery. But for some reason, experiments always fail. After stating the principle of his experiment, Yuan Fei looked at Wang Zhan with a nervous expression. It's so profound, I'm not sure if he can understand it. Wang Zhan thought for a while and asked rhetorically, "Have you ever thought about fusing helium with other substances?" "Ha? Fusion?" Yuan Fei asked in surprise. Helium is known to be the least reactive gas. Can it fuse with other substances? Can you? The answer is obvious, definitely not. But why did he say that? Yuan Fei asked puzzledly, what substance is it fused with? Wang Zhan suggested very seriously, you can try to fuse it with the electrolyte, remember to add some lithium. Are you sure? Yuan Fei asked. Lithium is a silvery white metallic element, soft and the least dense metal, which is used in atomic reactors, light alloys and batteries. How is it possible to fuse with helium? Sure. Well, I'll give it a try when I have time. Yuan Fei said perfunctorily. So, this man is really talking serious nonsense. Yuan Fei knocked her head, it must be that she is too tired from studying recently. Would believe this man's nonsense. I also talked to him about my research. From the moment he said he was a DD driver. I should realize that this man is different from the rich second generation before. He is more clever than them, more means, and more capable of. Yuan Fei looked out the window. Immediately to the school gate. And he did not speak again. When Wang Zhan stopped the car, Yuan Fei thanked him directly, and trotted all the way to the laboratory. What's wrong? As soon as she entered the lab, she asked anxiously. Failed again. Xiao Zhang, who studied with Yuan Fei, had a decadent face. They've failed so many times, so why can't they make it? I've been doing this experiment for almost a month. Why do you always fail? Could it be that their research is going in the wrong direction? Looking at the failed experiment, the ghost made the god worse, and Wang Zhan's suggestion suddenly sounded in Yuan Fei's mind. You can try fusing it with sodium or lithium. Perhaps, you can really try. The worst outcome is not to fail a few more times. But what if it succeeds? Yuan Fei said, Xiao Zhang, why don't we try to fuse helium with electrolyte? Fusion? Xiao Zhang's reaction was exactly the same as Yuan Fei's reaction at the beginning. A look of disbelief. Yes, now our experiments have encountered a bottleneck. The principal process has not gone wrong. The only thing that can be changed is the raw material. Since pure helium is not good, then we will try the fusion. Yuan Fei tried to convince him. You can try. Xiao Zhang nodded. There is no better way at the moment. The two said they would do it. Quickly find all the materials you need for your experiment. The two worked together and soon reached the last step. Yuan Fei wiped the sweat from her forehead a little nervously. Just put the helium substance in her hand into the prepared electrolyte. The experiment is done. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Fei directly put the helium substance into it. Laugh at. White smoke rose from the scene instantly. It's not going to catch fire, is it? Teacher Yuan, run. Xiao Zhang turned around and prepared to run away from the laboratory. I'm going to get a fire extinguisher. Yuan Fei only felt that her scalp was numb. Hell yes. I knew I couldn't trust the man's words. Well, now it's about to catch fire. If you don't do it, the lab could be destroyed in this fire. The next time you meet this man, be sure to clean him up. In just a few seconds, Yuan Fei already had countless thoughts in his mind. But her subordinates didn't stop, and soon brought a fire extinguisher. Then, there was no fire. Moreover, the white smoke is also gone. So, was the experiment a success? Yuan Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. P.S. Dear everyone, I'm asking for flowers again. The works of the same period are thousands of flowers, and I am still in the triple digits. Please send me some flowers. Thanks. 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 Chapter 021, Ask for DD driver's contact information online. Yuan Fei was full of excitement and sealed the fused substance. She couldn't believe it. It really came together. But the experiment isn't over yet. It can even be said that it has reached the most critical step. It is also the last step in the whole project. Teacher Yuan, I didn't expect us to really succeed, and it will be time to witness the miracle soon. That's right, let's charge it first. Yuan Fei put the battery in a self-made rechargeable battery made of tempered glass and started charging. After an hour, the charge was displayed and she took the battery out. Connect the test equipment that has been prepared on the bench for a long time. If the power supply can be successfully applied, then their research is half the battle. When everything is ready, Yuan Fei prepares to start the switch. Her hands trembled slightly, nervous. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Fei pressed the switch. The device starts working. Teacher Yuan, the equipment has moved. It moves. Our experiment was a success. Xiao Zhang looked excited. Don't get too happy, record the working hours of the equipment first. Yuan Fei looked calm. If the power supply capacity is insufficient to meet their requirements, the experiment cannot be considered a success. If you can supply power for 2 hours, it's basically up to standard. Xiao Zhang took out the form and began to record the data. You pay attention to the equipment, I'll write the paper. Okay. Inside the laboratory. One is an observation device, the other is busy with a thesis. No one finds it boring. 2 hours passed quickly. Teacher Yuan. It's been 2 hours. The equipment is still running. Xiao Zhang said excitedly. Keep recording. Yuan Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. Their experiment really worked. The results may be even better than they expected. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Just staring at the operation of the equipment, but Xiao Zhang did not feel bored at all. An hour later, he poured himself a cup of coffee to refresh himself. Continue to observe the operation of the equipment. 2 hours later, Xiao Zhang drank another cup of coffee. After another 20 minutes, the device stopped working. Teacher Yuan, the equipment is down. It worked for a total of 5 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, my God. This power supply capacity is also too powerful. Xiao Zhang's voice was full of joy. We've finally made it. Yuan Fei's eyes moistened suddenly. After so much effort, it was finally not in vain. These are tears of joy and joy. Finally a good night's sleep. Busy with research, Xiao Zhang hasn't slept for a long time. Xiao Zhang, I've worked hard lately, you go back to rest, and I'll kick the paper out. After Xiao Zhang left, Yuan Fei has been sitting at the computer. Slender fingers kept tapping on the computer keyboard. In the silence of the night, there was only the sound of keyboard tapping. She sat in front of the computer, not feeling tired at all. Finally, at dawn, the paper was written. After checking it, she opened the official homepage of the authoritative website. Filling in the author's information and email, it took about 10 minutes to get these miscellaneous things, and Yuan Fei finally reached the last step, clicking to upload the paper. Do you want to upload new energy of the future helium? Yuan Fei quickly clicked OK. Looking at the computer screen displaying "We have received your submission and will reply to you as soon as possible," Yuan Fei stretched. Now she just has to wait patiently for the results and expect to receive a reply in a week. Yawning, Yuan Fei closed the computer and was about to go home to rest. Suddenly, the phone shook slightly. Who would message her so early? When the unlock screen opens, it is an email reminder. The moment she saw the email title, Yuan Fei was stunned. She almost suspected that she had read it wrong, and couldn't help but whisper it silently. How can it be? This is a copyright authorization agreement from an authoritative website. In other words, her paper has just been submitted, but it has already entered the so-called proof process. That's too fast, isn't it? Yuan Fei turned on the computer again in disbelief. Log into your email and download the agreement in the email. The authorization agreement was signed as required and the electronic file was sent back to the address given in the mail. After waiting for about 5 minutes, she refreshed the page where she had submitted. Under review. Yuan Fei felt that her heart was beating a little hard. Many colleagues on this website have submitted papers, and from their mouths, Yuan Fei knows that most of the time, the manuscript will be stuck in the technical editor's place several times. They'll email you and ask you to keep revising. But Yuan Fei didn't expect her to pass it once. After passing the format review by the technical editors, her paper will be reviewed by a professional academic editor, also known as external review. And this stage of the review is the most rigorous and lengthy process. Because under normal circumstances, academic editors themselves are also busy researchers, and review is unpaid work and requires a lot of energy, so when to contribute to the academic community for free depends on the mood of the reviewer. If you encounter a more frictional or busy one, it is not an exaggeration for you to be stuck in this link for a month or two. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Yuan Fei refreshed the webpage again. Reviewed and approved. Her paper will be published in this month's issue of the journal and will be included in a database for researchers around the world to access and citify. Oh, my paper is about to be published. Yuan Fei's heart was full of excitement, jumping, and it took a few minutes before he calmed down. Overnight, the trial was successful and the paper was published. Yuan Fei felt like a dream. And all this because of the help of that man. Oh, my God. I don't even know what the other person's name is. Why not leave the other party's contact details? Yuan Fei, who looked annoyed, took out her mobile phone again and prepared to ask for help from the circle of friends. Almighty circle of friends, I don't know if anyone knows a DD driver who drives a Bugatti Veyron. If you know, please tell me his contact information. I am grateful, I will thank you. Chapter 022, Teacher, this driver must be a big liar. Yuan Fei's online request for help instantly alarmed many people, including her students, colleagues, leaders, and loved ones. Their first reaction was that Yuan Fei had been deceived. Teacher Yuan, you are innocent. How can there be a Didi driver who drives Booty plus Veyron? He's a liar at all. Student Zhang Yang left a message. Although I don't want to say that, I still have to warn you that you may have been deceived. College roommate Lu Ting left a message. Goddess, I have been working part-time Didi for 2 years, I know most of the drivers, but I never know which driver bought Booty plus Veyron. You must have met a scammer. High school classmate Lu Jian left a message. Yuan Fei, don't focus on work in the future, go out and make more friends, and don't easily believe what others say. The school leader left a message. Fei Fei, why are you so simple? You don't know if you've been deceived. The sister-in-law left a message. Life experience tells me, cousin, you have met a super rich second generation with clever means. My cousin left a message. Although the other party has deceived you professionally, for the sake of Buddy Garviran, you can consider dating him. The little ant left a message. Yuan Fei looked at everyone's messages, crying and laughing. Everyone thinks she's met a liar. In order to avoid causing more misunderstandings, Yuan Fei explained in the circle of friends. Yesterday I called Didi at the school gate, and the system showed that the vehicle receiving the order was Nissan, but it actually came from Booty Gavlon. The driver who drove the car was a handsome guy and looked very young. He did me a great favor yesterday and forgot to leave the other party's message at the time. Now I want to thank him in person, and if anyone knows him, please let me know his contact information. So that's the case, although I don't believe that this handsome guy who drives Booty plus Veyron is really a Didi driver, but I still helped the teacher to ask friends to see if anyone knows him. I'm a Didi driver, I know a lot of people, and I'm sure no one drives a Booty plus Veyron to run Didi. I'm scared to death. It's good that Mr. Yuan hasn't been deceived. I think I may have misunderstood this handsome guy. He didn't take the initiative to ask Mr. Yuan for contact information. It doesn't seem like there's anything else going on. Not necessarily, maybe it's the latest routine. It's not that Mr. Yuan is looking for his contact information everywhere. I learned another trick, and when I meet a beautiful woman in the future, I also say that I am a Didi driver. Teacher Yuan, don't fall into the other party's trap. If you can buy Booty plus Veyron, this person should be very good. Fei Fei, you must seize the opportunity. Goddess, since you ask for help, I will do my best to help and forward it to the circle of friends immediately. I helped forward it, although I'm sure that the people around me shouldn't know the god who owns Booty Veyron, but the circle of friends is so small, maybe someone really knows? Although there are still many people who don't believe it, there are also many people who take the initiative to help forward it. For a while, the circle of friends was full of help-seeking information. The response was similar. Most of it is ridicule. There is no useful information. Yuan Fei was about to give up when she suddenly received a message from her high school classmates. I also saw it in the circle of friends yesterday, and some people said thank you Didi for letting her ride the Bugatti Veyron. I thought this was the latest show of affection, but I didn't expect it to be true. I recommend the other party's WeChat to you, and you ask her yourself. Thank you, old classmate, for inviting you to dinner another day. After replying, Yuan Fei immediately sent a friend application to Jiang Xinxin. Hello, may I ask if you really called a Bugatti Veyron yesterday when Didi called a car? Jiang Xinxin had just arrived at the company and looked at the latest friend application. This is the 436th friend application from last night to now. She didn't pass right away, but replied directly, I'm sorry, I don't have his contact information. Replied to the message, Jiang Xinxin went directly to the circle of friends and deleted the message sent yesterday. Originally, she was just excited for a moment and posted a circle of friends. Unexpectedly, overnight, I received a lot of friend applications. All of them asked her if she had the contact information of the car owner. Can Mr. Wan's contact information be revealed casually? Of course not. In order to prevent harassment from other strangers, Jiang Xinxin directly deleted yesterday's circle of friends. Seeing that the other party replied without 2 words on the phone, Yuan Fei looked disappointed. I wanted to have a casual chat with each other. As a result, the other party did not approve his friend application for a long time. Forget it, maybe the other party is the same as her, and he didn't find the main contact information of the car. Cities are not big, but small is not small. I'm sure there will be a chance to encounter it. Wang Zhan, who had just gotten up, didn't know how much his words yesterday had changed Yuan Fei's life. At this moment, he finished breakfast and was about to go out to work when his mobile phone suddenly rang. It was Su Jie's WeChat. Wang Zhan, 2 news, 1 good news and 1 bad news, which one to listen to first? Good news. Wang Zhan replied. The good news is that the reunion has been cancelled. Oh, bad news? Whether the classmates will be cancelled or not has little impact on Wang Zhan, and he is not ready to participate anyway. The bad news is that Fang Yuanyuan got married next week and invited all her classmates. Fang Yuanyuan invited all our classmates to her wedding ceremony, so the classmates will cancel it directly and get together at her wedding instead. You will go too, right? After sending this message, Su Jie waited for Wang Zhan to reply. When they were in school, she and Fang Yuanyuan hated each other. Now that I heard that Fang Yuanyuan married a rich man, Su Jie naturally wanted to dress up to attend her wedding, and it was best to steal the limelight from the bride. Seeing that she hadn't received a reply message for a long time, Su Jie typed a few more words. Wang Zhan, won't it be because the groom is not you, so you won't participate? P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers online every day. Please do it and send some flowers, otherwise it may really not be on the shelf. If it can't be put on the shelves, I'm really going to drink the northwest wind. Chapter 023, Actually, I'm innocent. Wang Zhan, I still remember when you handed a love letter to Fang Yuanyuan, but you didn't expect to be caught by the head teacher, and finally wrote a 5,000-word review. Are you afraid that your old classmates will laugh at your old ugly things, so you won't go? Seeing that Wang Zhan didn't return for a long time, Su Jie sent another message. But Wang Zhan still didn't return. I guess I'm busy, otherwise I wouldn't have replied to my message. Su Jie guessed well, Wang Zhan was answering the phone. It was Aunt Zhang who called. Wang Zhan, come to your aunt's house for dinner in the evening. Aunt Zhang specially took half a day off in order to prepare dinner properly. Knowing that Wang Zhan bought a new house, she was happier than anyone else. So prepared dinner to celebrate. Okay, by the way, Auntie, when will my uncle be discharged from the hospital? Wang Zhan asked with concern. Yesterday the doctor said it was going to be soon, and it is estimated that there will be 3 or 4 more days. Then you told me in advance that I would pick up my uncle from the hospital. No, you're busy, I'll call a taxi when the time comes. Aunt Zhang didn't want to cause trouble for Wang Zhan. It's okay, it's not a hassle at all. Okay, by the way, Auntie bought you some 4-piece sets and quilts, and I'll bring them back together in the evening. After learning that Wang Zhan had bought a house, Aunt Zhang took the time to go to the home textile store to buy a 2-bed 4-piece set and a 2-bed quilt. Moving to a new house, these details will definitely not be thought of by boys. Thank you, Auntie, for letting you break the bank. Wang Zhan's heartfelt thanks. It's okay, you are busy first during this time, and Auntie will introduce you to a girl when you are done. No need. Wang Zhan was a little helpless. A must. Last time, Auntie didn't figure out Zhou Min's personality, so she introduced her to you. It was Auntie who did not do it right. Next time Auntie must take care of it first, and then introduce the girl to you. Aunt Zhang thinks that if Wang Zhan buys a house, marry a beautiful daughter-in-law, and give birth to a big fat boy, life will be perfect. Imagine that in a few years, as soon as she retired, she could help Wang Zhan take care of the children, and Aunt Zhan was very happy. Auntie, let's talk about it then. Hey, I know you're not in a hurry, okay, Auntie won't embarrass you, I'll tell you when I find a good girl. Let's do this first, Auntie is hanging, I'm going to work. Okay, see you in the evening. Hanging up the phone, Wang Zhan was in a good mood. He knew that Aunt Zhang really cared about herself. It's a nice feeling to be cared for. Hung up the phone, saw that there was unread information on WeChat, and Wang Zhan clicked in. Forehead. Su Jie still remembers the troubles of the year. Speaking of which, I am really innocent. Was fined 5,000 words for a bad review, and was misunderstood by his classmates for so many years. That love letter was obviously written by Xiao Chu at the same table to Fong Yuan, and he was just a messenger. As a result, I didn't expect to be misunderstood. And a misunderstanding is so many years. Forget it, Fong Yuan is going to get married, and she is not married to Xiao Chu, and she has nothing to explain. Wang Zhan replied simply, I will go. Okay, contact us then, we'll be together. Su Jie kept holding her mobile phone, and when she saw Wang Zhan replying, she immediately typed. Okay. Su Jie stared nervously at the page of her mobile phone, and she was very happy to see Wang Zhan agree. When the time comes, I will sit in Booty Garvian and attend in full costume, and I will definitely envy those classmates. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a face. In order to make it easier for her classmates to connect, Fong Yuan created a friend group. The people in the group are all people who are sure to attend the wedding. After Su Jie asked the other classmates to pull her in, she pulled Wang Zhan in again. After both of them joined the group, Su Jie said a word in the group. Congratulations to Fong Yuan, Wang Zhan, and I will both go. The originally calm group, because of Su Jie's words, suddenly became lively. Oh my god, Su Jie, why did you bring Wang Zhan with you? Aren't you afraid that Fong Yuan's husband will be jealous? Fong Yuan is about to get married, and you don't have too much to do. If Wang Zhan comes, it will be lively, the predecessor will see the current one, it will be wonderful to think about it. You pay attention, don't talk too much, don't make Fong Yuan angry. At this moment, Fong Yuan directly touched everyone and sent a message. Everyone is welcome to come to my wedding, and then I would like to explain to you that Wang Zhan and I are just classmates, please don't joke. The group leaders have spoken, and everyone is naturally embarrassed to ridicule again. For a while, everyone turned the topic to Wang Zhan alone. Not long ago, several girls in the class said in the class group that they saw Wang Zhan driving a Bugatti Veyron. Unfortunately, he didn't say a few words, and he left in a hurry. The boys don't believe that the car is really Wang Zhan's. Maybe he's just a substitute driver. This matter naturally has to be ridiculed. Hey, Wang Zhan, last time I heard Hinyamyo say, you drove Booty plus Veyron to send Su Jie to a friend's party, is it really fake? Their group of girls also said, you send Su Jie and leave, will it delay you to make a lot of money if you get together with your old classmates for a while? It just so happens that everyone is attending Fong Yuan's wedding together this time, you must share with us the legend of Booty Garviran. Now you're worth hundreds of millions, right? The king is always a man of status, what are you doing here? People drive to earn millions every day, how can they have time to pay attention to us? This routine is popular now, and the opposite is true. The old classmates are praising Wang Zhan on the surface, but they are actually full of irony. Sentence after sentence, endlessly. It is clear that he wants to leave Wang Zhan angry. Su Jie panicked instantly, if he did this. What if Wang Zhan is angry and doesn't go to the wedding? She's also counting on getting out in the limelight in his car. Su Jie couldn't hold back anymore and sent a message. Can you people not be so yin and yang when you talk? Oh, Su Jie, I haven't seen you for many years, and you still help Wang Zhan. I can't stand this little joke between my classmates, so when I was at the scene, watching Fong Yuan enter a beautiful married life, he was emotional, drank a little more wine, and accidentally started a drunken madness on the scene? It's just that what we say is for his good. Su Jie is going crazy. Is this still a classmate? Chapter 024, The Car Must Be Rented. Su Jie's anger was about to explode, and he was thinking about how to go back. The group message suddenly prompted that Fong Yuan invited too much money is also a mistake to join the group chat. Who is this? The nickname is actually too much money is also a mistake. Why don't you go to heaven? Su Jie was guessing who this new person was in the group, and Fong Yuan took the initiative to introduce his identity. Students, welcome Mr. Lu Zhongjie and Mr. Lu. Wow! It turned out to be Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, who has a mine at home. After so many years of not contacting us, I thought you had forgotten about our old classmates. I didn't expect Feng Yuan to invite you, the great god, this time. The legendary big man with a mine at home has finally appeared. Worship and worship. The big guy has arrived. Please take my knees. Lu's total assets are at least 10 million, right? It's really overwhelming. 10 million? How dare you say it? I don't think he even knows how much money he has. After all, he really has a mine. Lu is always a real successful person, a model for us to learn from and look up to. Mr. Lu is definitely the most successful model among our high school classmates, and he is also the pride of our class. His success is not comparable to Wang Zhan. The group suddenly turned on the kneeling and licking mode. After the screen was full of rainbow farts, someone brought the topic to Wang Zhan. It's not too much to watch the excitement. They fought one after another. Wang Zhan, now you and Mr. Lu are the best. Do you want to exchange experience between the two successful people? Let me wait to learn and observe. Wang Zhan, Lu always got his current success because he had a mine at home. Why are you? Is it also a mine at home? Wang Zhan, it won't be that you're busy taking orders to make money, so you won't reply, right? Wang Zhan, what about others? Wang Zhan, why don't you speak for a long time? Are you afraid to speak? Wang Zhan, did you take the order again? Next time, I won't drive, Didi will call a taxi. Anyway, it's also an old classmate, so you can take a few more orders every day. Wang Zhan, my girlfriend is about to go out, but I can't leave now. It would be nice if the Qianlong community could also call a car. Lu Zhongjie also sent a message. Holy! Is worthy of being a big guy, and he actually lives in Qianlong community. Could it be that the top villa that was sold not long ago, Qianlong number 1, was bought by you? Worship. This still needs to be asked, except for Mr. Lu, who can afford such an expensive villa. It's another wave of rainbow farts all over the screen. Lu Zhongjie is in a good mood. No wonder Wang Zhan hasn't said a word until now. It must be hiding in a corner and crying. Gee. It's really miserable. Wang Zhan didn't bother to pay attention to the group of cows, ghosts, snakes, and gods. If you have time to chat with them, you might as well take a few more orders. After setting the group to do not disturb messages, Wang Zhan went out. Driving out of the community, Wang Zhan opened the software and prepared to take orders. Originally, he didn't expect to receive orders in this area. After all, if you live here, you are either rich or expensive, and you have a car to get around. So when he heard the system prompt that there was a new order, he was a little surprised. Take orders. You received a customer with a tail number of 0408, please go to Qianlong 100 to pick up passengers. Most of the villas in Qianlong community are named by numbers. For example, Qianlong number 1, where Wang Zhan lives. Naturally, it is a high-end villa with the highest grade, the largest area, the most complete supporting facilities and the best location. And Qianlong 100, in this community, is relatively low grade. One set is about $1 million plus. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Zhan drove the car to the designated parking spot. I saw a young girl with her head down and playing with her mobile phone. Hello, are you a customer with a mobile phone ending in 0408? Wang Zhan rolled down the window. Looking at the Butiga Veylon that stopped in front of him, Lu was stunned. What a handsome sports car! I'm a Didi driver who takes orders. Afraid that the girl would misunderstand like the previous passengers, Wang Zhan directly identified herself. It's my order. Lu was a little excited. Sitting in the comfortable back seat, she still couldn't believe it. Someone actually drove a Booty plus Veyron to run Didi. Definitely come to experience life. Just then, her phone vibrate. It was a text message from my boyfriend. I won't have time to pick you up until an hour later. She quickly replied. Honey, you don't have to come back to pick me up, I just tried Didi to call a car, but I didn't expect there to be a car. It's still a Bugatti Veyron. After listening to his girlfriend's voice, Lu Zhongjie smiled and replied to a text. Can Qianlong Villa be called Didi? Or a Bugatti Veyron? Do you think this joke is funny? Seeing that her boyfriend didn't believe it, the girl secretly took a photo and sent it over. Then, quickly type out a piece of text. I didn't lie to you, look at how high-end this interior is, look at this driver, how handsome. It's just a little more ordinary. On the other end of the phone, Lu Zhongjie looked at the photo and paused for a while. Isn't this Wang Zhan? No wonder Wang Zhan has not replied in the group. It turned out that I really took the order. However, he drove Booty Galon to take orders in the Qianlong Villa area. He. The order is fake, but it's true that you meet a rich woman. Unfortunately, bad luck, the person I met was my girlfriend. Okay, got it, you stay safe. After replying to Hulu, Lu Zhongjie directly opened a group of classmates. There are only a dozen people in the group. It's all good old classmates. Guess who my girlfriend met today? The world is so big, I can't guess it. Is it an old classmate? Our class is also running Didi with Wang Zhan. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? That's right, that's what a coincidence. And Wang Zhan drove Booty Jiawailong and ran Didi near the Qianlong community. Ha ha. Will the people who bought Booty plus Veron still run Didi? The car is 100% rented, and I actually rented a car to run Didi near the Qianlong community. The intention is definitely not pure. I must want to meet a rich woman. Seriously, I'm kind of looking forward to the wedding ceremony in the near future, and he doesn't know what to do when he gets there. That is, how can you say that you are not doing well in front of your ex? Absolutely wonderful. Everyone should go early. Chapter 025, My Mother Wants to Break Up With You. Hulu didn't know that the driver in front of him was her boyfriend's high school classmate. I didn't know that a photo I secretly took made Lu Zhongjie completely misunderstand Wang Zhan. At this moment, sitting in the back seat, Hulu looked shocked. Oh, my God. This car is so handsome. Even the interior is handsome. Hulu couldn't control it and touched the leather seat. Wow. It feels super comfortable in the hand. She touched the door again. It's amazing. Oh, my God. It's a luxury car. Luxurious but not flashy. The leather, the soft material, and the wood grain veneer are all exquisite. Hulu suddenly regretted why she didn't sit in the passenger cab. This allows for a closer look at the car. However, sitting in the back seat is not completely unhelpful. At the very least, she can experience these luxurious and non-ostentatious interior touches up close. To be honest, if she sat in the front seat, under the driver's nose, she was really embarrassed to make such a move. After touching all the places that could be touched, Hulu withdrew his hand with satisfaction. He looked at Wang Zhan with curiosity. The way he holds the steering wheel with one hand is so handsome. It's hormones. And those slender, bony hands. It's like a work of art. It's the first time that Hulu has discovered that boys' hands can be so beautiful. But is such a perfect hand really the driver's hand? She couldn't help but ask, is this really your car? Well, it's mine. Wang Zhan replied lightly. This car should be expensive, how much did you buy it? Women are like that. When I see something I am interested in, I always like to ask about the price. It's not expensive, only 99.99 million. Hiss. Hulu gasped, and she asked in surprise, 99.99 million. Yes. Wang Zhan nodded. Hulu. 99.99 million. This car actually costs 99.99 million. But this handsome guy doesn't think it's expensive. It's almost 100 million, which is not expensive. How much money does he have to think that 100 million is not expensive? Start with at least a few billion. However, how could he be so rich? How could he come to run Didi? Is he here to experience life? Yes, it must be. But since it's an experience of life, shouldn't it be more down to earth? At the very least, let's get a normal car. Thinking about it like this, Hulu continued to ask, handsome guy, can you tell me why you chose to drive a luxury car to experience life? I'm not experiencing life, that's my job, I'm doing it full-time. Wang Zhan replied. Ha! You're so humorous. Is full-time a bubble? Hu Lu didn't believe it. How can anyone drive a car worth 99.99 million to take orders? How much money can you make by taking an order? How many pieces? Or a dozen pieces? That's not enough money for gas. The handsome guy is really humorous. Much more interesting than Lu Zhongjie. And when he turns with the palm of his hand on the steering wheel. Don't be too glamorous. Not only are the hands so perfect, but the appearance is even more impeccable. Good character. Consciousness is high. This man is perfect everywhere. Everywhere, there is a fatal attraction to her. Compared with him, Lu Zhongjie is simply a heaven and an earth. Obviously short and fat, he thinks he is very handsome. Looking for a boyfriend is what you should look for. This is the Prince Charming in her heart. Hu Lu plucked up the courage and said, "Handsome guy, add a WeChat." As soon as the words fell, the car stopped. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Could it be that the handsome guy wants to add his own WeChat? Definitely, otherwise how could it suddenly stop? Hu Lu took out his mobile phone, opened it and scanned it. Handsome guy, I'll sweep you. Ma'am, we've arrived. Wang Zhan reminded. Ah, it's time to stop? Hu Lu looked out the window and arrived at his destination. Fainted, how did you arrive so quickly? But after only a few words, it's here? I really want to talk to the handsome guy for a while. Beauty, you can't park here for more than 90 seconds. Seeing that Hu Lu was sitting in the seat and did not mean to get off, Wang Zhan reminded again. I'm sorry. Hu Lu blushed suddenly, and hurriedly got out of the car. By the way, your WeChat. Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Lu heard a buzzing sound. Wang Zhan stepped on the accelerator, and in an instant, only exhaust gas was left. Looking at the eye-catching 8888 license plate number disappeared from sight. Hu Lu slapped his thigh hard. Fuck me. The old lady hasn't added it to his WeChat yet. Whoa whoa whoa. God would be so cruel to her. Let her meet such an excellent man, but she doesn't know the contact information of the other party. From then on, the car could only exist in memory. I'd love to have the same car. At this moment, Hu Lu's mobile phone rang. Honey, did you get out of the car? Lu Zhongjie asked. Lu Zhongjie, I want to change the car. Hu Lu said something suddenly. Changing cars? What kind of car to change? Lu Zhongjie was a little confused. Hu Lu has no head and no brains to make a request. What is the trouble? I'm going to buy a Bugatti Veyron. What did you say? Lu Zhongjie couldn't believe his ears. Is the Bugatti Veyron a casual purchase? Start at least 10 million. I said I was going to buy a Bugatti Veyron. Hu Lu said it again. Honey, do you know how much the Bugatti Veyron costs? The cheapest one is more than 10 million, how can we afford it? I don't care, I just want this car, just say a word, buy it or not. It's not that you don't want to buy it, it's that you can't afford it, honey, don't make a fuss. Lu Zhongjie coaxed patiently. Who doesn't want a top luxury car, but he can afford it? Who is messing with you, Lu Zhongjie? I will ask you one last time, do you want to buy it or not? Lu Zhongjie also lost his patience. Buy a fart. Good. Lu Zhongjie, you can do it. He was so fierce to me. Don't you love me anymore? I'm so blind that I fall in love with such a useless man as you. A person who is richer than you is going to break up with you. Chapter 026. If we don't change cars, we'll break up. As soon as I heard Hu Lu say that anyone who opened Didi was richer than him, Lu Zhongjie immediately blew up. Hu Lu, you're usually pretty smart. I don't know why I was deceived this time. The Didi driver you met today was my high school classmate, and those who knew him knew that he was a poor person at all, and Bodyguard Iran was just rented by him. That is, you, stupidly, believe the nonsense he said. Lu Zhongjie, even if he is really poor, but he is driving a Bugatti Veyron, let me ask you, have you ever driven a car of 99.99 million? Hu Lu replied. The car is always real. Lu Zhongjie. He was speechless when he asked a word. He's never driven such a high-end car. King Zhan, Wang Zhan. Rent a car loaded with rich people, forget it. Is it necessary to rent such an expensive car? He couldn't hold his head up in front of his girlfriend. Lu Zhongjie, is he ashamed of being ashamed, and he was actually compared to a Didi driver. I'll ask you one last time, whether you can change the car or not, even if it's a second-hand one. Hu Lu took a step back. A new car is too expensive to afford, but a second-hand car can always be affordable. Hu Lu, don't make a fuss, okay? It is not a question of whether to buy or not, nor is it a question of money or not, but a matter of principle. I swore I would never buy second-hand. Whoever messes with you, in short, if you don't change cars, I'll break up with you. After speaking, Hu Lu hung up the phone. She hates Lu Zhongjie's appearance the most. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. And what is the principle of the problem? Lie to the kids. Look at the call that was hung up. Lu Zhongjie's teeth itched. When a woman is unreasonable, it is useless to say anything to her. I can only wait for her to be angry before coaxing. All this is to blame on Wang Zhan. If it weren't for him, how could Hu Lu suddenly say that he wanted to change cars? And broke up with him. Wang Zhan, you'd better not go to Fang Yuan's wedding. Otherwise, it's not as simple as watching you make a fool of yourself. A hint of fierceness flashed in Lu Zhongjie's eyes. Wang Zhan didn't know that because of this order, Lu Zhongjie hated him. After Hu Lu got out of the car, he continued to take orders. At around 5 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zhan did not take any more orders, but parked his car at the nearest gas station to Aunt Zhang's house. I took a taxi directly to Aunt Zhang's house. I didn't drive there directly, firstly, because the community where Aunt Zhang lives is relatively old, and the road is very narrow, so it is not easy to park. Second, because he didn't want to be too high profile, he didn't want to cause criticism to Aunt Zhang. When Wang Zhan arrived at Aunt Zhang's house, Aunt Zhang had already cooked a large table of dishes. Black chicken stewed snails, duck soup, husband and wife lung slices, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised hairtail. Are all dishes that Wang Zhan likes to eat. It's so hearty. Smelling the aroma of food in the air, Wang Zhan felt hungry. You are a child, just come to eat and people will come. Why do you still buy so many things? It is not easy for you to make money. Looking at the fruits, milk powder, and cereal brought by Wang Zhan, Aunt Zhang muttered for a while. Auntie, Zhou Min's mother hasn't called you again, has she? Knowing that his aunt was distressed about money, Wang Zhan deliberately changed the topic. No, Mother Zhou, who I scolded last time, has nothing to say, and it is estimated that she will have no face to call me for a while. Thinking that Zhou's mother was dumbfounded by herself, Aunt Zhan was very happy. Auntie, because of me, I'm really sorry for affecting your friendship for decades. Wang Zhan sincerely said sorry. After all, Mother Zhou and Aunt Zhang have known each other for decades. If it weren't for him, the two wouldn't have been so stiff. Auntie still has to thank you. It is said that Lu Yao knows the horsepower and sees the hearts of the people for a long time. This is not true at all. If it weren't for this, Auntie wouldn't know that Zhou's mother and Zhou Min are this kind of people. Okay, let's eat. After eating, Wang Zhan rushed to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Aunt Zhang's cooking is already very hard, so he naturally comes to wash the dishes. What a good boy. Aunt Zhang was full of comfort. After everything was cleaned up, Aunt Zhang took out a bunch of things. Come on, Wang Zhan, this is what my aunt bought for you. This is a 4-piece set, this is a quilt, and 2 sets of new clothes. Auntie, why did you buy so much and let you break the bank? Looking at these, Wang Zhan didn't know how to express his gratitude for a while. From Aunt Zhang, he felt the love of his mother. Silly boy, what are you talking about? It didn't cost Auntie much money, I just thought about you to move. These things must not be prepared, so I bought 2 sets for you to use. Aunt Zhang took out 2 sets of clothes and said with a smile, I happened to pass by the store when I got off work, and I felt that you must be handsome when I looked at the style. Buy one set for 7 or 5 discounts, 2 sets of direct 5% off, the price is not expensive, you don't dislike it. After the 2 sets of clothes are discounted, it will also cost more than 3,000. Aunt Zhang herself has never worn such expensive clothes. She is really willing to fight Wang Zhan. After all, now that Wang Zhan has a successful career, he can't wear too shabby. How can you be disgusted? I like the style picked by my aunt very much. It happened that my classmates got married next week, so I wore new clothes. Wang Zhan is not particularly particular about dressing, although this was bought by Aunt Zhang at a discount. But in his heart, these 2 outfits are more precious than all the big brands. Aunt Zhang regarded him as a very important relative, so she would buy clothes for him. For him, this dress is not only a dress, but also a symbol of love. If he wore this dress to his classmate's wedding, Aunt Zhang would definitely be very happy. Sure enough, Aunt Zhang smiled even happier when she heard Wang Zhan say she liked it. Auntie's clothes will definitely make you the most handsome person in the audience, but we have to keep a low profile and not steal the limelight from the groom. Aunt Zhang, when a classmate gets married, how much money is appropriate? Wang Zhan didn't particularly understand the human relationship, so he simply asked Aunt Zhang. I don't know about the personal contacts between your classmates, anyway, it's not to blame for the many people, you do what you can. Is there a specific standard? It's really hard to say, so let's look at the classmates who are at the same level as you, how much he gives, you can do the same. Wang Zhan nodded, indicating that he remembered. Soon it was time for Fang Yuan to get married. Early in the morning, wearing new clothes, Wang Zhan went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 cash. Chapter 027, How can you know about these cars? Today is really a good day in the yellow calendar, and it is better to get married. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Early in the morning, Wang Zhan was in a good mood. Uncle Fang, who had been hospitalized for many days, was finally discharged. After withdrawing 100,000 yuan in cash from the bank, Wang Zhan rushed to the hospital and sent Uncle Fang home. Then he rushed directly to Anlin International Hotel to attend Fang Yuan's wedding. Anlin International Hotel is the largest hotel in the area, covering an area of several thousand square meters. In addition to providing complete accommodation, the hotel also has a complete set of service institutions and facilities such as coffee room, conference room, banquet hall, swimming pool, etc. Its hall can accommodate at least 1,000 people at a time. It is the best choice for many wealthy people to hold wedding banquets. Fang Yuan spent a lot of money on this wedding and directly chartered the entire hotel. She invited not only her high school classmates, but also her junior high school and college classmates. At this moment, the entrance of the hotel is bustling, and many people have already arrived. There are also quite a few cars parked in the parking lot. A white Mercedes and a black Audi slowly pulled into the parking area, and 2 young men stepped out of the car. Xiao Chu, long time no see. Zhang Delan, we haven't seen each other since graduation. Both of them were high school classmates who came to attend Fang Yuan's wedding. The 2 were talking and laughing when they heard a booming sound. A wave of sound came over, which directly made the 2 of them can't help but look over. It turned out to be a Bugatti Veyron. Xiao Chu couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth. I don't know which rich kid is driving this car, is it Mr. Liu? Looking at the Bugatti Veyron that appeared in front of him, Zhang Delan couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamation. I'll go, this car still has to occupy 2 parking spaces. Watching the male security guard of the hotel command the supercar to go to the parking space not far from the side, Xiao Chu couldn't help but smack his tongue. I think it's normal for this kind of car to occupy 5 parking spaces, I don't know if we know the god of driving. Both of them looked over with curiosity. After seeing the faces of the people who came, both of them were stunned. It's actually Wang Zhan? When he saw the clothes Wang Zhan was wearing, Xiao Chu's expression was even more strange. Wang Zhan actually wore the same top as me. On such an important occasion, I actually hit the shirt. Embarrassing. Xiao Chu looked Wang Zhan up and down, not letting go of a detail. After a minute, he finally regained his smile. As the saying goes, it's not terrible to hit the shirt, and whoever is poor is embarrassed. Wang Zhan's whole body has no luxury. Shoes are nothing more than a few $100 bargain. In addition to the car he drove was more expensive than his, he couldn't find any other highlights at all. He guessed at the moment that this car was either borrowed or rented by Wang Zhan. Although the Mercedes-Benz he drove was also borrowed from a friend. But the jewelry on his body, Xiao Chu really made a lot of money, and he deliberately took out a loan to buy a Rolex watch. He deliberately rolled up his sleeves just to make it easier for everyone to see the watch on his wrist. With this watch, it was obviously the same clothes, and it was clear that Wang Zhan was wearing more handsome than him, but Xiao Chu felt that he looked more spiritual than Wang Zhan. Refreshing. That's so cool. The self-confidence that had been lost for a long time came back all at once. Wang Zhan, I was just thinking about who this handsome guy is. I didn't expect it to be you, kid. Xiao Chu shouted loudly. Wang Zhan turned his head to look and saw a young man wearing the same white shirt as him. The same table back then, Xiao Chu. There was also an old classmate standing next to him, Zhang Delan. Long time no see. Wang Zhan smiled. I haven't seen you since I graduated, you're still the same, a talent, I'm so happy to see you. Xiao Chu walked over and hugged Wang Zhan. It's really an old classmate meeting, and it's very affectionate. I don't know why, Wang Zhan always felt that there seemed to be some different joys in Xiao Chuliang's sparkling eyes. Of course Xiao Chu was happy. Although he didn't mix well, compared with Wang Zhan, he immediately experienced what it was like to stand out from the crowd. Especially when the two collided. Xiao Chu's smile became more and more enthusiastic, and he deliberately asked, Wang Zhan, where can you be a big boss when you drive such an awesome car? I'm running Didi. Wang Zhan told the truth. Running Didi? Xiao Chu was sure that this car was either borrowed by Wang Zhan or rented. Finally met an old classmate who was even worse than himself. How can I say that I am still a storekeeper in an office, which is much more decent than Wang Zhan running on the street all day long? He leaned into Wang Zhan's ear and asked quietly, Wang Zhan, tell you the truth, buddy, where did you borrow this car from? Can you lend me a few days? Not borrowed. Wang Zhan shook his head. It's not borrowed, it's rented. Where is it rented, and how much is the rent? I'll go back and rent it for a few days. Xiao Chu asked. Hearing Xiao Chu ask, Zhang Delan's eyes when he looked at Wang Zhan completely changed, and he said with some disgust, how much money can you make by running Didi? I'm afraid a month's salary is not enough for a day's rent, right? I'm really the owner. Wang Zhan explained. Coax me, how can you say that we are also at the same table? There is no need to continue to lie, to be honest, we will not laugh at you. Xiao Chu looked incredulous. A running Didi can actually afford to buy a Bugatti Veyron? Is Wang Zhan taking them for fools? Zhang Delan sneered, his eyes were full of indifference and contempt, and he suddenly asked, Wang Zhan, do you know how much my car cost? I don't know. Wang Zhan replied frankly. Zhang Delan suddenly showed a more contemptuous gaze. Even the Audi A8 doesn't know, how can you afford a Bugatti Veyron? Said that his car was rented, and he still refused to admit it. But that's right. How can a person who drives Didi know about these luxury cars? I've got about 2 million cars. Zhang Delan reminded. It looks good, and the price is acceptable. Wang Zhan said lightly. Strike. Zhang Delan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. If you don't pretend to be forced, you'll die. Is 2 million acceptable? Okay, pretend, you keep pretending to me. Zhang Delan said proudly, I am now an executive of a foreign-funded company, with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, plus a year-end bonus to buy this car. Well, although I don't have a job to make money, it's not bad. P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers and collections, thank you. Chapter 028, It's just a single profit. Zhang Delan felt that he was about to be angry to death. A man who runs Didi actually dares to laugh at his work as a dignified executive of a large company. Why don't you go to heaven? Taking a deep breath and calming down his anger, Zhang Delan pointed to a car not far away and said, Look at that BMW X6, the naked car is more than 1 million, and it belongs to Zhang Peng. I heard that Zhang Peng's hometown was demolished, and the demolition money was lost more than 5 million, no wonder I bought such a good car. Xiao Chu looked envious. In these years, in addition to the rich second generation, what he envies the most is the demolition of the second generation. There is also that car, Maserati Quattroporte. The naked car seems to be more than 1.6 million, Fang Yuan said in the group. It was a wedding gift from her husband. Zhang Delin pointed to another car and said, Fang Yuan can be regarded as marrying into a wealthy family. Xiao Chu's face showed a trace of regret. Anyway, Fang Yuan is also the object of his crush. Seeing that she is doing well, he is also very happy for her. Our classmates are doing pretty well, Wang Zhan said with a smile. He. It's all so straightforward, you still pretend I don't understand. Very good, since you are pretending to be stupid, don't blame me directly. Zhang Delin said very bluntly, you neither work in a large company, nor do you find a super rich girlfriend, and your home has not been demolished. We can't afford to buy a Bugatti Veyron. Why are you a DD runner? Trouble bragging is also a bit moderate, isn't it? This cowhide is blown to the sky, who will believe it? Wang Zhan. After saying so much, it turned out that he wanted to tell him that he couldn't afford to buy a Bugatti Veyron even if he ran DD for the rest of his life. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean they can't do it. These days, no one believes the truth. He explained one last time, I didn't lie to you. Ha! A dead duck has a hard mouth, and you won't be a prince even if you put on a dragon robe. Zhang Delin scoffed. Too lazy to explain, Wang Zhan said lightly, if you don't believe it, forget it. After speaking, he walked directly to the hotel lobby. Xiao Chu suddenly looked at Wang Zhan with a sympathetic expression. Okay, what you say is yours, it's yours. Wang Zhan is also too pitiful. When I was in school, my grades were good. When you go out of society, you can only open DD. Watching his classmates mix better than himself one by one, I guess I can't stand the stimulation and get paranoia. What a pathetic man. For the sake of Wang Zhan's misery being worse than him, Xiao Chu decided not to embarrass him for the time being, otherwise he would run away from Wang Zhan and find a sense of superiority for himself. Thinking about it like this, he pulled Zhang Delin to catch up with Wang Zhan. The three of them quickly walked to the hotel lobby. At this moment, there are many people around the gift reception at the entrance of the lobby. Everyone is queuing up to register for money. Fang Yuan is married well, and the man has many relatives and friends. The money is also very scary. Wow! You see, another one with 20,000. Relatives and friends on the man's side, shoot 10,000 to make a base. I was thinking of giving 1,000, but now I'm a little embarrassed to show it. 1,000 is definitely not good, I'm going to send 5,000. If you send 5,000, I can only send 5,000, who has more cash? I have the cash, I don't think we should worry, let the man's relatives and friends go in first. That's right, everyone stand in the back, and when these big guys are all in, we'll go in again. Many high school classmates stood at the door of the hall. We are discussing how much money is appropriate. Su Jie is also among them. Wang Zhan, Xiao Chu and Zhang Delin appeared at the door. Su Jie beckoned, Wang Zhan, you're here. Originally, I wanted to come with Wang Zhan, but I didn't expect Wang Zhan to say that there was something temporary, so let her come over first. In Su Jie's heart, a person of Wang Zhan's level must have a lot of things to be busy with. It's also normal to encounter unexpected situations. If she wants to gain Wang Zhan's favor, what she has to do is very simple, that is, be obedient, and then obedient. So Su Jie arrived at the door of the hotel early and stood here waiting for Wang Zhan. As soon as I arrived in the hall, I heard everyone talking about money. Hearing that everyone said that at least 5,000 copies of money would be given, Xiao Chu's face was very ugly. All his savings were used to buy Rolex watches. How can there be money to follow? The only 1,000 yuan in cash on his body was borrowed from a colleague. Now, he can only pin his hopes on Wang Zhan. As long as Wang Zhan also sends 1,000, he will send 1,000 with him. At that time, even if others laugh, they will only laugh at Wang Zhan, who is the first to send 1,000. Xiao Chu opened his mouth and asked, Wang Zhan, how much money are you going to take? Originally, Wang Zhan wanted to send 100,000, but listening to everyone, most people are 5,000. Sending 100,000 yourself seems a bit too high profile. Forget it, then send 11,000, the meaning is good, 1 in a million. So after thinking about it, Wang Zhan replied, 11,000. Zhang Delan on the side was stunned for a moment, and then laughed and said, Wang Zhan, for the sake of face, you really fight. Wang Zhan, it's not easy to make some money by running Didi, 11,000 is too much, I think you can send 1,000. Xiao Chu persuaded bitterly. Wang Zhan raised his eyebrows, it's okay, it's just a single profit. Sometimes with other rewards in the system, a single order earns tens of thousands. 11,000 is really not much. Ha, Wang Zhan, you're enough, are you still pretending to be addicted to us at this time? Zhang Delan felt that he had heard the biggest joke of the century. That is, the money earned in a single order. Why didn't he say that he was tens of thousands of minutes a minute? Didn't bother to pay attention to him, Wang Zhan gave him a share of the money. I'm rubbing. Wang Zhan really sent 11,000 yuan. Men want to save face, they are really ruthless to themselves, give away all their savings, and they are not afraid that they can only eat instant noodles and eat steamed buns in the future. Xiao Chu was about to cry. He had only 1,000 yuan in cash. If you just send this money, you will definitely be laughed at by other students. No, he will never allow this situation. Wang Zhan, you go in first, I put my wallet in the car, and I'll look for you later. After speaking, Xiao Chu ran away. Find ways to raise money to go. Wang Zhan didn't think much about it, and went directly to the banquet hall with Su Jia. As soon as I walked into the banquet hall, I heard someone shouting, students, look who's coming? Our billionaire king has arrived. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall erupted in a huge burst of laughter. Chapter 029, Wang Zhan, are you really running Didi? The huge banquet hall reverberated with unbridled laughter. Wang Zhan looked like usual and found a vacant table to sit down. Naturally, he could tell that the billionaire was just joking. Constantly misunderstood, he has not bothered to explain. There is no need to explain. Anyway, whether others believe it or not, it can't change the fact that he is a billionaire. It was Su Jia, who looked angry. She glared at Zhang Peng, don't think that you are a second generation of demolition. Zhang Peng, who was full of horizontal meat, immediately replied, if you have the ability, you can also be a second generation. You're glaring at Zhang Peng fiercely, Su Jia sat down beside Wang Zhan. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Peng suddenly shouted, everyone welcome our Lu Zhongji and President Lu with warm applause. Suddenly, the hall burst into applause. The applause was uniform and deafening. Accompanied by everyone's applause. A sclamboy, stocky man dressed in an Armani shirt and a watch, walked in. It was Lu Zhongjie. Immediately, a number of people greeted him. Zhang Delan rushed to the front. Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to come too. Zhang Delan took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Zhongjie. That's what a real successful person is. Walking with Wang Zhan before, listening to Wang Zhan's various blows, he was almost disgusted to death. Director Zhang, long time no see. Lu Zhongjie shook hands with him. Jiang Tong squeezed Zhang Delan away and stepped forward. Mr. Lu, hello, I'm Jiang Tong, I don't know if you remember? Of course I remember, Athletic Commissioner. Lu Zhongjie said with a smile. Mr. Lu, I didn't expect that I haven't seen you for so many years, but you still remember our old classmates, I'm really excited. Mr. Lu, I still took time out of my busy schedule to attend the wedding of my old classmate Fang Yuan, which is really emotional. You are the most successful of your classmates, and I must follow your example. Mr. Lu, you are the pride of our school. Almost all the classmates present got up to greet Lu Zhongjie, and wave after wave of rainbow farts flew wildly. Only Wang Zhan and Su Jia have been sitting in their seats. Since knowing that Wang Zhan not only owns the Bugatti Veyron, but also the gas station is his industry. Su Jia, another man, couldn't look down on it anymore. I just want to have a good performance around Wang Zhan. Looking at Lu Zhongjie, who was surrounded by people, Wang Zhan was particularly calm. He and Lu Zhongjie are also successful people. But these people have very different attitudes. In the past, Wang Zhan probably felt angry and unfair. But now, he didn't make any waves at all. It is difficult for other people's attitudes and words to affect his state of mind. Wang Zhan sat there quietly, and suddenly, Su Jie kicked Wang Zhan, lowered his head and said, "Lu Zhongjie is walking towards this side with his dog legs, you be careful." As soon as the words fell, Lu Zhongjie and a few classmates came over and sat down directly. Lu Zhongjie asked pretendedly, "Wang Zhan, the classmates are all in the group saying that we two successful people should have a good exchange. We are sitting here, you won't refuse, right?" "Of course not," Wang Zhan replied. Zhang Peng asked directly, "Wang Zhan, I haven't seen you for some years. I heard from my classmates, you bought a booty plus Veyron?" Before Wang Zhan could answer, Su Jie preemptively said, "Zhang Peng, envy, jealousy, and hatred, right? Tell you, even if your family is demolished a few more times, you can't afford to buy such a luxury car." Zhang Peng was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly, gave a thumbs up, and admired with a face, "Wang Zhan, don't say anything else, I really admire your ability to fool people. You see that Su Jie has been completely brainwashed by you. You've just been brainwashed." Su Jie sneered. "Women have long hair and short knowledge. Do you know how much a Bugatti Veyron costs?" Zhang Peng looked disdainful. His family lost millions for demolition, and he couldn't afford to buy a Bugatti Veyron. Wang Zhan, why did he buy it? With such an obvious lie, how could Su Jie believe it? Su Jie immediately quoted the price, 99.99 million. "Ha ha. It doesn't seem hopelessly stupid, at least you know how much the car is worth." Zhang Peng laughed and trembled. Su Jie was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lu Zhongjie on the side, and he said with a smile, okay, let's stop arguing. I haven't seen you for a few years, let's have a good chat." Lu Zhongjie spoke, even though Su Jie was very dissatisfied, it was not easy to say anything. Lu Zhongjie smiled and asked, "Zhang Peng, what are you doing now?" Zhang Peng pretended to be modest and replied, "Everyone also knows that my hometown has lost some money for demolition, so I just started a logistics company, and the income is average, only a few million profits a year." "Zhang Peng, I didn't see it, you didn't learn all day before, and now you have become the boss of the company. The logistics industry is very good now, and not long ago, a friend asked me to invest in a logistics company." Zhang Tong said, "Don't come to compete with me for a job, be the director of marketing operations of a Fortune 500 company. What kind of marketing operation director, that is, eating with a mouth, is not working for others, not as good as you, opening your own company as the boss? My company is just making a small fuss, how can I compare with Lu Zhongjie? It's a really big company, I heard that it is going to be listed soon." Did I hear me right? Going public, won't Mr. Lu's worth double again? Zhang Tong looked impressed. "Amazing, I'll be worth more than 100 million by then. Admire." Lu Zhongjie waved his hand, but he couldn't control the smugness on his face, it's still early to go public. "Don't be modest, Mr. Lu, if you have any good projects in the future, remember to bring us. You eat meat, we just drink the soup. It's all old classmates, and I won't forget you," Lu Zhongjie said politely. Seeing that Wang Zhan sat there without speaking, Lu Zhongjie finally turned the spearhead around. "You stinky boy, rent a Bugatti Veyron and pretend in front of Lao Tzu. The harmful who Lu clamored to break up with me. I have to teach you a good lesson today. Let you know what it means to be forced. What is a real successful person? Wang Zhan, are you really running Didi?" Lu Zhongjie asked knowingly. "P.S. Thank you all for sending flowers, thank you. Chapter 030, such a good job, come and beg me." Lu Zhongjie made up his mind. Wang Zhan admits that he is a Didi driver, and everything is good. If Wang Zhan is afraid of being ridiculed and doesn't dare to admit it, then don't blame him for being polite and posting the photos taken secretly by his girlfriend last time. That's right. Wang Zhan generously admitted. There is nothing unseemly about his profession, and there is nothing that cannot be recognized. Wang Zhan admitted it so frankly, which made Lu Zhongjie a little surprised, and he continued to ask, "Have you ever thought about changing jobs?" In the past few days, Lu Zhongjie has thought of countless ways to repair Wang Zhan. After thinking about it, I still think this trick is the most clever. Let Wang Zhan work for himself. Every day, Wang Zhan can look up to his success. And he can control his fate at will. Be his food and clothing, and tell him to go east, and he will never dare to go west. I obey my own words. Thinking of Wang Zhan's nodding and bowing appearance, Lu Zhongjie felt very cool. I don't want to change jobs. Wang Zhan smiled and shook his head. He was very satisfied with his current work. Wang Zhan, it's too much of a failure to be a man like you. Lu always cares about you and will take the initiative to introduce work to you. Jiang Tong hated iron but not steel. You deserve to be poor, why are you not self-motivated at all? Zhang Peng said sarcastically directly. Mr. Lu, what job are you going to introduce to Wang Zhan? Another student asked with some curiosity. Since Wang Zhan likes to drive, then I am going to let him come to my company, starting with the driver. As long as the assessment is above B level in the past 6 months, I will promote Wang Zhan to be the supervisor. Responsible for fleet operations. In terms of salary, it is definitely better than running Didi to make money, 5,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. Lu Zhongjie arrogantly stated his conditions, and then turned his head and asked Wang Zhan, how is it? Are you satisfied with this treatment? Wang Zhan, you really took shit luck, hurry up and thank Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu deserves to be the object of our admiration and learning. Everyone thought that Wang Zhan would definitely not refuse, but they didn't expect Wang Zhan to shake his head again. Thank you, old classmate, but I like my current job very much. So, this is a refusal? Depend on. You, a Didi driver, dare to refuse me. And he also rejected Lao Tzu twice. This is to negotiate terms with Lao Tzu, right? Okay, I'll follow you now, and I'll clean you up later. Lu Zhongjie tried to restrain his anger, and asked in a calm tone as much as possible, why refuse? Is it because of unsatisfactory treatment? We can talk about the treatment, old classmates, so let's do it, 8,000 a month, no more. Wang Zhan, if you don't agree, 8,000 a month, our company's graduate students can't get so much salary. Jiang Tong hurriedly persuaded. You can't make so much money by running Didi for 2 months, don't thank you Mr. Lu. Okay, Wang Zhan, you should accept it when you see it, 8,000 is a lot. Lu Zhongjie felt that Wang Zhan should be grateful now. But who knows, Wang Zhan was still unmoved. Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't want to change jobs. Still not satisfied with 8,000? Lu Zhongjie and Zhang Peng looked at each other, thinking that they had misheard. The faces of the two people were instantly gloomy, and this is a shameless face. Do you really think of yourself as a talent? What a special arrogance! The originally lively atmosphere suddenly fell into a stagnancy. Jiang Tong looked at Wang Zhan with the eyes of a fool. This idiot actually refused Lu Zhongjie's kindness and invitation. Su Jie immediately came out to be a peacemaker. Mr. Lu, thank you for your kindness, but Wang Zhan is really not short of money, otherwise he wouldn't have driven Booty plus Veron to run Didi. He ran Didi purely because of his personal hobby. For a while, Su Jie couldn't think of a better explanation. It can only be said that everything is Wang Zhan's hobby. Otherwise, why do you drive a Booty plus Veron to run Didi? The money earned is not enough for gas. Ha! I like to run Didi, and this hobby is also fresh and refined. Jiang Tong also played around. After all, it is Fang Yuan's wedding ceremony, so there is no need to be too stiff. Su Jie, why haven't you realized that Wang Zhan is lying to you, driving a Bugatti Veyron to run Didi? Why don't you say that he is still the Prince of Oil, don't pay for it? Zhang Peng patted Wang Zhan on the shoulder, and said in a weird manner, how about it, I'm not wrong. Wang Zhan smiled faintly and asked, Zhang Peng, how do you know about me? Holy! Blow, you keep blowing. I see you. Zhang Peng was about to tear Wang Zhan apart, and he didn't want to see the master of ceremonies walk on the stage, coughing lightly. The wedding ceremony is probably about to start. Sure enough, the MC's voice spread throughout the audience through the sound. All the guests are quiet, the wedding is about to begin. Let us welcome the groom Zhou Ming and the bride Fong Yuanyuan to hold hands on stage with warm applause. Zhang Peng glared at Wang Zhan fiercely and didn't embarrass him anymore. You stinky boy, let you blow. After the marriage ceremony is over, Lao Tzu will clean you up. Lu Zhangji also sat there peacefully, silently waiting for the ceremony to end. In the cheers of everyone, Zhou Ming and Fong Yuanyuan slowly walked onto the stage, and the wedding began. The wedding process is almost the same, and Wang Zhan is not interested. It was a few other people at the table who were whispering. Why does Fong Yuanyuan's husband look a lot older than her and look so ugly? Su Jia muttered for a while. Although Fong Yuanyuan is not a national beauty, she always has a bit of beauty. It is really a flower inserted in cow dung, it's a pity. Jiang Tong was a little regretful. It's a pity. Do you know what Fong Yuanyuan's husband does? He is an executive of Anlin Petroleum and Natural Gas Company, Limited. You should be familiar with Anlin Petroleum and Natural Gas Company, right? Lu Zhangjie recognized Zhou Ming's identity at a glance. Is this company awesome? Zhang Peng is not very familiar with this aspect. Of course, it is one of the world's top 100. The company is mainly responsible for oil and gas business, engineering and technical services, petroleum engineering construction, petroleum equipment manufacturing, new energy development, etc. The monthly salary of ordinary employees is almost more than 10,000, the annual salary of the supervisor is million, and the annual salary of executives is estimated to be tens of millions. Jiang Tong immediately popularized science. Although the other party is a little older and a little uglier, but with an annual salary of tens of millions, Fong Yuanyuan can be regarded as a good marriage. Su Jia has some citric acid. I'm talking about this behind my back, but don't let Fong Yuanyuan and her husband hear it. Jiang Tong reminded in a low voice. Chapter 031, My Boss is Wang Zhan. After a few ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, now let our groom Zhou Ming say a few words to everyone, and everyone applauds and welcomes. The MC spoke in an impassioned tone. Rushing. The audience burst into warm applause. Zhou Ming took the microphone with a smile on his face. Distinguished guests, relatives and friends, today is a day of great joy for me and Fong Yuanyuan. First of all, thank you. Thank you. Zhou Ming said as he glanced at the audience. When he said thanks, he suddenly paused. The original smile on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. What happened? How do you feel that he is so surprised? What's going on? Yes, what's going on? Everyone present looked at Zhou Ming suspiciously. Even the bride Fong Yuanyuan looked at her husband with a puzzled expression. Zhou Ming, what's wrong with you? Zhou Ming did not answer Fong Yuanyuan. The next second. In Fong Yuanyuan's surprised gaze, he actually dropped the microphone and quickly ran to the stage. Zhou Ming, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly run off the stage? Isn't it because you want to regret your marriage at this time? What the hell is going on? All the guests at the scene stared at Zhou Ming tightly, wondering what kind of thing could make him, who was giving a speech, drop the microphone and run off the stage. On the table where Wang Zhan was. What's the matter with this bridegroom? Why did you just run off the stage? Jiang Tong looked curious. How embarrassing it is to throw Fong Yuanyuan on the stage like this. If he can't give a reasonable explanation later, we will never spare him. Su Jia was very upset for Fong Yuanyuan. Wedding ceremony, how important it is for a woman. How could he leave his bride and run off the stage alone? Is there anything you can't wait to deal with later? Look at the stance, he seems to be coming towards us. Zhang Peng was surprised. He's really coming to us, but why is he coming to us? A classmate asked. Is there anyone here who is important to him? Jiang Tong looked around, and the tables here were all Fong Yuanyuan's high school classmates. Everyone didn't know Zhou Ming before. Why did he suddenly go this way? I'm dizzy. Is this Zhou Ming's ex-girlfriend? His old love is unforgettable, so when he sought his ex-girlfriend, he suddenly regretted it, so he was ready to take her to escape from marriage, is worthy of watching too many TV series. Su Jie immediately made up a wonderful drama in his brain. I'll just say that you don't have a brain, and you don't look at it. Compared to you vulgar fans, Fang Yuan is a big beauty. Zheng Peng rolled his eyes at Su Jie. If it's not an ex-girlfriend, you must have seen some big shot. We, Mr. Liu, are the most powerful. Did we come here to say hello to Mr. Liu? Damn, absolutely. Mr. Liu, worship. While they were talking, Zhou Ming had already walked quickly to their table. Lu Zhangjie's face was uncontrollable proud. He stood up and took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Mr. Zhou. Before Lu Zhangjie's words were finished, Zhou Ming walked directly past him. Didn't even throw a look at him. The hand froze in the air, unnaturally withdrawn. Lu Zhangjie's face instantly became ugly. Damn, who said he was here to find Lao Tzu? Let Lao Tzu lose such a big person in front of the audience. See how I'll clean you up. Lu Zhangjie glared at the person on the table fiercely, and suddenly, he was full of surprise. What did he see? Zhou Ming actually stood in front of Wang Zhan? Wang Zhan is still sitting there? He hadn't seen a big man before, so his legs were weak and he couldn't stand up? Is so gutsless, he deserves to be poor for the rest of his life. The audience was also surprised. What did Zhou Ming do when he walked in front of Wang Zhan? The whole table stood up, and this young man was still seated. Aren't you scared, silly? Wang Zhan, this is Mr. Zhou, stand up. Su Jie was a little anxious and reminded softly. Mr. Zhou, this is our classmate, a running deity. I guess I haven't seen such a big figure as you, and I was stupid for a while. Jiang Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhou Mingka must not be angry with them because of Wang Zhan's neglect. Yes, Mr. Zhou, you have a lot of adults, don't be like us little people. Wang Zhan, why are you still sitting there? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Zhou quickly? Wang Zhan, I didn't hear what I said to you, did I? I told you to stand up. Zheng Peng saw that Wang Zhan was still sitting there, and he was anxious, and he couldn't wait to pull Wang Zhan up immediately. The person sitting next to Wang Zhan couldn't help it either, and was about to make a move. Zhou Ming suddenly stopped them. Don't move. Then, in the surprised and puzzled eyes of everyone, Zhou Ming bowed respectfully to Wang Zhan. Mr. Wang, hello. Extraordinarily respectful tone, warm smile, humble gesture. Lu Zhangjie, Zheng Peng, and other classmates sitting at the same table couldn't believe everything in front of them. What's going on? Zhou Ming rushed down and actually saluted this kid? And Fang Yuan, who was standing on the stage, also widened her eyes, with a shocked and incredible expression. The students who have a little bit of brains are the first to come back to their senses. Have you noticed that Mr. Zhou is polite to Wang Zhan? His tone made me inexplicably familiar, like the way I spoke to my boss. Ha! Huh? You don't say I don't think I think so, but when you say that, I really think it is. That's right, Zhou Ming bowed just now. It's all about the attitude towards important people. It's strange, what is Wang Zhan's identity? How could Zhou Ming be so respectful? Everyone was talking, did they peek at Wang Zhan a few times? At this moment, the audience also exploded instantly. Oh my god, what's wrong with Zhou Ming? How to salute a young man? So respectful. What's going on? Who is this young man? Everyone can't imagine what a powerful identity background must have to make the groom drop the microphone and run off the stage to salute. At the same time, everyone is also very curious, what is the identity of this young man who is dressed very ordinarily? Chapter 032, The Great God Who Can't Be Invited. In the confusion of everyone, Zhou Ming stood beside Wang Zhan, and his expression became more and more solemn. I don't know if the current king will always be angry. After all, Mr. Wang has been here for so long, and he actually knows now. Zhou Ming was apprehensive in his heart. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't know you came to my wedding, I just came to greet you now, please don't be angry. It's okay, you get married today, you don't have to be so restrained. Wang Zhan said lightly. Hearing Wang Zhan say this, Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Wang is really approachable. Lu Zhangjie's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhou Ming, the dignified vice president, why would he be so respectful to Wang Zhan? And do you obey the word? Who is Wang Zhan? Not only did Lu Zhangjie have a big question mark written on his face, but the other people present were also curious. Zhou Ming, this. What the hell is going on? Fong Yuan ran over from the stage. She was just as puzzled. Zhou Ming has always been arrogant, and even to her parents, she can only barely say that she is polite. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that her husband would have such a side. Moreover, what surprised her the most was that the object of Zhou Ming's respect turned out to be her high school classmate. Wang Zhan, isn't he just a Didi driver? What's going on? Yuan, you didn't even tell me that Mr. Wang turned out to be your classmate, which almost made me lose my manners. Zhou Ming's tone was a little reproachful. If he had told him in advance, he would never have been rude in front of Wang Zhan. Isn't Wang Zhan just a runner? How did you become Mr. Wang? Fong Yuan was still in the clouds. Yuan, Wang is always my boss, you pay attention to your attitude. Zhou Ming scolded. How can it be said that Mr. Wang is a runner? Your boss? What kind of boss? Fong Yuan was shocked and hurriedly asked, her voice becoming sharp. This still needs to be asked, of course it's my top boss, the chairman of the company, Yuan, aren't you classmates? Don't you know about it? Zhou Ming said. As soon as Zhou Ming's words came out, the audience was silent. Oh, my God. Wang Zhan is the chairman of Anlin Petroleum Company? The girls have little stars in their eyes. Lu Zhangjie's brain went blank. Can't believe it all. No. How is this possible? Didn't Wang Zhan say that he was a runner? How did a driver become the CEO of a listed company in the blink of an eye? No way. It's absolutely impossible. Only TV dares to act like this. It can't be true. But everything that happened just now clearly told Lu Zhangjie that everything was true. Wang Zhan didn't brag, the Bugatti Veyron is really his. Also, he really doesn't need money to refuel. Oh, my God. What has he done before? Actually let Wang Zhan go to work in his own small company. And unashamedly give 8,000 a month's salary? Don't say 8,000, I'm afraid 80 million won't be able to invite this great god. The CEO of a listed company, the man who bought Booty plus Veyron, is worth hundreds of millions of dollars for a long time. Thinking of this, Lu Zhangjie's whole heart trembled. Mr. Wang, Lu Zhangjie was about to cry, he was annoyed, he was remorseful, he wanted to slap himself a few times. What's wrong with you? Wang Zhan squinted his eyes, do you still want to invite me to your company? As soon as these words came out, the employees of Anlin Oil and Gas Company present were all in an uproar. Someone would dare to poach their boss in front of so many of their employees? Treat them as air? Who is this man? How dare we let our boss go to work in his company? It's too much. This is literally a slap in the face of our company. What is his identity? Why did he dig our president Wang? That man looks a little familiar, as if he has come to our company. Who is in charge of his business? The business manager raised his hand and said weakly, it's me, his name is Lu Zhangjie, he is the person in charge of Hongtu Company, and he recently wants to win a new project of our company. I thought it was a powerful company, but it turned out to be a small company in Hongtu. Such a small company, why poach our Mr. Wang? Inviting Mr. Wang to work at Mr. Zhou's wedding didn't give Mr. Zhou face, he should really be kicked out. Yes, get out and be blacklisted. Never want to work with our company. Lu Zhangjie, who provoked the anger of everyone, trembled like chaff at this moment. If he couldn't take the project, his company would really go out of business. Now, the only hope is Wang Zhan. As long as Wang Zhan is not to blame for the past, his company will not go out of business. Lu Zhangjie said to Wang Zhan with a look of remorse, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I really don't know your identity, I think you are just a... Who runs Didi? What do you mean, you really want to help me? Wang Zhan smiled slightly. Lu Zhongjie was about to cry, and he wailed, Mr. Wang, I was wrong. I'll admit I'm selfish, I shouldn't have said anything like that to you. Please, forgive me, okay? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lu Zhongjie, do you still have the face to beg Wang Zhan for forgiveness? Su Jie immediately stood up and secretly said that her opportunity to perform had come. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhongjie, who was touted by all his classmates and thought that his family had a mine, was just running a small company that was about to go bankrupt. And Wang Zhan, who was ridiculed by everyone, is actually the big boss of a listed company. Ha 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 ha. It's really a good reincarnation of heaven, who does the sky forgive? Lu Zhongjie, let you pretend to be forced, kick it on the iron plate this time. Su Jie is a smart person, and he doesn't show when to wait at this time. Wang Zhan has told you many times that the Bugatti Veyron is his car, and he also said that he likes his current job very much, and he doesn't need to change jobs, it's you, and none of them believe what he says. Did you really invite him to work? No, you're not, you just want to show that you're successful in front of him and make him ashamed of yourself, you just want to brush up on your superiority in front of Wang Zhan. People like you, it makes me sick. Zhou Ming's face turned blue all of a sudden, staring at Lu Zhongjie in disbelief. He didn't expect that he looked like a human being, and his heart was so dark. Still thinking about brushing up on the sense of superiority in front of Mr. Wang? He doesn't look in the mirror either. Is he worthy? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Zhou Ming asked with a calm face, Did you go out by yourself or did I invite you out? P.S. Ask for flower collection evaluation votes. All kinds of requests. Thank you. Chapter 033, Another order was grabbed. You're not welcome here. Zhou Ming said in a low tone. Lu Zhongjie's face instantly turned earthy, and his fat body couldn't stop trembling. So, are you offending the entire Anlin Petroleum Company? He wanted to slap himself a few times. What a bastard he is. Why do you want to humiliate Wang Zhan? What a shot in the foot. If Zhou Ming does not agree with his company to undertake a new project of Anlin Petroleum Company because of this incident, he will declare bankruptcy. The only chance to save the company was ruined by him. No, he finally got to where he is now, and he can't just give up, and he can't just fall short. There is still room for things to turn around. Now the only one who can help him is Wang Zhan. As long as Wang Zhan says a word, his company can come back to life. It can be said that the decision on whether his company is alive or dead depends on Wang Zhan's words. Wang Zhan, it's me who has no eyes, everything is my fault, I hope you can forgive me, don't cancel the cooperation between our two companies because of this incident. After speaking, Lu Zhongjie slapped himself a few times. He was ruthless enough, and his face, which was already fat and couldn't see his chin, instantly swollen into a pig's head. Zhou Ming frowned, and opened his mouth to correct, Mr. Lu, we have not established a cooperative relationship yet, and your company is still in the inspection period. Canceling cooperation and not cooperating yet are two very different concepts. He didn't allow Lu Zhongjie to play word games in front of Mr. Wang. And to be honest, Lu Zhongjie's company, Zhou Ming has carefully investigated. The technology is backward, the quality is not up to standard, and it does not meet the requirements of their company at all. Lu Zhongjie cried frantically, Mr. Wang, I was wrong, everything is my fault. But your company's new project is really important to me, so please leave this project to me for the sake of our old classmates. Lu Zhongjie, that's enough, I'll talk about it later. Zhou Ming's voice became deeper and deeper. No, not enough. Wang Zhan hadn't spoken yet. It means that he has not done enough. At this moment, all dignity and face have been left behind by Lu Zhongjie. Poof. Bang. All eyes are on it. Lu Zhongjie knelt directly in front of Wang Zhan. He wept bitterly, Wang Zhan, I really know that I am wrong, please give me a chance to mend my ways. Leave this new project to me and I won't let you down. Lu Zhongjie's move shocked everyone present. Lu Zhongjie actually knelt down. Su Jie raised her hand in surprise and covered her mouth, revealing an incredulous gaze. Kneel for a project. He's not a man yet. Zheng Peng was shocked at first, and then with a look of disdain. That's too low self-esteem. It's disgusting. Damn, this is my mother's wedding, what is Lu Zhongjie doing? Fan Yuan was so angry that she was about to explode on the spot. I want to film this scene so that more people know Lu Zhongjie's true face, and I can't be deceived by him anymore. Next time, if you are still pretending to be in front of your old classmates, I will show him this video. Many people in the hall took out their mobile phones and began to shoot. Wang Zhan stood up, avoided Lu Zhongjie's bowing, frowned and said, "The man has gold under his knees, Lu Zhongjie, why do you have to do this to yourself? No, if you don't promise me, I won't get up." As he spoke, Lu Zhongjie suddenly hugged Wang Zhan's calf and wailed, "Wang Zhan, please, for the sake of us being old classmates, you can promise me." "Lu Zhongjie, let go of your hands." Zhou Ming was furious and roared. "This Lu Zhongjie, what's going on? No matter how you say it, he is the CEO of a company, and he actually knelt on the ground and begged for a project, which is really shocking. Moreover, today is his wedding. Lu Zhongjie actually played tricks at this time, and the wedding was made into a miasma. No matter how good Zhou Ming is, he is really angry at this moment." Lu Zhongjie was so frightened that he trembled, his hand shook, and he let go of Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan reminded calmly, "Lu Zhongjie, we will talk about business another day, but don't forget that today is Fan Yuan's wedding." "That's right, Lu Zhongjie, don't make trouble. Since Mr. Wang has said that he will talk about it another day, don't be ignorant." "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing that everyone was accusing him, Lu Zhongjie got up from the ground with a red face, stood aside with his head bowed, and didn't dare to speak again. Seeing that Lu Zhongjie was finally settled, Zhou Ming and Fan Yuan didn't say anything more. The interrupted wedding ceremony returned to normal. The hall slowly regained its previous liveliness. At the end of the ceremony, the wedding banquet officially began. "Wang Zhan, all the mistakes are my fault, and now I make amends to you." Lu Zhongjie raised his wineglass and punished himself 3 times first. "Old classmates say that these students are separated, and I still have to drive, so I won't drink with you." Wang Zhan raised a glass of juice and took a sip. "Wang Zhan, how can you not drink on this occasion? I'll help you find a substitute driver later." Saying that, Zheng Peng was about to pour wine for Wang Zhan. "I still have to run Didi in the afternoon, and I can't drink." A table of people. All eyes were on Lu Zhongjie and Zheng Peng's faces. The two of them were suddenly ashamed of themselves. "You are obviously the CEO of a billion-dollar listed company, sitting on a billion-dollar fortune. Outcome. Do you want to continue running Didi in the afternoon? Are all the rich people nowadays so low-key and working so hard?" Jiang Tong felt that he had really opened his eyes today. The king of the people, how big the pattern is. Look at Lu Zhongjie again, like a clown. That's the gap. He raised his glass full of admiration. "Wang Zhan, I also toast you. You drink juice, I'm done." Other students also toasted. At the dinner table, everyone talked and laughed. Only Lu Zhongjie and Zheng Peng ignored them. The two of them really had no shame to continue to stay, and after a few mouthfuls of food in a hurry, they withdrew with their tails between their legs. After an hour, I was full of wine and food. Scattered. Zhou Ming respectfully sent Wang Zhan to the parking lot. Su Jie went to the bathroom and came out to find that Wang Zhan had left. She trotted all the way to catch up. "Wang Zhan! Wait for me." Wang Zhan looked back at her. Su Jie asked a little shyly, "Can you send me back?" Wang Zhan shook his head, "No." Su Jie, why? Wang Zhan took out his mobile phone. "I just grabbed an order, I'll pick up someone right now." Chapter 034, I'm not an insurance salesman. Seeing Wang Zhan's car disappear in front of his eyes, Su Jie stomped his feet angrily. "Why are you so stupid? Wang Zhan said that he was going to run Didi. Why didn't I think of placing an order on the platform? I don't know who is so lucky to be able to ride on the Bugatti Veyron this time." Wang Zhan drove the car out of the parking lot all the way. Drive towards the upscale clubhouse not far from the hotel. At this time, a young woman wearing a black professional suit, wearing gold wire glasses, and carrying a limited edition LV bag, glanced at the map in her mobile phone. It shows the distance between the driver and himself, getting closer and closer. When she was sure that the car was about to arrive, she stepped on her 10-centimeter high heels and walked out of the clubhouse quickly. Buzz. As soon as Joxia walked to the door of the clubhouse, a Bugatti Veyron stopped right in front of him. She looked up and made sure it wasn't the ride-hailing she had called, so she looked behind her. Strange, the map shows that the special car has arrived. Where is the car? Is the current software positioning so unreliable? Isn't it a pure waste of her time to have her wait on the side of the road? Do you know that her time is money? Because Wang Zhan has not changed the vehicle information on the app, the vehicle information that the user sees is still the original Nissan. So Chao Xia didn't know that the sports car in front of him was the online car hailing he called. She was displeased. Wang Zhan rolled down the window and asked, "Hello, are you the user of the mobile phone tail number 8888? I'm the ride-hailing service you called." Josh turned her head to look. I immediately made a judgment in my heart. He looks okay, dresses ordinarily, and can tell the tail number of his mobile phone. It should be a driver, not a rich second generation who picks up a conversation. She opened the car door, got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and said lightly, "Huijin Building, hurry up." This move surprised Wang Zhan a little. People who used to get on the bus either didn't believe that this Bugatti Veyron would be an online car hailing car, or they were surprised when they got into the car. The reaction was so bland and calm, but it was the first time I had seen it. Wang Zhan is sure that this girl is not simple. Not only because of her calm performance, but most importantly, because of a powerful aura around her. Even from a distance, you can feel her strength. With this powerful aura, it is even easy for people to ignore her beauty. I received the user with the mobile phone ending in 8888, and now go to the Huijin Building. Wang Zhan clicked on the screen and drove directly towards the destination with the navigation on. If the girl doesn't speak, Wang Zhan naturally won't take the initiative to talk. There was silence in the carriage. Bell, bell, bell. The silence was soon broken by a ringtone from a mobile phone. Xiao Xia connected her phone and said succinctly, "Say. Don't ask me about this kind of trivial matter later. The meeting will be in 10 minutes. As soon as the phone hung up, the woman's cell phone rang again. "Mr. Zhang, have you changed your mind? 30%, no less. 28%. Okay, come to our company in the afternoon to sign a contract." It seems that this is a career-oriented strong woman. The sound is quite good, but it feels cold. Wang Zhan was guessing the woman's identity, but saw her rummaging in her handbag. Every now and then, I take something out of my bag and put it beside me. One will be a phone charger, one will be a key, another will be a wallet, and another will be a few document bags. Looks like there's quite a lot of stuff in the bag. What is this looking for? In Wang Zhan's puzzled gaze, Xiao Xia finally took out a lipstick. The corners of Wang Zhan's mouth twitched. No matter what kind of girl she is, it's in her nature to love beauty. Remember to touch up your makeup all the time. Josa took out a makeup mirror from her bag and began to touch up her makeup. When Wang Zhan stopped the car, she also touched up her makeup. "Your destination has arrived." "Thank you." Xiao Xia casually thanked him and got out of the car on his 10-centimeter high heels. Walked briskly towards the office. Joxia walked with a 5-star review. It is worthy of the top sports car, and the speed is fast. It would normally be a 20-minute drive, but this time it only took 12 minutes. Saved her 8 minutes. Must be praised. At the same time, Wang Zhan's mind sounded the prompt sound of the system. Ding! The host received 5-star reviews, saving passengers valuable time and rewarding God-level piano skills. God-level piano skills? Wang Zhan frowned slightly. The rewards of this system are really getting more and more random. Wang Zhan was about to drive away, when he suddenly saw a delicate wallet under his seat. It must have been dropped by the passenger just now when he was rummaging through the bag. Wang Zhan picked up his wallet, opened the car door, and prepared to catch up. I found that there was no girl at all. Huijin Tower is the most prosperous building in the area. There are many office buildings and shops. People come and go every day. In such a prosperous area, looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can only hope that you have the contact information of the other party in your wallet. Wang Zhan opened his wallet and found that it was stuffed with cash and several bank cards. After rummaging for a long time, I finally found a business card in the wallet compartment. It reads: Xiao Xia, General Manager of Yuexing Group. Wang Zhan took out his mobile phone and directly dialed the contact information written on the business card. As soon as the call was connected, there was a prompt tone: "Sorry, the user you are calling is busy." Is this the other party hanging up? Wang Zhan fought again. I'm sorry, but you're busy. Maybe the other party is really busy. After waiting for 10 minutes, Wang Zhan called again. This time it's finally not busy. After connecting the phone, Wang Zhan said, "Hello, is it Xiao Xia?" Before Wang Zhan could say who he was interrupted by the other party. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to buy insurance for the time being. I'm busy now. Please don't call us AO to disturb me again. After speaking, he hung up the phone with a snap. Wang Zhan listened to the beeping sound coming from his mobile phone. It's very helpless. When did he become an insurance salesman? Chapter 035, A Wallet with a Lot of Money. Wang Zhan put away his phone speechlessly. We'll have to wait until he's done. It's rude to hang up like that. Glancing at the delicate wallet, Wang Zhan sighed, edited a text message and sent it over. Hello, your wallet fell on my car. Please see the message, contact me. If you don't answer the phone, you will always read the text message. Wang Zhan sat in the car and waited for another 10 minutes. There was no reply. Miss Joshua, please contact me if you see a text message. Sent another text message, and seeing that there was still no reply, Wang Zhan began to take orders. It's not a matter of waiting, you can only put your wallet away first and wait for the other party to take the initiative to find it. Josa got out of the car and the first thing she did when she arrived at the company was to go to the conference room for a meeting. It didn't take long for the meeting to begin. There is a call from an unfamiliar number. Joshua hung up the phone directly. Unexpectedly, after a few minutes, the other party called again. Xiao Xia, who has received too many strange calls in the past few days, is very impatient to answer the phone and tell the other party not to bother herself anymore. Who knew there was a new text message coming in? Today's insurance salesmen are really persevering. Without even looking at the text messages, Josh continued the meeting. The meeting lasted more than 4 hours. After the meeting ended, Xiao Xia took out her mobile phone and was about to delete the spam text messages. Catching a glimpse of the contents of the text message, she hurriedly took out her handbag and carefully checked it. The wallet is really gone. Joshua. So it's all a misunderstanding. The other party was not an insurance salesman, but the DD driver in the afternoon. Contact yourself, just to return the wallet. Joshua called back apologetically. Soon, the phone was connected. Hello, is my wallet with yours? That's right, it fell on my car. Wang Zhan also admired Xiao Xiao's carelessness, and only now did he find out that his wallet was missing. Where are you now? Joshua asked. I just arrived at the city light community, and after receiving people, I was sent to the city center. Wang Zhengyang took an order and was picking up people at the gate of the community. Looking at the time, Xiao Xia said, in this way, at 7 o'clock, we will see you at the Millennium Restaurant, and I will thank you for inviting you to dinner. After saying that, Josh hung up the phone. Wang Zhan. What a strong woman. He hadn't even said yes. Forget it, anyway, the Millennium Restaurant is in the center of the city, and he just hasn't eaten yet, so he sent it to her. Millennium Restaurant is a stylish restaurant. Reservations must be made in advance. At 6:50, Wang Zhan arrived at the door of the restaurant. Joxia hadn't come yet, so he had to wait at the door. After a while, I saw Xiao Xia coming. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xiao Xia saw Wang Zhan at a glance. I've just arrived, too. Let's go inside. Wang Zhan followed Xiaoxia inside. Joxia seemed to be a regular customer here, and as soon as she walked in, a waiter immediately came up to say hello and took them to their seats. This is a window position, and there is a green screen next to it, which is a good environment and has strong concealment. Considered the best location in the whole restaurant. Do you come here often? I've heard it's quite expensive here. It's the first time Wang Zhan has come to this restaurant. I have invited customers to come a few times. The taste here is not bad. I heard you say to send people to the city center. I thought of this, it will be more convenient for the two of us to come. Xiaoxia handed the menu to Wang Zhan and motioned for him to order. You can just order, I'm not a picky eater. Wang Zhan didn't expect that Xiaoxia was quite thoughtful. It seems that her personality is not so domineering either. It's not that difficult to get along with. Sometimes it's a little stronger, maybe it's just a professional habit. Okay, then 2 steaks, a salad, and an 82 bottle of Lafite. Josa quickly ordered her meal. Before the meal was served, Wang Zhan took out the wallet in his pocket and returned it to Xiaoxia. Your wallet. Thank you. Xiaoxia took the wallet and said a little embarrassed, that, I'm sorry, because my car insurance is about to expire recently, and I always receive calls from various insurance companies, so when I see a strange call, I think the other party is an insurance salesman, and I have a bad attitude in the afternoon. I hope you don't be surprised. It's okay, you check your wallet to see if there's anything missing. Wang Zhan reminded. After all, there is a lot of cash in the wallet and a lot of bank cards. It is better to inspect the owner in person. Otherwise, when the time comes, he will find that something is missing, and he will really jump into the Yellow River and not be able to wash it. Josa gave a casual look and asked, May I ask you a question? You ask. Do you know how much my wallet is worth? I don't know how much, but the brand is still known, LV, it should be quite expensive. Wang Zhan shook his head, he didn't know much about the bag. This is a limited edition of LV, 138888. Well, it's expensive. You should have opened my wallet and seen it, knowing that there are about 50,000 cash in it, and there are many bank cards. I have a bad memory, all bank card passwords are written on the back, and there are some shopping cards with a large amount in the wallet. What do you want to say? Wang Zhan doesn't like to chat in a roundabout way, he prefers to be direct. Well, with so much money, haven't you ever hesitated? Josa asked the question she was most confused about. These bank card deposits add up to at least tens of millions. And the password is written on the back of the bank card. With so much money, didn't this Didi driver think of taking it for himself? Although in reality, there are people who are good at finding money. But it's not thousands, not tens of thousands, but tens of millions. With such a big temptation in front of you, are you really not impressed? What's there to hesitate about? Wang Zhan is a very principled person, it is not his own thing, and he will never ask for it. I'm not sure how much cash is in my wallet, I can't remember how many bank cards there are, and even if you take it, I won't find out. I haven't touched anything else except your business card, I don't believe you can take a closer look. Wang Zhan explained. I just looked at it and it looks like 2 cards are missing. Joshua said suddenly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, all kinds of requests. Thank you. Chapter 036, Who is this man? 2 cards missing? No way, you take a closer look. Wang Zhan said calmly. He hadn't touched the contents of the wallet, and he was sure that no one else had touched the wallet, and it was impossible for 2 cards to be missing. Maybe it was put together with other cards, and Joxia didn't look at it carefully. Xiaoxia took out her wallet, pretended to check it aside, and said with certainty, I'm sure it's missing 2 cards, an unlimited credit card, a shopping card, I can't remember the amount, it is estimated that there are still 5 or 60,000 yuan. Do you think about it somewhere else, at home or in the office? Wang Zhan reminded. No, I made a point of confirming before getting in the car, those 2 cards were in my wallet, but now they are gone. The implication is obvious, it was lost during this time. Does this mean that he took these 2 cards? Wang Zhan raised his eyebrows and said unhurriedly, Do you remember which bank the credit card belongs to? Call the customer service phone first to ask, check if there is a consumption record today, if there is, then go to the consumption location to check the monitoring, if not, you go home and look for it. It's the same with shopping carts, let them all check it first. It is good that science and technology are developed, and all consumption can be checked. Seeing that Wang Zhan's expression was as usual, not nervous at all, Xiaoxia couldn't hold back anymore and smiled. Okay, I won't tease you, I didn't lose the card. This little handsome guy has a really simple personality, and he can't help but be funny at all. Seriously, it's pretty much fun. You're so humorous. Wang Zhan didn't expect that Xiaoxia would also make a little joke. She wasn't as cold as she thought. Okay, good, my fault, I shouldn't have teased you. By the way, if you tell me the truth, you really didn't hesitate? Even if it's just for a second? Xiaoxia looked at Wang Zhan very curiously. Seriously, in the face of such a huge temptation, is it really not tempting for a second? Such an upright person is really rare. It's not mine, I won't want it, this is the minimum principle of being a human being. I remember reading in a book that being a saint is a special case, to be an upright person is the right track for a person. Although you wander astray, stumble, and make mistakes, you should always be upright. Wang Zhan said very seriously. You are so literate, and few people can sit quietly and read books now. Josh's sincere compliment. I didn't expect the person in front of me to not only pick up money, but also have such good literary literacy. Completely different from those around her. I don't read much now, but whenever I have time, I read them. The two were chatting when the restaurant began to serve food. The steak here is pretty good, you can try it. I used to be poor, so I couldn't afford to eat steak. Wang Zhan used a knife and fork, and he was not very skilled. Looking at Wang Zhan's slow movements, Xiaoxia took the initiative to instruct, when we cut the steak, we generally start cutting from the left side of the steak and cut it from the outside to the inside. When cutting meat, you should see the texture of the beef and cut it against the texture. The tangential direction and texture are perpendicular to 90 degrees, and the cut beef is easy to chew, and the cut along the texture is not easy to bite. Also, don't cut the steak into several large pieces, or cut it in half, this will allow the steak to cool down quickly, the juices will be lost, the steak will become cold, and the taste will decrease. I didn't expect that there was so much knowledge in cutting steak, I rarely eat it, but I learned it today. Wang Zhan is very smart, once he is instructed, he has mastered the essence, and his movements are very standard very quickly. The appreciation in Xiaoxia's eyes grew stronger, and the secret learning ability was really strong. Do you usually drive a Bugatti Veyron to run Didi? Xiaoxia asked casually. It's okay, it's not long. Wang Zhan replied. It's the first time I've seen a Bugatti Veyron with a rear seat, have you ever modified your car? Xiaoxia has seen a lot of expensive sports cars, to be honest, it is the first time I have seen such a thing today. Actually, I'm not sure if it's modified or factory. Wang Zhan replied truthfully. After all, it is rewarded by the system. He also didn't know if the car was factory and that or if it had been systematically modified. But existence is reasonable. He didn't think much of it. Xiaoxia didn't ask anymore, and said directly, I'll give you a little advice. You say. Xiaoxia, next time, don't use the Bugatti Veyron to run Didi. Wang Zhan asked suspiciously, why? Gas is so expensive, what money do you make? Wang Zhan smiled, it's okay, it's quite profitable. Xiaoxia looked at Wang Zhan's eyes more and more with more and more appreciation. Although she doesn't know how much money she can make a month by running Didi. But I think it's only about 10,000 at most. He was even satisfied. Seems to be such an easily satisfied person. No, he's not called easy to be satisfied, but high-spirited. Don't care about more money or less money, but stick to what you love. It is really rare to see someone with such character. Josh was full of appreciation. Chatting with Wang Zhan became more and more speculative. Wang Zhan didn't expect that Xiaoxia, who seemed to be strong before, was quite easy to get along with in private. The two talked and laughed. Joshua. At this moment, a familiar voice came. As soon as Xiaoxia turned around, she saw the person clearly, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Wang Zhan followed the voice and saw a good-looking man wearing an expensive and luxurious haute couture suit walking over. The visitor glanced at Wang Zhan, and his brows furrowed imperceptibly. Wang Zhan naturally sensed the subtle reaction of the arrival, and was a little speechless. Isn't it misunderstood again? Sure enough, Gu Chengzi stared at Xiao Xia with a disappointed expression. Xiao Xia. Who is this man? But Gu Chengzi thought more. People who know Joxia describe her as an iceberg beauty. Usually don't give people a good face at all. Now I am talking and laughing with such an ordinary person in the restaurant. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gu Chengzi wouldn't have believed it. It turns out that Joxia will also have such a side. Who is this man? Why would Josh be so happy smiling at him? Chapter 037, Eldest Son, Call Dad. Gu Chengzi, this is my boyfriend. Xiao Xia lied, really didn't change her face, and her heart didn't panic. As soon as Gu Chengzi heard Xiao Xia say that this was her boyfriend, his face immediately became very ugly. The way he looked at Wang Zhan, his eyes also changed from the original contempt to the actual anger. If eyes could kill, Wang Zhan would have died hundreds of times. Wang Zhan had a question mark on his face. What's going on? But the second time we met, how did I become a boyfriend? It is estimated that it was used as a shield. Xiao Xia, don't be joking. How can this person be your boyfriend? If Lu Xiao knows, the consequences will be very serious. Gu Chengzi's voice was very low, half reminding and half warning. Xiao Xia frowned, and said with a displeased face, it doesn't matter to me whether he is angry or not, I can associate with whoever I want. Seeing that Xiao Xia didn't take his warning seriously, Gu Chengzi turned to Wang Zhan. After looking up and down, he squeezed out an official smirk and took the initiative to stretch out his hand. My name is Gu Chengzi, what is your surname? Wang Zhan. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to shake hands, Wang Zhan responded politely and also stretched out his hand. Holding hands together, Gu Chengzi suddenly afterburned. You dead boy, if I don't embarrass you today, I won't be surnamed Gu. However, the screams that were expected to be heard did not appear. Because, he slammed his strength and found that Wang Zhan was also exerting his strength. Moreover, the intensity is no less than his own. Gu Chengzi was shocked in his heart, this was an opponent. He exerted all his strength to feed, and even the green tendons on his hands were clearly visible. On the other hand, Wang Zhan still has a calm and breezy expression. After a long stalemate, Gu Chengzi felt that the bones in his palm were about to break, and his tears were about to fall out in pain, and he finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. It hurts, it hurts. Let it go. Yikes. Sorry, I thought you liked to shake hands a little harder. Wang Zhan let go of his hand. In this round, Gu Chengzi was defeated. Withdrawing his hand, Gu Chengzi felt that the bones of his hand were about to be pinched off. He was so angry and frightened that he hid his trembling hand behind his back, and deliberately asked, Wang Zhan, what are you doing? DD driver. Wang Zhan told the truth. What? Gu Chengzi thought he had misheard, are you saying it again? I said I was a DD driver. Wang Zhan raised his voice, and many people around him looked over. Joshua, is he kidding me? Gu Chengzi obviously didn't believe it, and directly asked Xiao Xia for confirmation. Xiao Xia nodded and said, that's right, Wang Zhan is a DD driver. Xiao Xia, how can you be so willing to fall down? Even if you want to be angry, you can't find a poor driver. Gu Chengzi looked disappointed and said coldly. She, Joshua, is the president of the company. How can you associate with a DD driver? What a self-inflicted value. Gu Chengzi, be polite to me, I like Wang Zhan, I simply like him as a person, and it has nothing to do with his identity. Xiao Xia said with a straight face. After all, it has been a long time since she had accumulated power, and Xiao Xia's serious look made Gu Chengzi restrain a little. Don't dare to say anything too much. What likes him as a person has nothing to do with his identity. I don't know what means this king used to fight. Actually turned Joxia into a circle. This poor driver is just greedy for Xiao Xia's property and wants to eat soft rice. No, he must be shown the gap between him and Joshua. Let him know that the toad doesn't want to eat swan meat. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts had flashed through Guching's mind, all of which were rejected by him one by one, and suddenly he saw the piano in the middle of the restaurant, and a flash of inspiration flashed. Wang Zhan, since you are Xiao Xiao's boyfriend, do you know what Xiao Xia likes? Xiao Xia hurriedly spoke, I haven't been dating him for long, and I'm still learning more. Wang Zhan, do you know what kind of education Xiao Xia has received since she was a child? Piano, etiquette, business, foreign languages, these are all indispensable. I guess you don't understand these things, you will never see the gap between yourself and Joshua. Guchingza paused and continued, let me put it simply, have you seen the piano there? I'll just ask you, can you play? A person who can't even talk about the piano, why should he date Joshua? Xiao Xia was about to say something, but Wang Zhan on the side shook his head at her, signaling her not to be impulsive. So you mean, as long as you play the piano, you can have a relationship with Joshua? That's fine, but do you know how to play the piano? Guchingza looked at Wang Zhan with a smug expression. Since he was a child, Guchingza's parents found him a professional teacher to teach him to play the piano. But after 2 years of study, he gave up. He can't learn it, and Wang Zhan, a poor boy, can't do it. You can try. Try? What are you kidding? Playing the piano, everyone in this room, even a 3-year-old kid, I mean to play beautiful music and make everyone intoxicated, can you? Try it and you'll know. Ha, if you really make everyone feel good, I'll call you dad. Guchengza didn't understand where Wang Zhan got his honey confidence. Although I don't have a son as big as you, since you want to call me dad so much, I will fulfill you. With that, Wang Zhan walked to the piano on the side. He. Airs. Guchengza had a look of disdain. After adjusting his breathing, Wang Zhan put his hand on the piano. I didn't expect the piano skills rewarded by the system to be used so quickly. Give it a try. A score automatically popped out of his mind, and Wang Zhan's hands jumped on the piano. The sound of the piano, like a spring in the mountains, slowly flowed into the ears of the passers-by. After hearing such beautiful music, the people who were eating involuntarily stopped their movements. Looked at Wang Zhan in a daze. Xiao Xia's eyes were full of little stars, but she didn't expect Wang Zhan to play the piano so well. Absolute master level. A song is over. The audience erupted in warm applause. It's so good, it's so good. One more song. I've never heard such a good piano music. I finally realized what it means to go around the beam for 3 days, and I don't stop hearing it. At this time, a girl walked over with a notebook. Hello, can you sign it for me? The sound of your piano made me forget the sorrow of falling out of love. No problem. Wang Zhan took the book and signed for the girl. Guchengza, who witnessed all this. Unbelievable. I'll go. What's going on? Why do people still go up and ask for autographs? It's like a piano master. However, the sound of the piano just now seems to be really good. I'm going. No matter how good it sounds, you can't admit it. Wang Zhan returned to his seat. Xiao Xia glanced at Guchengza, who had an ugly face, and deliberately reminded, Guchengza, shouldn't you call dad? Chapter 038, Be My Boyfriend. Guchengza's face suddenly turned red, and the dead duck said stiffly, what kind of thing is this playing? It's so ugly. He won't admit that he is killed, and Wang Zhan's bullet is good. Guchengza, I just learned today that you were so shameless and go back on your word. Just ask the other guests here and see if they think it's nice or bad. Xiao Xia was angry with Guchengza's shamelessness. Originally, it would have been okay to apologize softly, but he actually said that Wang Zhandan's bomb was ugly. It's too much. It's so good, he actually said it's ugly. I don't know what music is. It's just jealousy. Chiguoguo's jealousy. I was in a good mood after listening to such beautiful music just now, but now I can't eat because of this man's disgust. Not only Xiao Xia was angry, but the other customers in the restaurant were also very angry. Guchengza was about to die of anger. He tang gu xiao, when has he ever been so aggrieved? It's all to blame for the king's war. He glared at Wang Zhan fiercely. Wang Zhan, don't think that you look like a human, you can play a few tunes, you can make Xiao Xia happy, I tell you, sooner or later she will find out about your despicable character. If you are a man, don't worry about other people's property, the road of eating soft rice will not work. Gu Qingzi, what nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll let you out right away? Josh was really angry. How can you slander Wang Zhan like this? How unreasonable. Joshua actually wants to kick herself out for this stinky boy. Gu Qingzi felt that he had been greatly insulted. Unable to control his anger anymore, he turned his face on the spot, pointed at Wang Zhan with his finger, and said, "Boy, you're finished. Don't let me see you in the future, or..." "How else?" Wang Zhan asked lightly. "Lao Tzu saw you once, beat you once." Gu Qingzi said viciously, "You don't look at yourself, what is it? I tell you, you are dead. Lu Xiao won't let you go. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Otherwise, it will definitely die ugly. Gu Qingzi, I think it's you who should get out, and you must apologize immediately." Joshua was really angry. Did I hear me right? Joxia, I see that you have really been brainwashed by this man and want me to apologize and dream. As soon as Gu Qingzi finished speaking, he heard a snap. The left side of his face hurts hotly. Was stunned, and it took a long time to react. Wang Zhan actually slapped him. Bastard! How dare you hit me? Gu Qingzi's face was deformed. My parents are reluctant to beat me, you dare to beat me. Smack! Wang Zhan slapped the past again. You just called me dad, I naturally want to discipline you well. Wang Zhan had a cold face, he hated being threatened the most. Before the word Wang Ba could be spoken, Gu Qingzi was slapped again. 3 slaps in succession directly stunned Gu Qingzi. A face instantly swollen into a pig's head, and he opened his mouth wide, wanting to relieve it, only to feel that his face was burning badly. What's going on? There was a lot of movement here, which directly alarmed the restaurant manager. Manager Zhang, he beat me, hurry up and kick people out. Gu Qingzi sued first. Manager Zhang, it was Gu Qingzi who provoked first, if you don't believe it, you can ask these people here. Xiao Xia was really disgusted by Gu Qingzi. Yes, I can prove that this person has been provoking, and if you want to drive him out. The girl who asked Wang Zhan for an autograph was the first to speak. That's right, looking at the person he wears, I didn't expect the quality to be so poor, and I didn't pay attention to the fact that this is a public place. Manager, hurry up and invite him out, look really hungry. No, looking at his disgusting face, I really can't take it, I have to ask him out. Other customers also expressed their dissatisfaction with Gu Qingzi. It is already clear which is right and which is wrong. Manager Zhang directly made a gesture of invitation to Gu Qingzi. Mr. Gu, if it's okay, please leave and don't disturb my distinguished guests. Gu Qingzi's face was blue and white. Glared at Wang Zhan fiercely, Wang Zhan, it's not over between us. You wait for me. With that, he turned and left. The one who has lost his appetite is finally gone. What a bad mood, and now I need a beautiful piece of music to wash my ears. Yes, I also need beautiful music to change the mood. I can't get enough of that tune just now, and I really want to listen to it again. Listening to everyone's discussion, Wang Zhan walked to the piano again. I'm sorry everyone, because personal matters have affected everyone's interest in dining, and now I will play another song. For everyone, which can be regarded as reparation. After speaking, Wang Zhan's hands played on the piano. This time, he played a cheerful tune. Everyone present was immersed in the beautiful music. It seems to see the splendid spring, as if to smell the birds and flowers. All the unhappiness in my heart was swept away. Xiao Xia looked at Wang Zhan and only felt that his whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of white light. So handsome, so handsome. Thump! Thump! She could clearly hear her heart beating faster and faster, about to jump out of her chest. She knows. It's a heart-warming feeling. After finishing the song, Wang Zhan returned to his seat. Wang Zhan, you look so handsome playing the piano. I just found out that your hands are so beautiful. Let me take a closer look. Xiao Xia directly reached out and held Wang Zhan's hand, and sighed while playing, "Oh my god, these hands really look like a work of art." Forehead. Wang Zhan didn't expect that one day he would actually be eating tofu. Have you seen enough? Can you let it go? Xiao Xia held it too tightly. Wang Zhan didn't pull it out for a long time, and finally said a word. Stingy, it won't matter if I appreciate it more. Why are you still shy? Xiao Xia let go of her hand with some reluctance. By the way, why did you say I was your boyfriend just now? Was used as a shield for no reason. Wang Zhan always knew the reason. Because I really like you. We've only seen each other twice a day and eaten a meal, not even friends, to be exact. Wang Zhan was a little speechless. Can you stop kidding? Who is kidding you? Xiao Xia said frankly, from now on, be my exclusive driver, and I will support you, okay? Not good. Wang Zhan decisively refused. Xiao Xia asked with a puzzled face, why? Chapter 039, Crying in a BMW. I'm a serious person. Wang Zhan said very seriously. With a snort, Xiao Xia laughed, I'm also a serious person. I have a good stomach and like to eat hard rice. Why is it so funny? What a humor. Although she was rejected by Wang Zhan, Xiao Xia was not angry at all. Xiao Xia said without exaggeration, Wang Zhan, do you know that the people chasing me can line up directly from here to the magic capital, and several trucks can't be loaded? How can you be willing to refuse me? If it were anyone else today, I would definitely agree to it as soon as possible. Xiao Xia really didn't understand why Wang Zhan rejected him. I'm not going to change jobs, so I don't have to chase you. Aha! Xiao Xia laughed and trembled. Wang Zhan was so funny. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had smiled so happily. So funny, teasing him. Xiao Xia suddenly got up, and the original smile was instantly replaced by sadness. Now, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I am seriously ill and will die soon. In the last days of my life, I want to find a humorous and talented person like you to accompany me. You won't refuse cruelly, right? This acting, it's a pity not to act. Wang Zhan couldn't help but complain, it's okay to act, but the plot is a bit bloody. It's boring, just say it. How can you promise me? Was exposed. Xiao Xia was not embarrassed, and asked directly. You tell the truth first. Wang Zhan was a little annoyed. Okay, I said. In fact, Guqingze has an eldest brother named Lu Xiangdong, who has been pestering me recently, and I don't know what he said in front of my parents, and the family has been forcing me to get engaged to him. Just now Guqingze already knew that you were my boyfriend. If you don't continue to act with me, I will be miserable. How can we say that we are also friends? You will not die without help, right? How long do you want me to pretend? Wang Zhan thought of the scene where Aunt Zhang introduced him to the object, and felt the same way. It won't be too long as my parents don't force me to get engaged to Lu Xiangdong. I'm running Didi every day, and I'm very busy. It looks like there's a play. Xiao Xia immediately promised, don't worry, I just ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend. You don't have to accompany me every day, just accompany me to some banquets or important occasions. I won't stick to you or interfere in your life. I'll give you another 100,000 yuan a month for escort fees, how about it? Wang Zhan, now that Guqingze already knows that you are my boyfriend, if you don't agree, I will be very troublesome. Please, you must agree to me, okay? Xiao Xia looked at Wang Zhan pitifully. If you don't say yes, I'll cry to you. Okay. Wang Zhan hesitated for a while, but still said, however, I have one condition. Even if he said, don't say one condition, even 10 conditions, Xiao Xia will agree. You just said 100,000 yuan a month, is it true? Xiao Xia nodded, it's more real than real gold. Actually, I still make a lot of money running Didi. I can earn more than 10,000 yuan per order, and I lose too much 100,000 yuan a month. In this way, I can't suffer too much. We will charge by the hour. When you need me to appear, I will start the time from then until the end of the task. The cost is cheaper for you, 10,000 per hour. Wang Zhan roughly calculated the account and said seriously, 10,000 in 1 hour? Joxia was dumbfounded. It's a profiteer. If you don't agree, forget it. Wang Zhan said categorically. Don't mind, we'll bill by the hour. Josh's attitude immediately softened. Okay, give a deposit of 100,000 first. Wang Zhan took out his mobile phone and stretched it out in front of Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia was a little crying and laughing. Was she afraid that she would repay her debts? Take out your phone and transfer money directly. After eating, Xiao Xia said with a serious face, okay, now we are going to do something very important. What's the matter? Wang Zhan asked. Buy clothes. Since it's her nominal boyfriend, she can't dress too shabby. Although even if Wang Zhan wears a sack, Xiao Xia will think that he is handsome, but on some occasions, he still has to wear formal. Don't you need it? Wang Zhan hesitated. You have to buy it. You have to keep in mind that you are now my nominal boyfriend, and if you wear it poorly, you are slapping me in the face. I'm fine now. Wang Zhan is not particularly particular about wearing clothes, as long as he is comfortable. His clothes are usually sports style. You can't wear a sportswear to accompany me to the cocktail party, you must buy the best and most expensive. Don't be embarrassed, these are all necessary, although the clothes are worn on you, but give me a long face. Seeing Xiao Xia's insistence, Wang Zhan did not refuse. Walking out of the restaurant, Wang Zhan reminded, we both drank alcohol and can't drive. Then I'm calling a car? As she spoke, Joshua took out her phone. No, let's ride over. Wang Zhan pointed to the shared bicycle parked at the door. Anyway, the mall is not far from here, and riding a bicycle in the past can blow the wind to sober up, and the most important thing is environmental protection. Okay. Josa swept a shared bike with a back seat. Wang Zhan rides. She sits. Blowing the night breeze, smelling the hormonal breath on Wang Zhan's body. Josh's face was flushed. She suddenly thought to her that it would be nice if time had stayed in this moment. Wang Zhan kept riding, passing by the intersection and stopping. At this time, a Lamborghini quietly stopped next to the two. Wait for the traffic light. The windows rolled down. Hey! Joshua, is it really you? The female driver showed her head and greeted Xiao Xia in surprise. Hello, Na Chen. Your boyfriend? Chen Na asked curiously. Yes. Joxia generously admitted. Chen Na didn't expect Xiao Xia to find a poor boy as her boyfriend. And this man is so poor that he doesn't even have a car, and he uses a shared bicycle to drive Xiao Xia? Josa didn't know which tendon was wrong. He was still smiling happily. Don't they all say that they would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? Today's rich people really know how to play. Actually looking for a little white face. I am not afraid that people and money will be empty when the time comes. Chen Na glanced at Wang Zhan with some disgust. Poor boy, for Xiao Xia's sake, get in the car, I'll send you. Chapter 040, Don't Save Me Money. No, I think the bike is very good, environmentally friendly and healthy. Joshua refused. She also wants to ride more bikes. Okay, Joshua, it's my birthday the day after tomorrow, bring my boyfriend with me. After saying this, seeing the green light on, Chen Na stepped on the accelerator and disappeared into the many traffic. At Xiao Xia's insistence, Wang Zhan rode his bicycle to the entrance of the Times Mall. Times shopping malls can be said to be a gathering place for famous brands, and people who come and go are either rich or expensive. In the shops here, any piece of clothing in it starts in 4 figures, which is worth a month's salary of ordinary people. Wang Zhan had never been here before, but he also knew how expensive the clothes were here. But he really doesn't like the clothes here, it's too business, it's too formal, and it's not as comfortable as his sportswear. Otherwise, I would have bought it a long time ago. Do you have to buy clothes here? He asked, hesitantly. That's right, my Josh's boyfriend, even if it's in name, should wear the most expensive and best. I will buy it directly if I like it, and I don't need to save money. Once we've bought the clothes, we'll go buy the watch. Finally, get a haircut. Josh said it quite arrogantly. Still want to buy a watch? Hairstyling? Wang Zhan didn't expect it to be so troublesome. I knew that I shouldn't have promised Xiao Xia to come shopping. Xiao Xia took Wang Zhan to a suit shop first. The clerk looked at Xiao Xia wearing a famous brand, and the watch he brought was also expensive. On the other hand, Wang Zhan was dressed ordinarily, and he didn't have a decent accessory on his body. Guessed that Xiao Xia was the owner of the money, and Wang Zhan was a big deal. Although he despises men who eat soft rice a little in his heart, the clerk still has a professional smile on his face. After all, they are all professionally trained. Every customer who comes in is a god and cannot be neglected. Welcome, sir. Take all your seasonal new products and give him a try. As soon as Xiao Xia came, he directly ordered the latest products of the season. Okay, you guys, wait a minute. It seems to be a rich woman, and the clerk immediately went to get the latest model. It's the latest of the season, and there's only one piece in each size. Why don't you try it? I don't like this set very much. I think the white one is pretty good. I'll try that one. Wang Zhan pointed to a piece of clothing hanging outside and said. Xiao Xia looked over and saw a big yellow logo attached to her clothes. 50% off. That's ugly, just try it. Xiao Xia directly ignored Wang Zhan's opinion, shoved the new model into his hand, and directly pushed Wang Zhan into the locker room without saying a word. What thinks that piece is better? I must have seen that dress at a 50% discount and wanted to save myself money. How could Xiao Xia buy the old model? Wang Zhan, who was pushed into the locker room, could only resign himself to trying this new set. 2 minutes later, Wang Zhan walked out. How is it? To be honest, the first time I wore a formal suit, I really felt a little awkward. I don't have sportswear to wear comfortably. Xiao Xia was dumbfounded. Oh, my God. This figure is too good. Broad shoulders and narrow hips, perfect inverted triangle, male dog waist, long legs. It's really a walking hanger. Handsome. Okay, this dress will help me rap. No, I don't like this dress. Two voices rang out at the same time. The clerk looked at Wang Zhan and then at Xiao Xia. In the end, he directly pretended not to hear Wang Zhan's words, and said to Xiao Xia, Miss, please pay for the trouble here. Seeing that Xiao Xia was about to pay, Wang Zhan stopped him. Wait, I really don't want clothes. It's so handsome. Gotta buy. I know you're trying to help me save money. It's fine. It's worth the money. Xiao Xia didn't say a word and paid directly. Wang Zhan. He really doesn't like it. After buying a suit, Xiao Xia took Wang Zhan to a store next door. Wang Zhan, what do you think of this shirt? Not good. Wang Zhan felt that the style was quite old-fashioned. I think you must be handsome in it. Do you give it a try? No, it's troublesome. Wang Zhan refused. Joxia, well, I'll try the last one. Wang Zhan, don't. Okay, just forget if you don't try. Joxia is not embarrassed by the king either. Anyway, he has a great figure, you don't have to try it to know, the effect is absolutely super. Xiao Xia directly picked a few pieces and said to the clerk, please help me wrap this, and this one. Wang Zhan. Well, he got it. Although it was to buy him clothes, his opinion did not matter at all. However, isn't it too much to buy 3 pieces in one sitting? He couldn't help but persuade Xiao Xia, just buy one, don't buy so much. These are definitely handsome for you to wear. Must buy them all. You don't save me money. Wang Zhan explained a little tiredly, I bought it myself, I really don't like it, otherwise I would have bought it earlier. Well, I know. Ha! Seeing Xiao Xia change his previous tone, Wang Zhan was taken aback. After all, you are also a person who earns 10,000 an hour now. Xiao Xia said with a smile. What I told you is true, don't believe it. Wang Zhan was in a hurry. I believe it, of course I believe it. Xiao Xia pulled Wang Zhan, okay, the clothes are ready. Now let's go buy a watch. I don't really need to wear the watch, I don't like to wear it. Wang Zhan refused. Josh pouted, how can this work? How can a man not have a watch, when the time comes, go to the banquet, you dress up coldly, but lose my face? Wang Zhan was tired, but I really don't like it, otherwise I would have bought it myself. It's not that I can't afford it, it's that I don't like it. Forget it, you don't believe it. Wang Zhan didn't bother to explain, and said that Xiao Xia didn't believe it at all. It seems that this Joxia is a super rich woman, spending so much money without blinking an eye. Which one you like, choose for yourself. Xiao Xia pulled Wang Zhan and walked directly into the Cartier watch store. I don't like it either. Wang Zhan shook his head, he couldn't look at these watches. Forget it, I know that asking you is also a vain question, help me wrap this 399,999 watch. Joxia took the idea directly. After putting the watch on helplessly, Wang Zhan couldn't help but say, it's okay, right? Will I be able to go home? The hair hasn't been done yet. What are you anxious about? Xiao Xia pulled Wang Zhan and continued to move forward. It's endless. It's too much trouble to be a boyfriend. I shouldn't have said yes if I had known. I regret it a little, so I shouldn't have promised you. Wang Zhan complained. Wang Zhan, does it hurt if you touch your conscience? I spent nearly 500,000 yuan on everything I bought just now, and I don't get annoyed. What are you anxious about? Xiao Xia pulled Wang Zhan angrily. Good. Bear with me, it's quick to get a haircut. Chapter 041, The Third System Settlement Reward. After an hour, the hairstyle is ready. Wang Zhan looked at the mirror and cut it a little shorter, as if it was no different from before. Not bad. More spirits. Xiao Xia's eyes are full of little stars, and sure enough, Buddha relies on gold, and people rely on clothes. If Wang Zhan was just handsome before, then now he is so handsome that he explodes. Walking on the road, the kind with a 100% return rate. How much did it cost to get a haircut? Wang Zhan asked casually. Not expensive, 8,800. Wang Zhan. Just these two scissors, 8,800. Grandpa Zhang at the gate of the community is not well cut. This shop is really profitable. Wang Zhan said to Xiao Xia, don't come to this kind of store in the future, it's too wasteful. I've told you, you don't have to save me money, I have a membership card, if you want a haircut in the future, just report my mobile phone number, and I'll say hello to the owner. Xiao Xia said very generously. She now likes Wang Zhan more and more. He is not only handsome, but his character is even more rare. After some shopping, she was thinking about buying cheaper items, and trying to help her save money. People with this kind of personality are really rare. She had picked up a treasure this time. Xiao Xia, what I said before is true, I really don't lack money. Wang Zhan couldn't help but explain again, I calculated, you spent almost 600,000 yuan today, and I have to give you this money. I said that all the expenses are mine, you can take it with peace of mind, after all, you dress decently, I have face, if you really feel embarrassed, just treat it as my salary in advance to you. Joshua said. Okay. Wang Zhan nodded. Out of the mall, the two took a taxi to the previous parking spot. Glancing at the Bugatti Veyron, Joshua was a little speechless. What do you want to say? Wang Zhan asked directly. Give the car back to someone else tomorrow. After hesitating, Xiao Xia said directly, you will drive my car from tomorrow, so that you can be on call when I need you, and you can run Didi directly when you are fine. This car is mine, and the vehicle information in the background of my software has not changed, so you see that the vehicle information is inconsistent. Wang Zhan guessed that it was the inconsistent display of software information that made Xiao Xia have such a misunderstanding. I believe you, and I also know that you don't need money to come on. How do you know? Wang Zhan looked at Xiao Xia in astonishment, he didn't seem to have said anything about the gas station. Xiao Xia smiled and said, because, I can blow better than you. Wang Zhan. After doing it for a long time, I still don't believe it. This is a deliberate attempt to tease him. Xiao Xia looked at the time, okay, it's not early, my parents should say it again when I go back late, I'll send you the company address when I go back later, tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, you come to my company to drive, you can drive it during the day, just pick me up from work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's really my car. Wang Zhan felt so tired. Okay, it's your car, but I prefer to take my own car, so please trouble you, come and pick me up tomorrow morning, bye. After saying that, Xiao Xia directly started the car and disappeared into the night with a Porsche. Wang Zhan was speechless. Alas! Why is it that no one believes the truth now? Forget it, how can I say that Xiao Xia is also her part-time boss, and the boss's requirements can only be met as much as possible? As soon as Wang Zhan arrived home, he leaned back on the sofa, and the voice of the system sounded in his head. Ding! The host completes the 7-day order receiving work and enters the settlement reward stage, and the calculation is. Ding! Reward the host of the world's top IT company 28% shares of Ether Company, Limited, the second largest shareholder. After a busy day, I almost forgot that it was time to settle the reward for the third time. The Bone Company, Limited? This company is a bit familiar. Wang Zhan took out his mobile phone and began to check it. His face gradually shocked. It is the world's top database software company. The headquarters is located in the Magic Capital. It ranks first in the software industry in terms of revenue, with about 100,000 employees. The company is known for its ERP solutions, database development and management, supply chain management software, and customer relationship management software. B has an extensive customer base with more than hundreds of thousands of customers worldwide. The company is mainly focused on building intelligent cloud applications, integrated cloud platforms, open source platforms for developers, ERP solutions, and analysis tools that generate results using machine learning algorithms, and also involves artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, blockchain, human-machine interface technology. Just looking at these materials, I feel that it is awesome. Wang Zhan was a little surprised. This reward is indeed very powerful. At the same time, the headquarters of the company. The deputy general manager runs the company, and the lights are bright. The secretary is reporting on his work. Mr. Zhang, 26% of the company's equity, has been transferred to a mysterious buyer. Mr. Zhang asked suspiciously, mystery buyer? The secretary nodded, yes, the chairman keeps the buyer's information confidential, and now we know that the buyer's surname is Wang, Anlin, and we don't know anything else. Today, the mysterious buyer has become the company's second largest shareholder, second only to the chairman's 34% stake. However, the information shows that he will not be involved in the company's decision-making, so you still have a big say in the company. Zhang Di was thinking about the impact of this equity change on him. Find a way to find out his identity. Yes. Wang Zhan, who was already asleep, didn't know that the reward of this system had caused a lot of waves in the company. The next morning, he was woken up by a phone call from Josh. Miss, didn't you say I'll see you at 8 o'clock? Why call me at 5 o'clock? Wang Zhan's wake-up was a little heavy. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for evaluation votes. Thanks. Chapter 042, I don't want to work hard either. What do you want for breakfast? Sufu cheese xiaolongbao is particularly delicious, the crystal dumplings in Taoyuan are also good, and the porridge in Grandpa's porridge shop is also very famous. What do you like to eat? I'll buy it. Xiao Xia asked directly. Big sister. It's only 5 o'clock. Wang Zhan looked impatient. I'm sorry, you go back to sleep, I'll buy you breakfast. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xia began to dress up carefully to make her look better. She didn't sleep well last night. All his thoughts are Wang Zhan. I finally endured until 5 o'clock before I called. She now deeply understands what it means to not see each other for a day. At the moment, her mind was full of just wanting to meet sooner. Wang Zhan slept for a while and came to Xiaoxia's company on time at 8 o'clock. As soon as I got out of the car, I found Xiao Xia standing at the door of the company waiting. Seeing Wang Zhan, Xiao Xia hurriedly greeted him. Why aren't you wearing new clothes? The old ones are more comfortable. Wang Zhan replied. Sure enough, the handsome person is handsome in everything. Go, take you to my office. Xiao Xia took the initiative to take Wang Zhan's hand and led him into the company. Handsome men and beautiful women, they received a lot of stares along the way. All the staff couldn't believe that their beautiful boss would take the initiative to walk in with a man's hand. You know, in their memory, Joshua has never been so close to anyone. What's going on? when Xiao Xia and Wang Zhan walked into the president's office. The employees couldn't hold back anymore and gossiped one after another. Who was that man just now? So handsome. Joe has never been so close to anyone, it's definitely a boyfriend. I just took a closer look, and the man's whole body doesn't add up to more than 3,000 yuan. Poor. How did Mr. Chow find such a little white face? But don't be cheated of money, in the end, people and money are empty. Shoo, everyone be quiet, don't reach Mr. Chow's ears. In the president's office. How's it going? Is the breakfast good? What is your favorite food? I will buy it for you tomorrow. Josa asked with a smile. Don't bother, if it's okay, I'll go first, and I'll pick you up at 5 o'clock. Leaving so soon? Can't you spend more time with me? Xiao Xia looked reluctant, it had only been less than an hour since they met. No, I'm going to make money. Wang Zhan turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Xiao Xia stopped Wang Zhan. Eldest sister, what's the matter? Can you not go? Eldest sister, you said that I can run Didi when I'm fine, I can't accompany you all day long, I'm very busy. Wang Zhan looked impatient. Can I discuss something with you? If you don't run Didi today, accompany me, I will make up the money you earn in a day, okay? Xiao Xia looked at Wang Zhan with pleading eyes. Although you are rich, you can't spend it like this. Wang Zhan was a little speechless. Zhan, are you concerned about me? I'm so touched, don't worry, except for you, I won't spend a penny for other men, I like to spend on you, no matter how much you spend, it's worth it, you just tell me how much money you can make a day? 100,000 if it's bad, 200,000 if it's good. Then can I give you 150,000? Promise me. Okay, just this once, not as an example. Wang Zhan reluctantly agreed. Aha. Xiao Xia took out her mobile phone and transferred 150,000 directly to WeChat. After receiving the money, Wang Zhan sat down directly on the sofa. Joseph picked up the papers on the table and signed them. Half an hour later, Wang Zhan felt too bored and couldn't help but ask, is there anything I can do? It's nothing, by the way, I have a meeting at 9 o'clock, if you get bored, you can walk around. Xiao Xia handed the tablet card to Wang Zhan, with this tableau card, you can go wherever you want. Okay, I'll take a look around. Anyway, it's idle to be idle, so it's better to look around. Wang Zhan took the work card and started the visit from the first floor. On the first floor, in addition to the reception desk, there is a sample room. The second floor is the marketing department and finance. The third floor is the laboratory and R&D department. Is there anything wrong with this gentleman? As soon as Wang Zhan entered the laboratory, someone came up and asked. It's okay, I'm just going to take a look. Wang Zhan said with a smile. Okay, feel free to look at it, but please don't take pictures. Wang Zhan nodded and looked at it casually. Yueshing Group deserves to be a big company. The laboratory has state-of-the-art equipment. Looking at such an intelligent device, Wang Zhan felt that he had seen it. Outside the laboratory, everyone was talking softly. I'm sure he's definitely Mr. Chow's boyfriend, otherwise Mr. Chow wouldn't have given him the pass. That's right, he is allowed to visit such a confidential place in the laboratory, and the relationship between the two is definitely not simple. It's good to be handsome, you don't have to work hard, you can eat soft rice directly. I don't want to work hard anymore, the soft rice is so delicious. Be quiet, he's out. Seeing Wang Zhan walk out of the laboratory, everyone was instantly silent. After visiting the state-of-the-art laboratory, Wang Zhan lost interest in other office spaces. He was about to go back to the president's office to wait for Joshua. As I passed by the conference room, I heard a voice from inside and paused. What's going on? Manager Zhang, you are in charge of technology. Tell me why there was no problem with this indicator of the new product before, and the test was okay. Why is it mass-produced now, but it is said that there is a problem with the quality? Do you also say that there is a mistake in the ratio of materials? There was silence in the conference room, and everyone did not dare to come out. Usually you can all say, but now you're all dumb? Before 12 o'clock tonight, we must see the new solution, otherwise no one will be allowed to leave work. Leaving these words, Xiao Xiao walked out of the conference room in a huff. As soon as he left the conference room, he saw Wang Zhan standing at the door. Have you visited the company? Wang Zhan followed Xiao Xia into the office. Back in the office, Joxia sat in the boss's chair, holding her forehead with her hands, looking tired. Wang Zhan teased, I thought that even if the boss was angry, he wouldn't lose his temper. Xiao Xia responded weakly, how can you not lose your temper? Emotional management is very tiring, and besides, I am a woman, and I need to vent my unhappiness. Holding it all the time can cause endocrine disorders. Wang Zhan echoed, you really can't be angry, otherwise you will come to the eldest aunt twice a month. Xiao Xia was amused by him. Wang Zhan, you know everything, it seems that you have talked about a lot of girlfriends, you are a scumbag. Obviously I want to make you happy, but I actually scolded me for being a scumbag. Wang Zhan was a little speechless, be kind to be a donkey's liver and lungs, okay, then you continue to be angry, I'll run away. No, don't go. Xiao Xia said angrily. Wang Zhan asked helplessly, eldest sister, what do you want to do? Don't do it, don't go out, just talk to me, I love to listen to you. I don't know why, listening to Wang Zhan's conversation, Xiao Xia's irritable mood calmed down a lot. Wang Zhan seemed to smile, are you teasing me? It's too old-fashioned. One sentence successfully tickled Xiao Xiaqi's teeth, hey. Do you know? I know, are the people chasing you trucking? Joexia. Chapter 043, Efficiency Improved. Xiao Xia felt that there was really no way to take the king war. A word can choke people to death, but they can't get angry. But to be honest, I'm in a much better mood now. It's a pity for such a person with high emotional intelligence and high IQ to be an online car-hailing driver. Xiao Xia suddenly asked, Wang Zhan, are you interested in coming to work in my company? Giving you a position as assistant to the president? Don't, I'll keep running Didi. Wang Zhan refused. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, think about it, the salary is definitely not less than what you earn by driving Didi. I'm not interested in even giving me the position of president. Wang Zhan's tone was resolute, it was better to run Didi. Xiao Xia was a little depressed, cut. You also know that it is not easy to be a president, so let's just say that now, this product problem cannot be solved, and I have to work overtime with them. You're going to work overtime? I've been very tired lately, but I don't want to stay up late with you, let's talk about what's wrong. I still don't say it, you don't understand it, and it makes you worry about it. Xiao Xia didn't want Wang Zhan to worry about her with her. Wang Zhan said disapprovingly, it's okay, if there is something annoying, it makes me happy to say something. Joshua. It's infuriating. Xiao Xia was so angry that she simply told her troubles. Our company's new products, when testing, all indicators are up to standard, but now in mass production, there are a large number of unqualified products. R&D personnel have analyzed dozens of times, but they have not been able to find the problem. Is there an analysis report? Let me see. You understand? Joshua asked. I don't know until I see it. Give. Xiao Xia handed the technical report to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan picked up the technical report and read it seriously. Although I know you can't understand it, but your serious appearance is still quite handsome. Xiao Xia simply propped up her hand and stared at Wang Zhan with straight eyes. The technical report is full of technical terms, which are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Even she was dizzy when she saw it. A few minutes later, Wang Zhan suddenly said, wrong. What's wrong? Josh asked suspiciously. Wrong here. Wang Zhan pointed to a number on the report, this can't use acrylonitrile, it will have a fission reaction at high temperatures. Are you kidding or are you serious? Josh asked with some uncertainty. Looking at Wang Zhan's expression, she felt that what he said was right. However, even the company's R&D personnel have analyzed it countless times, but they can't find the reason, and he can point out the problem just by looking at the technical report? So, she wasn't sure. Is it true, don't you know if you ask the technical department to change the recipe and experiment? Wang Zhan said indifferently. Okay. I'll find someone to try right away. Xiao Xia picked up the phone, dialed the landline, and ordered, "Let Mr. Zhang come to my office immediately." A minute later, a balding middle-aged man walked briskly into the president's office. "Mr. Chiao, what do you command?" Zhang Wenda lowered his head and asked. Originally, he had always walked with his head up, but at this moment, his humble attitude could not be more humble. "There is no way," who asked the R&D department to find out the problem of the new product until now. If he can't find a solution, he may have to get out. Wang Zhan, you tell him, what's wrong? Xiao Xia also knew nothing about the formula, so she simply let Wang Zhan say. "Mr. Chiao, is this the expert you invited?" Mr. Zhang asked. "It is rumored outside that this is Mr. Chiao's new boyfriend. Could it be that he misunderstood?" "No, he's my boyfriend," Josh replied. Zhang Wenda. He. It's really a boyfriend. Looks like a little white face. Does he know the formula? But Mr. Chiao's face always has to be given. Zhang Wenda asked perfunctorily, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Zhang, there is a problem with the formula." Wang Zhan directly said what the problem was. "Impossible. The recipe is the result of countless experiments by dozens of people. This recipe is absolutely fine." Mr. Zhang looked incredulous. "This Chiao is really true. Whoever you believe is not good, believe the words of this little white face." This little white face. I guess I want to ask for credit in front of Mr. Chiao, and I talk nonsense casually. What a waste of his time. Is the biggest quality problem with your products prone to breakage? Wang Zhan saw that the other party didn't believe it, and he was not in a hurry, so he asked such a sentence. "That's right, it's already written in the problem report." Mr. Zhang disagreed. The reason for the breakage of the product is because the chemical raw material has a fission reaction and the properties have changed. As soon as the connoisseur makes a move, he knows if there is one. Zhang Wenda's eyes changed as he looked at Wang Zhan. It's no longer the same contempt it used to be. The tone was also a lot more polite. "We have also thought about the problem you mentioned, and analyzed all the formula materials one by one, but we have not found any problems. It is in the secondary vulcanization process that the high temperature causes the fission reaction of acrylonitrile." Wang Zhan's words woke up the dreamer. Zhang Wenda suddenly felt like he was congested. Depend on. This kid is not simple. Let's just say that the person that Mr. Chiao likes can be an ordinary person. It turned out to be a top student. He asked with some respect, "What should I do then?" Simple, change acrylonitrile to polymer. Wang Zhan didn't sell the guanzi and directly gave a solution. I see. Zhang Wenda has a feeling of epiphany. I'll try it right away. He was so excited that he forgot to say hello to Xiao Xia and rushed all the way to the laboratory. "Wang Zhan, you're too powerful, how do you know everything?" Xiao Xia looked at Wang Zhan with admiration in her eyes. "I'm just talking casually, if I can help you solve the problem, I'm not sure." Wang Zhan said modestly. "No problem," Xiao Xia said with an affirmative face. Sure enough. 2 hours later. Outside the office, Zhang Wenda's slightly excited voice came. "Mr. Chiao, Mr. Chiao. The experiment was a success. It's really a person who hasn't arrived, and the sound comes first." Xiao Xia has never seen such a gaffe of Zhang Wenda. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the always steady technical director would have such an excited side. Don't get excited, speak slowly. Zhang Wenda still couldn't calm down his excitement. "Mr. Chiao. The product quality problem is solved, and the molding time of each product is reduced by 2 minutes, which means that our efficiency has increased by 60%. 60% increase in efficiency? Xiao Xia also asked in disbelief. That's right. Zhang Wenda nodded affirmatively and looked at Wang Zhan's eyes with unconcealed enthusiasm. Chapter 044, What a Profiteer. Honey, you're amazing. I'm going to give you a commission. If it weren't for Zhang Wenda still on the scene, Xiao Xia couldn't wait to pounce and give Wang Zhan a big hug. It not only solves the quality problem of the product, but also improves the efficiency. 60% more efficient. Josh couldn't believe how much this would bring to the company. This wealth is simply unimaginable. How much commission? Wang Zhan didn't expect it, so he thought about it casually and helped Xiao Xia solve a big problem. This product is 20% profitable every year. Xiao Xia said very arrogantly. 20%, that's how much? Wang Zhan asked casually. According to the current order, the profit is about 10 million, but this new product is still in the blank stage in the market. As long as our company is mass-produced, the future orders will definitely double, and I can't predict the specific number. Now, conservatively estimated, 5 million commission is the lowest. Xiao Xia thought for a while, and continued very seriously, this formula, I will also help you apply for a patent, in addition to the 20% commission, and give you another 20 million patent royalties every year. Of course, after 20 years of use, you will still be the ultimate beneficiary of this patent. Wang Zhan didn't expect this product to be so valuable. He thought for a moment and said, 20% commission is not enough, plus 10% of the company's shares. Joshua. What a profiteer! However, now many companies are developing this new product, and whoever is the first to launch the market will take the lead and monopolize the entire market. Without Wang Zhan, her company wouldn't have been able to solve technical problems so quickly. You may be behind your competitors. After weighing it up, Xiao Xia nodded, deal. Joshua is a resolute person. On the same day, personnel were arranged to apply for a patent for Wang Zhan, and a series of documents such as equity transfer and patent authorization were signed with Wang Zhan. Everything is done, and it's almost time to get off work. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zhan and Xiao Xia left the company together. Come pick me up tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, remember to put on new clothes, and I'll take you to the birthday party. Before getting out of the car, Xiao Xia repeatedly advised. Got it. Wang Zhan sent Xiao Xia home and began to take orders. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, I went to pick up Xiao Xia on time. How? I'm pretty. This dress was specially selected to fit with your suit. Today, Xiao Xia wore an evening dress, a diamond pendant, white skin and beauty, particularly bright and moving. Not bad. The two drove a Porsche into the Beihai Hotel. At this time, the banquet has not officially begun. Chen Na, the daughter of Feda Group. The birthday party was naturally very pompous, and there were many people. A lot of them are people in the rich circle. Xiao Xia led Wang Zhangong into the venue, and many pairs of eyes looked this way. Especially Xiao Xia holding Wang Zhan's hand, which attracted the curious eyes of many people. Mr. Qiao, you're here too. A middle-aged man was the first to greet Xiao Xia. Mr. Han, what a coincidence. Josh responded politely. Han Xiaohua, the CEO of Dahua Electronics Company, the company is preparing to go public. Although Han Xiaohua and Xiao Xia don't have much business contact, he naturally won't miss it if he can make friends with a beautiful boss. After the two exchanged a few words, Han Xiaohua asked a little presumptuously, Mr. Qiao, who is this? My boyfriend, Wang Zhan. Xiao Xia generously admitted, and introduced to Wang Zhan, my dear, this is Mr. Han of Dahua Electronics. Before Wang Zhan could stretch out his hand, Han Xiaohua stretched out his hand first. Hello. Han Xiaohua maintained a polite smile on the surface, but he was extremely shocked inside. I heard someone say that Xiao Xia found a little white face, but I didn't expect it to be true. It is also openly brought to the banquet. Mr. Wang, I am fortunate to meet you, you seem to be really a talent, and you are really a good match with Mr. Qiao. Mr. Qiao is really a good eye. Is worthy of the old slider of the shopping mall, and in one sentence not only praised Wang Zhan, but also praised Xiao Xia. Thank you. Wang Zhan said with a smile and glanced at Xiao Xia. I don't know where Mr. Wang is? Han Xiaohua asked again. I'm running Didi. Wang Zhan told the truth. Running Didi? Han Xiaohua was stunned for a short time, and quickly came back to his senses. It's good to run Didi, it has a future. I said this on the surface, but I didn't think so at all in my heart. Sure enough, the rumors were true. It's really a little white face. But being able to get up to Xiao Xia is also a bit capable. After all, Josa is notoriously hard to chase. How many rich sons have returned in vain? He. It is said that Chen Na invited many people to this birthday party, even including Xiao Xia's suitors. Now, there's a good show to watch. Mr. Qiao, I saw an old friend and went over first. Han Xiaohua casually found a reason, he still wanted to meet other beauties. We'll talk again when we have a chance. After Han Xiaohua left, Wang Zhan couldn't help but say, it's the first time I've heard someone praise me, saying that I have a future. You're already very promising. Joxia was in a great mood. If you say these things against your will, you will embarrass him. Wang Zhan knew that Han Xiaohua would be so polite to him because of Xiao Xia. Just then, another person came to greet him. Mr. Qiao, long time no see. It was a short and fat man in his 40s, with a beautiful young girl with him, but not his wife. Mr. Qian, long time no see. Josh responded politely. This is your boyfriend. What a talent, I don't know where to go. I'm a DD driver. Yes, hardworking, promising. Almost the same as Han Xiaohua's reaction, after being slightly surprised, he was still complimented. With you, I also enjoyed the rainbow farts of this group of successful people, and it feels pretty good. Wang Zhan was very sober and knew that these words of praise were all because of Xiao Xia. The mall is like this, many people will beg me to do things, so they won't offend you, but in order to please me, they will try their best to please you. Josh explained. That's a sentence that reminds me. Xiao Xia smiled and asked, what words? Chapter 045, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriends. One person has attained the Tao and the chicken dog ascends to heaven. Zhan, you are so humorous, I find that I like you more and more. Xiao Xia held Wang Zhan and smiled extraordinarily brightly. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. Roar! Isn't this Miss Joshua Zhou? What a coincidence! This voice is not polite, but has a bit of a yin and yang weird flavor. Xiao Xia turned his head and saw a noble lady in her 30s, wearing a famous brand, holding a Hermes gold bag, a huge diamond ring, and stepping on more than 10 centimeters to hate the sky. This woman's face is quite beautiful, but she has a little too much powder, and the light hits her face, which is miserable and white. Wang Zhan looked over curiously, and when he saw this person, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Because, this man he knows. Of course, she didn't know Wang Zhan. I'm afraid there aren't many people in Anlin City who don't know this woman. Yu Ying. A well-known local strongwoman. General Manager of Guangyue Cosmetics Company, Ltd. It can be said that Yu Ying is truly self-made. Both parents are ordinary rural people with no background. It is all by their own efforts that they have achieved their current achievements. Compared with Xiao Xia, Yu Ying's background is worse. So Yu Ying is jealous of Xiao Xia, so jealous. Not only is she prettier than her, higher education than her, the family background is better than her. Even running a company is better than her. Several big customers have been poached by Xiao Xia one after another. When the so-called enemies meet, they are very red-eyed. As long as she saw Xiao Xia, Yu Ying couldn't help but go up and say a few words, and she didn't have a good word. Who should I be? I didn't expect it to be Mr. Yu. I said that it looks a little taller than usual today, it turns out that I am wearing a hateful sky. You go slower, beware of wrestling. Josa pretended to remind. Those who are familiar with Joxia know that she privately does not like to be called Miss Zhou. Mr. Qiao, Sister Qiao is fine. Only Miss Qiao has 3 words, she doesn't like it very much. Yu Ying deliberately shouted like this, and she naturally had to step on the other party's sore spot. Height is one of Yu Ying's sore spots. No matter how tall she dressed, she was still short compared to Joshua. Yu Ying sneered, Miss Qiao, I heard that your company has encountered difficulties recently, and there are major quality problems with new products, and the quality problems have not been solved. Are you still in the mood to come to the banquet? Yu Ying's company is also developing new projects, so she pays special attention to Xiao Xiao's movements. When she heard that there was a quality problem with Xiao Xiao's products, she applauded a lot. Mr. Yu, you have time to care about others, why don't you spend more time researching the formula? Your company hasn't developed the formula yet. Neither of them showed weakness and glared at each other. Wang Zhan smelled the crackling smell of gunpowder in the air. He is not interested in the struggle between women, but someone will not let him stay out of it. Yu Ying turned her gaze to Wang Zhan, and after looking up and down, she asked in a weird manner, "Is this your boyfriend?" Josh replied nasally. "Little brother, I heard what Mr. Han said just now, are you running Didi?" "That's right." Wang Zhan responded coldly. He. I just heard Mr. Han talk about Xiao Xiao's boyfriend being a runner. She couldn't believe it yet, she didn't expect it to be true. Yu Ying sneered, and asked in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, Miss Xiao, when did you start to raise a little white face? You little white face, you look good, but you look younger than you, and your profession is a little ordinary." Yu Ying deliberately made a lot of noise, just to attract the attention of others. She's going to embarrass Joshua. Who let Joxia steal her company's customers? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xiao was furious. Wang Zhan was now her taboo. Without waiting for Xiao Xiao to speak, Wang Zhan immediately threw away a sentence. Where did the neurosis come from? If you are sick, hurry home and take medicine, don't beep here like a shrew, it will affect everyone's mood. Yu Ying's face changed suddenly, this bastard actually said that he was a psychopath. From childhood to adulthood, no one who sees her is polite. How dare this little white face humiliate himself like this? Yu Ying said angrily, "You are a little white face who runs Didi, what are you crazy in front of me? I order you to apologize to me quickly." "Auntie, did you inject too much hyaluronic acid and break your brain? Would you say such a brainless thing? Any woman who is called an aunt can't stand it." Yu Ying stomped her feet angrily. "What do you call me? Is it wrong to call you aunt? Don't think that if you apply hyaluronic acid a few times, pull more skin, make a few more faces, and rub a little more powder, you think that you are very young and beautiful. Shut up. I haven't had plastic surgery." Yu Ying blew up all of a sudden. Her first taboo is that others say that she has had plastic surgery. The second taboo is that she is old. Wang Zhan accounted for all of the two. How could Yu Ying not be angry? "Quality, please pay attention to quality, all the people present are civilized people, don't speak so loudly," Wang Zhan said lightly. Yu Ying almost exploded on the spot. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry." Many watched. Can't be as familiar as this little white face. Can't scold him like a shrew. After managing her emotions for a long time, Yu Ying finally controlled the urge to hit someone. She turned to Xiao Xia and said with a bit of yin and yang, "Miss Xiao, for the sake of everyone being a woman, let me remind you, this little wolf dog is useless except for being handsome, you should be careful, don't be deceived, and in the end you will be empty. I think this sentence should be given to yourself," Wang Zhan suddenly said in a gloomy voice. Wang Zhan's words instantly made Yu Ying, who had been managing her emotions for a long time, break through. Yu Ying yelled angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Miss Yu, didn't you notice anything unusual about your family?" Wang Zhan asked sympathetically. "Stinky boy, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. Beware of me suing you for slander." Yu Ying became nervous. Wang Zhan said seriously, "Mr. Yu, haven't you heard a sentence about fire prevention, theft prevention, and girlfriends?" You? What do you mean?" Yu Ying's tone was a little nervous. "Do you have a girlfriend named Lu Mei?" Wang Zhan asked suddenly. Chapter 046, The Green Prairie, It's So Green. "You know her?" Yu Ying was taken aback. "I don't know her, and I don't know your husband, but I know that they have a very unusual relationship." Wang Zhan's tone was very affirmative. "Nonsense, my good friend, how could my husband not know each other?" Yu Ying suddenly laughed, she felt that she must have been confused, and actually believed this little white-faced nonsense, "Stinky boy, it's too late to apologize to me now. Otherwise, I will definitely sue you for slander." Did your best friend tell you that you went on a trip abroad? Is your husband going on a business trip soon? How do you know? Ewing was shocked. Zhang Hui was going abroad, and she only found out before she went out today. Said that there was a problem with a customer abroad. We have to rush over immediately. After sending Zhang Hui to the airport, she came to the banquet. She only found out today. How could this kid know? Wang Zhan didn't speak. He suddenly took a few steps forward, leaned over, and whispered in Yu Ying's ear. Ewing originally wanted to push Wang Zhan away, but Wang Zhan's words made her face pale in an instant. When Wang Zhan finished speaking, she was still frozen there. Her face was extremely ugly with a look of disbelief. What you say is true. Didn't lie to me? Wang Zhan smiled faintly. Do I need to lie to you? I think you should hurry up and call the finance to check the accounts, Mr. Yu. If what I said is true, how are you going to apologize? Ewing only felt that the sky was a thunderbolt, and the world was spinning, and she said, if what you said is true, I will kowtow to you and admit your mistake. If you lie to me, I will definitely not let you go. After saying this, Ewing turned around and hurriedly walked out. Because I walked too fast, I fell down. Originally, there were many melon-eating viewers who had been watching the movement here. Saw Ewing fall and eat. Immediately burst into laughter. Let's just say that women, it's okay to wear anything, what to hate? Walk fast and fall. It hurts just to look at me. That little handsome guy, can't he really apologize to Ewing? Otherwise, why whisper? You're stupid, look at Yu Ying's face, you know it's definitely not a good thing. I'm really curious about what you said. Not only are the audience curious, but even Xiao Xia is curious. Wang Zhan, what did you tell her? It's nothing, it's just that her best friend and her husband planted a large grassland on her head, Wang Zhan said. How do you know? Do you know them? Coincidentally, I took an order a few days ago, which was to send a female passenger to the airport, and the female passenger kept calling after getting on the bus, listening to the tone of conversation with the object. Roughly speaking, she went abroad first and let the man come a few days later. What else did Yu Ying's yellow-faced woman have no use value? They don't need to waste any more time, hurry away and fly away. Wang Zhan explained. Maybe it's because she is going abroad, so the female passenger is in a good mood and has no scruples about talking. It made Wang Zhan hear a lot of gossip. Originally, he had heard it, but he was not ready to say it. Whoever asked Ewing to provoke first, he simply broke the news to her. Yu Ying's name is quite ordinary, are you sure it's a person? Josh asked again. So I asked just now, do you know Lu Mei? How do you know the name of a female passenger? Isn't there a lot of chatting? Xiao Xia glared at Wang Zhan dissatisfied. Wang Zhan. It's a bit strange how much focus there is. He explained, when I got out of the car, her ID card dropped in my car. Although it was a little bizarre, Xiao Xia believed what Wang Zhan said, and she pouted. I have met her husband twice, and he looks quite honest, but I didn't expect it to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's really pitiful to think about her. She was pitted by her husband and girlfriends, and there was a prairie overhead. Do you sympathize with her? Wang Zhan asked. It's not sympathy, it's just a pity. Yu Ying's mouth is a little poisonous, but she doesn't have any bad intentions. I poached several big customers and lost tens of millions of orders. I definitely don't have a good face when I see me, which I can completely understand. Now that the scumbag and the scumbag have not only deceived her, but also taken away her money, I'm really afraid that she won't be able to stand this blow. Joshua has some pity. After all, it was made from scratch to have everything that is now. I didn't expect to meet such a scumbag, and it all came to naught. Suddenly, there was a howling cry outside the door. Let's go. Let's take a look outside. It is estimated that it is Ewing. Wang Zhan said. Find everything out so quickly? Josh was a little weird. If you can find out so quickly, you won't be deceived for so long. There must be a problem with the company's accounts, and I can't hide it. This can be found with a phone call. The two of them talked as they walked, and when they reached the door, they found that there were already a lot of people around. Ewing sat on the ground without any image. The cry is heartbreaking. You bastard. The old lady is so good to you. How can you do this to me? How can you do this to me? You're a 1,000-knife killer. Yueng, today is Chenna's birthday party. Pay attention to the occasion. If there is something to go home and cry slowly. Someone reminded. Yu Ying's appearance is really embarrassing. Go home, go back to the house? The old lady has no home. Yuing replied crying. I don't know if I don't check, and I'm shocked when I check it. All the cash in her company was swept away by that scumbag. In order to develop new products, she took a desperate gamble. Took the property to apply for a mortgage in the bank, and borrowed more than 100 million. Plus the cash on the original account. More than 300 million in total. Now the scumbag has swept away all the money. New project development interrupted. The company's capital chain is broken. She's done. What's worse is that I just received a call from the bank. If the loan is not repaid this month, the property will be seized. She was completely homeless. The more she thought about it, the more sad she became, and Yuing cried even more heartbreakingly. Yuing, don't cry, let's think about how to solve it. Xiao Xia couldn't help but persuade. Crying won't solve anything. Hearing her voice, Yuing slowly raised her head and looked at Xiao Xia and Wang Zhan. That look was extremely strange. Could it be that Yuing was stimulated and wants to turn her anger on us now? Jia frowned slightly. Chapter 047, Chief Technical Advisor. Probably not, right? Don't worry, if you really dare to mess around, I will protect you. Xiao Xia stood in front of Wang Zhan. As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhan smiled. It's a good feeling to be protected. At this moment, Yuing, who was heartbroken and crying, suddenly got up from the ground. She's coming. It's really coming. I don't really want to do it. I'm a little nervous. Xiao Xia said that she would protect Wang Zhan, but she was still a little panicked in her heart. You just said you want to protect me, so that's cowardice? Wang Zhan quipped. Whoever coaxed her just saw that she was too pitiful and couldn't bear to hit her again. Xiao Xia said stiffly. Seeing that Yuing was getting closer and closer, Xiao Xia was ready to fight with her. Who knows, at a distance of 4 or 5 steps from them. Yuing stopped suddenly. In full view. Plop. Yuing knelt directly on the ground. What I saw. Yuing actually knelt down? Is it an apology to Josh? No, she looks like she's looking at Josh's boyfriend. Really, what's going on? Yu Ying's move shocked everyone's eyeballs, and everyone was stunned. Jia was also confused. Yuing, what is this going to do? Is it really too exciting and crazy? Well, why do you kneel down all of a sudden? In the eyes of a crowd of unknown reasons. Yuing cowed out heavily. I'm sorry, I apologize to the two of you for the inappropriate words before. It's because I have no eyes and I can't see people clearly, and I hope you can forgive me. After saying a word, Yuing was about to kowtow again, but was pulled by Wang Zhan. Before he came back to his senses, he was already helped up by Wang Zhan. Mr. Yu, I didn't actually do anything, I didn't help you much. Wang Zhan didn't expect that Yuing would take the initiative to kneel down and admit his mistake. This ability to bend and stretch is much stronger than that of many men. If you don't tell me, I'm still in the dark, maybe the loss is greater than now, I was wrong before, I hope you don't get angry. Yuing sincerely apologized again. This incident taught her a profound lesson. She thinks she is a peerless good man who is honest in duty, but in the end, she is just a scumbag. And Wang Zhan, who seems to be ordinary, knows more than anyone else. If he hadn't opened his mouth to remind. Maybe she's worse off than she is now. Really, people cannot be disguised, and the sea cannot be measured. Mr. Yu, we have received your apology, but tears can't solve any problems. Instead of crying here, it's better to rush to the airport, maybe it's still too late. Wang Zhan reminded. A word wakes up the dreamer. As long as that scumbag hasn't left, everything can still be saved. Yuing nodded again and again. Don't thank you for your kindness, I have written down this love, and when I deal with this bullshit and mess matter, I will personally come to the door to thank you. as long as it is useful to my place in the future, even if I am instructed. After saying this, Ewing wiped away her tears, took off her high heels, and ran out quickly. Tears are useless. She had to figure out how to fix it. I was hit too hard just now, and I was completely panicked. Now, she's going to pull herself together. Ewing left, and the people watching the excitement dispersed. Wang Zhan and Xiao Xia returned to the hall. As soon as he walked in, another middle-aged man walked over. Looking about 40 years old, wearing a brown suit, he looks like a successful person. Wang Zhan recognized him. Zhao Gaowei, CEO of Yongda Industrial Company. It often appears on financial reports. Mr. Qiao, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I'm getting more and more beautiful. Zhao Gaowei greeted with a smile. Mr. Zhao, the more you love, the more handsome you are. Josh responded. Zhao Gaowei looked at Wang Zhan. This is my boyfriend, Wang Zhan. Josh introduced. Mr. Zhao, I have admired my name for a long time. Mr. Wang, it's a good luck. After a simple greeting, Zhao Gaowei went straight to the point. Mr. Qiao, we received a new batch of samples from your company this morning, and we are very satisfied with this batch of samples. After testing, all the performance met our requirements. If you're satisfied. After the technical problems were solved yesterday, Xiao Xia arranged for the company to work overtime to produce new samples. With the fastest speed, the new product will be delivered to the customer. As long as the customer is satisfied, mass production will be carried out immediately. Mr. Qiao, if it is at this level in the future, I plan to place another order of 100 million. Not only that, our Tiantai Chamber of Commerce now has a huge gap in this new product. I wonder if Mr. Qiao can continue to supply us in large quantities? Absolutely. Joshua said with a smile. Mr. Qiao, to be honest, I am really impressed with you this time. Your new product this time completely exceeded my expectations, and it is the most stable performance and best quality product I have ever touched. I think you must have made a very big breakthrough in technology. As far as I know, at present, in the whole country, there is no company that can do this kind of product at your level. You simply subvert the traditional process. I really can't imagine. Your technology will bring what kind of change to the entire industry, what kind of value to create. Mr. Qiao, the development prospects of your company are immeasurable. Definitely going to be the leader in this business. I would like to ask, is this technological change a heavy investment in hiring foreign high-end experts? Zhao Gaowei is really curious. As far as he knows, many other peers in the industry have spent a lot of scientific research funds and invited many experts to develop this new product. However, the product quality, performance, technology and other indicators are not as good as the products produced by Xiaoxia. If it weren't for the invitation of a great god, Zhao Gaowei didn't believe that Xiaoxia's own R&D strength could make such a good product. No foreign specialists were hired. Josh replied. That's hiring a certain great god in the country? Zhao Gaowei continued to ask. Not really. Josh shook her head. Mr. Qiao, I'm confused when you say that. Who changed the process? It's their own research and development. Wang Zhan didn't want too many people to know that he had changed the product process. He just wants to run DD freely. Impossible, right? Zhao Gaowei looked incredulous. Zhang Wenda, I know, he doesn't have this strength. Xiao Xia glanced at Wang Zhan and couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhao, you guessed right, this new product is indeed not Zhang Wenda's responsibility, but Wang Zhan, our company's chief technical consultant. Mr. Qiao, you're not joking with me, are you? Mr. Zhao's face was full of astonishment and shock, and he asked incredulously. Chapter 048, if you know your mistakes, you can change them, and you are still a good child. Xiao Xia affirmed, Mr. Zhao, how can I joke with you about this? It is indeed the technical solution he gave. Oh, my God. I can't imagine it at all. I don't know how many experts' technical problems were overcome, but they were overcome by the young guy in front of him. It's really a hero from ancient times. Zhao Gaowei's eyes when he looked at Wang Zhan completely changed, as if he had discovered an invincible treasure. Let's just say that the person Xiao Xia has a crush on can be an ordinary person. It turned out to be a technical god. I don't know where Xiao Xia found such a powerful character. Not only is he young, but he is also so handsome. No, you have to find a way to dig him up. Do whatever it takes. With Wang Zhan, he will be able to develop a new product line so that he can monopolize the entire market. Become the number one in this industry. Thus creating a super strong business empire. Since ancient times, heroes came out of youth. The first time I saw Mr. Wang, I knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person. The ancients had poetry and books in their belly, and when I saw Mr. Wang today, I finally saw what is called an otherworldly temperament. Zhao Gaohui first came to a rainbow fart brush goodwill. The title instantly changed from Mr. Wang to Mr. Wang. This was not enough, he directly took out his business card and handed it to Wang Zhan. Mr. Wang, this is my business card, I don't know if I can add a WeChat? This is the first time that Zhao Gaohui has taken the initiative to ask to add someone else's WeChat. Without waiting for Wang Zhan to speak, Xiao Xia hurriedly spoke, Mr. Zhao, I'm really embarrassed, I went out in a hurry today and forgot to bring my mobile phone. Don't think she doesn't know what the old fox Zhao Gaohui has in mind. From the way he looked at Wang Zhan, he knew it. This old fox wants to rob people with her. There are no doors. As soon as he heard Xiao Xiao's words, he knew that it was a lie, but Zhao Gaohui did not expose it, but said politely, it's okay, Mr. Wang will call me when he is free, and then add WeChat. It's a long time coming. Besides, Wang Zhan is still dating Xiao Xia. At this time, it is estimated that he will be hired with a high salary, and Wang Zhan may not agree immediately. After this matter is returned, we have to think about it in the long run. There can be no rush. Mr. Wang, call me at any time when you are free, any time. Zhao Gaohui deliberately emphasized it. Zhao Gaohui's enthusiastic attitude was beyond Wang Zhan's imagination. He nodded, okay, I'm available. Okay, Mr. Wang, Mr. Qiao, I won't bother you first, I'll contact you another day. After speaking, Zhao Gaohui turned around and went straight to the other boss. That's how the banquet is. Rich people like to keep making new friends. Even if the other party is not a business partner now. But it's always right to get to know more people. After Zhao Gaohui left, Wang Zhan asked with some dissatisfaction, when did I become your company's chief technical advisor? Just now, I am going to hire you as the chief technical consultant of my company, and all the company's R&D departments will obey your command unconditionally in the future, and do what you want to do directly, without asking me for instructions. How about it, does it feel particularly good? Isn't it a special surprise or an accident? Isn't it fun? Josa asked with a smile. I'm not happy at all, please don't introduce me in this capacity in the future. Wang Zhan said in a cold voice. Isn't it? The chief technical consultant is very good, you don't agree? Josh was a little surprised. I just want to be free to run Didi. Joshua. Well, she doesn't understand Wang Zhan more and more. Why the repeated rejection of high-paying jobs? Perhaps, running Didi is really what he likes to do. However, isn't that what she likes? No matter how many temptations are outside, I stick to my heart. After figuring it out, Xiao Xia said in a sincere tone, I'm sorry, I won't be next time, don't be angry with me, okay? If you know your mistakes, you can change them, and you are still a good boy. By the way, Zhao Gaohui, the old fox, will definitely come to you, either to invite you to dinner or to go out to play, no matter what he asks, you must not agree. Josh couldn't help but remind. He's going to come to me? Wang Zhan asked. Of course, he'll definitely find a way to poach you. Dig me? Yes, and at any cost. It's not that exaggerated. Wang Zhan was a little unconvinced. It's definitely such an exaggeration, and you say it now, because you don't know the meaning of my new product, but it fills the gap in China. After a pause, Xiao Xia suddenly grabbed Wang Zhan's arm. Zhan, now that we are all in this relationship, you must not give up from the beginning. Wang Zhan. Beginning and abandoning? Is there such a messy use of idioms? He said helplessly, is your Chinese taught by a physical education teacher? Xiao Xia said angrily, I am the first person to cooperate with you, if you abandon me and find someone to cooperate again, isn't it a mess and an end to abandon? Wang Zhan. It makes sense, and I'm speechless. Don't worry, follow me, I will never treat you badly, and there will be no shortage of dividends and shares. Josh chuckled. Wang Zhan. There's nothing wrong with that, but why does it feel weird? The patent thing can't be delayed, I'll start watching it myself tomorrow. By the way, you send me to work tomorrow morning, and by the way, I will participate in our company's morning meeting, and the technical director Zhang Wenda will report on the feedback on the use of the product. I didn't participate in the morning meeting and gave me feedback directly. I still have to run Didi, and I am also a person with a job. Wang Zhan directly refused. There are still a lot of information for you to sign about patents. You can sign in the conference room, while listening to the content of our meeting at will. You can rest assured, you will not be delayed for too long. If you want to go, you can go at any time. Okay. Wang Zhan reluctantly agreed. Also, don't answer the phone lately. Xiaoxia thought about it, but she was still a little uneasy, and couldn't help but tell her again and again. Got it. Early the next morning, Wang Zhan and Xiaoxia walked into the company together. As soon as I entered the company's gate, many people came forward to say hello. Brother Zhan, good morning. Brother Zhan, you're here. Brother Zhan, do you prefer to drink tea or coffee? I'll help you get it ready. If you don't like it, what do you want to drink? Just tell me, and I'll buy it right away. Brother Zhan, have you eaten breakfast? Wang Zhan looked at Xiaoxia, who was completely ignored, with a confused expression. I'll go? What's the situation? Couldn't they all see the general manager? Ignore it directly. Aren't you afraid of making Xiaoxia angry? Do you still want this month's salary and bonuses? Chapter 049, 2 billion orders popping up overnight. Wang Zhan didn't expect that along the way, almost all employees took the initiative to greet him. As the boss, Xiaoxia is rarely used as a background board. Facing the eyes full of worship and admiration, Wang Zhan felt that life was really wonderful, and he still remembered the way these people looked at him yesterday. Contempt, ridicule, dislike. I didn't expect that overnight, earth-shaking changes occurred. The eyes are the windows to the soul. You can't fool anyone. The change in attitude of these people towards him is definitely from the heart. Some of the girls, in particular, are simply star-studded. When Wang Zhan walked into the president's office, many female employees still look like nymphomaniacs. What do you see? Brother Zhan and Mr. Qiao have already entered. Brother Zhan is so handsome. Even the back is so handsome. I really didn't expect that there would be such a handsome and young technical master. We were so stupid that we were home before, and we thought that Brother Zhan was eating soft rice. Yes, just us fools, we still think that Brother Zhan is really kitey. I just found out now that Mr. Zhou is the best. We underestimate Mr. Qiao. Mr. Qiao's hand is really high. Walking into the conference room, Wang Zhan asked casually, do you pay a bonus today? Otherwise, why is it that along the way, every employee is beaming? I didn't pay a bonus. Josh replied. Then why are they all so happy? I guess I'll know when the meeting starts. Joshua said with a smile. 9. Conference room. After the vice president of R&D compiled a comprehensive report on the performance of new products, Wang Zhibin, sales director, began to report on the work. Wang Zhibin has 2 big dark circles under his eyes, but his eyes are bright and scary. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. He stood up and asked in a mysterious manner, colleagues, before I report, let me let you guess how many orders for new products we received yesterday. What's there to guess about this? I estimate 2 million. 2 million should be more than that, I estimate 5 million. You're too timid, I guess 10 million. It will never exceed 20 million. Many executives spoke. Listening to everyone's speeches, the corners of Wang Zhibin's mouth twitched. This is pure guessing. He turned his attention to the marketing manager, who should be the one who knows the benefits of the new product best. Manager Shu, how much do you guess? I estimate that there is an order of 100 million. Shu Jin said. 100 million? No way. At the level of the same period last year, the sales performance was more than 100 million points. Last year, the total sales performance was about 5 billion. I guess Xu Jin's guess is definitely wrong. 100% not. Probably not so much. Sure enough, Wang Jibin shook his head, that's not right. Xu Jin frowned, the market demand, he knows better than everyone here. The order of 100 million is only a conservative estimate. He spoke again, is it 200 million? It's getting more and more outrageous, how can it be so much? It is worthy of engaging in the market, that is, it can blow. I guess Mr. Wang should be wrong again. Sure enough, Wang Jibin shook his head again, it's a bit far away. Still a little far away? Xu Jin said with some excitement, 10 billion? Everyone present. Well, keep blowing. They can't complain anymore. Wang Jibin shook his head again and handed him an encouraging look, keep guessing. Xu Jin is like being beaten with chicken blood. He stood up violently and said loudly, 1.5 billion. A little higher. Wang Jibin encouraged. 2 billion. Xu Jin's voice trembled a little. That's right. That's more than 2 billion. Wang Jibin affirmed. As soon as Wang Jibin's words were finished, there were doubts. Isn't it? How is that possible? The two of them are acting together? The acting is so exaggerated, I almost believe it. Everyone looked incredulous. Wang Jibin's tone was very excited, don't say you can't believe it, I can't believe it, as of 9 o'clock, more than 300 companies have contacted us and are ready to place orders to buy new products. As he spoke, he opened an Excel sheet on his computer. In an instant, the data on the table is projected directly onto the screen of the conference room. The company name and the number of products required are recorded in detail. Look, here's the data registration form I made overnight. From last night to now, Wang Jibin will answer a customer call in almost a few minutes, and he is ready to come to the company to place an order. And each one is a large amount. It can range from a few million to hundreds of millions. Overnight, he made a form to count each customer and the number of orders. After summing it up, he himself was scared. A full 2 billion orders. 2 billion. You must know that the company's sales revenue for the whole year last year was only 5 billion yuan. The sales target set at the beginning of the year will complete the product sales of 6 billion yuan. But only one night. There are 2 billion sales orders. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never have dreamed that such a thing would happen to him. The information you see is only up to 9 o'clock. Before the meeting, I have given my mobile phone to the assistant. I believe that during this time, he should have received a lot of calls. Wang Jibin clicked the mouse and slid the page directly to the last column. The picture is directly fixed on the sales revenue. Oh my god. 2 billion. It's true. Really 2 billion. 2 billion orders in one night. No way. Mr. Zhang, help me pinch the middle of the people. I'm going to faint. I'll go back to the office and take some blood pressure medicine first, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear my blood pressure. The conference room exploded in an instant. Everyone's jaws dropped. This data was also unexpected by Xiao Xia. She knows it's a blank spot in the market. But I didn't expect the order to smash so quickly. Calm down, everyone, it's too early to rejoice. When everyone was stunned by the order, Xiao Xia was very calm, and she said, now we are facing a huge problem. Chapter 050, Who dare to grab my order? That's right, we're really facing a big problem right now. Wang Jibin echoed. Suddenly there are so many orders, and after the excitement, there is worry. With the company's current production capacity, it is simply impossible to eat all the orders. What should I do if I can't take over the business? Which customers should be rejected? After thinking about it, Wang Jibin didn't sleep all night. He voiced his concerns. Mr. Qiao, most of the customers who have placed orders at present are well-known large enterprises, and with our current productivity, we can't take all the orders at all. Even if we expand the production line immediately, it's too late. In the first batch of orders, which companies to cooperate with and which part of the business to reject, we must carefully consider. Mr. Wang is right, this issue must be carefully considered. It's all big companies, and it's really a headache to take over this one and offend another. It's annoying to have too many orders. The first orders are crucial, and we have to choose our customers well. After the excitement of the executives, they quickly calmed down. Start having a headache about how to get in business. Joxia is also at a loss. Rubbing his eyebrows, Xiaoxia looked at Wang Zhan and asked, Wang Zhan, do you have any good ideas? Is it hard to choose? Wang Zhan asked rhetorically. Yes, Brother Zhan, it's really hard to choose. If you don't do it well, you may offend other companies. Hey! It's a real headache. The others spoke. Whoever gives the full amount will sell it to whomever it is, isn't it? Wang Zhan really doesn't understand them, what's there to worry about? But now it's customary to give a part of the money first, and then give the full amount after using the product for a few months without problems. If we ask them to pay the full amount at the beginning, will it be refused? The finance director asked. I don't know when it started, customers always pay 10% of the payment first, use the product for 3 months without problems or complaints, and then pay the remaining 90% of the final payment. This payment model has brought great trouble to manufacturing enterprises, and they cannot receive payment in time, and the pressure on enterprises is also great. But once a habit is formed, it's hard to change. Habits are all made out of you. Wang Zhan said directly. That's right, Brother Zhan is so right. Brother Zhan still sees it thoroughly. Whoever pays the full amount first will sell it to whomever he wants. It's just a good time to change the bad habit of these customers to use the goods first and pay later. Xiaoxia also deeply agreed. She said to Wang Jibin, Mr. Wang, you reply to the customer immediately, whoever pays the full amount, we will take the order. After a pause, she continued, Manager Xu, no matter what method is used, expand the production line immediately, the production capacity must be more than doubled, and all departments must fully cooperate. Good. Got it. Mr. Chow, please rest assured that the task will be completed. At this time, Wang Zhan signed the last document and put down the pen. Everyone, you continue to have a meeting, I will leave first, and I will go away. Brother Zhan, are you really running Didi? It's so handsome. Running Didi is just a way for him to experience life. I admire him so much. The executives couldn't help but wave after wave of rainbow farts. After the meeting, Wang Jibin immediately replied to the customer. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, many customers are rushing to cooperate, so whoever pays the full amount first, we will take whom's order. It's okay, I'll go directly to you to sign the contract, and transfer the money immediately after signing the contract. Wang Jibin originally thought that he would at least have to talk to the customer, but he didn't expect it to be very refreshing. Expressed willingness to pay the full amount. He immediately told Xiaoxia the news. Mr. Xiao, I replied according to your meaning, and many bosses said that they were willing to sign the contract immediately. They were already on their way. Okay, I see, you go and prepare more contracts. Wang Jibin prepared the contract and waited in the conference room. But an hour passed. No boss has arrived. Is there a traffic jam? He took out his phone and checked the traffic news. Make sure that the road to the company is smooth. It's weird. Why hasn't anyone arrived now? Are they playing tricks on me? At this moment, the company's security director hurriedly ran over. Mr. Wang, it's not good, something is wrong. What's wrong? Wang Jibin's eyelids jumped fiercely. A lot of people who said they were looking for you, and they got into an argument in the parking lot. What? How many people? More than 20. Damn, so many people. Wang Jibin was shocked and hurriedly ran to the parking lot. At this time, the company parking lot. Parking is full of Mercedes Audi Maybach. A lot of bigwigs gathered together. Mr. Zhang, why are you here too? Of course you're here to sign the contract, what are you doing here? I'm here to place an order, too. Lao Lu, you still owe me tens of thousands of yuan last time you played mahjong, and I don't want this money, but don't fight with me for this product. It's one thing and the same thing. The little money I owe you will be transferred to you immediately, but you can't grab this new product from me. Mr. Su, are you also here to place an order? Your company is so small, I think it's better not to join in the fun. Mr. Lu, you can't say that. Although my company is not as large as your company, its business is not bad at all. I heard that whoever pays the full amount first this time will take whom's order. Our company has prepared 100 million. Do you have so much money? If not, don't mess around and waste Joe's time. What is 100 million? I directly prepared 300 million. All the 300 million yuan was paid. Mr. Zhang is really ruthless, and you are not afraid of the company's capital chain breaking? Don't be rash and accidentally lose the whole company in order to buy a new product. How do you speak? Shut up if you can't speak. It's really a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. Who scolded you? You're the one who scolds. How dare you scold me? I'm not afraid of you. How dare you push me? I don't know who made the first move. The crowd began to move. For a while, the scene was extremely chaotic. When Wang Jibin rushed to the parking lot, dozens of people have already formed a ball. It was just arguing just now. How is this going to be a fight? What can I do? It's the first time the security chief has encountered such a situation. Chapter 051, It's hard not to pretend to be forced. You ask me, who do I ask? Wang Jibin is also the master of the 6 gods. Rao is used to seeing a lot of big scenes, and he really doesn't know what to do at the moment. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and dialed Xiao Xiao's number. Mr. Xiao, you hurry up to the parking lot. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Gao, and other bosses, there is a fight in the parking lot. What? Fighting? Why did the fight start? Xiao Xia asked hurriedly. It's for the new product. They all want to sign a contract with our company, and no one will budge. Somehow, they fight. Wang Jibin explained. Mr. Qiao, what should we do now? We can't control this. After thinking about it, Josh said. She didn't expect that this group of bigwigs would actually fight in order to grab orders. This is a fairy fight. Who dares to mix? Okay, I see. Hanging up the phone, Wang Jibin pulled the security director and hurriedly left the scene. This kind of thing, it's better to stay out of it. Shortly after they left, the police arrived, followed by a group of journalists. It is also unknown who called the police, nor who notified the reporter. Anyway, this matter is a bit of a big fuss. The next day's news was full of reports about the incident. The gods fight for the sake of the fairy products. Mysterious new product, causing everyone to scramble. 20 company CEOs, all of them can't grab new products. Xiaoxia company has become completely popular, and the new products are also known to more people in the world. Many reporters wanted to interview Xiaoxia. It's a pity that they were all rejected by Xiaoxia one by one. This afternoon, Xiaoxia was approving the documents, and Zhang Wenda hurriedly walked into her office. Mr. Qiao, good news. Good news. Zhang Wenda laughed so much that he couldn't close his mouth. The patent is down? Joshua asked. That's right. I just went to the relevant department to inquire, and it was rated as a high-level invention patent, and the official patent document will be sent tomorrow. For patents, Zhang Wenda has run a lot of departments. The hard work paid off, and finally in the shortest possible time, I applied for a patent. Beautiful. Double the bonus this month. Joxia is in a good mood, and with a patent, other peers can't make the same products as them. In the future, in the area of new products, she is definitely the only one. Thinking that soon, the company will enter a new stage, Xiao Xia is even more grateful to Wang Zhan. Without him, the new product would not have gone so smoothly. According to the current value estimate, giving him 20 million patent royalties every year is too little and too little. Wang Zhan can't be allowed to suffer. Thinking so, when Wang Zhan came to pick up Xiao Xia after work, Xiao Xia said directly, Wang Zhan, I think our previous cooperation model can be changed. How? Wang Zhan asked. I said that I would give you 20 million yuan a year as patent royalties, but now I have decided that 20 million yuan will be directly exchanged for 10% dry shares. Okay. Wang Zhan nodded. The value of the share dividend was much higher than 20 million. Congratulations, you have become the second largest shareholder of our company. Joshua said with a smile. Thanks, am I going to send you home directly? Wang Zhan's expression was still faint, and he was not affected by the 10% shares in the slightest. You're not a little excited? Joshua couldn't help but ask. There's nothing to get excited about. Wang Zhan told the truth. Joshua. Well, this stupid question shouldn't have been asked. It's not the first time I've seen Wang Zhan's expression, this reaction. She should learn this ordinary heart. The two people who were talking didn't notice that not far from the company, a reporter silently filmed all this. Since the new product was known to more people, many reporters came to the door of Xiaoxiao's company. I want to find out who developed such a powerful new product. It's a pity that the people in Xiaoxia's company are tight-lipped. Last time, Xiaoxia told Zhao Gaowei that Wang Zhan was the chief designer, which made Wang Zhan very dissatisfied. So Joshua said hello. Let everyone keep Wang Zhan's identity a secret. After squatting for several days, the reporter finally guessed from the inadvertent chat of the staff that the designer was the boyfriend of the company's CEO, a mysterious technical boss. That's why he keeps squatting, just to take pictures. The little reporter looked at the camera, a little pity. Only the side face is photographed. But that's enough. The next day, a piece of news captured the attention of countless people. The designer of the new product, the youngest technical boss. The news describes in detail the purpose of the new product, the impact on the industry, and the evaluation of the new product is very high. And for the designer of the product, only the word mystery is used. Name, none. Information, none. Any information, none. The only thing that has it is a profile photo. This news report has caused a lot of repercussions in society. For this young designer. Most of them were in disbelief. The tech bosses I know are all Mediterranean. He's so young and has so thick hair, how can he be a tech god? The news is not responsible at all now, just take a photo and say that it is a mysterious designer, it will really attract people's attention. How could there be such a young designer? The news is too fake. Lon Kai University, Laboratory. Since the launch of the new product, Assistant Xiao Zhang has been paying close attention to any news about it. In his eyes, the person who can successfully develop this product is definitely Taishan Beidou in the technology world. Even if it's not Mediterranean, it's definitely a bit old. So when he saw this report, he smiled very unkindly. This is definitely the most fake news report I've ever seen. Is also the youngest designer, and he will really attract attention. Yuan Fei, who had just finished an experimental study, glanced at Xiao Zhang very curiously. What's so funny? That's the news. I took a random photo, and I said that I was the youngest designer. Xiao Zhang showed the news on his mobile phone to Yuan Fei. For a moment, Yuan Fei was stunned. Although it was only a side face, she still recognized the person on the news at a glance. It's the person she's been looking for a long time. Ah. Finally found you. Chapter 052, The Youngest Tech Master. Yuan Fei was surprised and delighted at this time. She just wanted to see him quickly. She asked Xiao Zhang impatiently, what company is written on the news? Yueshing Group. Where is Yueshing Group? I'll go right away. After saying that, Yuan Fei didn't have the heart to record the test data that had just ended. She quickly packed her things. She had to see him immediately. Seeing her in a hurry, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but remind, Teacher Yuan, calm down, even if you rush to Yueshing Group now, you won't see anyone, they have already gotten off work. Yuan Fei took out her mobile phone and looked at the time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she had indeed gotten off work. Even if she rushed there now, she wouldn't see anyone at all. She was suddenly lame like frost, and she was stunned. Some sat weakly in their chairs. It's so sad. It's so sad. I can't see the great God for the first time. What's the fun of such a life? It's really sad. Teacher Yuan, what's wrong? Do you know this person? Could it really be that he invented a new product? Xiao Zhang asked curiously. Teacher Yuan's reaction was so strange. What's new? Yuan Fei asked. Usually she is preoccupied with research and rarely watches the news. It's the first time I've heard of a new product. Speaking of this new product, it's amazing. It can be said that it has subverted the entire traditional industry, and in order to grab orders, dozens of business tycoons have made a big fight. When it comes to new products, Xiao Zhang is the head. Yuan Fei was dumbfounded when he heard this. After listening to Xiao Zhang's story, she hammered her head in annoyance. So you don't usually watch the news. Otherwise, know about the new product earlier. You'll be able to guess its inventor earlier. Think about it, besides him, who else has this ability? Teacher Yuan, this technical god is better than the Didi driver you said last time. Xiao Zhang, do you know that they are the same person? What? He's the Didi driver who drove the Bugatti Veyron? Xiao Zhang was taken aback. That's right, it's him. Yuan Fei nodded. Xiao Zhang still couldn't believe it. Teacher Yuan, this is just a side face. Will you recognize the wrong person? There is no way to admit mistakes. Yuan Fei was suddenly a little excited. This is the person she has been looking for a long time. How can she admit her mistake? You can't be mistaken. Oh my god. He's amazing. Definitely the youngest tech god I've ever met. Xiao Zhang looked surprised. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a technical god would be so young. But shouldn't you be happy to find the person you've always been looking for? Why does Mr. Yuan look a little sad? Xiao Zhang asked curiously. Teacher Yuan, you should be very happy to find the person you were looking for. Why don't you look so happy? When I see him, I have to wait at least 12 hours. For me, every minute is torment. 12 hours is 720 minutes. The thought of having to suffer 720 times. Are you happy? Xiao Zhang. It made sense, but he was speechless. Xiao Zhang suddenly said, Teacher Yuan, do you want to tell Professor Zhang about them? Since the last time Yuan Fei's paper was published, it has become a sensation in authority. Many heavyweights in the academic world were amazed when they saw this paper. For a time, Yuan Fei's name resounded throughout the academic world, and Lankai University was even more proud of her. A group of old professors led by Professor Zhang came to Yuan Fei every day to discuss academic issues. Praised her as a rising star in the academic world, and the future of Lankai University will promote her exceptionally. The more honors, the more uneasy Yuan Fei became. Because this paper is not just her own work. Without Wang Zhan's guidance, she would not have achieved such results. So she told the professors about her magical experience of riding in the car. Bluntly said that this invention was not her credit, but the Didi driver who proposed it. The old professors were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that this idea that shocked the world was actually proposed by a Didi driver. At first, they thought that Yuan Fei was lying to them, but then Yuan Fei said something wrong, so they believed it for the time being. And offered to help Yuan Fei find this person. A missing person notice was also posted on the school forum. It's a pity that after all this time, there is not a single news. After not being able to find anyone for a long time, Professor Zhang became more and more suspicious that there was no such person at all. Yes, you reminded me, you must quickly tell Professor Zhang the news. Yuan Fei immediately turned on her mobile phone, flipped to the academic research group, and sent a message. Don't you read today's news? The designer of Yuesheng Group's new products, the mysterious technology expert, is the person we are looking for. What do you say? Is that the advice he gave you? Professor Zhang was the first to reply to the message. He has been following the recent news about new products. Truth be told, this new product, flawless. He admired the person who invented it. After all, technical problems have stumped many experts at home and abroad. He also asked his friends to ask around which figure in the industry had overcome this problem. Unfortunately, no news was found. To be honest, he knows most of the people in the industry, but no one has such great technology and is still so low-key. So as soon as Yuan Fei said it, he immediately believed it for 7 or 8 points. That's right, it's him. Yuan Fei replied. He is really a hero, he is definitely the youngest technical expert. Professor Zhang said so, and the professors in the group were shocked. Oh my god. Can't believe it. Xiao Yuan, I always thought you lied to us, but I didn't expect everything to be true. I've also read the news, and I'm still wondering which god can invent a new product. It turns out to be this god. Tomorrow I will go to Yueshing Group to find him, and if I have the opportunity, I will definitely recommend him to meet with the professors. Yuan Fei sent another message. Such a powerful person, I must go and meet it in person. Yes. Meeting him in person is a testament to my respect and admiration for him. How can this be without me? I'll go too. I'll ask my wife to burn her shirt right away, and I can't wear it too casually tomorrow. That's right, I'll find the suit. What time do we arrive? Or early in the morning? It's not appropriate to go too early, right? Generally, the morning will be the busiest time. Let's not affect his work. 10 o'clock, what do you think? Okay, it's okay at 10. At 10 o'clock, everyone will see you and leave. It's so exciting to think about, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. You must rest well, how can you go to meet people with dark circles? You're right, I'd better go to bed early. Xiao Yuan, remember to send the company's address to the group later. Professor Zhang, Yuan Feido. Aha, okay, check the address of Yueshing Group, and Yuan Fei shared it directly in the group. To be honest, she is looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 053, Completely Unintelligible Questions. 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Yuan Fei and the professors met at the door of Yueshing Group as scheduled. Looking at the old professors who usually don't pay much attention to dressing, they were wearing energetic clothes one by one. Yuan Fei secretly rejoiced that he had put on the most expensive and beautiful clothes. She smiled and greeted the professors, Professor Zhang, Professor Li, Professor Wang, Professor Zhang, Professor Zhou, Professor Wu. You're all here. Yuan Fei, let's go, let's hurry up to visit the great god. Professor Zhang can't wait to meet this tech gurus. Yes, get in. Okay. Xiao Xiao led a group of old professors to the front stage directly. Hello. We would like to meet you new product designers. Suddenly surrounded by more than a dozen people, the little girl at the front desk was a little confused. She asked, which designer? That's this handsome guy. Yuan Fei immediately opened the photo album on her phone and showed the photo she saved. I'm sorry, but he's not an employee of our company. The front desk replied. Blame the damn reporter. Actually secretly took a photo of Brother Jean and posted it on the news. Today, there have been several waves of people who want to see Wang Jean. Brother Jean can be seen by anyone? Isn't it? Yuan Fei asked in surprise. Yes, he's not an employee of our company. The front desk nodded. It's not lying, either. Wang Jean was not an employee of the company in the first place, he was Mr. Chiao's boyfriend and the future CEO. How can it be if it's not an employee here? It must have lied to us. What now? Just when everyone was in a hurry, Professor Zhang suddenly said, Don't worry, I know the vice president of R&D of this company, I'll call and ask. Professor Zhang immediately made a phone call. 2 minutes later. Zhang Wenda hurriedly ran over. Seeing the group of people in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. These are all well-known old professors in the country, Taishan Beidou in the academic world. Why did you suddenly come to their company? Professor Zhang, why are you here? We're here to find someone. Professor Zhang directly explained the intention. Looking for whom? Zhang Wenda was a little puzzled. Who in the company has such a big face? Let these professors, who are usually difficult to visit even if they want to, come to visit in person. We're looking for him, the person in charge of your new product. Yuan Fei flashed the photo on her phone. Zhang Wenda suddenly realized. Why is he so stupid? Except for Wang Zhan, who has such strength. He immediately ushered the group into the conference room. Wang Zhan is not an employee of our company, he is our Mr. Chow's boyfriend, so I'll call Mr. Chow over. Zhang Wenda immediately called Xiao Xia over. Knowing that many professors from Lankai University had come to find Wang Zhan, Xiao Xia was really a little flattered. Professors, Wang Zhan is not an employee of my company, he is usually not here during the day, but he will come to pick me up from work in the afternoon. If you are looking for him in a hurry, I will call him immediately and ask him to come over? Professor Zhang hurriedly dissuaded, No, don't call him, we can wait for him here. A tech god like this must be very busy at work, and he can't delay his work. Yes, leave us alone, we'll just wait. Don't bother him because of this little thing, we don't have anything to do anyway, and you don't have to worry about us. Other professors also hurriedly took a stand. They must not affect Wang Zhan's work because of their arrival. Josa blinked. No way? She heard her right? Professors who usually make an appointment 3 days in advance even if they visit, and who are busy with various research all day and never waste a minute or a second, are willing to take the time to wait for someone? Well, since I met Wang Zhan, all the impossible becomes possible. There was no way, at the insistence of the professors, Xiao Xia could only arrange them in the conference room. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Zhan came on time to pick up Xiao Xia from work, and before the car stopped, a group of people suddenly rushed out and stood not far from him. Large-scale porcelain touching scene? Wang Zhan hurriedly stopped the car and got out of the car to ask what was going on. Everyone suddenly surrounded them, and you didn't give Wang Zhan a chance to speak. Professor Wang, I've been waiting for a day and finally seeing you. Teacher Wang, I admire your research, can you take me as an apprentice? Master Wang, it's really a talent. I admire your talent so much. Wang Gaoran, your talent makes me worship. Wang Zhan. Many employees who have just gotten off work at the door of the company. Are these people really professors at Lankai University? People who don't know will probably think that this mental illness came from nowhere. Professor Zhang, Professor Li, Professor Zhou, calm down, don't scare people. Yuan Fei was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect these professors, who usually look quite serious, to have such an enthusiastic side. Professor Zhang couldn't squeeze into the crowd, and shouted anxiously, You all stop it, don't scare the great god, let Yuan Fei speak. Professor Zhang is usually more prestigious. As soon as he said a word, the professors who were originally chattering around Wang Zhan immediately quieted down. Everyone took a step or two back, making room for Yuan Fei. Wang Zhan, hello, I finally found you. Yuan Fei's eyes were a little moist. Seeing Wang Zhan again, joy, surprise, and excitement were intertwined. I was too emotional for a while, and suddenly I wanted to cry. I remember you rode in my car. Wang Zhan was deeply impressed by Yuan Fei and recognized her at a glance. Last time, you guided me and made my experiment a success, and I came here to thank you for coming this time. It's fine. Wang Zhan didn't expect that the few words he casually pointed out last time would make so many people come over. Don't stand at the door, if there's anything, let's go to the conference room and talk slowly. Joshua led the group into the conference room. Wang Zhan, we all have a few research problems that we would like to consult with you, I don't know if you can help us solve our doubts. As soon as he sat down on a chair in the conference room, Yuan Fei asked. I'll try. Wang Zhan didn't dare to guarantee that he could answer all the research problems. I would like to ask Mr. Wang if I can use Jungian representation theory to solve the spectra of the one-dimensional Hubbard model and the HS model. Professor Zhang was the first to ask questions. Chapter 054, named Visiting Professor. Xiao Xia on the side. I'm dizzy, what's the problem? Why can't she understand a word? Can Wang Zhan answer? She subconsciously looked towards Wang Zhan. I saw Wang Zhanyun replied lightly, yes, you can also use the dual-time Green's equation of motion to solve the reciprocal relationship in the Hubbard model. Joexia? Who is she? Where is she? Why does she know every word, but when it is connected, she can't understand it at all? Professor Zhang had a suddenly realized expression, and his eyes were even hotter when he looked at Wang Zhan. Professor Wang, I have a question. Master Wang, please help me solve my doubts. Don't worry, come one by one. Wang Zhan answered a few questions, and the professors looked at Wang Zhan's eyes with indescribable brightness. Professor Zhang suddenly sent out an invitation. Wang Zhan, are you interested in participating in our latest research project? Sorry, not interested. Wang Zhan shook his head. If you say yes, you won't have to stay in the lab every day. How can there be time to run Didi? No, it must be refused. Why? This project has brought together top experts in China and invested a lot of money. Do you really want to refuse? A lot of people don't qualify if they want to. Are you sure you don't want to participate? If it succeeds, it will definitely go down in history. The other professors were puzzled. Why did they refuse such a good opportunity? I'm going to run Didi, I'm very busy. Wang Zhan replied very seriously. Professor Zhang. Other professors? What did they hear? He's going to run Didi, don't have time? How can such a good talent just want to run Didi? It's just overkill. Professor Zhang still didn't give up. Wang Zhan, think about it, this is definitely a rare opportunity. No, I love to run Didi. Seeing Wang Zhan's resolute face, Professor Zhang only felt that someone had stabbed him in the heart. His face was pale, and his heart ached. Such a rare genius in 100 years. I only love to run Didi. It's so distressed, it's sad, it's a pity. For a while, he was too sad, and he started crying. Wang Zhan, you really don't think about it anymore? Yuan Fei still didn't give up, and asked again. Don't think about it. Wang Zhan still refused. Whoa, I want to complain about the Didi platform. Our technocracy has been ruined by it. Why do such masters only like to run Didi? My heart hurts. When will there be such talents again? I suddenly felt that research was pointless, and life was meaningless. In an instant, all the professors burst into tears. Some wept loudly, while others hid their faces and wept softly. Sadness permeated the room. Xiaoxia glanced at Wang Zhan at a loss. What now? I don't know. Encountering this situation, Wang Zhan still didn't know how to solve it. In the end, I could only turn to Yuan Fei for help. Teacher Yuan, you should think of a way. Professor Zhang, Professor Li, don't cry. When you cry, I want to cry too. Yuan Fei's voice was hoarse, and she was about to cry. Xiao Yuan, cry if you want to. Yuan Fei, don't persuade us, let us cry well. Seeing that the crying was increasing, the scene became more and more uncontrollable. Yuan Fei hurriedly called Principal Zhou for help. Half an hour later, Principal Zhou hurried over. Looking at the heartbroken professors crying, he was very empathetic. Not to mention these professors, even he wanted to cry after knowing that Wang Zhan had rejected their school's invitation. Principal Zhou sincerely invited, Wang Zhan, can I invite you to come to our school as a visiting professor? I'm not very. Before the word interest could be spoken, Principal Zhou hurriedly interrupted Wang Zhan, if you don't agree, I'm afraid they will cry non-stop. You see that they are all old, and they are crying so sadly, you can't bear it, right? Yuan Fei couldn't help but persuade, Wang Zhan, you just agree, this is not only your personal reputation, but also the reputation of our school, and it can even be said that it is related to the reputation of the country. Yes, think about it, if a technology god like you doesn't have any reputation, what will the world think? Principal Zhou continued to persuade hard. But I prefer freedom to being trapped. Wang Zhan said. Of course there is no problem, as long as you agree, we will agree to any conditions. Principal Zhou patted his chest and reassured. I'm very busy running Didi every day, and I don't have time to participate in any research. You don't have to do any research, you just have to take the time to give a lecture once in a while. When it came to the matter, Wang Zhan could only reluctantly say, then I'll think about it. Hearing that Wang Zhan finally relented, Professor Zhang suddenly stopped crying and confirmed again, will you really consider it? Wang Zhan nodded. Rounding up is a yes, that's great. Professor Zhang wiped away the tears on his face and said with a smile. That's right, the synonym of consideration is to agree, then we are colleagues. It's so happy to be a colleague with the great gods. I've never been so happy, we have to celebrate. Wang Zhan. I was still crying heartbroken just now, why did I suddenly smile? And when did he say yes? It's just to think about it. Why is there a kind of rush to be pitted inexplicably? Finally sent the professors away, sent Xiao Xia home, and Wang Zhan went to Anlin Petroleum Company. He hadn't been to the company for a long time, and he came to inspect the next week's profitability. I didn't expect that as soon as I got out of the car, someone greeted me. Mr. Wang, why are you here all of a sudden? Wang Zhan looked at the voice and greeted with a smile, Zhou Ming, what a coincidence. The person who came was Zhou Ming, who had just married his classmate Fang Yuanyuan not long ago. Mr. Wang, the photo of you I saw on the news yesterday really showed that you developed a new product? Zhou Ming asked curiously. Well, that's right. Mr. Wang is really amazing, he knows everything, and he bought a new car? Zhou Ming looked at Porsche and asked. No, friend, this car is more fuel efficient than mine. Ha, I'm afraid of your friend, I don't know your true identity yet. Zhou Ming said with a smile, people who can buy Bugatti Veyron can't afford to refuel? And people who own 99 gas stations, do they need to save this gas? Zhou Ming, aren't you on marriage leave? Why do you come to work so quickly? Wang Zhan asked casually. Hey, don't mention it. Zhou Ming sighed. What's wrong? Wang Zhan found that Zhou Ming's expression was very wrong. Zhou Ming pondered for a while, and suddenly said, Mr. Wang, since you are my boss and Fang Yuanyuan's classmate, I will ask some things directly, don't be angry. You ask. I heard that when you used to go to school, you liked Fang Yuanyuan? Chapter 055, Love is a Light, Green Panic. Zhou Ming, this is really a misunderstanding. Wang Zhan explained with a wry smile, I used to help my table-mate hand a love letter to Fang Yuanyuan, but I didn't expect to be caught by the teacher, but everyone thought that I wrote a love letter, and I was really wronged after carrying the pot for so many years. So that's what happened? Of course, I can't lie to you. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I knew it was definitely not you. Zhou Ming said without a head. What is not me? One sentence made Wang Zhan a little inexplicable. Mr. Wang, look at my head. Wang Zhan raised his eyes and looked at the past. The Mediterranean Sea with a distinctive style was bright and dazzling. He patted Zhou Ming on the shoulder and comforted, Mr. Zhou, the preciousness and scarcity of men have never been in hair. Hey, Mr. Wang, take a good look at it. Zhou Ming let out a long sigh. It's really bright and dazzling, why don't you go for a hair transplant? When you reach middle age, don't be too sad. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and said bitterly, Mr. Wang, it's not a bright dazzling, it's a green glow. Ha? Green glow? Didn't you just get married? What's the situation? Seeing Wang Zhan's doubts, Zhou Ming was not hiding it. Mr. Wang, I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me, I found that Fang Yuanyuan has someone outside. Moreover, she also began to transfer property. Wang Zhan was a little crying and laughing, and suddenly understood why Zhou Ming asked so much just now. It turned out that he was regarded as a suspect. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, don't blame me for thinking nonsense, it's really by my side, except for you, I can't think of anyone else who is so good that she betrays me. It's okay, I don't blame you. Wang Zhan's face was full of sympathy, I can see that you have been in a bad mood recently. I'm really annoyed these days. Zhou Ming sighed and vomited bitter water, I just can't figure it out. I have money in my card and a house in my name, although I am a little older than her, but the maintenance is not bad, why does she treat me like this? Give me such a big green blowing hat. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I become. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. And what do you want to do? What should I do? Zhou Ming laughed at himself, to be honest, I'm also very confused. What am I going to do? Zhou Ming's expression was very complicated. Suddenly angry, sometimes sad, suddenly resentful. It seems that the other party Yuan, he is still very emotional. Maybe it's because I've been depressed for too long. Once I open the chatterbox, Zhou Ming can't stop. Seriously, I never thought that I would encounter this kind of thing. I won't tell you. I always said in the past that there is no need to give up a forest for a tree, but when I met Fong Yuan, I felt that I really met true love. I really wanted to hold her hand and spend this life happily. Go to the special true love. What an irony. Mr. Zhou, if you want to open a little, who won't meet one or two scumbags in their life? Wang Zhan didn't know how to persuade for a while. Well, for men, it's a big blow. But you can't talk to him. He's still single. Are you afraid of causing a psychological shadow and fear marriage? Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to make you laugh, it's really uncomfortable to hold back in my heart. Although you are younger than me, I admire you very much, and I really don't know what to do now. Can you give me some advice? Zhou Ming looked at Wang Zhan pleadingly. Wang Zhan was a very powerful figure in his eyes, and he suddenly wanted to hear Wang Zhan's opinion. Wang Zhan suddenly felt Alexander. It is difficult for a Qing official to decide family affairs, and since Zhou Ming told himself such a top-secret matter, it is really not an ordinary trust. But the most important thing in this matter is Zhou Ming's attitude. If he is willing to be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, he naturally can't say much. Wang Zhan asked directly, divorce or continue, how do you choose? This still needs to be asked, there is no need to choose at all, you must divorce, you must divorce. Wang Zhan continued to ask, Zhou Ming, let me ask you another question, you tell me the truth, Fong Yuan changed her mind, is it your fault first? It is necessary to figure out who is really at fault, otherwise it will be another bad account at that time, and it will not be clear. Zhou Ming said self-deprecatingly, Mr. Wang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, I am really heartfelt and heart-wrenching for Fong Yuan, not only buying her a house and a car, but also treating her as a baby, and never saying a word out loud to her. Wang Zhan. I'm afraid this is not to marry a wife, but to invite an ancestor back to offer. Lick the dog and lick the dog, there is nothing, this is true. But Zhou Ming did it like this. How could Fong Yuan still do such a thing? Could it be that the days are too good, and you can't help but want to be a demon? It's really not to die. Since the fault party is Fong Yuan, I won't favor her because I used to be classmates with her, I can give you a few suggestions. Listen up. Zhou Ming listened carefully. What is Fong Yuan's profession now? After graduation, the two have not been in touch, and Wang Zhan doesn't know what Fong Yuan is doing now. She is currently working in a chain hotel, which can be regarded as an executive, and she usually has a lot of contact with people and knows a lot, otherwise she would not have secretly transferred my property. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming still couldn't control his anger. Do you have a prenuptial agreement? Nope. Now that Fong Yuan has begun to transfer the joint property of the husband and wife, she must have begun to prepare for the way back. Wang Zhan frowned, you'd better let her hand it over obediently if she doesn't suspect it. It's easy to say, it's hard to do, should I do it? Rao is a successful person like Zhou Ming, and when he encounters such a blow, he will inevitably panic. You haven't had a showdown with Fong Yuan yet, have you? Wang Zhan asked. I won't startle the snake without conclusive evidence, and I still pretend not to know in front of her. It's right to do this, you can't be impulsive in this matter, if you take the liberty of divorcing, it will only cheapen her for nothing. Wang Zhan kindly reminded. At Zhou Ming's level, divorce is not as simple as getting a divorce certificate. It's good to have a prenuptial agreement, but if there is no prenuptial agreement, once you get divorced, if you are not careful, the man will definitely bleed. It is very likely that half of the great family business accumulated in a lifetime will be shared with the other party. What's even more hateful is that it was the woman who made the mistake first and cuckolded the man. This kind of thing, don't say that Zhou Ming can't stand it, if you are any other man, you won't be able to stand it. What should I do? Zhou Ming asked. Chapter 056, I'm not a teenage mutant ninja turtle. It's very simple, first go overseas to register a company, first transfer all your industrial shares to the name of this company, and then gradually transfer the industry. You are also a person who has been in the mall for a long time, you should know how to do it. Speaking of this, Wang Zhan glanced at Zhou Ming. If Zhou Ming was ruthless enough this time, he would definitely let Fong Yuan leave the house cleanly, and there would be nothing left in the end. However, Fong Yuan is to blame for all this, and no one else is to blame. I probably understand what you said, so how should I face Fang Yuan next? Zhou Ming is also a person who has been in the mall for a long time, and he was too shocked before, so he panicked for a while. Now that Wang Zhan is dialing up, he immediately knows what to do. As before, how do you usually treat Yuan to her, but now you treat her, don't let her notice until everything is arranged. Wang Zhan reminded. Zhou Ming nodded hurriedly. I understand, now is the time to fight for acting, although it makes me feel a little disgusting to her like before, but I will try my best to restrain it. That's right, life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Mr. Wang, chatting with you, I'm in a much better mood, but I still can't figure it out. Why am I so difficult for Fang Yuan? She still treats me like this, is it because I haven't done enough? Or did she really find someone better than me? Zhou Ming was still very confused, why Fang Yuan did this. Zhou Ming, remember a sentence, lick the dog and lick the dog, there is nothing, you are too good to her, and she will die in all kinds. Also, I guess, her new person may not be worthy of lifting your shoes, let's put it simply, she may have found someone to eat soft rice. Why do you take Lao Tzu's money to raise a little white face? Don't be sad, since you have decided to divorce, don't think too much, when you keep interrupting, you will suffer from it. Thinking about it from another angle, this is not a good thing, maybe you will meet a better, more beautiful and younger one in the future. Mr. Wang, don't make fun of me. I'm old, I don't have any other thoughts, I just want to have a stable home. Every day when I go back from work, someone lights up a lamp for me, burns a table of food, I am satisfied. Why is it so difficult to realize such a simple wish? Wang Zhan knew that Gao Ming still had a knot, and continued to persuade, Mr. Gao, the more you talk, the more pessimistic you become, you can achieve the current results. What kind of setbacks have you not encountered? How can you be defeated so easily? After this matter is over, the woman who is chasing you will definitely grab a lot of it. Forget it, once I was bitten by a snake for 10 years, I was afraid of the well rope. Zhou Ming sighed and continued, when I was a child, my family was poor, and as soon as I graduated from junior high school, I went out to work. As long as I can make money, I can suffer any hardship. In order to make money, I lived in the construction site, worked as a porter, moved bricks on the construction site, until I entered the company, starting from the most basic oil filler, from the oil filler to the store manager to the business manager. I have worked hard for so many years step by step, and I have everything I have now. Wang Zhan listened carefully and did not interrupt Zhou Ming. Some things have been held in my heart for too long, and I really need to find someone to talk to. Especially when it comes to Zhou Ming's status, these things are really hard to talk about. Since Zhou Ming is willing to say it now, all he can do is listen carefully. Mr. Wang, why do you say, the more successful a person is, the fewer friends he has? You look at me, now that I have money and social status, I can't even keep a small family in the end, isn't it particularly useless? Speaking of this, Zhou Ming wiped the corners of his eyes that were already wet. Who said that men don't cry, but they haven't reached the sad place? Zhou Ming, you can't be so pessimistic. For the sake of a stump willow, a forest is denied. Think about it, how many people can be like you, start from scratch and achieve such success? What Wang Zhan said was true. Zhou Ming was a little embarrassed to be praised, especially the person who praised him was his boss. Mr. Wang, don't praise me so much, I will achieve such results, you gave it to me. Don't be so modest, you'll have all this, it's all earned by your own hard work. Don't deny yourself easily, you're really good. Excellent fart, even my wife is going to run away. Zhou Ming laughed at himself, but his face was much better than before. Wang Zhan continued, in life, 9 times out of 10, things that are unsatisfactory are not satisfactory. Mr. Zhou, who has worked hard to this day and has experienced so many ups and downs, must not be discouraged because of a scumbag. Isn't there a saying, break up, the next one is more convenient, bye-bye, and the next one is more well-behaved. However, you have to remember that you can't blindly accommodate a woman, and the more you accommodate, the less she will cherish it. That's right, Mr. Wang, you can see it thoroughly. Zhou Ming suddenly felt that the depression in his heart had dissipated a lot, and he was very fortunate to be able to meet Wang Zhan and boldly talk to him about this. After a pause, Zhou Ming continued, this incident is a lesson for me, and it also teaches me a good lesson, women, don't get used to it. Since she dares to do something sorry for me, she should bear the consequences. After getting to know her, her parents, her siblings, scooped up a lot of money from me. In the past, I opened one eye and closed one eye, thinking about the family. There is no need to worry about it. After all, the money can be made again. But now, as much as they have eaten, I want them to spit it out with all the interest. That's right, this is the Zhou Ming I know. The mall has been crawling for many years. What scenes and methods have I never seen? This kind of thing, with a third of the means, is enough. Seeing Zhou Ming's previous glow, Wang Zhan was relieved. It's imperative that I dig out that little white face first. Need my help? Wang Zhan asked. Thank you, Mr. Wang. This matter can be found out by a private detective. If you need your help in other things, I will definitely speak. That's good. It looks like you've completely figured out how to do it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come out of this blow so quickly. Don't worry, I will definitely not lose face as a man. Zhou Ming said with a firm expression. P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for everything. Chapter 057, a big gift for you, asking for flowers. Seeing Zhou Ming reinvigorate, Wang Zhan was very pleased. That's right, when these things are dealt with, I will give you a long vacation. You have a good rest, go blow the sea breeze, listen to the waves, and enjoy the beach and sunshine. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zhou Ming was very grateful. He really met the best boss in the world. My business, let you laugh. Don't say that, just figure it out. If my guess is right, you came to the company so late because you stayed at home and were upset, so you want to use your work to anesthetize yourself? Yes. Zhou Ming nodded. So what should be done now? Still ready to go to the office? Wang Zhan glanced at Zhou Ming. No, go to a private investigator right away. That's right, call me if you need to. Mr. Wang, don't thank you for your kindness, I'll leave first. Looking at Zhou Ming's back, Wang Zhan was very emotional. Who would have thought that the wedding ceremony was held in joy not long ago, and now, it is such an ending? He could predict Feng Yuanyuan's final fate. But Wang Zhan didn't have the slightest sympathy. Everyone should pay for their mistakes. Wang Zhan walked quickly to the finance department. Zhang Xinliang, the chief financial officer, is waiting in the office. Mr. Wang, you are here, I have prepared the information you want to see. Wang Zhan flipped through the documents on the table. I took a closer look. Well done. After reading the document, Wang Zhan casually boasted. Thank you, Mr. Wang. By the way, Mr. Zhou has been doing something at home recently, and you can share more of his work. Wang Zhan said suddenly. Okay. Wang Zhan knocked on the table and asked, does Mr. Zhou's company have cooperation with our company? Yes, Anlin International Hotel Group has always had business dealings with our company, and their hotels are our designated partner hotels. Zhang Xinliang replied respectfully. But in his heart, he was wondering why Wang Zhan suddenly asked like this. Is it to increase business cooperation? What is the proportion of our company's business in their company's customers? Wang Zhan asked again. About 48%, we are a big customer of their company. Zhang Xinliang thought for a while and reported a more accurate figure. He suddenly felt a little envious of Zhou Ming. It's good to be able to marry the boss's classmate as a wife. Tell the marketing department that from tomorrow, we will gradually reduce the cooperation with Anlin International Hotel Group, including some suppliers who cooperate with us, and inform them that whoever continues to cooperate with Anlin International Hotel Group will not cooperate with us. Ha! Zhang Xinliang was stunned. Need I repeat it again? No, I'll notify the marketing department right away. Zhang Xinliang's eyebrows jumped fiercely. What's the situation? Instead of deepening cooperation, but reducing business dealings? Could it be that Zhou Ming offended Mr. Wang? Probably not. Although he was extremely curious, Zhang Xinliang was still very measured about what to ask and what not to ask. Just do what you want, anyway, he can't guess what the boss thinks. Okay, good job, keep up the good work. Leaving this sentence, Wang Zhan left the company. What he can do has been done, and the next thing is up to Zhou Ming himself. The next afternoon, Wang Zhan received a call from Zhou Ming. Mr. Wang, I don't know if you can help with something. What's the matter? The private detective found out that man, namely Jian, is a salesman of Yueshing Group. The private detective Zhou Ming found was very efficient, and he dug out the identity of the other party in one day. Okay, I see, I'll take care of it for you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. It's so easy to chat with smart people. Zhou Ming hasn't said what he wants Wang Zhan to help him. Wang Zhan has already guessed it. Hanging up the phone with Zhou Ming, Wang Zhan called Xiao Xia directly. There is a salesman in your company, named Li Jian? It seems to be. There are so many employees in the company, and Xiao Xia can't remember such a small person, but she just has a vague impression. Fire. Wang Zhan said indifferently. Ah? Why? Did he offend you? Xiao Xia asked very curiously. Offending my subordinates is the same as offending me. Wang Zhan didn't explain too much. In addition, find a reason that he can't refute, don't make him suspicious. Got it. You can rest assured that I will do things. Josh assured. Hanging up the phone, Wang Zhan sent a message back to Zhou Ming. That's it. 2 simple words, but Zhou Ming was extremely moved, and he thanked him from the bottom of his heart again. Mr. Wang, although I don't thank you for my great kindness, I still want to thank you. In 5 days, I'll be completely liberated. I wish you to get rid of the scumbag in advance. Wang Zhan congratulated in advance. 5 days passed in a flash. Early this morning, Zhou Ming came to work in good spirits. All the shares in his name have been transferred. All bank card financiers have also been frozen. I believe that Fong Yuan will soon find out about the abnormality. Finally, it's time for a showdown. Zhou Ming suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. No surprise, it was Fong Yuan calling. Lao Zhou, why can't you use your bank card? As soon as the phone was connected, Fong Yuan's eager voice came out. Frozen. Zhou Ming replied coldly. Freezing? Why is it frozen? My dad is having his birthday tomorrow and I'm buying him a gift and you're frozen now. How do I pay for it? Hurry up and call the bank to unfreeze. Birthday? How do I remember you said that last month? Are you really buying to be filial to your parents? Zhou Ming, what do you mean by that? It's not for my dad. Is it difficult to give it to other men? I gave him a solar life and a lunar life. Is there a problem? Fong Yuan suddenly became excited. What are you so excited about? I'll call my dad and ask him what he wants, and I'll buy it. Zhou Ming said deliberately. Don't call him, I still want to surprise him. Besides, if you ask him, he must be embarrassed to say what he wants. The gift, I will handle it, don't worry about it. Fong Yuan was a little anxious. He. Zhou Ming sneered. Temptation at will. Sure enough, I was going to buy it and give it to the little white face. Seeing that Zhou Ming hadn't spoken for a long time, Fong Yuan ordered, Zhou Ming, did you hear me speak? Why do you have a strange attitude today? Immediately call the bank and unfreeze the card. What's the hurry? You pick a gift first, and we'll go buy it together. I said I'll just buy it. Aren't you afraid that I'll buy it expensive, and you're reluctant to pay? Zhou Ming smiled. When have I ever been stingy with your family? Oh, husband, I knew you were the best for me. Where are we going to eat tonight? Fong Yuan asked. I booked a box in Juyatang, and I'll pick you up after work. Zhou Ming said lightly. Okay. Husband, didn't you say it's so expensive there? How to be generous today? Because, my husband has prepared a big gift for you. P.S. Burst the liver and ask for flowers. Let's do it. Please. Chapter 058, Buy me a house, and I'll forgive you. Gift, do you want to surprise me? Fong Yuan asked curiously. As soon as she heard Zhou Ming say this, her mood instantly improved, because the unhappiness caused by the freezing of her bank card disappeared in an instant. She knew that Zhou Ming was pinched to death by her. It's not like I secretly prepared a gift for her. Still want to argue with her? Let's dream of spring and autumn. I'll know at night," Zhou Ming said coldly. "Fong Yuan, I hope I don't feel frightened." Soon, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Ming drove the car and went to the International Hotel on time to pick up Fong Yuan. Although Fong Yuan is not particularly beautiful, after putting on makeup, she is also bright. In addition, the whole body is full of famous brands, and when you walk on the street, you also have a certain rate of turning back. Seeing her enthusiastically say goodbye to her male colleagues, Zhou Ming felt a little remorseful. In the past, he was really blind, and he actually thought that Fong Yuan had a bold personality, was eclectic, and could get along with any man like a brother. What's special? It's obviously deliberately showing off your demeanor. After getting in the car, Fong Yuan said with some doubts, "Lao Zhou, today is really punctual, it's rare to see you don't work overtime." "No way, there are more important things to deal with than work," Zhou Ming said meaningfully. "Old Zhou, how do I feel? You're a little weird today. Talking is all yin and yang?" Fong Yuan stared at Zhou Ming and said with some complaints, "Why haven't you unfrozen your bank card yet? I took a fancy to a new bag today, and I said hello to the clerk and helped me keep it. If you don't thaw it, how can I pay tomorrow? Didn't you just withdraw 500,000 cash a week ago? Running out so quickly?" Zhou Ming asked. "It's not like Su Jeshua is trading stocks, it's all a loss." Fong Yuan casually found a reason to prevaricate. "Which stock is losing so much?" "I can't remember the name of the stock. By the way, Mr. Liu came to me this afternoon and said that your company's business volume has dropped a lot recently. Do you know what's going on?" Fong Yuan asked suddenly. "I don't know." Although he said so, Zhou Ming was sure in his heart. It was definitely Wang Zhan's order, and he was suddenly even more grateful to Wang Zhan in his heart. "Aren't you the vice president of the company? How could it not be known?" Fong Yuan didn't believe it. "Recently, Mr. Jiang has been in charge of a lot of business. You call the marketing department right away and ask what's going on." "There's no need." Zhou Ming parked the car at the entrance of Joya Hall. Joya Tang is a private restaurant, and you must make a reservation in advance to eat here. The price is a bit pricey, but it is private and quiet. "Zhou Ming, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? I knew you didn't love me as much as you used to, and that's how men are. Before you get married, treat you as a treasure, and once you get married, you will instantly become grass. I warn you, call the people in the marketing department immediately and ask him to bring up the business. I promised in front of Mr. Liu." Fong Yuan still refuses to forgive. "I'll talk about this later, let's go to dinner first," Zhou Ming said lightly. The more he got to this point, the calmer he became. Fong Yuan got out of the car proudly. You know that Zhou Ming is also majestic outside. In front of her, she is not as good as her grandson. She dared to pack tickets, and Zhou Ming would definitely call someone from the marketing department. She asked a little proudly, "Old Zhou, you usually say that the price of Juyatang is too expensive. Why did you change sex today? Take me here? Got me a gift? Are you trying to make me happy?" Zhou Ming didn't answer, but walked directly into a large box. Fong Yuan followed. Antique box with chic decoration. However, there was a man sitting on the couch. "Someone, did we go to the wrong box?" Fong Yuan asked suspiciously. "That's right, this is the box," Zhou Ming said affirmatively. The man stood up from the sofa and greeted Zhou Ming politely. "Mr. Zhou, good evening. Lawyer Wu, I'm in trouble." "Old Zhou, what's going on?" Fong Yuan's tone was very unhappy. "Who is this person?" "Hello, my name is Wu Hong, the legal counsel of Zhou's head office." Wu Hong introduced himself. Fong Yuan put on a stinky face and accused, "Old Zhou, how many times have I said it? Our two-person world is a good two-person world. What's the matter with you calling your subordinates? Legal counsel is not just a subordinate." Even in front of her subordinates, she didn't give Zhou Ming any face. "For a gift, of course." Zhou Ming asked Wu Hong, "Did you bring anything over?" Wu Hong nodded, and took out a document from his handbag. According to your requirements, it has been prepared. That's good. Zhou Mingsan walked to the sofa in 2 steps and sat down. Fang Yuan, take a look at the things. If it's okay, I'll sign it. Gifts, documents, signatures? Fang Yuan instantly made up for it. So the gift is this document. Let her guess that this document is either a company share transfer agreement or a house sale contract. It turned out to be a gift. Lao Zhou, you bothered? Fang Yuan smiled happily and walked over quickly to pick up the documents. In an instant, her face was extremely ugly. I saw the huge 4 words on the cover. Divorce settlement. It's not a share transfer letter, it's not a purchase contract. It's actually a divorce agreement. In an instant, Fang Yuan went from heaven to hell, and she exploded. The surname is Zhou. What do you mean? Want to divorce your mother? Yes? Where is the old lady sorry for you? Say, are you out there? Why don't you speak? I'm right. Damn, men really don't have a good thing. I know you have someone outside. Can't wait now? You want to kick me off? I tell you, if you want to divorce me, don't dream. You don't agree to a divorce? Zhou Ming sat on the sofa and asked indifferently. You're trying to kick me and that stinky woman. Don't dream. I will not fulfill you. Fang Yuan yelled angrily. Sign it. There are some things I don't want to say. Leave you some last face. Zhou Ming's face turned completely cold. He finally saw Fang Yuan's shamelessness. Obviously she made her own mistakes, and she actually put all the fault on him? Do you dare to admit it? You. What does this mean? Fang Yuan looked shocked and said angrily, it's just that you're sorry for me. You conscienceless. Dare to do it, don't dare to admit it. The old lady looks down on you. Who dares to do it? Zhou Ming's voice was low, and he was already on the verge of anger. Miss Fang, please take a look at these photos. Wu Hong took out a stack of photos from his briefcase and threw them on the table. Fang Yuan sighed in her heart. Could it be that she was photographed something? No, it won't. She has always been very careful that she can't get photographed anything. Fang Yuan picked up the photo with some trembling and looked at it. The photo shows her and a man coming out of the hotel side by side. The man's face was unreadable because he was wearing sunglasses and a mask. Fang Yuan's heart returned to her stomach. These photos don't say anything at all. With these, I want to fool her into divorcing. Dream. She sneered, pointed at Zhou Ming with the photo and shouted, Hey, Zhou Ming, do you treat the old lady as a fool or an idiot? Just take a few photos of me walking with my client and you want to slander me? Tell you, I'm not going to divorce you. Fang Yuan, you go out of the house, I don't want to say more about some things. Zhou Ming suddenly felt so tired. It turned out that he was really tired of this woman's arrogance. Hearing this, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. Zhou Ming is afraid that he is crazy. Suddenly filed for divorce, and wanted her to leave the house. It's not crazy what it is. Fang Yuan sat down on the sofa, with a look of what you can do. Zhou Ming, let me tell you, I will not divorce. If you don't want to lose your job, you can tear up this divorce agreement yourself. It's an apology to buy me another house. Chapter 059, Want a divorce? Half of the property. Fang Yuan, I heard you right? Do you still want me to buy you a house? Zhou Ming felt that he had heard a great joke. That's right, I'm telling you, Lao Zhou, if you don't want me to be angry, you have to buy me a house, otherwise you'll. How else? Zhou Ming silently watched Fang Yuan's performance. Ha! Zhou Ming, don't forget who your boss is, he is my old classmate. You said that if I cry to him, will he help you or help me? Fang Yuan said proudly. She didn't believe it. If she moved out of Wangzhan, Zhou Ming would not be afraid. Fang Yuan's shamelessness really refreshed Zhou Ming's cognition again and again. How could he be so blind before? Why do you think she's kind and cute? It's just a stinky shameless one. Fortunately, I told Mr. Wang about this earlier, and I knew Mr. Wang's attitude, otherwise, I might really fall for her way. Zhou Ming took out his mobile phone and asked slowly, "Do you want me to make this call for you?" Fong Yuanyuan's face changed. Depend on. Didn't scare. That's right, she didn't know that Wang Zhan was Zhou Ming's boss at the last wedding, which must have made Zhou Ming think that their classmates were average. Looks like a bad dose of medicine. Fong Yuanyuan said unhurriedly, "There is one thing I may not have told you. When I was in school, he wrote me a love letter." Zhou Ming just took a sip of water and almost didn't squirt out. She was embarrassed to say this, and Mr. Wang said that he was helping others deliver love letters. Others misunderstood. How could Fong Yuanyuan, who received love letters, not know? She's really good at putting gold on her face. You say it alone, you say that it is a love letter written by Mr. Wang, will I definitely believe it? Zhou Ming asked. Yes. Still don't believe it. It seems that this medicine is not strong enough. Fong Yuanyuan was simply ruthless, and said directly, "Lao Zhou, there is one thing, I am not afraid to tell you, there are people outside you, I also have them, and you also know this person. I believe that with your wisdom, you should also guess who he is. If you want to keep everything you have now, we'll play our own games." Fong Yuanyuan was gambling. She believed that Zhou Ming would never dare to confront Wang Zhan. Therefore, it is all up to her to decide who the man is. King Zhan. Excuse me. Let you be the backstabber again. Zhou Ming. How dare she say it? Don't be angry. I said that I would never hit a woman. You can't break this ring for this scumbag. But, I really want to hit her. Zhou Ming has been managing his emotions. In Fong Yuanyuan's eyes, he thought he was shocked by these words. Aren't you scared? Lao Zhou, let's coax, just tear up the divorce agreement, buy me a house tomorrow, I will treat this incident as if it never happened. Don't worry, no matter what we say, we are also husband and wife, and I will help you say good things in front of Wang Zhan. Zhou Ming has been forcing himself to calm down. As a result, Fong Yuanyuan's words completely stimulated him. Got up, slapped Fong Yuanyuan on the face, hit her with a stagger, her body took a few steps back, and fell directly to the ground. You are so shameless, you found a little salesman and took Lao Tzu's 500,000 yuan to buy him a house. Now I dare to pour dirty water on Mr. Wang. I'm so sorry for myself if I don't hit you. A slap directly blinded Fong Yuanyuan. The words made her soul scatter. Little salesman. 500,000 to buy a house. Zhou Ming actually knows everything. No wonder. No wonder he didn't panic at all. But he dared to hit her. He's going to pay for this slap. Fong Yuanyuan covered her hot and painful cheeks and shouted hysterically, "Zhou Ming! Why the hell are you beating me? I'm going to sue you for domestic violence. Sue until you are ruined." Fong Yuanyuan, you want to make things bigger, right? Zhou Ming frowned. This girl, haven't thought about threatening him yet? That's right. I'm just going to make a big fuss, and I'm going to have to check my injuries in the hospital, and then I'll see who wins. Fong Yuanyuan shouted frantically. Bang! With a bang, Zhou Ming slapped on the table and shouted, "Fong Yuanyuan, don't challenge my patience again and again." When this sentence was said, Zhou Ming's tone was extremely indifferent, and his eyes were even more murderous. Suddenly touching Zhou Ming's eyes, Fong Yuanyuan's body shook. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her had become extremely strange and cold. It may be that Zhou Ming has been too good to her in the past few years, so good that she forgets. When they met for the first time, she was frightened by the coldness and majesty of this man. Graduated from junior high school and started from scratch. Zhou Ming can climb to his current position. How can his personality not be ruthless? How can the means not be vicious? She even felt a kind of fear and did not dare to approach him. However, is that the end of it? Just signed a divorce agreement? Leaving the house? No. She is not reconciled. Not reconciled at all. No, you can't leave empty-handed like this. She was indeed impulsive outside, however, Zhou Ming couldn't treat herself like this. He loves her. This is Zhou Ming's weakness. Fang Yuanyuan said sharply, Zhou Ming. I'm telling you, I won't sign. Don't think about divorcing my mother, this family. I've always had the final say. I also have my share of money, and I can spend it however I want. In the past, as long as she was tough, Zhou Ming would give in. This time, I believe it will be no exception. As long as she is fierce and arrogant enough, Zhou Ming has no other way but to give in. However, the most familiar scene from the past did not appear. In the past, as long as she yelled, Zhou Ming would run over and coax her in a low voice. Keep saying that he was wrong. Guaranteed not to do it again. I will also go to buy gifts, jewelry, and all kinds of good-looking bags. However, at this moment, nothing happened. Zhou Ming sat on the sofa with an indifferent expression, as if he hadn't heard any sound. Fang Yuanyuan couldn't believe it. Zhou Ming, if you apologize to me now, I can also consider whether to forgive you. Fang Yuanyuan, one last time, sign. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Zhou Ming was completely impatient. Old Zhou. You're so capable, aren't you? Have you learned to threaten me? Yes? I don't think you're going to want to. Fang Yuanyuan, there is one thing, I must remind you, I used to tolerate you yelling in front of me, not because I was afraid of you, but because I regarded you as my important person, so I was used to you, spoiled you, and let you. But now, you are carrying me behind your back, cuckolding me, spending Lao Tzu's money, raising a little white face, and using my money to buy him a house and buy gifts. You stinky bitch. If it weren't for the fact that you used to be Mr. Wang's classmate, Lao Tzu would have the mind to destroy you. These words were like a bombshell, completely shattering Fang Yuanyuan's last bit of luck. She took a few steps back, gritted her teeth, and knew that things were irreparable. Fang Yuanyuan said directly, since you must insist on divorce, I also agree, but I still say the same thing, if you want me to leave the house, it's impossible. Give me half of the property. I'll sign it right away. Chapter 060, A New Generation Beats the Old. Fang Yuanyuan, you finally tell the truth, what you are thinking about is my family property. But don't be delusional. Leave the house, no negotiable. Zhou Ming, do you treat me as a fool or an idiot? We didn't have a prenuptial agreement when we got married, so everything you earn after marriage. Gotta divide me in half. This is our joint property. At this point, Fang Yuanyuan also let it go, and it didn't matter if she completely tore her face. You gave Lao Tzu such a big hat, and you still want me to give you money to raise a little white face, dream. Even if I'm at fault, don't want me to leave the house, tell you, if you don't give money, it's impossible to sign. Are you going to be a scoundrel? That's right. I'm just that scoundrel. Zhou Ming, think about it, do you give me money or spend it with me? Anyway, I'm young and can afford it. This meal, you eat slowly, think about it while eating, I'll go home first. Fang Yuanyuan grabbed the limited edition LV bag on the sofa, turned around and prepared to leave. Home? Which home to go back to? Have you forgotten that the house has been sold? Zhou Ming reminded. The house has indeed been sold. Or did she sign it? Fang Yuanyuan suddenly reacted, all this is Zhou Mingbu's game. She pointed at Zhou Ming angrily, no wonder you suddenly said that the current house is too small and you want to change it to a big one, and you also said that I should live in the hotel first in the next few days. It turns out that you are not ready to buy a house at all. You're lying to me. And a few days ago, you said that you would change the car for me and find someone to drive the car away, which was also a lie to me. That's right. Zhou Ming nodded. Okay, count yourself ruthless. Fang Yuanyuan hurriedly took out her mobile phone, logged into mobile banking, and checked the joint account of the two. The balance shown on the account is $10.03. Zhou Ming. Money on the joint account. Fang Yuanyuan asked impatiently. It's all saved by me, and naturally I transferred it away. Zhou Ming, I really didn't expect it. You've already made up your mind. Lie to me until now. You're not human. Fang Yuanyuan, I'm just treating others the way they are. Zhou Ming took out a cigarette, you sold an apartment in the south of my city, saying that you would buy a villa and let your parents live in it, but as a result, your father's name was secretly written on the real estate certificate. You said you wanted to start a business. I opened a gym for you, but the corporate legal person secretly changed to your brother. And some of the properties in my name are entrusted to your brother's name. Do you think I don't know? Since I got to know me, I have continued to cash out my bank card, and I have almost cashed out more than 50 million in the past few years. You think I didn't find out? You. How do you know everything? Fang Yuan thought that she was doing something unknowingly, but she didn't expect that Zhou Ming knew everything. I didn't say it before, because I think we are a family. My industry, whether it is to write the name of your father or your brother and brother, I don't care, but now, since it is not a family, there is naturally no reason to give it to you in vain. And what do you want? Want to go back? Let me tell you, Zhou Ming, since these properties are now in my family's name, you don't want to take them back. Now that the matter has been revealed, Fang Yuan simply doesn't pretend. Also, money goes into my pocket, and I'm not going to spit it out. Zhou Ming, it's still the same sentence. You want to divorce me, give me half of the property, otherwise I'll go to Wang Zhan. I don't believe it, he will not help me for the sake of his classmates for many years. I said that you abused me, and my face is the evidence. After speaking, Fang Yuan was ready to go out. It's okay to go, leave what I bought. Zhou Ming said coldly, otherwise, you won't be able to get out of this door. Wu Hong stopped at the door and said coldly, please leave what Mr. Zhou bought. Zhou Ming. What do you mean? Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Leave what I gave you, do it yourself or I. Zhou Ming's voice was cold. But it made Fang Yuan feel a little scared inexplicably. She knew that what he said was true. He's really going to get his hands dirty. Okay. Yes. Two men partner up to bully a woman. Zhou Ming, I'm ruthless. Fang Yuan directly threw the limited edition bag in her hand on the sofa. You bought this bag last month, and now I will return it to you. To be honest, this style is old-fashioned, and I don't like it at all. And the jewelry you're wearing. Zhou Ming looked at the diamond necklace around Fang Yuan's neck. Damn. You're ruthless. I'll give you all the jewelry. Even though she was reluctant, Fang Yuan still took off the studs, necklaces, bracelets and watches. She threw them all on the ground. Enough. I also bought the Chanel haute couture dress on your body, but I slapped you just now, and I don't want this dress, but the shoes, please take them off. Depend on a pair of shoes to go back. Don't be so stingy. Zhou Ming. I'm ruthless. Fang Yuan took off her high heels, stood barefoot on the ground, and roared angrily, Zhou Ming. Do you know why I'm looking for someone, just because you can't do it in any way? Who would like a bad old man like you? To tell you, I've been with him for over a year. If it weren't for the fact that you have money, who would have agreed to marry you? Throw her out. The corners of Zhou Ming's mouth twitched wildly. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to say such vicious words. Zhou Ming. Let me tell you, this matter will not end like this. Your property, I have decided. I'm going to the hospital right now. Get out. Zhou Ming didn't want to see Fang Yuan again for a second. It's disgusting. Zhou Ming. You wait. I'm not going to do that. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was full of desire for revenge. Dropping a cruel word, Fang Yuan left Joya Hall barefoot and huffing. Walking out of the door of the hotel and looking at the road with sparse traffic, Fang Yuan stomped her feet angrily. The reason why this place is quiet is because it is remote enough. There is no way to get a taxi. No wonder Zhou Ming brought her here to eat. It's just intentional. Bastard. What a goddamn bastard. I'm not going to give up. Don't think that if you drive my car away, I won't be able to go back. I can ask Li Jian to pick me up. I'm just you off. Fang Yuan took out her mobile phone to call Li Jian. Beep. Fang Yuan waited for a long time, but only heard the system prompt, I'm sorry, the call you made is temporarily unanswered. Odd. It used to be always connected in a second. Why didn't anyone pick up for half a day today? Fong Yuan hit again. Still no one is connected. A few minutes later, she hit it a third time. I'm sorry, but your call is currently unanswered. Fong Yuan was a little panicked. What's going on? Why didn't he answer the phone? Chapter 061, All I Love Is Your Money. Why doesn't anyone answer the phone? Is it deliberately not answering my phone? No. He never goes unanswered. It must be that he is too busy with work to take it. Yes, it must be. Maybe he's still working overtime. Maybe you haven't even eaten dinner yet. I'm going to cook for him, so that as soon as he gets home, he will have a hot meal to eat. Thinking like this, Fong Yuan couldn't wait to immediately put on her wings and fly to Li Jian's side. No, you have to go to him right away. It's okay if you can't get a taxi, and you still have 2 legs. It's a big deal that you can't go to the city. Fong Yuan walked for more than an hour. Finally stopped a taxi. Master, Hanlin Community. The house she bought for Li Jian is there, a 200 square meter high-end community. 9027 has a down payment of 500,000 yuan, all of which she took. Lao Zhou, don't think that if you sell the house, I will have no home. Fortunately, I am smart and bought a house for Li Jian, 200 square meters, although it is not as good as your big villa, but it is enough for 2 people. Even if I give birth to a baby in the future, it is completely enough. Thinking of being able to start a new life with Li Jian soon, Fong Yuan was in a good mood, and even her scarred feet suddenly felt no pain. After getting out of the car, she bought some food at the supermarket at the entrance of the community and went straight to Li Jian's house. Took out the key and opened the door. Who are you? How can there be a key to my house? Someone suddenly broke into the house, and Li Jian, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, was startled. It's me, my dear. Fong Yuan spoke. Fong Yuan, why didn't you knock when you came in? And how did you get this kind of ghostly appearance? Li Jian looked at Fong Yuan, who was so embarrassed, he couldn't believe his eyes. Hair is scattered, embarrassed. His feet were still bleeding. He frowned. Fong Yuan, you remove my feet for me, see that the carpet I bought is dirty. Hearing this, Fong Yuan was a little aggrieved. Shouldn't she be asked, why is she barefoot? Is the carpet more important than her? She said with some complaints, if it's dirty, I'll wash it for you when I get back. No, I'll buy a new one tomorrow. Soiled carpet, Li Jiankai will not want. Not tomorrow, I don't have any money right now. Swipe your husband's card. Li Jian said directly. The cards are frozen. What? Li Jian was taken aback. We're in the process of getting a divorce. Divorce? Do you share half of your property? How is a divorce agreement written? Li Jian asked tentatively. He wants me to get out of the house. This dog day, I have already started to lay out, not to mention the bank card, and my car, he has also taken it back. The house has been sold, the money is all with him, and the money from the joint account has been swept away. I won't just forget this matter. I'm definitely going to fight him to the end. As soon as she said this, Fong Yuan became angry. So now, you don't have a house, a car, and no money? Li Jian's attitude instantly cooled. My dear, it's only temporary, sooner or later I'll let him divide half of my property. Aren't you happy? I was separated from him, and we were just in time to be together. Who's going to be with you? Li Jian said coldly. What do you mean? Fong Yuan's voice trembled a little. Why did Li Jian's reaction be completely different from what she thought? Shouldn't you happily hug her and say, great. We finally keep the clouds open and see the moon. Fong Yuan, I thought you knew that what I loved from beginning to end was your money, and now that you have no money, why are you still coming to me? Get lost. Fong Yuan's eyes darkened for a while, and when such heartless words came out of the mouth of her beloved object, she only felt that the sky was falling apart. You. Li Jian, you're lying to me, aren't you? I know you love me. Fong Yuan said with a trembling voice. Eldest sister, you're not too young, why are you still hanging on what you don't love? Love is a fart. You give me money, I meet all your conditions, you don't have money, okay, we'll cut it in two, it's that simple. Li Jian said very realistically. The relationship between him and Fong Yuan is as simple as that. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. No money, I'm sorry, who are you? I don't know you. Fong Yuan's heart kept sinking, she didn't believe that Li Jian was such a realistic person. Could it be that the sweet words when we were together before were all lies? No, it's not. Li Jian must have feelings for her. Fong Yuan stepped forward and grabbed Li Jian's hand, as if holding the last straw. Li Jian, I know, you must be lying to me. When you bought a house a few days ago, you also said that you don't care if I have money or not, as long as you can be with me, you were very happy, I am sure. What you said at that time was true. Zero. Holy. You can't hear you. You buy me a house, don't say a few nice words, even if I learn to bark, it will never be a problem. Li Jian shook Fong Yuan away, don't pester me in the future. How so? There was no trace of love in Li Jian's eyes, some were just full of disgust. No, Li Jian, you can't do this to me. Fong Yuan was frightened, she subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to hug Li Jian. Seeing that Fong Yuan was excited and was about to pounce, Li Jian raised his foot directly in disgust. He kicked him hard. Fong Yuan was in pain, took a few steps back directly, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Fong Yuan, I said it clearly enough. Don't get out of here yet. You're kicking me? Why are you so vicious? Fong Yuan raised her head in disbelief, she couldn't accept this fact. Why, the gentle little milk dog suddenly turned into a man-eating demon. He even kicked her. It's all said, tell you to get out. She was heartbroken and yelled heartbreakingly, Li Jian, why are you doing this to me? I gave you so much money and paid you a down payment. How could you have a good life without me? You conscienceless white-eyed wolf. This sentence completely angered Li Jian, and before he went to 4.3, he grabbed Fong Yuan's hair, opened the bow left and right, slapped more than a dozen times, and hit Fong Yuan with a mouthful of blood. You're pretending not to know? Or do you really not know? Li Jian's eyes are almost like eating people. What? What do you mean? Fong Yuan raised her head in astonishment. Li Jian roared, tell you, I lost my job, and I finally coaxed my boss, the old woman in her 40s, to be happy, and said that she would promote me to supervisor. But now, I was suddenly fired from the company, and the whole industry was notified, and in the future, no company dared to use me. My career is over. It's all because of you. If it weren't for your husband, how could I be so miserable? What do you say? Is it my husband's hands and feet? Fong Yuan raised her head blankly. Chapter 062, You Can't Fire Me. It's not that he can have anyone. You are all big shots, I can't afford to mess with you, can't you hide? I'll sell the house tomorrow and go back to my hometown, and we'll have nothing to do with each other in the future. Li Jian is very ruthless. Nope. You can't sell the house, don't worry, I'll go to Zhou Ming, if it's really him who did it, I'll beg him not to treat you like this, okay? Please, give me a chance, okay? Even if she was beaten with blood from her mouth and nose, like a madman, Fong Yuan still did not give up her last hope. Now I don't have a job, I can't even pay off the mortgage, and the house is not for sale and kept for the new year. Can you help me pay my mortgage? Can you? If you can't, get out of here. Li Jian yelled viciously. Are you really lying to me from beginning to end? Fong Yuan muttered, the whole person was shaky. That's right. I've been lying to you all along. You stinky bitch. Get lost. Li Jian's face showed a ruthless look, and with a big hand, he dragged Fong Yuan's hair out of the house like a dead dog. Throwing people out of the door, Li Jian slammed the door shut. Fong Yuan sat on the ground in a daze, she still couldn't accept this fact. Obviously, last night, I told me that I would never change my mind for the rest of my life. Why, you were so cruel to me. 03. Still going to sell this house? Whoa, oh why did you do this to me? What the hell did I do wrong? Tears no longer flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. Fang Yuan struggled to get up from the ground, as if every cell in her body was in pain. Her scalp was stinging at the moment. She swayed her body, and felt that her eyes were black, just like her desperate heart. Li Jian kicked her out, and she had nowhere to go but to go back to her parents' house. Walking all the way out of the community, I have gained a lot of scrutiny. Look, that woman's face is swollen like that. She probably was subjected to domestic violence. Being beaten so badly and not calling the police shows that she was at fault first. That's right, I guess she must have been beaten by her husband, probably because her husband found out that he was wearing a green hat. Not necessarily, I think it is possible that she was beaten by the main room. Maybe she destroyed other people's families. Anyway, she doesn't look like a serious woman, so we'd better stay away. Yes, stay away from her. Listening to the pointing of passers-by, Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. It turns out that heaven to hell, but that's it. The day before, she was held by the stars, and now, passers-by avoid her. What an irony. In fact, think about it, Zhou Ming was really good to her before. I remember one time when she was chopping vegetables, she accidentally cut her finger. Zhou Ming was more nervous than her, and immediately sent her to the hospital. Later, she was directly refused to cook. Even if he knew that she had secretly transferred some property, he wouldn't say anything. But Li Jian? She had so much blood from her feet. Li Jian didn't ask a word. All he cared about was whether she had money or not. Is so ruthless, he deserves to be expelled by Li Jian. But was this really arranged by Zhou Ming? So their hotel's business has declined so much recently, is it also Zhou Ming's doing? Mr. Liu will definitely ask tomorrow, what should I say then? At this moment, the mobile phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Mr. Liu's call, Fang Yuan hurriedly answered the phone. Mr. Liu, good evening. Xiao Fang, I heard that there is a problem between you and Mr. Zhou? Mr. Liu asked straight to the point. How do you know? Fang Yuan's heart was shocked. She didn't expect that what happened a few hours ago, Mr. Liu immediately knew. I also heard from a friend, but you and Mr. Zhou have always had a good relationship. I thought it was a rumor, so I called to verify it. It turned out that she didn't ask the reason for the decline in business, but simply cared about her. Fang Yuan only felt warm in her heart. Yes, we did have some problems, and we are ready to divorce. How long have you been married, and you're clamoring for a divorce? Xiao Fang, I'm from here, listen to my sister's advice, don't be impulsive. Mr. Liu persuaded. At this time, Mr. Liu, who was suddenly cared for and always held high in the past, actually comforted her as a sister. Fang Yuan was extremely moved in her heart, and said frankly, Sister, don't persuade me. I'm completely finished with Zhou Ming. From now on, it doesn't matter. Why? Didn't you hear you say a few days ago that Zhou Ming was going to change your car? It's only been a few days, why do you want to get divorced? Can you tell my sister what's going on? Mr. Liu asked very kindly. Fang Yuan was more and more moved, and she didn't hide it. Sister, I'll tell you the truth, whatever Lao Zhou said to buy me a car, it was all a lie to me, he had already set a trap for me. Isn't it? Mr. Zhou doesn't look like this kind of person? Mr. Liu was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, Did you do something wrong? This question made Fang Yuan not know how to answer for a while. Of course, she couldn't have said that she had made a mistake first. I could only talk to him left and right. Sister, thank you for your concern, but it is really impossible for me and Lao Zhou to get back together. Is it the divorce you filed? As if to verify something, Mr. Liu asked again. No, it's him. Fang Yuan replied directly. On the other end of the phone, there was a sudden silence. After a while, there was no sound. Sister! Sister! Are you listening? Fang Yuan asked. I'm here, you wait. Then, on the other end of the phone, there seemed to be a whisper. After a while, Mr. Lu spoke again. Fong Yuan. I probably know what's going on with this matter, and by the way, I'm calling you today because I have something to inform you. Sister, you say. Fong Yuan didn't know why Mr. Lu's tone was completely different from before, and he didn't have the kindness he had before. You also know that the company's business has recently declined by 930, and the company has decided to lay off employees, and I regret to inform you that I will not have to go to work tomorrow, and if I am free one day, I will come over and go through the resignation procedures. What? Am I made redundant? Fong Yuan was taken aback and asked in disbelief, Sister, I know that the company's recent business is not very good, but it won't be so bad. You praised me for my good performance this afternoon, and I hope I will continue to work hard. Why did you suddenly lay me off? I don't really understand. And I really need the job right now. Fong Yuan, why do you praise you for your good performance? Don't you count it in your heart? Everyone is an adult, and if you have some words, don't say them too bluntly, you have to save some face, right? Mr. Lu's tone sounded a lot more indifferent. It's not. Sister, you can't. Before Fong Yuan's words were finished, he was interrupted by Mr. Lu. Fong Yuan, I don't have a sister like you, this sister, I can't stand it. Fong Yuan gritted her teeth. She asked angrily, Mr. Lu, over the years, how can I say that at least tens of millions of business have been brought to the company? How can you say that you are expelled and expelled? Fong Yuan, you also think too highly of yourself. Are you really pulling these businesses? It's not all looking at Mr. Zhou's face. If it weren't for him, I would have wanted to fire you a long time ago. Mr. Lu, you can't fire me. Do you know what the relationship between Wang Zhan, the boss of Anlin Petroleum Company, is with me? Fong Yuan panicked when she heard this, and moved out of Wang Zhan directly. Chapter 063, Did you do something wrong? What does Mr. Wang have to do with you? Mr. Lu asked curiously. He and I were old classmates, and when I was in school, he even sent me love letters. Fong Yuan said triumphantly. I didn't believe that when I heard about this relationship, Lu Hong dared to fire her. I don't think you apologize yet. Then Fong Yuan didn't hear Lu Hong's apology, and there was a burst of unbridled laughter on the other end of the phone. Ah, I'm going to laugh to death. Fong Yuan, you don't look in the mirror and look at your appearance. Who is Mr. Wang? How could he possibly take a fancy to you? Also, do you know why our company's business is declining? It is said that it was explained by Mr. Wang. At first, I didn't believe it, thinking that it might be Zhou Ming's meaning, but now that you say it, I can be sure that it is definitely Mr. Wang's order. I don't want to see you, so I will reduce my business. No, it can't be. Lu Hong's words, Fong Yuan didn't believe a word. He won't do this. Come on, you. I'm free to go through the formalities. As soon as the voice fell, the phone hung up directly. How dare you hang up on me? I'm so angry with my mother. Fong Yuan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Wang Zhan will never embarrass me. After all, we used to have such a good relationship. There must be some misunderstanding in this. Early tomorrow morning, I will go to Wang Zhan and explain the misunderstanding clearly. Wang Zhan will definitely help me get angry. Lu Hong, I'm waiting for you to apologize to me. Ask me to go back to work. Thinking like this, Fong Yuan immediately walked in the direction of her mother's house. She wants to go back to put on her face, reduce the swelling, put on beautiful makeup, and go to Wang Zhan early tomorrow morning. The villa where her parents live now is very large, and she sold Zhou Ming's apartment and bought it with some extra money. The title deed was written in her father's name. From a small bungalow directly to a large villa. Parents are happy. Deliberately left a room for her in her new home. And it's the biggest and the best. Touch the swollen face, and it is estimated that my parents will be distressed to death when they see it for a while. She wants to accuse them of Zhou Ming's evil deeds. They must help her get justice. Fong Yuan directly opened the lock with her fingerprint. Oops, is Yuan back? Come and eat, we have to celebrate today. The living room was full of people. The whole family is here, even my uncle's family. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the door, everyone saw that she was in an embarrassed state. My aunt was the first to ask, Yuan, what's going on with you? Why are you so embarrassed? Whoever dares to bully my sister, I will definitely break his leg. Whoever kills 1,000 knives dares to bully my precious daughter, I will never let him go. Listening to her family's concern, Fang Yuan only felt extremely aggrieved at the moment. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Okay, my baby girl, don't cry yet, tell mom who bullied you. Fang Yuan's mother asked. Woo! Mom, it's Zhou Ming who beat me. Fang Yuan cried and complained. Li Jian was subconsciously concealed by her. Although Zhou Ming only slapped him once, he did it. Originally, she thought that when she said this, her family would definitely shout to help her get angry. But what I didn't expect was that the living room was silent. After a long time, Fang Mu's face immediately fell, and she asked very seriously, Fang Yuan, let me ask you, did you do something wrong? Yes, my brother won't beat you for no reason, old sister, did you do anything to be sorry for him? Fang Yuan's brother asked. According to his seniority, he should have given Zhou Ming a sister-in-law, but he always called Zhou Ming his brother affectionately. Originally, Zhou Ming was indeed older than him, and his family called him like that. Yuan, it's not that my uncle said your temper is too pampered, it must have provoked Zhou Ming, otherwise he wouldn't be angry and do it, listen to your uncle's words, and immediately go back to admit his mistake. Yes, cousin, go back and admit your mistake. Looked at the family members who cared about themselves just now, but now they have changed their faces to accuse their families. Fang Yuan frowned, and said with an unhappy face, what do you admit to your mistakes? Why should I admit my mistakes? Why are you helping him one by one? I am annoyed, I don't bother to tell you, I will eat first. She went to the kitchen, took the dishes and chopsticks, filled a little rice, and sat down at the dining table. Eat. You're still in the mood to eat, so don't you hurry back and apologize. Father Fang snatched her bowl and threw it aside. Father has never been so fierce to herself. Fang Yuan suddenly felt aggrieved. She cried, you all bully me one by one. They all bully me. Crying? What to cry about? Fang's mother was in a hurry, and hurriedly asked, tell me quickly, what's going on with Zhou Ming? Why did he hit you? I divorced Zhou Ming. Fang Yuan was not prepared to hide it. Sooner or later, the family will have to find out about it. The words fell, and the living room fell into a deathly silence. In the middle of the night, her brother asked, the formalities have been completed? Signed? What does a divorce settlement say? Not yet, now the property is still being discussed. Lao Zhou wants me to leave the house, how is it possible? Fang Yuan told the truth. Since you haven't signed it yet, then hurry back and apologize, be soft, and the man will definitely change his mind if he coaxes him. Uncle hurriedly persuaded. Yes, hurry up and apologize, I can remedy it before I sign it. Yuan, just keep your head down, divorce is not child's play. Impossible, I'm divorced from this marriage. Fang Yuan's attitude is very tough. How did I give birth to such an unassuming daughter as you? You're going to be angry with my mother. Seeing that everyone's hard persuasion was ineffective, Fang's mother jumped up all of a sudden and howled, Lao Zhou is such a good son-in-law, why do you want to divorce him? Yes? You idiot, are you crazy? For such a big matter, why don't you go back to your home to discuss with us, you are so impulsive, what will our family do in the future? Mom, our family couldn't have a happy life without Zhou Ming before, but now we can live very well. Fang Yuan disagreed. You shameless thing. Get on my knees. Father Fang was furious, in our Fang family's generation, there is no one who has ever been divorced. How dare you get a divorce? We're too old and not dead, are we? My aunt followed and asked, divorced suddenly, and he beat you, Fang Yuan, you tell the truth to everyone, did you make a mistake, did you do something sorry for him? Aunt. How can you be so sure it must be my fault? Fang Yuan felt that she was right. She's just looking for true love. Then you say, what the hell is going on? Zhou Ming spoils you so much, why do you want to divorce you if you were so good? Fang's mother is like an ant on a hot pot, spinning in place in a hurry. Chapter 064, Apologize to me even if you die. I don't have a common language with him, he's a lot older than me, and he's all about work, work. I'm so focused on my work that I don't have time to spend with me. Fang Yuan put all the fault on Zhou Ming, so if we want a divorce, our relationship is broken. He can't give me happiness. Fuck your shit. I think you're living a good life too comfortably, and you're starting to be a demon. Fang's father was angry. What can't he give you happiness? What you eat and wear, which one didn't Zhou Ming bought? Don't talk about you, it's just that our family has directly changed from a small bungalow to a big villa, your brother has gone from penniless to worth millions, and your uncle has jumped from a small contractor to the company's CEO, not all because of Zhou Ming. Being able to marry such a good husband is the smoke of our family's ancestral grave. You dare to divorce, I think you are crazy. Yes. I'm crazy. In your eyes, it is money. As long as Zhou Ming is rich, I should live with him for the rest of my life. Have you ever considered whether I'm happy or not? My aunt couldn't stand it anymore, and said in a weird way, Fang Yuan, what you said is not right. I see that you usually pick up and drop off in luxury cars, and you wear famous brands, you are very happy, I don't see that you are unhappy. Moreover, you and Zhou Ming are in free love, and at first we heard you say that he was older, and we still disagreed. What you say is really a slap in the face again. Aunt 930's words, Fang Yuan was instantly speechless. When they first started dating, their parents didn't know Zhou Ming's identity, but they heard that he was much older than themselves, and they did oppose it. Or did she convince her parents that love knows no age? At that time, I was young and ignorant, and I didn't know what I wanted. Anyway, this marriage was divorced. Fang Yuan cut the railway. You dare! Father Fang stood up suddenly, I tell you unmistakable. Early tomorrow morning, our family, take you, and go to see Zhou Ming in person. When the time comes, you must apologize to Zhou Ming. Let him forgive you, or... How else? Fang Yuan looked at her father dumbfounded. Otherwise, let's sever the father-daughter relationship. Get the hell out of this house. Fang Yuan looked at her old father desperately. Has always loved her father the most. Actually wanted to cut off the father-daughter relationship with her for Zhou Ming. Are these people still her family? Why don't you help her talk? Fang Yuan replied stubbornly, this is my business. You can't control it, I'm not going to apologize. If you don't get divorced, now that there are more divorces, I don't understand, why are you all so excited? My cousin snorted coldly. I said, cousin, I usually see that you are very shrewd. Why is it that at a critical moment, you are so stupid? Divorce, it is not your business alone, the glory and prosperity of our whole family, I can't let you ruin it. As soon as these words came out, it gave Fang Yuan a wake-up call, and she suddenly remembered what Zhou Ming said before. He's going to take his stuff back, all the same. Could it be? He designed not only me, but my family? A cold breath rose directly from the soles of Fang Yuan's feet to the top of her head. Fang Yuan suddenly asked nervously, parents, let me ask you, is the 10 million I put in your hands still there? The living room fell silent again. Mom, don't stop talking, where is my 10 million? Fang Yuan was about to jump up in a hurry. Fang's mother opened her mouth and said, your 10 million, your brother will use it, you ask your brother yourself. What? As soon as she heard this, Fang Yuan was shaky, and her whole body was stunned. I didn't ask her opinion. Directly take all 10 million from her brother Fang Yu. Fang Yuan immediately grabbed Fang Yu and said angrily, Fang Yu, you actually took 10 million from me. Give it back to me right away. Pay it back. Fang Yu snorted coldly, and said nonchalantly, what's the hurry, I'll pay you back in 2 days, and I'll give you an extra 2 million as interest. Fang Yu, what did you do with the money? Fang Yuan was stunned and gave 2 million interest? How could there be such a good thing? I'm going to trade stocks. Fang Yu said with a smug face. Stock trading? Do you understand? Hee, I don't understand, but your husband does, this time he recommended me a few stocks. Absolute inside information. Encourage me to buy more, I feel that the opportunity is rare. Just put your 10 million, and the 3 million you borrowed from a loan shark, all into it. You're crazy. Still looking for a loan shark to borrow 3 million? Fong Yuan couldn't believe her ears. Fong Yu looked disapproving. Brother Joe said, these stocks are sure to make money and not lose money, but he has inside information. What are you afraid of? Yuan, not only your brother bought it, but our whole family also bought it, and I also mortgaged the house to the bank for a loan. Uncle spoke. Lose your marbles. These people are crazy. Fong Yuan asked in pain, why didn't you tell me? Brother Joe said, you've been busy with work lately, let's not bother you. It's Joe Ming again. It turned out that he had already arranged everything. What stocks you bought, I'll check it for you. Fong Yuan had the last trace of luck in her heart. In case Joe Ming looked at the previous relationship. Didn't rush to kill them all? Fong Yu said the stocks he bought. Fong Yuan opened the software and checked. Old sister, have you made a lot of money, and you are dizzy with joy? Earn a fart. All down several times in a row. This time it's really a bloody loss. Looking at the stock trend on the screen, Fong Yuan suddenly felt that all her strength had been drained. His feet went limp, and he sat down on the ground. Fell? It's impossible, Joe Ming said that it will definitely rise. Yes, you can't be mistaken, Joe Ming won't lie to us. Let me tell you, Joe Ming lied to you, not only to you, but also to me, the house, car, and savings, he took them all back. He said he was going to take everything back. It turned out to be true. Fong Yuan howled and cried. Now not only is her last 10 million gone. Her brother also owes loan sharks. Her uncle's family also mortgaged the house. It's over, it's all over. Fong Yuan, it's all your fault. It was definitely you who did something. Sorry for Joe Ming that he would do this to us. I'm telling you, you have to settle this matter. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Uncle threatened viciously. This time, he smashed the house into it. Yes, Fong Yuan, it's all your fault. You said you had nothing to do with what a demon you do, you have to get a divorce. Now it's hurting us so badly. Did I tell you to buy stocks? Did I let you borrow money? Did I let you mortgage the house? Fong Yuan is going completely crazy. From beginning to end, she didn't know anything. As a result, now everyone is pointing at her, and it is she who is wrong. It's your fault, tossing around, now it's okay, it's a peaceful life. Father Fong roared angrily, tomorrow morning, I'll take you to Joe Ming. Find Joe Ming to apologize. Apologies? No way. Over my dead body. Dead? If you die, I will carry your body to apologize. Chapter 065, The old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. Good. Count you guys very much. You're pushing me one by one. I'm going to die now. If you have the ability, you will carry my corpse to apologize. Fong Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. She jumped up, changed into her shoes, and rushed out of the house. Yuan, where are you going so late? Fong's mother shouted a little anxiously. Let her go. In the middle of the night, I want to see where she runs. I don't believe she's really going to look for death. If she doesn't apologize, I'm not done with you. Fong Yuan rushed out of the door, but it was just an impulse. The cold wind blew, and she suddenly woke up, and suddenly became a little flustered. The world is big, where should she go? Where can she go? Why didn't anyone chase it out? Don't you really care about her life or death? She is arrogant, so naturally she will not take the initiative to bow her head and go back. Can only wander on the street 930 in despair. Fong Yuan, who was extremely distressed in her heart, stopped and felt a burst of despair. It's just a day's time. No. But after half a day's work, she originally had everything, but she didn't have it all. House, car, savings, and a loved one. It's all gone. What will she do in the future? My face was still sore and my feet hurt. But no one asked her if it hurt. Everyone blamed her, saying she was wrong. Was she really wrong? If it had been changed before, not to mention that her face was swollen like this, even if she had cut her hands while cooking, Zhou Ming would have been more nervous than her and would never let her cook from now on. She regretted it. I really regret it. As soon as the thought of regret arises, it is like a terrible poison that spreads all over the body in an instant. In my mind, memories of the past rose from my brain. In the past 3 years, Lao Zhou's kindness to her is vivid. No matter what she likes, as long as she likes it, she will always say a word, buy and buy. People will only cherish after they lose. Fang Yuan, who calmed down, subconsciously reached out and touched her face. Hiss, it hurts. Fang Yuan's tears rolled down again. No one cares about me anymore, asks me if it hurts. No one will hurt me more than Zhou Ming, and take me to heart more. Lao Zhou, I was wrong. At this moment, Fang Yuan seemed to have figured out everything. She subconsciously dialed Zhou Ming's phone. Honk. 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 The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Fang Yuan hurriedly apologized. Zhou Ming, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Can you give me another chance? In the future, I promise not to lose my temper with you, nor to quarrel with you, and to be a good and virtuous wife. Hello? Mr. Zhou will not be here. If you have anything, call back later. It was not Zhou Ming's voice on the other end of the phone, but a young woman's voice. Fang Yuan's body shook, her mouth trembled, and she asked after a while, You? Who are you? Why would it be a woman who answered the phone? I'm the live-in nanny Xiaogua. Nanny? Has such a good voice sounding so young babysitter? Fool. He. Zhou Ming, you are really despicable and shameless. It's just that I have someone outside for a long time, and I still have a set. You wait, I'm absolutely going to take revenge on you. Hey, are you listening? The little nanny listened to the other party for a long time and asked again. You vixen, what is not good, saying that you are a nanny, and taking everyone else for a fool? Destroy other people's families, and you won't end well. After scolding this, Fang Yuan hung up the phone angrily. Xiao Gua. What a man! How can you curse casually? I'm. Zhou Ming walked in from the balcony. Xiao Gua, who called? I don't know, I scolded me for scolding my head. Xiao Gua looked inexplicable. Took the phone and looked at it, although Fang Yuan's number was deleted. But Zhou Ming knew at a glance that it was her. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to call him so soon. Zhou Ming directly set her number to be blacklisted. A psychopath, you don't have to pay attention to her. She scolded me for not being a nanny, but I really am a nanny. Xiao Gua felt a little aggrieved. You don't have to meet her in general, she has long hair and short knowledge, and she has never seen such a young nanny. Don't say that. Fang Yuan didn't believe it. Even when Zhou Ming first returned home, he was also startled. At first, I thought she was a thief, but Xiao Gua said that Wang Zhan hired her to be a nanny. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to be so considerate, and I had to thank him immediately. Zhou Ming hurriedly dialed Wang Zhan's phone. Mr. Wang, hello 0. Mr. Zhou, are you home? If you are satisfied, you will stay. If you are not satisfied, I will change it for you. Wang Zhan said lightly. Mr. Wang, thank you. I'm satisfied. Zhou Ming thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Okay, just be satisfied. If anything, feel free to call me. Wang Zhan said with a smile on the other side of the phone. Mr. Wang, you have helped me enough, I really don't know how to repay your kindness to me. It's nothing, but it's a gesture. If you're bored, call me and I'll drink with you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zhou Ming nodded again and again, chatted a few more words, and ended the call. Turning his head, Xiao Guo brought a bowl of ginseng tea. Mr. Zhou, I made you a cup of tea, you beware of the hot. Xiao Guo, where is your hometown? Zhou Ming took the ginseng tea, took a sip, and asked casually. Unexpectedly, although Xiao Guo looks young, he takes care of people very carefully. From Longting Village. Xiao Gui replied. Do your parents agree to come out to work at such a young age? The tea was fragrant, and after taking a sip, Zhou Ming felt that his spleen and stomach were a lot more comfortable. Maybe once the stomach is comfortable, people's mood will be better, and they will talk a little more. My dad is not in good health, he can't do heavy work, the family is all dependent on my mother at all. I also have 3 younger brothers, they all cost money to study, I am the eldest in the family, naturally I have to bear a little more, I want to help my mother reduce the burden. Xiao Gui said directly. It's really the children of poor families who are in charge early. Xiao Gui's experience, 4.3 reminded Zhou Ming of when he was young. Suddenly, my heart softened. Originally, he didn't want to keep this nanny, but at the moment he was a little shaken. What a sensible and good boy. You work with me for a month. If it's good, stay, if it's not good, just go. Zhou Ming put down the teacup. Okay. I will definitely try my best. By the way, Mr. Zhou, I have already helped you put the hot water for the bath, and your pajamas are placed on the cabinet next to you. If you want anything else, just ask. Xiao Gui continued. Zhou Ming was a little surprised, this kind of treatment has not been done in all these years. He took care of Fong Yuan. I don't want to even take a shower today, but it's been properly arranged. At this moment, Zhou Ming's phone rang again. Mr. Zhou, there are some things I want to give you feedback, which is about Fong Yuan's. Chapter 066, a good show is about to be staged, 8 more, ask for subscription. You say. Zhou Ming said lightly. The caller was none other than Huang Tongqi, his assistant who had been following Fong Yuan. Mr. Zhou, after Fong Yuan left the hotel, she went directly to Xiaobamian, but the two quarreled fiercely. She was directly dragged out of the house by Xiaobamian, and her face was so swollen that she was probably beaten. On the other end of the phone, Huang Tongqi reported truthfully. Thrown out, beaten up? Oh, well played. But this guy named Li Jian is afraid that he has been driven to a desperate situation. Otherwise, you won't be annoyed and angry, and the other party Yuan will do it. Li Jian's matter is really thanks to Mr. Wang. At this moment, Zhou Ming admired Wang Zhan even more. He was just a phone call for help, and without much effort, Li Jian was forced into a desperate situation. Mr. Wang is really powerful, although he is young, he has clever means and does things without leakage. The little white face seems to be ready to sell the house and run away. After Fong Yuan left, her company called and her boss fired her directly. Huang Tongqi continued to report. This Mr. Liu has a strong desire to survive. Knows that when you see the wind and steer the rudder, you can be considered a smart villain. This time, though, she did the right thing. Say hello to the marketing department tomorrow, and the business volume will rise by 1%, but the price of 933 yuan will be reduced by another 5%. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Huang Tongqi continued. After Fong Yuan returned home, she had a big quarrel with her family. They should find out that they had been cheated, the money was trapped in those stocks, and the whole family forced Fong Yuan to apologize to you. That's for sure. Her brother Loan Shark borrowed a lot of money, informed the other party, can come to the door tomorrow to ask for the account, and then talk to the bank's money director, go to her uncle's house, and urge the loan. Don't worry, I'll arrange it, Mr. Zhou. There is something I have to report to you. Fong Yuan is likely to go to the company tomorrow to find Mr. Wang. Huang Tongqi said. If she dares to come tomorrow, I will make her pay the most painful price. Zhou Ming squinted his eyes, and a fierceness flashed in his eyes. Wang Zhan is now his reverse scale. Whoever touches it, he will never let go. Mr. Zhou, I will continue to follow Fong Yuan, and report immediately if there is a new situation. Huang Tongqi said. Good work. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming suddenly felt a little excited. Mr. Zhou, what do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow morning? Steamed buns, porridge, or dumplings? Xiao Zhan walked over and asked. It doesn't matter, I'm not a picky eater. Then I'll make dumplings for you, my dad praised me for making dumplings delicious. Xiao Zhang directly took the idea. There's a meat grinder in the kitchen. Zhou Ming reminded. No, the meat filling is still hand-chopped, Mr. Zhou. What time do you usually eat breakfast in the morning? Is the diet lighter or taste-focused? Xiao Zhang wants to write down Zhou Ming's living habits and eating habits in order to provide better service. It's okay until 7:30, and the taste is lighter. Okay, then I'll get up at 5 o'clock and make dumpling wrappers with flour. Xiao Zhang calculated the time. You can also make dumpling wrappers? Zhou Ming asked in surprise. Of course, my dumpling wrappers are well made. I'm drooling a little bit. I haven't eaten handmade dumplings for many years, and Zhou Ming suddenly has some expectations. Mr. Zhou, you rest early, I'll go and get the meat stuffing right now. Seeing Xiao Zhang busy in the kitchen, that kind of youthful vitality made Zhou Ming feel happy. It feels good to be respected and taken care of. However, Xiao Zhang's dress was too shabby. The ghost sent the gods. Zhou Ming stopped Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, don't be busy chopping the meat stuffing first, come here. Xiao Zhang walked over suspiciously, and said with some worry, Mr. Zhou, what else do you have to order? There is one thing I must declare in advance, I am just an ordinary nanny, and there are some things that I will never do. Ha ha ha. What do you have in your head, girl? Zhou Ming was amused. He took out a card from his arms and threw it into Xiao Zhang's hand. Ade, I'll give you a task tomorrow, go buy a few sets of clothes for yourself, both at home and sleep, and follow me to meet guests to wear, buy a few more, don't worry about the expensive, you must buy a good one. How can I use your money to buy clothes? Xiao Zhang refused in embarrassment. It's okay, after all, you are my nanny now, dress decently, and it will also give me face. After speaking, Zhou Ming waved his hand, don't shirk, chop the minced meat and go to sleep. Xiao Zhang had no choice but to nod and leave. Looking at Xiao Zhang's back, Zhou Ming suddenly realized. Adjusting to a new life is not difficult. Life is like this, whoever leaves will live. Fong Yuan is completely in the past tense. From the moment he sold the marriage house of the two and moved to this villa, he has completely ended his past life. Before, for the sake of his family, he compromised, he retreated, and he let himself lose his dignity a little bit. In the future, he will never repeat the same mistakes. Fong Yuan, I'll let you know. What a terrible price to pay for betraying me. After a night, Zhou Ming woke up. Felt that this was the most comfortable sleep he had, and after getting up, Xiao Zhang was already busy in the kitchen. The smell of incense fills the air. Dumplings just out of the pot, you can taste them. Xiao Zhang smiled and picked up a bowl of dumplings. Zhou Ming picked up the chopsticks and tasted them. A long-lost taste. He suddenly remembered that when he was a child, his parents also made dumplings for him to eat. A warm feeling suddenly came over my heart. It's really delicious, by the way, are you still used to my house? If you think it's delicious, Mr. Zhou, to be honest, I'm not too used to your family, many electrical appliances are quite smart, I haven't seen them before, and I still need to study them. Ha ha ha. Then you study slowly. Zhou Ming smiled happily, and his mood became extremely happy. The deserted home suddenly has a little more popularity, and it feels really good. Airplanes. 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 The mobile phone rang. Zhou Ming subconsciously glanced at it, and immediately connected. He greeted energetically, Mr. Wang, good morning. It's very refreshing to listen to the voice, it looks like you slept well last night. Wang Zhan said with a smile. Truth be told, it's the most comfortable sleep I've had in years. Then I'll rest assured, come to the company early today, and expect a good show to be staged. P.S. It's on the shelves today, thank you for subscribing. I'm already slow in code words, I'm desperately trying to change. So far, 7 chapters have been uploaded, this is chapter 8, I'm desperately catching up with chapter 9. I don't think I can sleep for a few hours tonight. But the flowers and monthly passes have not moved. I hope that readers who like it, for the sake of the author's bacteria still rushing to the manuscript overnight, do it, send some flowers, and send some monthly passes. Thank you all for subscribing. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 067, 100 Causes Must Have Results, Your Retribution is Me, 9 more, ask for subscription. I'll come over right away. By the way, Mr. Wang, have you had breakfast? Zhou Ming asked with concern. Not yet. Do you want a bowl of handmade dumplings, super first class and delicious? I'll bring you one. Zhou Ming took the initiative to say, this dumpling tastes amazing, it is definitely much better than the food bought outside. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming ate 2 bites casually, took the packaged dumplings, and rushed to the company as fast as possible. When the dumplings are cold, they don't smell good. When he arrived at the company, there was no one coming to work. Wang Zhan was already sitting in the president's office waiting for him. Mr. Wang, you have arrived. Zhou Ming put the insulated lunchbox on the table in front of Wang Zhan. Taste the dumplings, it's still hot. Opening the insulated lunchbox, Wang Zhan ate it. After tasting it, he couldn't help but praise, the taste is really good, so fragrant, and it is super delicious like Aunt Zhang's 933 family. Xiao Zhang's cooking skills are really good. Mr. Wang, you really know people and have skills, thank you for helping me find a nanny with strong cooking skills. Zhou Ming thanked again. Now his admiration for Wang Zhan is like a surging river, endless. I just like her good cooking, after all, no matter how delicious it is outside, it is not as clean and hygienic as it is made at home. That's right, by the way, Mr. Wang, you said on the phone that the show is about to start, do you mean? Zhou Ming asked. Fang Yuan, she's on her way here. What, she really dares to come to the company? I'll deal with this matter immediately. Zhou Ming was shocked. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan was really unrepentant. I really dared to come to the company. If he came to make trouble, he would definitely make her die an ugly death. Strange to say, letting go of a relationship is just a matter of a moment. Zhou Ming has completely figured it out now, and he will no longer have the slightest ripple in his heart because of her. Don't worry, it's just the right time to teach her another lesson today. Wang Zhan said strategically. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, my family affairs have bothered you, and today will definitely have a bad impact on the company, I'm really sorry. Zhou Ming sincerely apologized. How to say that he and Fang Yuan have not officially signed after all? Nominally, the two are still husband and wife. And Fang Yuan came to the company because of his relationship. He is primarily responsible. Lao Zhou, don't take everything on yourself, this matter has nothing to do with you, you won't be unable to let go, right? Wang Zhan asked worriedly. How can you not let go? Zhou Ming said quite freely, Mr. Wang, I have drunk spirits and loved rotten people, and I never look back in the past, and I will not settle in the future. Yes, this is the attitude that a man should have, so don't blame yourself, everything today has nothing to do with you, it's just Fang Yuan's vanity. I already knew that this would happen sooner or later, but now there is a fuse. Wang Zhan was very relieved to see that he really saw it. You already knew? Zhou Ming asked in surprise. That's right. Wang Zhan nodded. Mr. Wang, you are really a master. You're in control. Zhou Ming couldn't help but slap a rainbow fart. Mr. Wang is really amazing. It's like a god. Mr. Wang's office is located on the top floor of the company. A full stretch of floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing in front of the window, you can see the endless traffic downstairs and the endless stream of people going to work. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, seeing a familiar figure in the crowd, Zhou Ming said loudly, Mr. Wang, Fang Yuan is here. However, he didn't expect it. Overnight. Fang Yuan was embarrassed like this. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes and had a messy head of hair on her head. Limped over. Knew that she was beaten very badly yesterday, but when she really saw this scene, Zhou Ming still felt very relieved. If it is true, all causes will have results, and your retribution is me. With her appearance, it is estimated that the security guard will not let her in at all. Look, the show is about to begin. Wang Zhan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and said affirmatively. Zhou Ming silently looked down on all this. Sure enough, Fang Yuan has not yet entered the company. The security guard stopped her. Sorry, you're not an employee here, so you can't go in. I'm coming to Mr. Wang. I have something very important to see him. Fang Yuan directly explained her intentions. She thought about it all night. It's kind of a whole thing in order. It was simply Zhou Ming who found a young and beautiful person and wanted her to leave the house, so all this happened. Trick her into selling the house, handing over the car, and taking away the savings. Also designed to let her brother owe a huge amount of loan sharks and let her uncle mortgage the property. Zhou Ming is really ruthless. Maybe Li Jian also arranged it on purpose. Just to make her mistake. She hates it. I hate myself for not knowing people clearly, and I don't know if I'm being deceived by people. Zero. So she's going to take revenge. Retaliate against Zhou Ming fiercely. And all the hope is in Wang Zhan. As long as she can become Wang Zhan's woman, even if it's just a little lover. Zhou Ming also had to listen to her obediently for the sake of Wang Zhan's face. When she was in school, she had a good relationship with Wang Zhan. It is said that the feelings of youth are the purest. For the sake of classmates, Wang Zhan should not refuse to see him. When the time comes, he will sell a wave of misery, arouse his sympathy, arouse his desire to protect, and don't just take people down. Fang Yuanyuan looked like a future boss. Who knows? Before she entered the company, she was stopped by the security guards. At that moment, Fang Yuanyuan said arrogantly, "You dare to stop me? Be careful that your work is not guaranteed." Holy! You're still threatening me? Roll me as far as I can. Security guards also watch people talk. He looks like a human, and he is naturally polite. If he said something disrespectful, he also went back angrily. You told me to get out? Do you know who I am? Fang Yuanyuan was furious, and a little security guard actually spoke wildly to herself. Does he still want to work? You're a shameless shrew. The security guard scolded unceremoniously. He has seen a lot of such people, and there are always some cats and dogs who like to climb 4.3 relatives. You scolded me? You actually called me a shrew. Let me tell you, I and you Wang are always old classmates. You're done. Mr. Wang will never let you go. Fang Yuanyuan trembled angrily. Oops. What should I do? I'm so scared. The security guard deliberately put on a scared expression. This year, there are more classmates. The financial director is also a kindergarten classmate with him. If every classmate had to see it, Mr. Wang would not have to be busy to death. I'm scared, don't let me in. Fang Yuanyuan snorted coldly. Ha, I'm afraid you won't be able to fire me. The security guard almost burst out laughing. You. It's like not seeing the coffin and not shedding tears. Let me tell you, Wang Zhan and I are not as simple as old classmates. I am still his first girlfriend. When I was in school, he sent me love letters. Fang Yuanyuan pointed at the security guard and said loudly. Chapter 068, Why are flowers so red? 10 more, ask for subscription. Ha 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 ha. You're laughing at me. When I was in kindergarten, I also received a lot of love letters. Then they're all my first girlfriends. The security guard leaned back with a smile. I'm afraid this woman just ran out of a mental hospital, right? Delusional? It's too late to apologize. Otherwise, how wild you laugh now, how bad it will make you cry later. Fang Yuanyuan continued to talk harshly. As long as he can see Wang Zhan and accuse the security guard of his bad behavior, Wang Zhan will definitely fire this little security guard without saying a word. Eldest sister, if you are sick, you can simply go back to the psychiatric hospital, don't come out and harm others. The security guard was almost out of strength laughing. The argument between the two was loud and instantly attracted the attention of many people. I actually saw a madman early in the morning. The king is always who? Is she the one who can afford it? I don't know where the snake spirit disease came from. It's disgusting. Seeing that there were more and more people surrounding him, Zhou Ming in the office frowned unhappily. What the hell is Fang Yuanyuan doing? Why did you quarrel with the security guard at the door of the company? Doesn't she feel ashamed herself? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wang Zhan said. Wu Hong took a document and walked in. Mr. Wang, please sign this document. Wu Hong, do you know what Fang Yuan is arguing with the security guard downstairs? Quarreled for a long time. Zhou Ming asked. Fang Yuan wanted to see Mr. Wang, but was stopped by the security guard, so she said something very excessive. As he spoke, Wu Hong cautiously glanced at Wang Zhan. Excessively, what? Wang Zhan asked. She said. She and you are old classmates. Wu Heng's expression was a little embarrassed, and he stopped talking. It seems that there is more to it than that. Wang Zhan snorted coldly, old classmate, that's right, what else did she say? Wu Hong took a deep breath and said softly, she also said that she is your first girlfriend. You also sent her love letters. Fuck it. Zhou Ming was immediately angry. He was still speculating whether Fang Yuan was assuming the identity of his wife and arguing with the security guards. Unexpectedly, she actually used the name of Mr. Wang. I'm so angry with him. Zhou Mingqi's face was pale, and he turned around and was about to go out. I'll go down and teach her a good lesson. Wait. Wang Zhan suddenly stopped him. Mr. Wang, do you want to let her talk nonsense at the door of the company and ruin your reputation? Zhou Ming didn't understand why Wang Zhan stopped him. Wang Zhan's face turned cold. When he was in school, he did send love letters, but he was just a messenger. Who wrote the love letter? Didn't Fang Yuan count it in her heart? It's okay to be misunderstood by old classmates. It's an old thing, after all. Not worth mentioning. But Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again at the door of his company. It's too much. Do you really think that the name of his king war can be used by anyone? However, to deal with this matter, it is not up to Zhou Ming to do it himself. Wang Zhan glanced at Wu Hong coldly, and said quite majestically, Lawyer Wu, you are a lawyer, and now you still have the heart to take the documents for me to sign? Do you still need me to teach you? Wu Hong secretly said that it was bad, and a cold air suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet directly to the top of his head. It was he who was negligent. This should be dealt with as soon as possible. How can you let these slanderous words pollute Mr. Wang's ears? Wu Hong immediately bowed down and said in a panic, I'm sorry Mr. Wang, it's me who was derelict in my duties. Don't worry, I'll deal with it right away. Wang Zhan said with a cold face, hurry up and settle it. I'll go. Wu Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked out of the office quickly. Damn Fang Yuan. It is clear that Mrs. Zhou Ming's identity is not used, but she wants to use the banner of Wang Zhan. He was almost blamed by Mr. Wang. Look at me if I can't clean you up. Before Wu Hong stepped into the elevator, his mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from my niece Su Jie. In the past few days, Su Jie has always pestered him, begging him to help her find a job in their company. He kindly introduced several positions. As a result, Su Jie either didn't like it, or she lacked ability and couldn't do it. He was made one head in too big. Wu Hong was a little impatient to answer the phone. Su Jie, what's wrong? Uncle, I've already gone to the underground parking lot of your company. I thought about it. In fact, the position of a clerk is not bad, so I came to report today. Su Jie said directly. You come back in a few days. I don't have time right now. Wu Hong hurried to deal with Fang Yuan's affairs. How could he have time to deal with Su Jie? That's not good, uncle. Since I'm already here, let me join the company today. I won't delay you for too long. Su Jie pleaded. If you join the company one day earlier, you will be able to meet Wang Zhan one day earlier. Start a great office romance a day early. This is not in vain for her hard work of hiding from Wang Zhan and secretly coming to work. She wants to have a romantic chance encounter with Wang Zhan in the company. I'm going to deal with a mad dog right now, and I really don't have time. Wu Hong said angrily. Mad dogs? What mad dogs? Su Jie asked gossipingly. I remember, you also know her, it's your old classmate, Fang Yuan. Wu Heng suddenly remembered that at the wedding of Mr. Zhou and Fang Yuan not long ago, he and Su Jie happened to meet. Fang Yuan, what's wrong with her? Isn't she the wife of the CEO of your company? How did I mess with you? Su Jie asked curiously. She and Lao Zhou are getting divorced, you classmate, it's really a wonder, I've never seen such a shameless woman. Wu Hang briefly told the story. Su Jie was dumbfounded when she heard this. If you live a good life, you can really die by yourself. She's still arguing with the security guard at the door of the company. When she met people, she said that Wang was always her first love, and she sent her love letters when she was in school. I've never seen such a shameless woman. Wu Hong continued to complain. What? Fart's first love. Hearing this, Su Jie was furious. She instantly understood Fong Yuanyuan's thoughts. Was definitely abandoned by the little white face and wanted to entangle Wang Zhan. This stinks shamelessly. Do this ugly thing yourself? Now I really want to pester the Prince Charming in her heart. No way. She must be taught a good lesson. Let her know why the flowers are so red. Su Jie took the initiative to ask for battle. Uncle, you leave this matter to me. I promise to do it beautifully. You, okay? Wu Hong was a little unconvinced. If it is messed up, it will make Mr. Wang angry, but he is unlucky. I'll do things, don't worry, there are some things that you can't say, but I can. Okay then, I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Su Jie angrily stepped up the stairs and walked directly from the underground parking lot to the company's gate. Fong Yuanyuan, you wait for me. The old lady will tell you. Grab a man with me, what will be the end? Chapter 069, See You Beat You Once, 11 more, ask for subscription. At the entrance of the company, Fong Yuanyuan and the security guard were still in a stalemate. Why the hell did you let me in? Fong Yuanyuan was running out of patience. This security guard, why is he so stupid? After talking about it for a long time, I still didn't believe it. Who the hell has time to talk nonsense with you? There are also these employees who don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. What to see, don't go to work. Wang Zhan gave you a salary just to let you watch the excitement? Such a lazy work attitude, how can you do it? In the future, she must take good care of them for Wang Zhan. I'll tell you one last time, if you don't let me in again, you will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Fong Yuanyuan threatened viciously. If he puts you in, he really can't afford the consequences. A familiar voice came from behind. 93-3 Fong Yuanyuan turned around and saw Su Jie. Seeing such an embarrassed side of herself was seen by Su Jie, Fong Yuanyuan couldn't hold her face a little. She asked with a somewhat ugly face, Su Jie, why are you here? If you can be here, of course I can be here. Su Jie said in a weird way, why, the security guard won't let you in? Doesn't your husband work here? Tell him to come out and pick you up. At the mention of Zhou Ming, Fong Yuanyuan's face suddenly became a little ugly, and she said coldly, I have nothing to do with him anymore. With a sneer, Su Jie pretended to be sorry and said, it's okay so soon? I haven't been drinking your wedding wine for a long time, how can you say that if you are separated, Fong Yuanyuan, have you done anything to be sorry for your husband? Su Jie, what are you talking about? Fong Yuanyuan looked indignant, it's obvious that he did something sorry for me. In this life, there will always be a few scumbags. It's not too late to see Zhou Ming's personality clearly. Fong Yuanyuan now believes that everything is premeditated by Zhou Mingzhao. Fong Yuanyuan, how did I hear that you did something very out of the ordinary? Did you take 500,000 yuan to buy a house for a small salesman? And the wound on your face, you were beaten by that little salesman. Su Jie said mercilessly. Although it had been a night, the redness and swelling on Fong Yuanyuan's face had not subsided much. You can see it at a glance. He was slapped in the face. How do you know? Fong Yuanyuan was shocked. If people don't know what to do, you can't hide these ugly things you do. Su Jie looked at Fong Yuanyuan with disdain. Rub, I just said that this woman looks a little familiar, I remember. It turned out to be Zhou. Shhhh. She's really stinky and shameless, she actually slanders Mr. Wang. It's the first time I've seen this kind of weirdness. I couldn't eat for a day when I encountered such an unappetizing thing early in the morning. The fingers and pointers of the people around him continued to pass into Fang Yuan's ears. Before she did it, she couldn't stand it for a long time. But after everything yesterday, she didn't care. It smells like a broken jar. However, others can mock her, but Su Jie cannot. Compared with her, Su Jie can be said to be absolutely inferior. Su Jie, it's not your turn to take care of the affairs between our husband and wife, but I heard that I broke up with my boyfriend recently, and came here so early. Is it the idea of fighting Wang Zhan? Fang Yuan said mockingly, what's the matter? Now that he has money, he is chasing him again. But I advise you to die early. I remember when you were studying, you confessed to Wang Zhan, but you were rejected. He didn't like you before, and he won't like you now. It's better for you to recognize the facts earlier. Ha! He doesn't like me, will he like you? Don't look at the way you are now, no one is not a ghost. Su Jie sneered. That's right, he will definitely fall in love with me. The feelings of the school days are the purest. He also sent me love letters back then. I didn't find him good before, now I'm free. I want to regain the feeling of school with him. Fang Yuan said confidently. Phew! Fang Yuan, others don't know, you don't know either. That love letter was not written by Wang Zhan at all, he just helped him give it to you at the same table. You were at the same table with him, what is that called? Su Jie didn't remember the name of Wang Zhan's tablemate for a while, and after thinking about it for a while, she still couldn't remember. She didn't bother to think about it anymore, and continued, who have you secretly dated for a while? I really don't know, you were so thick-skinned, and you still say that the love letter was written by Wang Zhan. The love letter he gave me, rounded up to the point that he wrote 0, Fang Yuan said rationally and angrily. Damn, Fang Yuan, you are so shameless. Su Jie, you don't pretend in front of me. How many boyfriends have you made? Do you want me to say them one by one? Yo, Fang Yuan, if you have time to worry about me, you might as well think about what you should do next. I've talked a lot about it before, but I've never been married. It's different from you. After all, a divorced woman doesn't sound good. It's just a pair of broken shoes, and no one will want it. Su Jie is not a fuel-efficient lamp. In a word, it is the sore spot of Fang Yuan. You. Who are you scolding for broken shoes? Fang Yuan trembled angrily, eager to tear Su Jie's mouth immediately. Need I repeat that? Shut up. Fang Yuan went up and was a slap. Su Jie was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Fang Yuan to move her hands like a shrew. You actually beat me? Tell you to talk nonsense. So that you can't spit ivory out of your dog's mouth. Fang Yuan made a gesture and went up to slap a few more times. How could Su Jie let her beat herself again? She grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and slapped her backhand twice. This was not enough. She rushed forward and grabbed Fang Yuan's hair fiercely. Hiss. Fang Yuan felt that her scalp was about to be ripped off. She struggled to fight back, and stretched out a hand to grab Su Jie's face. You still want to scratch my face? Look at me if I can't clean up 4.3 you. Su Jie increased the intensity with one hand, pulling Fang Yuan's hair fiercely, and with the other hand, she kept grabbing Fang Yuan's body indiscriminately and pinching a few handfuls fiercely. Fang Yuan cried out in pain, it hurts. Hurt. She was already injured and scuffled with Su Jie. It soon fell to the disadvantage. There is no way to fight back. Stop fighting, you stop. Me. Fang Yuan screamed, but Su Jie's attack was still getting more and more ruthless. Who's going to save me? Fang Yuan, who was in pain, shouted for help, but no one paid attention to her at all. After playing for a few minutes, Su Jie was a little tired and stopped. Fang Yuan seized the opportunity, raised her feet and ran, and disappeared in an instant. Looking at her back and running away, Su Jie smiled proudly. The combat effectiveness is so scummy, and you dare to fight with her for the king. I'll see you in the future and beat you up once. Chapter 070, rather than Jade Shattered. Fang Yuan fled, and the people watching the excitement soon dispersed. Zhou Ming looked at Fang Yuan's embarrassed back, and suddenly sighed with emotion. Life is really changeable. This time yesterday, Fang Yuan definitely couldn't have imagined that a day later, everything would be turned upside down. Wang Zhan patted him on the shoulder. Accident and tomorrow, I don't know who will come first. Look away, just like you said. I have drunk strong wine, I have loved rotten people, I never look back in the past, I will not settle in the future, it will be better in the future. Yes, it will be better in the future. Mr. Wang, I'll go to work first. Zhou Ming reinvigorated. Well, you go get busy. As soon as Zhou Ming went out, Wang Zhan's mobile phone rang. Joshua? How did she suddenly call herself? As soon as the phone was connected, Xiao Xia's anxious voice came. Wang Zhan, you will come to our company immediately. What's going on? Wang Zhan asked. Wang Zhan, I was forced to get married. Are you acting in a TV series? Wang Zhan almost burst out laughing. I'll be honest with you, the last time I said you were my boyfriend, my family already knew about it, and they were very angry and wanted me to break up with you immediately and then marry Lu Liqin. Josh's voice was helpless. You didn't protest? Wang Zhan frowned and asked. Xiao Xia's character is logically not going to give in easily. Xiao Xia sighed lightly. Protest, but it's useless. The Lu family's IT company has been developing well recently, and my dad has always wanted to enter the IT industry, so he has always wanted to marry the Lu family, hoping to have more in-depth cooperation after becoming an in-law. Business marriage, only transactions, no feelings. Doesn't your father care about your happiness? Wang Zhan asked dissatisfiedly. Xiao Xia smiled bitterly. In his eyes, there is only business, no emotion, and his company has encountered a little difficulty recently, and it has been constantly losing money. He is determined to marry Lu Liqin this time. Now he has frozen all the funds of my company, and he wants to force me to comply. Would you say yes then? No, Wang Zhan, I won't agree. Xiao Xia said categorically. There are some words, I was going to meet and talk about them, but now, I don't want to wait for a minute or a second. Wang Zhan, what I like is you. I want to be with you, even if my parents oppose it, even if I want to leave everything now, even if I live a poor life in the future, as long as you are willing to take me, I will be with you for the rest of my life, okay? Where are you now? I'll go to you in the evening, and we'll go abroad together, okay? The sudden confession made Wang Zhan stunned. Seeing that Wang Zhan didn't answer, Xiao Xia continued. Wang Zhan, I'm not joking with you. If I can't be with you, then what's the meaning of my life? I guess my parents will send someone to me as a lobbyist today to persuade me to marry Lu Liqin. Don't worry, I will never agree. If they have to force me like this, I can only die. Xiao Xia, you calm down first, don't be impulsive, wait for me to come. Wang Zhanmei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that what Joshua said was true. If she doesn't want to give in, she will really rather be broken than broken. My uncle is here, so let's not talk about it yet. After saying that, Josh hung up the phone. She looked at her uncle, Xiao Zhendong, with cold eyes. Uncle, what are you doing in the company? Xiao Xia, I believe you also know why uncle came over. You haven't broken up with that Didi yet? Xiao Zhendong asked. Xiao Xia's tone was firm. Uncle, it's impossible for me to break up with him. Xiao Xia, why are you so disobedient? Lu Liqin is good, why bother to find someone who runs Didi? This is too wrong for the household. Uncle, you don't need to say it again, I still say the same thing, I won't break up. Joshua was resolute. Not negotiable? It's not negotiable at all. Xiao Xia said categorically. Your parents have frozen all your company's cash, and if you don't agree, your company will go out of business at any time. Do you want all these years of hard work to come to naught? Xiao Zhendong persuaded with good words. I won't marry if I fall. Why are you so stubborn? Do you want your parents to be by you? Xiao Zhendong really can't do anything about Xiao Xia. Don't eat soft and hard. Hearing this, Xiao Xia suddenly wanted to cry. That's her parents. For the sake of profit, try your best to persecute her? Isn't her happiness important at all? No. She will never compromise. Uncle, I know that you are here to be a lobbyist today, and I still say the same thing, I will never break up. That running Didi is so good? Don't let him fool you? Zero asking for flowers. He's good, I just like him, and if I can't be with him, there's no point in my life. Xiao Zhendong said helplessly. Xiao Xia, you are still young, and you still have less experience. when you reach the age of uncle, you will know, whether you are emotional or not, it doesn't matter, and your father's company is really in trouble, otherwise it wouldn't force you so much. Can you bear to see your father's company that has worked hard for many years to go bankrupt? Why would his company sacrifice my happiness to save? Xiao Xia asked unwillingly. Could it be that the company is more important than her lifelong happiness? Because you're his daughter. At this moment, Lu Liqin pushed open the door and walked in. Why are you here? Didn't anyone teach you to knock on the door before you came in? Xiao Xia's face changed instantly, and she looked at Lu Liqin coldly. The more I look at it, the more annoying it becomes. When he said that he was using Wang Zhan as a shield, he just wanted to tell Lu Liqin. Stay away from her. Unexpectedly, Lu Liqin actually told her parents about this. Let her parents put pressure on her. What a ruthless method. Such a man is not as good as Wang Zhan at all. I came to my fiancé's company, why did I knock on the door? Lu Liqin sat down directly on Xiao Xia's office chair, looking like a man. Xiao Xia frowned displeased. Who is your fiancé? Lu Liqin, you can eat indiscriminately, don't talk nonsense. Lu Liqin said in a low voice, Xiao Xia, I'm in a good mood today, so I don't care about you, but I don't want to hear this a second time. Liqin, Xiao Xia is just angry with her parents now, so she deliberately contradicts her. Xiao Zhendong hurriedly came out to be a peacemaker. Uncle, you don't dare to offend him, I'm not afraid. Xiao Xia looked at Lu Liqin and said categorically, Lu Liqin, I won't marry you, even if I die, I won't marry you. Xiao Xia, if you reject me like this, it will hurt my uncle's heart very much. You also know that he is old and in poor health, and he will have heart bypass surgery next week. Are you sure you want to stimulate him at this time? Lu Liqin said. Xiao Xia, Lu Liqin, don't use my father to blackmail me. I won't change my mind. Her father had known her attitude for a long time. Also knew that she had identified Wang Zhan and would never compromise. Even if she really breaks off the father-daughter relationship with her, she will not compromise. Beg. Chapter 071, Xiao Xia, I'm coming to pick you up. Ask for subscription. Xiao Xia, why do you have to get along with money? Our two families are married, it is definitely a strong combination. Not only can make my uncle's company turn a profit, but also go to a new level. You have to think clearly. Lu Liqin didn't believe that Xiao Xia would really go his own way. That's right, Joshua, don't be carried away by love for a while. Can your boyfriend who runs Didi give you all of this? Can you? Xiao Zhendong hated iron but not steel. This dead girl, why can't she figure it out? What can Didi give her? Even if I suffer with him, I am happy. I advise you not to bother, I will not change my mind. Joshua's tone was resolute and unmoved. Joshua, you have lived a privileged life since you were a child, and you don't know what poverty is. If you insist on being with him, then from now on, you will never be able to afford any famous brands, and all luxury goods will never be available again. Every day, you have to worry about what to eat tomorrow. After a long time, you will quarrel, you will regret it. Listen to the uncle's advice, don't be willful. Xiao Zhendong continued to persuade with a bitter heart. Xiao Xia is still too young to know that poor couples are 03 mourning. Xiao Xia, if you marry me, you can still eat and drink spicy food, buy whatever you want to buy directly, money, I have. As long as you make me happy, I will be good to you, and marrying me will definitely be the right thing you will do in your life. Lu Liqin said. Lu Liqin, you shut up for me. You make me feel sick. After saying that, Xiao Xia looked away, as if looking at it for one more second would pollute her eyes more. Lu Liqin's face sank, and he suddenly laughed, and asked, Xiao Xia, since you have such a good relationship with that Didi driver, why are you in such a difficult situation? But he hasn't shown up yet. He doesn't care about you at all, knowing that your company is frozen, it will go bankrupt immediately, and he immediately hides away. You're talking nonsense, he's on his way here. Josh retorted. He, on the way here? Then I'll wait and see how he can help you. Lu Liqin leaned back in the boss's chair leisurely. He must let Xiao Xia see clearly that the gap between the one who ran Didi and him was like an abyss. Toads also want to eat swan meat. Go for his big spring and autumn dreams. At the same time as it. At the entrance of the company, a Bugatti Veyron drove towards this direction, followed by a dozen black Daban in an orderly manner. From a distance, this convoy is dozens of meters away. This domineering convoy instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Oh my God! Look! Bugatti Veyron! There are more than a dozen Daban in the back. It's so domineering. When did such a rich man appear in our city? I don't know who will get out of the car. It looks like it's coming to our company. Is it a huge customer? You'll know right away. Look, the car is parked. He's getting off. I'm going to get off the bus soon. In the curious eyes of everyone, the Bugatti Veyron was the first to stop. The door opened, and a pair of shiny custom handmade leather shoes stepped on the ground, and the line of sight was up to a pair of long legs and black suit pants, and then upward, a plain white Armani shirt. Upward, it is a handsome face. After seeing that face clearly, everyone was stunned one by one and lost their eyeballs. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why is the person who comes so much like Wang Zhan? What like, it's just that. Oh my God. It's really a king. Mr. Wang? Really? Marshal Wang was stunned. I know that Mr. Wang's identity is not simple. Really? He hid so deeply. So, Mr. Wang's real identity is actually a low-key super-rich second generation? It doesn't look like it used to be at all, especially the momentum. Mr. Wang is really handsome. I'm going to faint. I feel that today's Mr. Wang is super imposing. Super domineering. Everyone looked at Wang Zhan with a stupid expression. Wang Zhan has always been in good shape, with standard wide shoulders and narrow hips, and a walking hanger. At this moment, he took off his loose sportswear, changed into a business suit, and instantly became a domineering president. Especially at this moment, the powerful momentum exuded from him. Like a sword ready to be attacked, it is extremely sharp and unstoppable. Many of the girls' eyes have turned into hearts. Outside the gate of the company, Wang Zhan looked indifferent. He casually unbuttoned one of the top buttons on his shirt. In an instant, I was stunned by countless girls. Handsome. Handsome. I want to be that button. I envy Mr. Chow so much. Mr. Zhou must have saved the galaxy in his last life. Was able to find Mr. Wang as his boyfriend. When Daban all stopped, everyone got out of the car, and Wang Zhan walked towards the company. Behind him, a crowd of people followed. At this moment, Wang Zhan's temperament completely calmed everyone who followed him. Usually, Wang Zhan doesn't go to the company much, and every time he sees him, he is also dressed in civilian clothes. This made many employees think that Wang Zhan was nothing different, so Wang Zhan did not have any prestige in their hearts. But at this moment, everyone changed their minds. They suddenly understood that Wang Zhan was not an ordinary person at all, he was the one who was in control of the fate of all of them. As soon as Wang Zhan and his entourage stepped into the company, someone greeted them. Mr. Wang. Are you here to find Mr. Chow 937? Mr. Wang, Mr. Liu is still in Mr. Chow's office, do you need me to report it? No, I'll go find her. Wang Zhan's expression was indifferent, and he walked straight through the crowd and walked to the elevator entrance. Zhou Ming immediately pressed the elevator number. When the elevator door slowly closed, the employees in the hall breathed a long sigh of relief. Oh my God! I wanted to say hello to Mr. Wang, but his aura was too terrifying. I didn't dare go up and speak. Me too. The aura is so scary. I didn't dare come near him at all. Mr. Liu is still in Mr. Chow's office, Mr. Wang goes in so directly, will there be a fight? Mr. Chow is really smart enough, I am sad that Mr. Liu pursues it and persecutes her family, she doesn't agree. That's natural, how dare the dust compete with the sun? I used to think that Mr. Liu seemed to be pretty good, but compared with Mr. Wang, it was just a small speck of dust. I'll see Mr. Wang later, I don't know if Liu Liqin still has the courage to persecute Mr. Chow again? For a while, everyone in the company was talking, and they were all curious about what would happen next. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Wang Zhan walked directly outside Xiao Xia's office. He stretched out his hand, slowly pushed open the door, and the three pairs of eyes in the room looked at Wang Zhan in unison. Joshua, I'm here to pick you up. Chapter 072, Dream Your Big Dreams. Wang Zhan walked straight in. Behind him, Zhou Ming helped him close the door. Then, Zhou Ming and the other staff members who came with him consciously lined up in 2 rows and stood outside the door of Xiao Xia's office. It's like a door god. Refused to approach all idle people. Inside the conference room, the expression on Xiao Xia's face was very complicated, with shock, joy, and emotion. Xiao Zhendong and Lu Liqin looked at each other. They don't know who this young man who suddenly broke in. Don't. He's Josh's boyfriend? Probably not. The news they got was that Xiao Xiao's boyfriend was a running deity, dressed ordinarily, and looked like a poor Dick Silk. But this young man in front of him. Armani shirts, tailored suit pants, handmade leather shoes. This outfit is expensive at first glance. It's not like it's running deity. Could it be Josh's corporate client? Xiao Zhendong was the first to ask, are you? Xiao Xiao's boyfriend, Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan took the initiative to reveal his identity. Xiao Zhendong's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it really Josh's boyfriend? It looks like the person wearing it looks like a person, and the momentum is also good. No wonder Joxia is fascinated. I heard that Josh spent a lot of money on him. This dress is probably bought by Xiao Xia. How could he afford Armani? Joshua really, too. I found a poor boy, and I just kept sticking it upside down. Sure enough, the Buddha relies on gold, and people rely on clothes. Wearing all kinds of famous brands, even a poor Dick looks a little imposing. But Dick Silk is Dick Silk. Wearing a dragon robe will not become a real prince. Xiao Zhendong's gaze instantly sharpened, and he looked at Wang Zhan coldly. Wang Zhan, take a good look in the mirror. Are you worthy of our family, Xiao Xia? I'm telling you, Josa has decided to break up with you. Please get out of here immediately. Xiao Zhendong's words, like an order, made people sound very uncomfortable. Wang Zhan couldn't help but sneer, and asked him rhetorically, who are you, and why did you make decisions for Xiao Xia? Ha ha ha. As soon as Wang Zhan's words fell, Xiao Zhendong burst out laughing, and after a while, he spoke, you are the first DD driver who dares to talk to me in this tone. Listen up, I am Xiao Xia's uncle. I don't want you to continue to pester Xiao Xia. Wang Zhan shook his head. No matter who you are, you have no right to make decisions for Xiao Xia. Hee, it's not just me, but also Josh's parents. Our whole family doesn't approve of you being together. To tell you the truth, all of Josh's funds have been frozen by us, and if you stick together, she will have nothing. When you're with her, isn't it her money? 1 million, I'll give it to you, take the money, get out immediately. Xiao Zhendong felt that since Xiao Xia was stubborn, it was better to change the method and directly let Wang Zhan leave Xiao Xia. Isn't he and Joshua together just for the money? Then just stone him to death with money. Look, what kind of love is stronger than Jean, affectionate and unrepentant? Nanqing does not marry, and it is all floating clouds in front of money. It also made Joxia see his personality clearly. Hearing this, Wang Zhan smiled. Want to buy yourself with money? But the last thing he lacks is money. He sneered, I'm not short of money. Ha! As soon as these words came out, not only Xiao Zhendong, but even Lu Liqin had a strange smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhendong laughed directly. 1 million, it's too little, right? Young man, don't be too greedy. I'm not short of money. Wang Zhan emphasized. 2 million. Couldn't have been more. Xiao Zhendong gritted his teeth and directly doubled. It seems that this running deity has a big appetite and is not so easy to pass. I said I wasn't short of money. Wang Zhan was speechless. Was the other party's ears bad or did he have a problem with his comprehension? 2 million, you can't make so much money in your life. Whether you leave Josh with the money or with both people and money, you choose. I advise you to take the money and leave Josh if you know each other. This is the best option for you. He didn't believe that Wang Zhan would really refuse. After all, 2 million is not a small number. He's just a DD runner, and he's definitely never seen so much money in his life. Wang Zhan was most annoyed by this kind of person who couldn't understand people's words, and he said coldly, "For Xiao Xia's sake, I respectfully call you an uncle. I really feel sorry for Joshua. You, uncle, have failed very much, and even, you don't deserve to be Joshua's relatives at all. I hope you reflect on it and don't bury Xiao Xia's happiness with your own hands. 0 asking for flowers. Also, I've never pestered Joshua. You poor boy dare to speak to me like that. Also said that he had never pestered Xiao Xia, you have to face no." Xiao Zhendong's tone was very disdainful. "Uncle, he's not wrong. It's me who keeps pestering him." Xiao Xia immediately protected Wang Zhan. She is in a good mood now. She didn't expect that Wang Zhan would directly argue with her uncle for her. This made her happy and moved. "Joshua. You. Xiao Zhendong looked disappointed. He didn't expect Xiao Xia to say this, and it was in front of Lu Liqin. Where did this put Lu Liqin's face? He looked at Lu Liqin in the afterglow, and sure enough, he saw that the other party had a gloomy face. The look is extremely ugly. "Wang Zhan, right, I heard that you are a Didi driver." Lu Liqin asked in a deep voice. "Not bad. Hoof. A Didi driver dares to rob a woman with me? Do you know who I am?" "I don't know." Wang Zhan was not interested in his identity. "Let me tell you, I am the general manager of Dadi Technology Company, a top student of Xiaolin University of Science and Technology. The company is currently preparing to go public. Do you know how much money my company makes a year?" "Not interested." "Ha, I'm not interested. Let me tell you, last year's net profit was 300 million. You won't be able to make that much money in your 10 lifetimes. Why are you fighting with me?" Lu Liqin said with a smug face. "Lu Liqin, you are enough. No matter how much you earn, it has nothing to do with us. Wang Zhan, let's go." With that, Xiao Xia was about to pull Wang Zhan away. She was fed up with the two of them, and she didn't want to stay for a minute. Just then, the phone on her desk rang. Lu Liqin picked up the phone directly. "Lu Liqin, do you have a tutor? How can you answer other people's calls casually?" Josa was disgusted by this behavior. Didn't know what was said on the other end of the phone. Lu Liqin's expression suddenly became solemn. After hanging up the phone, Lu Liqin stopped Xiao Xia. "Xiao Xia, you can't go anywhere now. Wait for a very important customer to come over. You must give me a good reception." After speaking, he looked at Wang Zhan again and warned, "And you, shut up for me the whole time. If you offend this customer, I will definitely not let you go." Xiao Zhendong asked with some curiosity, "Liqin, what kind of customer is it? Is it important?" Beggar. Chapter 073, It's me who should apologize. Of course it's important. It's Mr. Qian, the purchasing director of Yiguan Company, who came. Yiguan Company? Xiao Zhendong gasped and asked in disbelief. "It's the world's top database software company." "That's right, it's the #1 company in the software industry in terms of revenue." Lu Liqin nodded. Now he was a little impressed by Xiao Xia. "Originally, I thought that Xiao Xia's company was just a small fight. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful super big customer." This strengthened his determination to marry Xiao Xia. "Xiao Xia, does your company really cooperate with Boneblade?" Xiao Zhendong asked. "Yes." Josh nodded. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Xiao Zhendong glanced at Xiao Xia reproachfully. Fortunately, they had just frozen the company's funds not long ago, and they didn't have too serious an impact on the company. Otherwise, the consequences are really unimaginable. Xiao Zhendong immediately decided to discuss with Xiao Xia's parents immediately after returning to lift the freeze on funds. "But we must not let Xiao 03 Xiao's company fall. Uncle Xiao, our company has recently wanted to win a project of Bibone, and I went out to take over the money." Lu Liqin got up as he spoke, ready to go to the elevator to greet the visitors. "I'll go with you." Xiao Zhendong immediately followed. As soon as the two of them opened the office door, they were startled when they saw 2 straight rows of people standing outside. "Why are you standing here without going to work? It's all scattered for me." Lu Liqin immediately ordered. Seeing that this group of people was motionless, Lu Liqin raised his voice, "So that you are all scattered, can't you hear?" Zhou Ming and the others still looked at their noses and stood there motionless. No one can command them except the king. Xiao Xia, this is the quality of your company's employees? Xiao Zhendong frowned unhappily. Xiao Xia, who heard the movement, walked to the door and looked at the unfamiliar faces. Confused, he said, "This is not an employee of my company." "It's not yours, who's it?" Lu Liqin asked. "My people." Wang Zhan replied lightly. "Hee, it seems that you came prepared today, and even invited so many extras." Lu Liqin smiled. "It's a pity that this Wang Zhan doesn't act. Not only did the people who wore look human, but they also invited so many people to follow. It's really good at bluffing. If it weren't for the fact that I had investigated his identity early on. Know his bottom line. I'm really going to be deceived by this performance." Seeing that Mr. Qian's elevator was about to arrive, Lu Liqin didn't bother to care about this group of door gods, and walked quickly towards the elevator. Xiao Zhendong glanced at the people standing on both sides, and inexplicably felt that several of them seemed to be a little familiar. But he was in a hurry to greet Mr. Qian, so he didn't think about it. Bite. The elevator stops on this level. Lu Liqin and Xiao Zhendong bowed and stood at the elevator door. Followed by. The elevator doors open. 3 men in suits stepped out of the elevator. The middle-aged man in the lead, in his 40s, looked quite dignified, and it was Qian Wenbing, the purchasing director of the company. "Mr. Qian, hello. I am the general manager of Dotty Technology Company, Lu Liqin. I have admired your name for a long time." "Mr. Qian, the contemptible person is Xiao Zhendong of Xiao's group. I'm so glad to see you." "Whom?" Qian Wenbing nodded lightly. "Dotty Technology Company? Haven't heard of it." "Xiao's group, I have heard of it. I wanted to cooperate with their company before, but it was directly refused. The company's strength is not enough." Qian Wenbing's gaze swept over the group of people outside the office door. Seeing Wang Zhan standing by the door, his face changed suddenly. "This is Mr. Wang? Is it the mysterious figure who bought 26% of the company's shares last time and suddenly became the company's second largest shareholder? Oh, my God. How could it be such a coincidence to meet him?" At present, the chairman has not announced Wang Zhan's identity to the public. He still learned about Wang Zhan's identity through Zhang Di's private investigation. What to do? Do you want to say hello? If he greeted him so suddenly, would Mr. Wang blame him for investigating this matter privately? Rao is Qian Wenbing, who has been in the mall for a long time, and he can't make up his mind at the moment. Just when he was undecided, Wang Zhan said coldly, "You go to any company and don't make an appointment in advance? Didn't anyone say that this kind of behavior is rude?" Judging by Josh's reaction, she didn't know who the client was who came. He doesn't like this kind of behavior of suddenly killing someone else's company. "Wang Zhan, shut up for me. Do you know who you're talking to again?" Lu Liqin was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. What did he hear? A poor Didi driver actually taught Mr. Qian a lesson, saying that he was very rude? What's more, he warned Wang Zhan just now and told him to shut up the whole time. I didn't expect to be disrespectful as soon as we met. This guy, definitely on purpose. You must teach him a good lesson, otherwise Qian will always be angry and blame him, and it will be over. Am I wrong? This is very rude. Wang Zhan spoke again. Don't shut up yet, do you? Absolutely deliberate. Luli almost jumped up in a hurry. Wang Zhan, apologize to Mr. Qian immediately. Did you hear it? Yes, apologize quickly. Xiao Zhendong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Money is always the purchasing director of the company. It is said that he has a particularly bad temper and a relatively small heart. If anyone offends him, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat, and maybe it will even hurt the pond fish. This is their future cash cow, and they must not be offended. It's time to apologize. Qian Wenbing said suddenly. 937. Wang Zhan, if you hear it, quickly apologize. If I ask you to apologize, you will apologize. Lu Liqin and Xiao Zhendong were dying. No, it's me who should apologize. When the words fell, Qian Wenbing, who had a straight waist, bent down in an instant, and said with sincere fear, Mr. Qiao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you by my sudden visit, I solemnly apologize to you, please forgive me. Joshua. What's the situation? How does Mr. Qian say that he apologizes when he apologizes? Lu Liqin looked shocked. What the hell is going on? Why did Mr. Qian, who has always been high, apologize to Wang Zhan? Could it be that he was deceived by Wang Zhan's appearance and thought that he was a great character? Lu Liqin couldn't help but remind, Mr. Qian, don't be deceived by his appearance, he is actually a Didi driver. Xiao Zhendong had the same thoughts as Lu Liqin, feeling that Qian Wenbing either recognized the wrong person or was deceived by Wang Zhan's appearance. He hurriedly echoed, that's right, he's really just a Didi driver. Shut up, y'all! Qian Wenbing shouted. This group of ignorant people actually said that Mr. Wan was just a Didi driver. Are they all blind? He suddenly became angry, looked around, and solemnly introduced, Wang is always the of our Yiguan company. Chapter 074, I don't know you well, please call me Mr. Qiao. Wang is always the second largest shareholder of our Yiguan company. Qian Wenbing's voice fell. The audience was silent. Lu Liqin was quite frightened. Mr. Qian actually said that Wang Zhan was the second largest shareholder of their company. Isn't Wang Zhan a Didi driver? No. Impossible. He specially sent someone to investigate Wang Zhan's identity. Growing up in an orphanage, he only started running Didi a few months ago. Why? Why is it now suddenly the second largest shareholder of a Cowan company? What the hell is going wrong here? Xiao Zhendong? The second largest shareholder of Yiguan company? Did he hear him right? Mr. Qian said it himself, and there will be absolutely no mistake. No wonder Josh refused to break up even if she died. It turns out that this young man has such a background. Compared with Wang Zhan, Lu Liqin is a fart. I don't even deserve to lift my shoes. As long as Wang Zhan says a word, then the Qiao family can cooperate with the most first-class company. Turning losses into profits, and by the way, becoming bigger and stronger, that's not something that can be done in minutes. But what stupid things he just did. Actually wanted Wang Zhan to leave Qiao Xiao with 2 million. It's just an insult to Wang Zhan, what should I do? What can he do to remedy it? Seeing that Lu Liqin and Xiao Zhendong's faces were blue and white for a while, and all kinds of emotions of disbelief, chagrin, and regret flashed on their faces, Qian Wenbing 940 sneered. So that you will be disrespectful to the king. Scare. I see how dare you shout in front of Mr. Wang. Qian Wenbing looked around at everyone and suddenly found that there was a person in the crowd who was very calm, and he was not frightened by Wang Zhan's identity at all. This man still looks a little familiar. Qian Wenbing thought for a while, and finally remembered who he was, so he took the initiative to say, I didn't expect Mr. Zhou of Anlin Petroleum to be here, are you also a customer of Mr. Qiao? In my impression, Zhou Ming's company doesn't seem to be involved in this business. No, we are not Mr. Qiao's customers, we are here with Mr. Wang. Zhou Ming said with a smile. Follow Mr. Wang? Qian Wenbing asked rhetorically, but he didn't react for a while. That's right, Wang is always the chairman of our Anlin Oil and Gas Company, and he is also the owner of our company. Zhou Ming nodded. Qian Wenbing was a little surprised, but quickly figured it out. The second largest shareholder of their company is naturally not an ordinary person. It's normal to have several companies. Lu Liqin gasped. He felt that the world must be mysterious. Who is he? Where is he? What's going on? Why does a Didi driver have so many industries? Josh was completely stunned. Wang Zhan actually has so many industries? No wonder he used to say that he didn't need money to come on, and at the time he thought he was bragging, but he didn't expect it to be true. For a moment, Xiao Xia was surprised, delighted, and frightened. Xiao Zhendong stumbled under his feet, but fortunately his back was a wall, and he leaned directly against the wall so as not to collapse to the ground. Wang Zhan is not only the second largest shareholder of Bone, or the boss of Anlin Petroleum Company. At such a young age, he has such a big foundation. Any identity is beyond people's reach. Thinking that he had been persuading him to leave Xiao Xia just now, Xiao Zhendong was afraid in his heart. No, it must be remedied immediately. Xiao Zhendong's eyes rolled, and he hurriedly said, Wang Zhan, it's all the uncle's fault. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Xia with some reproach, and continued, Xiao Xia, you kid is really good, why didn't you tell us earlier after talking about such a powerful boyfriend? Such an important thing should be told to the family as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be no misunderstanding. If you had told me in advance, I would have prepared well and entertained Wang Zhan well. When Lu Liqin heard this, he was anxious. Uncle. You? Xiao Zhendong interrupted him, who is your uncle? I don't know you well, please call me Mr. Qiao. Poof. Lu Liqin's eyes were cracking. Xiao Zhendong is also too shameless. Instantly turn your face and be ruthless. He gritted his teeth and asked, Mr. Qiao, what do you mean? What do you mean? What the hell do you have the face to ask me? Xiao Zhendong snorted coldly, if you, Ade, hadn't been in the back, would I have been deceived by you? Even you, a toad, still want to marry my family Xiao Xia. Xiao Zhendong, are you going to turn your face and deny people? You begged me first. Please, sister. You scum, how can you match our Xiao Xia? Just now you dared to speak disrespectfully and slander Wang Zhan. See that I don't teach you. As he spoke, Xiao Zhendong walked quickly to Lu Liqin and slapped him directly. Xiao Zhendong is also a ruthless person, a slap doesn't count, and then he opens the bow left and right. Slap, smack, smack, smack. Fan 5 in a row. A slap in the face echoed through the room, resounding through the ceiling. Lu Liqin's face was swollen when he landed. He was stunned for a moment, and forgot to dodge. Xiao Zhendong actually beat him. How dare you hit him? It took a long time for Lu Liqin to come back to his senses and ask emotionally, why do you dare to beat me? Xiao Zhendong shouted, that's right, it's you who beat you. Let you wreak havoc out of it. It's polite not to kill you. Why, if you are not convinced, then fight back. Lu Li trembled diligently. I want to beat someone. But he was alone, and there were more than a dozen people on Xiao Zhendong's side. He has no chance of winning, he can't do it. Lu Liqin clenched his fists and took a breath. Hold on. There is no need to be familiar with a despicable and shameless person like Xiao Zhendong. I'll let him go for now. Xiao Zhendong, you are old, I don't care about you. As he spoke, Lu Liqin glared at Wang Zhan and said cruelly, Wang Zhan, let's see, I won't just forget this matter. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Stop. Who let you go? Xiao Zhendong shouted to stop Lu Liqin. This dead boy, not only did he not apologize, but he even dared to speak wildly to Wang Zhan. When is he dead? Lu Liqin turned his head, looked at Xiao Zhendong, and asked with cold eyes, Xiao Zhendong, what else do you want? Don't think I'm really afraid to do it. Xiao Zhendong's face was extremely ugly in an instant, and he almost jumped up. You stinky boy, you dare to threaten me? You hit me. Here you go. You fight. Believe it or not, if you dare to touch my hair, I will definitely let your parents break your legs. You uncultured stinking thing. Lu Liqin has never seen such a shameless person. This person is still his elder. It's really hard to beat, and I can't scold and scold. He was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. A moment of rage. Poof. A mouthful of blood spat out. You tuberculosis ghost, it turns out that your health is so bad, you vomit blood after 2 or 3 sentences? Xiao Zhendong looked at him disdainfully, I was almost deceived by you, a sick ghost. With your body, you still want to marry Xiao Xia, but fortunately I was pierced by my fiery eyes. You are simply despicable. Chapter 075, Is he really a DD driver? Ask for subscription. Lu Liqin. Ah. I want to kill someone. Xiao Zhendong simply refreshed his perception of shamelessness. No, stay here. He's definitely going to be out of the way and hurt inside. It's better to get out of here first, and then think about it again when you get back. I'm not going to do that today. Leaving a cruel word, Lu Liqin turned around and walked towards the elevator. Unexpectedly, Qian Wenbing stopped him. Lu Liqin, you can leave if you want to, but you must apologize to Mr. Wang and Mr. Qiao. Qian Wenbing said coldly. Apologies, you dream. Lu Liqin's face became even more ugly. Anyway, today the beam has already been formed. Cooperation with Okawan has also become impossible. There is no need for him to continue to stick his hot face to other people's cold benches. If you don't apologize, do you believe that I will make you unable to get mixed up in this line of 940? Qian Wenbing coldly threatened. In front of him, he didn't give Mr. Wang face. If you don't give Mr. Wang face, that is, you don't take them in your eyes. This breath must come out. Then I'll wait. Lu Liqin didn't care. Although Yiguan Company is the boss of the industry, his company is not bad, and he is not afraid at all. As he spoke, he walked away. Looking at his back, Zhen Wen's teeth itched, and he bowed down and walked in front of Wang Zhan. Mr. Wang, Lu Liqin is too arrogant. It's just this kind of stupidity, no matter how arrogant it is. Wang Zhan said lightly, I'll give you 7 days to let the Lu family go bankrupt. Can you do it? Yes, I'll do it. Qian Wenbing said excitedly, it's too easy, their business is related to several of our business companies, don't say 7 days, even 3 days, they won't be able to bear it. Humph, Lu Liqin. The tears you will shed in the future are the water that your brain is in today. I see how arrogant you will be in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Zhendong on the side was so frightened that his feet softened. 3 days? Let the Lu family go bankrupt in 3 days? Oh, my God. The strength of the B-Bone Company is terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't make a mistake again and again, otherwise, the Qiao family would be the second Lu family. Xiao Zhendong was still afraid. He walked up to Wang Zhan and apologized sincerely. Mr. Wang, I solemnly apologize to you for what I said before. I'm sorry, it's because I don't know Mount Tai, I hope you don't feel at ease. I'm here for Joshua, forgive me, go find Joshua. Wang Zhan said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Xiao Zhendong was obviously relieved. Joshua is his niece and will naturally forgive him. It seems that the relationship between Wang Zhan and Xiao Xia is really good. Joshua is really going to be developed. Xiao Zhendong hurriedly said, Wang Zhan, it was my uncle who was deceived by the Lu family's bastard before, so he would beat the Mandarin duck. You can rest assured, you can have a relationship with Xiao Xia with peace of mind. I will never object, and Xiao Xia's parents will definitely not object. Uncle has lived so much, and it's the first time I've seen such an excellent young man as you. Lu Liqin, this bastard, can't compare to a finger of yours at all. Our Xiao Xia was able to have a boyfriend like you, it was really a blessing that she had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Today I finally saw what it means to be young and promising. Before, I was foolish to think that you climbed Xiao Xia, but now I have deep reflection, it is Xiao Xia who climbed you. In the future, if there is anything wrong with Xiao Xia, or if she plays with the young lady's temper at every turn, you can tell your uncle, and I will definitely help you talk about her. Joshua. This is definitely not her uncle. Wave after wave of rainbow farts came as soon as they opened their mouths. Listening to Xiao Zhendong's more and more exaggerated, Xiao Xia couldn't help but say, Uncle, you just say a few words. Oops, our family Joshua is shy. After Xiao Zhendong joked, he suddenly said with a straight face, Xiao Xia, today's matter, the uncle must criticize you well. You almost made a big mistake. Xiao Xia looked confused, and she hurriedly asked, Uncle, what did I do wrong? You kid, you still don't know what you're doing wrong? Tell me about you, why didn't you tell your family his true identity when you found such a powerful object? What a special DD driver. Xiao Xia, you deceived me so hard. Xiao Zhendong said blame, but his tone did not mean half of the blame. Looking at Xiao Xia's eyes, he almost burst into stars. No wonder I haven't looked down on Lu Liqin all along. It's just about finding a better one. However, if she had told Wang Zhan's identity early on, how can there be anything to do with Lu Liqin? They won't force Xiao Xia so much for the sake of the company. Uncle, I didn't lie to you, I only found out now. Xiao Xia felt very innocent. She also knew Wang Zhan's identity. Truth be told, she was no less frightened than they were. Load. You keep pretending. You have such a good relationship, you don't know Wang Zhan's identity, you said that you told the truth from the beginning, how could we force you to separate? You see that you have reached this point, and you still don't admit your mistake. Xiao Xia, it looks like your young lady's temper needs to be changed. Joshua. She really doesn't know. Why uncle just doesn't believe it? She suddenly understood how she didn't believe Wang Zhan's mood at the beginning. Hey, I'm so tired. Uncle, Xiao Xia really didn't lie to you. Wang Zhan opened his mouth and said. Didn't lie to me? So how did you meet? Xiao Zhendong still didn't believe it. Uncle, the last time I called a taxi on Didi, the driver happened to be Wang Zhan, because I accidentally dropped my wallet on his car, and I met later. Josh explained. Did you really know Didi by calling a taxi? Xiao Zhendong stared at Xiao Xia, for fear of missing the slightest expression on her face. I really met through Didi. So, when you met him, he was really a Didi driver? Xiao Zhendong asked again without giving up. Yes. Josh nodded. Xiao Xia, uncle really admires you so much. Xiao Zhendong gave a thumbs up directly. Casually ordered a 4.3 Didi, and fell in love with the handsome driver, and finally found out that this driver turned out to be a billionaire. Xiao Xia's luck is simply against the sky. He was really curious, how did Xiao Xia find out that Wang Zhan was different? Could it be that she has a fiery eye? However, it is not easy to ask this in front of so many outsiders. Xiao Zhendong is ready to ask Xiao Xia when there is no one in private. Uncle, what about the company's frozen funds? Josa asked. Don't worry, Uncle will arrange the thaw immediately, Xiao Xia. Although your company is 108,000 miles worse than Wang Zhan's company, you also have to work hard, and when you encounter problems that you don't understand, humbly ask Wang Zhan for advice, you know? Joshua. At this moment, Joshua's secretary hurriedly walked over. Mr. Chiao, a professor from Lankai University is coming to you. Chapter 076, Invitation from Lankai University, ask for subscription. Xiao Xia, why are there still professors from Lankai University looking for you? Xiao Zhendong asked curiously. It could be about cooperation. Joshua guessed. Cooperation? What cooperation? Xiao Zhendong was even more curious. I was contacted by Lankai University before, and they said that they wanted to carry out in-depth cooperation with my company, to establish a laboratory in the company, and to put many of their research projects in our company. According to preliminary estimates, the school enterprise cooperation will increase the company's business by at least 10% on the existing basis. Josh explained. Lankai University is a first-class university in China, and there are many companies that usually want to ask their school to carry out school enterprise cooperation, but they simply ignore these enterprises. How can they take the initiative to find you? And said to set up a laboratory? Xiao Zhendong was really puzzled. Xiaoxia's company is developing well now, but it is not a top enterprise. How did Lankai University take the initiative to come to the door? This has never happened before. It's not because of Wang Zhan. Joshua said. Wang Zhan? Don't say that. Xiao Zhendong is confused, even Zhou Ming and they are also curious. That's right, last time he helped a female professor at Lankai University solve an academic research problem, and as a result, many professors came to the door and consulted Wang Zhan, and finally the principal invited Wang Zhan to go to their school to register and be a visiting professor. In a few words, Xiao Xia recounted what had happened before. Wang Zhan, it turns out that you are not only good at business, but also have 940 achievements in these profound knowledge. Why are you so smart and so good? Xiao Zhendong is becoming more and more satisfied with Wang Zhan. Talented, rich, and beautiful. It's really a once-in-a-century experience. Josh's luck this time is so good. Mr. Wang, it seems that we can still call you Professor Wang in the future. Zhou Ming didn't read any books, but he admired learned people the most. Before, Wang Zhan was a very powerful and successful businessman in his heart. But at this moment, Wang Zhan almost became a godlike existence. At this moment, Yuan Fei walked over. Seeing Wang Zhan at a glance, his eyes were full of joy. Professor Wang, it's great that you're here. Teacher Yuan, did you come to find Wang Zhan on purpose? Joshua asked. That's right, I was looking for Professor Wang on purpose. That's right, we wanted to invite Professor Wang to give a lecture in our school, but I couldn't find anyone else, so I had to come to you. I didn't expect Professor Wang to be there. I was really lucky. Lectures? Wang Zhan frowned. Yes, Professor Wang, do you have time tomorrow? Yuan Fei asked expectantly. No time. Wang Zhan directly refused. Yuan Fei. I knew it would be like this, but fortunately, the principal, Adaid, explained it willingly. Yuan Fei opened his mouth and said, Professor Wang, the president has specially explained that as long as you are willing to give a lecture, in the future, whether it is your industry or Mr. Chao's industry, you can hang the name of Lankai University. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia's face turned happy. The scientific research ability of Lankai University is one of the best in the country. If their company hangs up the scientific research base of Lankai University, similar to such a title, the brand image of the whole company will be raised several degrees in an instant. She couldn't help but persuade, Wang Zhan, why don't you agree? The spread of knowledge is priceless. Mr. Wang, if you have time, let those students learn a little more. Zhou Ming also spoke. In the name of Lankai University, the temptation is indeed great. He was really a little moved. This is super meaningful for the future development of the whole company. Think about introducing our company to those business tycoons in the future. Don't talk about anything else, just one sentence. The scientific research base of Lankai University is enough to kill everything in seconds. Xiao Zhendong smiled from ear to ear just when he thought about it. Professor Wang, we are very sincere in inviting you to come to the school to give a lecture. You can say anything you want. Yuan Fei said again. I don't have time. Wang Zhan said lightly. Everyone was stunned again. Xiao Xia didn't expect Wang Zhan to refuse, but she had seen this kind of scene too many times, and she already had the ability to resist. Xiao Zhendong was completely dumbfounded. Awesome. Going to Lankai University to give a lecture is something that many people dream of. The other party has offered such high conditions. Wang Zhan still refused. Real men. Worship. Teacher Yuan did not give up and continued, I heard that Mr. Wang, you also have an oil company. I can make a report to the school, and I can make all the teams of the school, all the places that need to be refueled, and designate to cooperate with the enterprises under your name. What do you think? The lecture should not be too long, 1 hour at most, and no questions will be accepted. Wang Zhan said. Big stick, we all agree to your requests. I thank you for all the students. I believe they will gain a lot tomorrow. The lecture will start at 3 p.m. tomorrow. You can arrive at the school 20 minutes early. We will pick you up at the school gate. Successfully completed the task assigned by the principal, Yuan Fei was in a good mood. I see. By the way, we have specially arranged a dinner tomorrow night, which will be attended by all the senior professors and scientific research scholars of our school, and I hope everyone here can participate. Yuan Fei sent out an invitation. Definitely come. You can meet a lot of technical experts on such an occasion, and Xiao Xia naturally won't miss it. Thank you, we'll be there too. Zhou Ming felt very honored to be able to eat with many scholars. Then Professor Wang, I won't bother you, we'll see you tomorrow. Yuan Fei had to rush back to tell the principal the good news, and she also had to set up the venue. Wang Zhan, there's nothing to do here, you can go back and prepare for the lecture quickly. Xiao Xia didn't stay in Wang Zhan anymore. There was a lot I wanted to say to him, but I could talk about it after the lecture. After all, there is only one day, and time is really tight to prepare for the presentation. Wang Zhan, I think you will definitely cause a sensation at Lankai University tomorrow. Xiao Zhendong said, another rainbow fart. But he's right. After Yuan Fei went back, she told the principal the good news. The principal immediately issued a notice to the whole school. All professors, academics, and all students of related majors are required to attend tomorrow's lecture. If it weren't for the fact that the school auditorium could only accommodate more than 2,000 people at a time, he would have all the students in the school come to the lecture. After this notice was issued, it caused quite a stir. The students of Lankai University are all excellent people from childhood to adulthood. Even the lectures of domestic experts or famous professors can pick out 3 points, and now there is a little-known person who wants to give lectures. This is still necessary? Why don't you go and ask for advice? All of a sudden, there were various groups on the school's forum, which directly exploded, and countless people joined the discussion. Have you ever heard of a visiting professor named Wang Zhan? I haven't heard of it. Don't know? Can I find this personal information online? Nope. Couldn't find anything at all. Wouldn't it? How could there be such a thing? When will anyone come to our Lankai University to give lectures? I'll have to listen to it tomorrow afternoon. I'll see what the hell is sacred. Chapter 077, The information is all in my head, ask for subscription. The lecture caused quite a stir at the school. After all, it was arranged by the president himself, and it was also a notice issued through the channels of the whole school, not to mention that all the professors of the School of Materials Engineering and the School of Polymers came to listen, and people in the academic circle also came. 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Rushing to the school, Principal Zhou hurriedly walked to his office. Last night, he called one by one to invite old friends to come, and it is estimated that many old friends have arrived now. When Principal Zhou arrived at the office, he found that the office was already full. Principal Zhou, I said you are making a big fuss? But just a visiting professor who needs to invite all of us here? Who the hell is this visiting professor? I didn't find any information, but was his lecture so exciting? And the lecture is only 1 hour, and I am not allowed to ask questions. I have been thinking, I am not allowed to ask questions. Are I afraid that the questions are too tricky and cannot be answered? I think you all guessed Lao Zhou's mind wrongly. He invited us not because the lecture was wonderful, but because he wanted to take this opportunity to call us old men together for a while. So, has Lao Zhou arranged all the late 03 meals? That's right, the dinner is ready. The lecture is not exciting, you will know later. In short, you will definitely make the trip worthwhile. President Zhou didn't argue too much. These old friends of his are well-known experts in the industry. He dared to guarantee that after these people listened to Wang Zhan's lecture, their eyes would fall out in shock. Looking at the time, Principal Zhou got up. It's almost time. You go directly to the auditorium, and I'll pick up people at the school gate. No, Lao Zhou is not so confused that he even went to pick up people at the school gate in person. I'm a little curious to attach so much importance to this visiting professor. As soon as President Zhou left the office, he saw Professor Zhang, Yuan Fei and others waiting outside the door. Headmaster, we're going with you to pick up Wang Zhan. Not long after everyone walked to the school gate, Wang Zhan came. When the Bugatti Veyron stopped at the school gate, many students who came to attend the lecture stopped by one after another. The rector has come to greet him personally, and it seems that this person who has come down from the Bugatti Veyron is the mysterious visiting professor. He looks quite rich. I'm afraid he didn't buy this title with money, right? It's really possible, otherwise I wouldn't have said that the lecture was only 1 hour long, and I wouldn't have asked questions. I feel that the president's reputation is going to be ruined in this lecture. If the professor hadn't asked me to come by name, I really wouldn't want to go, so I might as well read more books in the library when I have this time. I've brought a workbook with me, and I'm going to brush up on the questions later. The student's remarks drifted into Wang Zhan's ears. His expression was as usual, without the slightest change. Principal Zhou's evaluation of Wang Zhan suddenly went to a new level. Not bad, not bad. Young and old, with a firm heart. It's not a thing in the pool. He took the initiative to greet him. Professor Wang, it's hard work, let's go to the auditorium. Along the way, Yuan Fei couldn't help but peek at Wang Zhan several times. Today, he is dressed in a suit and leather shoes, and he is particularly handsome. Usually, Wang Zhan looks very sunny in a casual t-shirt, but he didn't expect to change into a formal suit, and suddenly he was a little more elegant and looked a little more attractive. Yuan Fei couldn't take her eyes off for a while. She walked up to Wang Zhan and took the initiative to ask, "Professor Wang, how are you preparing? Is the data in the USB flash drive?" "There is no USB stick," Wang Zhan said lightly. "Ha? You won't forget to bring it, will you? If we lose our home or company, we will send someone to pick it up immediately." Yuan Fei was in a hurry. At this critical moment, how can you forget to bring a USB flash drive? "Don't worry, I don't need a USB stick, the information is all in my head." Yuan Fei blinked in disbelief. The information is all in the head? The 1-hour presentation is no joke. Can he remember them all? Not to mention Yuan Fei, even Principal Zhou was stunned. President Zhou asked, "Professor Wang, are you going to take off the manuscript?" "Yes." Hearing this, Professor Zhang's mouth widened in shock. "Unscripted? Did you hear that right?" He used to give lectures a few times. To be honest, he is usually very good at talking, standing on the podium, looking at the black pressure of the people below. He still can't help but be nervous, and it is easy to forget words when he is nervous. So every time he gives a lecture, he prepares the materials in super detail, just because he is afraid that he will accidentally forget the words. He couldn't help but ask, "Professor Wang, aren't you afraid that you will forget your words when you are nervous?" "It's okay, it's nothing," Wang Zhan said lightly. He might not have been so calm before, but now, his heart is already very strong, and this small scene will not make him nervous. Professor Zhang looked Wang Zhan up and down for a while, and found that he was indeed very calm, and couldn't help but worship, "Professor Wang, with your mentality, I can't reach it." Sure enough, powerful people are different. Wang Zhan will be so calm, it is definitely because he has super strength. That's right, you have real skills in hand, there's nothing to be nervous about, the auditorium is coming soon. Principal Zhou was also impressed. "Principal Zhou, are you satisfied with the layout of the site?" Yuan Fei asked, pointing to the posters and banners on the wall. She was responsible for all the arrangements at the scene this time, and she spent a lot of thought on these arrangements. "Not bad. Principal Zhou 940 is very satisfied, and the more posters there are, the more it can reflect the school's attention to Wang Zhan. This scale is definitely the highest treatment in the school. I didn't have a check-in desk for the last lecture, but this time I did?" Looking at the people queuing up at the entrance of the auditorium, Professor Zhang was taken aback. Not to mention him, even other weighty professors give lectures, and they don't have such treatment. "I asked Yuan Fei to prepare it according to the highest standard of treatment," Principal Zhou said with a smile. "Wang Zhan's level is enough to enjoy this kind of treatment. If you have to say no, there is only one, that is, his fame is not loud now, but I believe that after today, he will definitely shock the entire academic circle. Here we go, let's go in," Principal Zhou said as he walked into the auditorium with Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan looked at it at a glance, and his first impression was that it was large, with more than 1,000 seats. The black press below is almost full. It seems that the school has put a lot of thought into this lecture. Hello everyone, it is an honor to invite Wang Zhan, a visiting professor of our school, to give a lecture today. Let us welcome him with warm applause. President Zhou first stepped onto the podium and made a brief introduction. After President Zhou's introduction, Wang Zhan walked onto the podium. Yuan Fei's palms in the audience were a little sweaty. She looked at Wang Zhan with a nervous face. Is it really okay to get off the script throughout the whole process? Chapter 078, The Pursuit of Professors, Ask for Subscription. Wang Zhan looked at the crowd under the stage, exhaled lightly, and then adjusted his state slightly. After adjusting his condition, he began the speech. Good afternoon everyone, time is limited, I don't talk nonsense, just give you some dry goods. I believe you have all seen the news that bioaviation fuel was extracted from Shaodong not long ago, and today I share with you is the new bioenergy. Wang Zhan's voice was transmitted to every corner of the auditorium through the microphone. Hearing this simple opening statement, the students below looked at each other and shook their heads. New bioenergy, this topic doesn't have any depth when you hear it, it's too broad. You don't have to listen to me to guess, and then I must talk about the advantages and disadvantages of traditional energy, the advantages and disadvantages of new energy, nothing new, and full of dry goods? Really blowing. I don't even have a PPT, and I definitely have a bad review for this attitude. This is not a lecture at all, it's just nonsense, his mouth, a liar. Wang Zhan ignored the size below, and he continued, let's talk about hydrogen energy first. Everyone knows that the key to hydrogen energy utilization is high-density safe storage in transportation technology. The existing hydrogen storage materials mainly include four categories: activated carbon, inorganic compounds, organic compounds, and alloy compounds. It seems to be a bit level, that's right. But that doesn't mean anything, there are a lot of research reports on hydrogen energy. Listen again and see what he has to say next. The auditorium slowly quieted down, and both those college students who had a learning attitude and those who were ready to find fault began to listen carefully. On the stage, Wang Zhan continued to talk. The focus of my talk today is hydrogen storage alloy materials, which will definitely provide a clear direction for your future research. Most metal hydrides have a hydrogen storage capacity of between 1% and 4% and a high energy density, among which titanium hydrogen storage alloys have excellent hydrogen storage characteristics, with a hydrogen absorption capacity of 1.75% and a hydrogen release pressure of about 0.1 MPa at room temperature. However, TFA is difficult to activate and must be activated at 450 C and 5 MPa. The antitoxicity is weak, and the performance decreases after repeated hydrogen inhalation and release. As soon as the connoisseur makes a move, he knows if there is one. At this time, whether it is an expert or a professor sitting in the audience, they were all shocked. Wang Zhan's remarks have indeed pointed out a clearer direction for everyone's research. No wonder Lao Zhou wants me to come no matter what. It's really a knowledge. My next research topic is set. It's really a hero out of a teenager. After the lecture is over, I must be introduced by Lao Zhou. After the experts and professors were shocked, every student in the audience looked at Wang Zhan on the stage in a daze with a look of shock and worship. Oh my God! What he said is almost all a blank spot in the current market, and if I study in the direction he says, I will definitely achieve extraordinary results. Really, every sentence is dry goods. That's a great story. This is definitely the best professor in our school. The level of strength is superb. No wonder Principal Zhou will notify the whole school. If you don't come, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. I really can't afford to desert at all, so I wandered for a few seconds, and I felt like I missed out on important knowledge. All the students listened attentively, not daring to slack off for a minute. Yuan Fei was also stunned, looking at Wang Zhan's appearance like a river. She only felt her heart fluttering. That's great. It's really excellent. With so much content, he actually came up without any information. What a rebellious memory this must be. Professor Zhang worshipped, the big guy is the big guy. Whatever the topic, it's easy to talk about. President Zhou looked at Wang Zhan with shining eyes, and the dry goods he shared were not only of great significance to the academic community, but also to the development of new energy in the future. This time, Wang Zhan is definitely going to be completely famous. When the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of schools to compete with him. No, Wang Zhan's identity must be kept secret. An hour passed quickly. As soon as the time came, Wang Zhan ended his lecture. Okay, the time is up, and today's lecture is over. The audience was silent. Bang bang. Seeing that the students below were still swimming in the ocean of knowledge, none of them reacted, and Principal Zhou took the lead in applauding. As his applause rang out, the others suddenly came back to their senses, and then clapped their hands fiercely. Wonderful, really wonderful. Yuan Fei and Professor Zhang clapped their hands desperately, and their speeches were really exciting. The applause from the audience lasted for a long time, and Wang Zhan's eyes were full of smiles. It seemed that this lecture was quite successful. Professor Wang, you said it so well, can you help me sign it? Zero asking for flowers. Big guy, you're definitely the youngest professor I've ever met. Sign it for me. From today onwards, you are my idol. Can you take a group photo? At the end of the lecture, all the students were still unsatisfied. I don't know who said first that they wanted Wang Zhan to sign their names, and the other students also shouted enthusiastically. This posture scared Principal Zhou. In the past, no matter how powerful the expert was to give a lecture, before it was over, some students left the venue early. This has never been the case today. Not only did they not leave, but they also asked for autographs and group photos one by one. In order not to delay Wang Zhan's time, Principal Zhou had no choice but to take Wang Zhan and leave from the small door. On the way, President Zhou smiled from ear to ear. Professor Wang, your hour today is really wonderful. I hope you will give another lecture if you have a chance in the future. 0. Forget it. After talking for an hour in a row, Wang Zhan's voice was really a little unbearable. Your lecture has definitely benefited you a lot, and I believe that in the near future, various academic papers will be published in an endless stream, and the development of our new energy will also be on a higher level. By the way, you must come to the dinner tonight. Didn't you see, when I took you away just now, a few of my old friends, those eyes wanted to kill me. If I don't introduce them to you in the evening, I definitely won't have a good life. I'll come, Wang Zhan said with a smile. At this moment, Yuan Fei chased after a group of young female professors. Professor Wang, you wait for me. How did you go so fast? I still have some questions for you. Your lecture was so wonderful. I really benefited a lot. Professor Wang, you must attend the dinner party in the evening. Wang Zhan was instantly surrounded by more than a dozen young female professors. This made the male teachers who had just finished class and passed by the auditorium all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who is this young man? Why did Professor Yuan and the others surround him? I heard that it was a visiting professor invited by President Zhou to give a lecture at the school, and a dinner party was specially arranged. I read all the comments on the forum yesterday, and I didn't bother to listen to such lectures. I really don't know what the president thinks. I guess he bought the title of visiting professor. That's right, it's time to expose him at dinner. He must not be allowed to continue to deceive. Beggar. Chapter 079, Academia Depends on Strength, Ask for Subscription. The dinner was arranged at the Mingtong Hotel. Wang Zhan went home and changed into a set of civilian clothes, and when he saw that the time was about the same, he rushed to the hotel. Josa had an important meeting to start in the afternoon, and she waited until the meeting was over. Wang Zhan parked his car in the underground parking lot and took the elevator upstairs. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I met Yuan Fei, who entered through the front door, and there was a friend behind her. Professor Wang, you've arrived, and I'm thinking I'll pick you up at the door later. Yuan Fei didn't expect to meet Wang Zhan at the elevator entrance, so she took the initiative to greet her. It's nothing, just come early, Wang Zhan said. Yuan Fei, who is this? Sun Jianfeng on the side asked. He rarely saw Yuan Fei so enthusiastic about other people. Sun Jianfeng, this is Wang Zhan, a visiting professor at our school, and he has a deep knowledge in the field of new energy. Yuan Fei introduced. Hello Professor Wang, I am Sun Jianfeng, a doctoral supervisor of Linhai University, and a high school classmate of Yuan Fei. Sun Jianfeng introduced himself a little proudly. Hello. Wang Zhan nodded. I don't know what papers Professor Wang has published. To be a professor at such a young age, your thesis must be very famous. Sun Jianfeng asked curiously. I haven't published a paper. Wang 03 Zhan said lightly. If you haven't published a paper, is it because you have completed some experiments that no one else has done? Sun Jianfeng continued to ask, then your experiment must be very famous. I don't have any research either. Sun Jianfeng couldn't believe it for a while. After all, I want to get a professorship, a dissertation, or an experiment. Both are indispensable. He neither had any academic papers nor any research in the room. Don't. The title of this professor was bought with money? Sun Jianfeng became more and more sure of this idea, and when he looked at Wang Zhan's eyes, he couldn't help but be contemptuous. This kind of person who has no level is not worthy of chatting with him. However, Yuan Fei's attitude surprised Sun Jianfeng. It can be said that the enthusiasm is a little unreasonable. Professor Wang, it seems that you usually don't like to wear suits, so you changed into sportswear so quickly. Yuan Fei said. Yes, it's still comfortable to wear in sportswear. Professor Wang, I really admire your true temperament. I hate wearing high heels the most, but there are occasions when I have to wear them. You see, I wore them for a day today, and now my feet hurt to death. As he spoke, Yuan Fei also raised one foot and shook it. If you don't like it, don't wear it, just be happy when you do something, and don't worry about other people's eyes. Well, Professor Wang, although you are young, you have seen some things very thoroughly, and I really admire them. Wang Zhan, don't call me a professor, I feel that I am old, you should call me Wang Zhan directly. Yuan Fei, okay, then you can call me Yuan Fei or Xiao Yuan. Yuan Fei, Principal Zhou, are they here? Not yet, there was a traffic jam on the way here, but it is estimated that it will be soon. By the way, you can get something to eat to pad your stomach later, and the principal will definitely pull you to drink at night, and drinking on an empty stomach is not good for your health. Yuan Fei couldn't help but remind. Thank you, I will. Seeing the two chatting enthusiastically, Sun Jianfeng couldn't help frowning. Yuan Fei is the woman I chase. This stinky boy who sells his reputation. Actually talked and laughed with her under Lao Tzu's eyelids. Damn it! Yuan Fei has never smiled at me like this. Dare to rob my goddess. Today I'm going to let you know why the flowers are so red. Academics rely on strength, not rhetoric. Scum. The little white face with an oily cavity and smooth tone. Professor Wang, I don't know which university you graduated from? Sun Jianfeng interrupted the conversation between the two and asked suddenly. Southeastern University. Wang Zhan frowned and replied coldly. Southeast University, I know, it's barely a third-rate school, so you must have spent a lot of effort to get the title of professor? Zhang Jianfeng's tone was undisguised contempt. I thought there was something special. Unexpectedly, he was only a graduate of a third-rate university. Yuan Fei is too simple, she doesn't know this kind of person at all, and she relies on one mouth to coax people. It didn't take much effort. Wang Zhan replied lightly. It didn't take any effort, so it seems that it cost a lot of money. Sun Jianfeng had to really like this expression. I know that becoming a visiting professor is definitely a waste of money. I didn't expect to be a rich second generation. But spend money to smash the name of a professor. It is estimated that many properties will be defeated by him. This kid is still a legendary loser. Sun Jianfeng asked again, I don't know what industry you are in. I have to say something, I'm a DD driver. Ah ha ha. Sun Jianfeng laughed. DD driver? It's so reasonable. It's definitely ruined the family property, so I have to run DD. Sun Jianfeng suddenly burst with a sense of superiority. Wang Zhan, do you know my identity? I don't know. Let me tell you, I am not only a doctoral supervisor of Linhai University, but also the president of Dongsheng Petroleum Machinery Group Company, Limited. Do you think I am very powerful? Sun Jianfeng's face couldn't hide the smugness. At his age, he has achieved what he is now, which can be said to be very successful. Wang Zhan smiled, Mentor Sun, you are really young and promising, and you are very powerful. If you think I'm good. Young man, although you want to pretend to be a high-level intellectual like a professor, you still have to do what you can, at least go and publish a few papers first, otherwise you will be exposed as soon as you chat with others. Sun Jianfeng, you are enough. Say less. Yuan Fei on the side couldn't listen to 943 anymore. What's going on with this Sun Jianfeng? Do you brush up on the sense of superiority in front of Wang Zhan? It's really a hatchet. If it weren't for Principal Zhou's repeated advice not to tell others about Wang Zhan's achievements, she really couldn't help but say it all. At this moment, someone in the distance shouted, Teacher Yuan, please come over and do me a favor. Hearing someone call herself, Yuan Fei glared at Sun Jianfeng, and warned again, Sun Jianfeng, don't speak, no one treats you as a dumb person. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Zhan apologetically, and Yuan Fei went over to help. Sun Jianfeng didn't take Yuan Fei's warning seriously. He continued to ask, Wang Zhan, do you know who is the dinner party held tonight? Wang Zhan shook his head. He really didn't know this. Let me tell you, tonight's dinner is to entertain a master. Not only the president of Lankai University will attend, but even the deans who rarely participate in the event will also attend, even the president of our school, and many nationally renowned experts are also here. This character has made an unparalleled contribution to the development of new energy, and his achievements are impossible to achieve in your life. Seeing that Wang Zhan didn't speak, Sun Jianfeng continued proudly, many experts come to the dinner just to have in-depth exchanges with him, and ordinary people don't have this opportunity. But you're lucky to meet me, and when I communicate with the great gods, you can listen to it from the sidelines. Chapter 080, Sun Jianfeng's mentality collapsed. Do you know why I'm coming to dinner? It is to witness the demeanor of the great god with my own eyes. He is the real successful person in my mind, although I am already a doctoral supervisor and the youngest doctoral supervisor in our school. But I don't think I'm enough compared to him. When I meet him, I will definitely express my high respect to him. He is a role model among professors. Sun Jianfeng glanced at Wang Zhan as he spoke. Although even if you are extremely poor all your life, you will not reach the height of a master, but don't be discouraged. Compared to others, you are lucky. After all, a master is not something that anyone can see casually. If you can see the demeanor of the great god from afar, then you have no regrets in this life. After saying too many words in one breath, Sun Jianfeng felt his mouth dry and took a drink directly from the tray in the waiter's hand. At this moment, the entrance to the hall suddenly became lively. It was President Zhou and a group of experts who came. Do you know who came in? Taking a sip of his drink, Sun Jianfeng asked. I don't know. Are these people famous? Wang Zhan asked. Except for Principal Zhou, he didn't know anyone else. Sun Jianfeng suddenly showed a look of contempt. Let's just say that Professor Wang Zhan's title was bought by 943, and he knows nothing about the academic world. But that's right, since the title was bought with money, I naturally don't know such an academic bigwig. Look at the one on the left of President Zhou, the one in a black Tang suit. His name is Tang Mingming. He is a top expert, and every paper will bring about a technological change. Oh, that sounds amazing. Wang Zhan replied lightly. Poof. Sun Jianfeng just took a sip of the drink and squirted it out on the spot. MMP, will you die if you don't pretend? Sun Jianfeng pointed to the one to the right of President Zhou and continued. The one in the gray suit is academician Liu of Qilu University, and his research has directly increased the conversion rate of solar energy from 40% to 57%. It has created a lot of value for the progress of the whole society. From 40% to 57%, although there is still room for improvement, it is not bad at the moment. Wang Zhan calculated in his heart that according to his method, the conversion rate could be increased to 80%. Still room for improvement? Damn, I dare to say it. Sun Jianfeng felt that Wang Zhan was definitely sick, and he was not lightly ill. He glanced at Wang Zhan with the eyes of the mentally retarded, and continued, the one in brown clothes, Oddade, his invention was rated as one of the most valuable inventions last year. There is also the oldest with the most gray hair. I don't need to introduce it, you should know it, academician Jiang of Lankai University. And the one in dark blue clothes is the principal of our school, Zhang Yuancheng. Oh, my God. Although I knew that there would be a lot of experts coming, I didn't expect to see these older generation of experts who are about to retire. The big guys have appeared, and it seems that the great gods should also appear. Sun Jianfeng was so excited that he almost jumped up and down. Wang Zhan's expression was still as usual. Seeing that Wang Zhan was still so calm, Sun Jianfeng snorted coldly, Wang Zhan, don't pretend it this time, you are not excited at all when you see so many big people. This acting is a bit too much. How could you be calm when you can see such a big person? The more calm you are, the more you feel that everything is pretended. Wang Zhan didn't speak, but walked directly in the direction of Principal Zhou and them. No way. What does this stinky boy want to do? It's not just to be in the limelight, just go up and hug the thighs of the big guys. No way. He must be stopped. Don't let him spoil the atmosphere of tonight's banquet. Thinking like this, Sun Jianfeng grabbed him. What are you doing? Is that where you can go? Why can't I go? Wang Zhan asked speechlessly. Big guy party, don't go up to join in the fun, just stay here for me. Otherwise, there will be some jokes that will affect me, and I won't let you go. Sun Jianfeng said with a serious face. Wang Zhan. At this moment, Principal Zhou saw Wang Zhan and looked happy. He walked briskly towards Wang Zhan. A group of experts and academicians also followed. Professor Wang, I thought you hadn't come yet, but I didn't expect you to arrive. Professor Wang, today's lecture really benefited me a lot. 1 hour, full of dry goods. It's amazing. All the college students who attended the lecture today will definitely benefit for life. You said it so well, and you took it out of the script, which really makes us ashamed. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to our school to give a lecture. Many experts surrounded Wang Zhan, and you said a word to me. Unsparing praise, full of admiration. Directly stunned Sun Jianfeng on the side. I'll go. What is the situation? Who is this Wang Zhan? Seeing that Sun Jianfeng was still holding Wang Zhan's hand and standing there with a stupid expression, President Zhang looked displeased. Professor Sun, you still don't let Professor Wang go. Sun Jianfeng suddenly came back to his senses, let go of his hand, and asked suspiciously, What Professor Wang? Professor Sun, why would you ask such a stupid question? Professor Wang, naturally this is the one in front of you, our distinguished guest. Sun Jianfeng was completely dumbfounded again. What did he hear? Wang Zhan in front of him is actually the protagonist of tonight's banquet. The idol he wants to see. And before him? What stupid things you said. He wanted to die. What a damn debt I owe. It's okay to pretend to be anything. Ah. Sun Jianfeng's intestines are going to regret it. Are you all right? Wang Zhan asked. Sun Jianfeng hurriedly bent down and said, Professor Wang, I'm fine. I'm very sorry, I remember that my wife is about to give birth, so I won't attend tonight's banquet, so I'll say goodbye first. My wife is about to give birth? Yes. Then you should go back quickly. Thank you, I'll go first. After speaking, as if he had received amnesty, Sun Jianfeng turned around and ran. Like a lost dog, it disappeared at the door of the hotel. It's strange, why didn't I know that Professor Sun was married? Principal Zheng muttered suspiciously. President Zheng, this is the youngest doctoral supervisor in your school? Looks nervous. Principal Zhou's first impression of Sun Jianfeng was very poor. Ignore him, everyone is almost here, let's start the dinner. I'll go on stage and say a few words to you. With that, Principal Zhou walked onto the stage in front of the hall. He said loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, before the dinner officially begins, I have a big piece of good news to tell you that the paper Future New Energy Helium published by Yuan Fei of our school won the most valuable scientific research paper award of the year and will be entered into the Science Citation Index, and the technology mentioned in this paper will make us lead the world for 20 years. Now let me solemnly introduce to you our core character tonight. Chapter 081, My Family Really Has a Mind. Let us welcome our distinguished guest Wang Zhan with warm applause. He is not only the youngest visiting professor at Lankai University, but also a leader in the field of new energy. If it weren't for his guidance, Yuan Fei's thesis would not have achieved such proud results. On behalf of Lankai University, I would like to express my most sincere thanks to Wang Zhan. Now, let's raise a glass and toast to the king. The audience burst into applause. Then, at the suggestion of the Principal Gao, everyone stood up and raised their glasses. Professor Wang, we toast you. Professor Wang, the first glass of wine must be toasted to you. Professor Wang, you are really young and promising. Professor Wang, thank you for bringing us a wonderful lecture. Thank you. Wang Zhan stood up with his wine glass and toasted to everyone. With this cup drained, the dinner officially began. The people in the hall toasted each other, tasted delicious food, and occasionally talked and laughed, and the scene was lively and noisy. Xiao Xia and Zhou Ming did not follow Wang Zhan's side, but toasted everywhere. This is a rare opportunity, and when I meet so many bigwigs in the academic world at one time, I naturally want to make good friends. President Zhou poured another glass of wine and walked up to Wang 03 Zhan. Professor Wang, I would like to toast you again. Today's lecture is really a success. It's a big blow to our school. Principal Zhou kept smiling from ear to ear, and today he can be regarded as a facelifter. Before, those old friends said that he was old and confused. What was he doing with such a grand lecture in a small lecture? But now they all praised him for his insight into heroes and discovered the treasure of Wang Zhan. Principal Zhou, you're welcome. Wang Zhan raised his glass. Principal Zhang, who was waiting for President Zhou to finish toasting, also picked up his glass and said, Professor Wang, I toast you, I can meet you today, I really deserve this trip. This glass of wine, I'm dry, you feel free. Wang Zhan raised his glass, Headmaster, you're welcome. The two clinked glasses and drank them all. President Zhang got up and took the wine bottle, and after Wang Zhan put down the wine glass, he filled it again, sat down and said, Professor Wang, can you give me a contact information? Our school would also like to invite you to give a lecture if you have the opportunity. That's not going to work. Old chapter. Wang Zhan is a professor in our school, don't rob me of people. Before Wang Zhan could speak, Principal Zhou on the side preemptively said. After intersecting for so many years, as soon as Lao Zhang's words came out, he guessed Lao Zhang's intentions. First, Wang Zhan was invited to give a lecture, and then he was invited to be a professor at the school. Isn't this obvious to rob others with yourself? Lao Zhou, look at what you said. What is it called robbing people? Academic sharing is not divided between you and me, was debunked, and President Zhang did not panic, and continued to say to Wang Zhan, Professor Wang, as long as you are willing to come to our school to give a lecture, I will promise you any conditions. Thank you, but I don't want to give another lecture just yet. Wang Zhan lightly refused. Today he said that there are enough knowledge points taught, which will definitely allow everyone to learn and digest for a long time. Moreover, it was really tiring to give lectures. In the short term, Wang Zhan has no such plans. President Zhang wanted to continue to say something, but academician Zhang directly interrupted him. Okay, I'll talk about the lecture later. Professor Wang, I toast you, you are free, I will do it. After speaking, academician Zhang drank it all. Subsequently, more and more people toasted. Seeing that Wang Zhan drank it very happily, everyone took the initiative to ask for Wang Zhan to replace the wine with tea. Professor Wang, you drink tea? I'm done. Don't get you drunk. Professor Wang, I did it, you are free. The others present were amazed. I've only seen people who keep persuading people to drink before, but it's the first time I've seen a toaster and offer to replace the wine with tea. It can be seen that Wang Zhan is a very unusual existence in the minds of these professors and experts. The dinner didn't end until about 9 o'clock, and before leaving, Principal Zhou reluctantly pulled Wang Zhan. Professor Wang. It is indeed our honor to have you as a visiting professor at Lankai University. In the future, no matter what you ask, just ask, and we will complete it even with the strength of the whole school. Also, those old guys must be thinking about you and will try their best to dig you up, don't you agree? If you agree, Professor Zhang and I will really cry to death. Principal Zhou, you also know that I am very busy. Yes, I'll warn those old fellows, don't bother you all the time. Your time is precious. After saying goodbye to Principal Zhou, Wang Zhan went home directly. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed very comfortably. At this moment, the prompt sound of the system sounded in my head. Ding. The host completes the 7-day order receiving work and enters the settlement reward stage, and the calculation is. Ding. Reward the host Hygiene Mining Group Company, Limited with 100% holding. Wang Zhan? Hygiene Mining Group Company, Limited? This company name is a bit familiar. Wang Zhan hurriedly took out his mobile phone to open the tour page. The phone search page quickly popped up with news about the company. Wang Zhan's face gradually became shocked. Hygiene Mining Group Company, Limited has a large-scale mine, 2 major production systems of gold and copper mines, and 9 production plants. From its establishment to the present, the mine has created a number of firsts such as the largest available gold resources, the largest gold production, the largest mining and dressing scale, the best economic benefits and the fastest development speed, and is a world-class extra-large gold mine. The annual production is not less than 500 tons of gold, 270 tons of silver, and 6 million tons of iron and gold powder. 943 Even after 30 years of continuous mining, 70% of the mine's ore body remains untouched, and in short, the mine's copper, gold, silver and uranium deposits are still assets that can be exploited for generations. This is truly a veritable bonanza with high reserves and high production. To be honest, Wang Zhan didn't expect that the fourth system settlement reward would be Hygiene Mining Group Company, Limited. From then on, he was the one who owned the mine. And it's the kind that can't be mined in a lifetime. But even if there is a mine, he'll still try to run Didi. Early the next morning, after Wang Zhan got up, he went to his grandfather's porridge shop to eat breakfast and start working. Didi, you have a new order. Take orders. You have received a customer with a tail number of 5555. Please go to Guanlan River Park to pick up passengers. Mission Hills is also a villa area. And it is a very distinctive villa area in the city. Although the villa area is not big, the scenery is super beautiful. Inside the villa complex, there is a large artificial lake. All villas, located on the lake. It can be said that the people who can live here are either rich or expensive. How can anyone still call Didi? Wang Zhan drove the car to Guanlan River Park and found that there was no one at the door. He picked up his phone and dialed the passenger number. Toot toot toot. Sorry, the user you're calling is busy. Chapter 082, Goodbye, ask for subscription. No one answered? Wang Zhan dialed the other party's phone again. This time it's finally not busy. After connecting the phone, Wang Zhan said, Hello, is it your name Didi? Something, wait for me for 10 minutes. After speaking, the other party snapped and hung up the phone. Wang Zhan listened to the beeping sound coming from his mobile phone. Very speechless. 10 minutes, not too long, wait. Morong Shuai hung up the phone, took out a bank card directly from the limited edition LV bag she carried with her, and handed it to the real estate agent. Okay, I'm very satisfied with this house, let's pay for it in full. Okay, I'll help you go through the formalities right away. The agent in the room hurriedly accepted the card. I was so lucky today, I didn't expect to take someone to see the house in the morning, and the customer paid the full amount directly. It seems to be a super rich second generation. The password is written on the back of the card. You help me with the formalities, I will go to the office building now, the documents are ready, I will sign in the afternoon. Morong Shuai said. She still has to buy a few office buildings, and she doesn't have time to wait here for formalities. Miss Morong, don't worry, I will definitely help you do it. The agent said respectfully. Okay. After explaining a few words, Morong Shuai walked out of the villa. A few minutes later, I walked to the door of the villa. Strange, didn't the driver say to come? Why don't you see any other cars except for a Bugatti Veyron? Morong Shuai took out her mobile phone and checked the details of the order 943. It was only when she discovered that the vehicle displayed on the mobile phone page was the Bugatti Veyron. Just now, I was just looking at the house, and I didn't pay attention for a while. He drove a Bugatti Veyron to run Didi, and it is estimated that the rich second generation drove the family's car out. Isn't it fun to run Didi? Another day, she also registered an account to play. Morong Shuai stepped forward directly, opened the car door, got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and said lightly, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Huabei Plaza, thank you. Looking at the short-haired girl who suddenly got into the car, Wang Zhan was a little surprised. This girl, as if she had seen it on the news. Wang Zhan thought about it carefully. Finally know who the other party is. She is the eldest lady of Yinbili Jewelry Trading Company, Limited, and Morong Shuai, who is known as the Diamond Princess. Yinbili Jewelry Trading Company, Limited is one of the largest rough diamond companies in China, integrating the exploration/mining and sales of diamonds as a diamond producer, and its products are known for their exquisite cut and unique design. However, the headquarters of Yinpli Jewelry Trading Company, Limited is in the Magic Capital. It is said that Morong Shui is also studying abroad. How could she suddenly appear in Anlin City? Although there were some doubts, Wang Zhan did not speak. Instead, he drove to Huabei Plaza. Ask you something, is it fun to run Didi? Morong Shui took the initiative to ask. Playful? It was the first time Wang Zhan had heard someone ask such a question. No, it's hard. Oh. Hearing that it was very hard, Morong Shui pursed her lips, dispelling her interest in registering an account. She took out a stack of cash from her wallet and said, I made you wait for a few minutes just now, this money is considered a tip. Wang Zhan glanced at it and looked at the thickness, at least more than 10,000. However, he is not short of money. You've apologized before, and the money is forbidden. You don't want to? It can't be too little, right? It was the first time for Morong Shui to give a tip to the other party, but she was rejected by the other party, and her first reaction was that the other party didn't want it, but disliked it too little. Aha! Wang Zhan looked confused. It's really too little, so I'll add a little more. It is given to you along with the fare. Without waiting for Wang Zhan to react, Morong Shui took out a stack of money from her wallet. You don't have to pay so much for the fare. Wang Zhan kindly advised, you will lose money. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Morong Shui was stunned, as if she was frightened by Wang Zhan's answer, and then she laughed out loud again. I'll take it for you, I have the money, and I'm willing to give it. Don't have more. Wang Zhan refused again. He wouldn't ask for any more than the fare. He is also not short of money. Don't be embarrassed, I guess your family has cut off your pocket money before you drive the family car out to Didi? Giving you money is just the right solution to your economic crisis, and you don't have to work so hard. Morong Shui persuaded. If it weren't for the lack of money, who would work so hard to open Didi? I'm not short of money. Wang Zhan emphasized again, I run Didi because I like it. Really? Don't. Seeing that Wang Zhan's expression was very serious, Morong Shui would believe that the other party really didn't want his own money. I don't even want to give money, this driver is very different. Handsome, what's your name? Morong Shui looked at her curiously, and seeing that Wang Zhan's expression was cool, she couldn't help but feel a little more good. Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan replied. Can you add a WeChat? Morong Shui thought for a long time, but still opened her mouth. To be honest, this is the first time she has taken the initiative to ask a boy for WeChat. As soon as the words fell, the car stopped. Is parking for the convenience of adding WeChat? Morong Shui took out her mobile phone and opened it to scan. I'll sweep you. It's time to get to the station, and you can't park here for more than 90 seconds. Wang Zhan reminded. It's time to stop? So fast? For the first time, Morong Shui felt that time was too fast. I haven't gotten to Wang Zhan's WeChat yet. I don't want to get out of the car. Wang Zhan clicked on his phone, completed the order, and then grabbed another order. You received a customer with a tail number of 7856. Please go to the city library to pick up passengers. The phone beeps. If you don't get out of the car, it will affect my work. Seeing that Morong Shui sat in the seat and did not mean to get off, Wang Zhan reminded again. Even if you have a fate, I will get off after adding WeChat. Morong Shui took out a stack of cash from her bag. If you don't agree, I won't get out of the car, and this money will be given to you to compensate for your losses. Wang Zhan. You can't just throw people down. After thinking about it, he said, if there is really fate, we will definitely meet again, and the next time we meet, we will add WeChat. Little handsome guy, this is what you said, if we meet again, don't refuse me again. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui smiled happily. She especially believes in fate. Okay, see you soon. Wang Zhan stepped on the accelerator, and in an instant, only exhaust gas was left. Looking at the eye-catching 8888 license plate number disappeared from sight. Morong Shui clenched her fists, and said confidently, I believe that fate will always let us meet again. This was just Wang Zhan's casual remarks, and he didn't take it to heart at all. So in the evening, he again received an order from a passenger with a mobile phone ending in 5555. Didn't realize that it was Morong Shui who placed the order. When the car stopped, Morong Shui happily got into the car. Handsome guy, I said that fate will let us meet again. Chapter 083, You are the most beautiful scenery in this life. Quick, take out your phone, I want to add your WeChat. Morong Shui felt that fate was so wonderful. Morong Shui had just finished her business and was about to go back to the hotel, and she didn't know if she could meet Wang Zhan again. With the mentality of giving it a try, I continued to take Didi taxi, but I didn't expect that it was really Wang Zhan who took the order. Fate is coming, and you can't stop it. To be honest, Wang Zhan was also confused. He didn't expect that in one day, he would really encounter it again. Anlin City is not big, and it is not small. However, Didi took a taxi twice on the same day, and the driver who took the order was the same person. This probability is really small, and it can't be smaller. The odds of winning the Mark 6 lottery are likely to be higher than that. Wang Zhan reluctantly took out his mobile phone and asked Morong Shui to sweep WeChat and add himself. Isn't it a surprise? Excited? We're going to meet so soon? I don't know what Wang Zhan thinks, but Morong Shui is really surprised and excited at the moment. Who would have thought that in the vast sea of people, in one day, they would meet twice? She suddenly remembered her horoscope, which clearly stated that there was a type of person she liked in terms of emotional encounters, so she went out for a walk more, and the lucky color was white. Wang Zhan, don't you wear white clothes today? So, he is the one who is destined to be. There was some surprise, but there was no excitement. Wang Zhan's expression quickly returned to normal, and he drove towards Anlin International Hotel. Wang Zhan, are you interested in being my boyfriend? In the quiet car, Morong Shui suddenly spoke. She has always been vigorous and resolute. Since Wang Zhan is the person she is destined, she has to seize the opportunity. Wang Zhan? What the heck? Did he hear him right? Suddenly hearing this, he was really startled. Seeing that Wang Zhan was stunned, Morong Shui said very seriously, I know what I said was very sudden, but I believe in fate. Since we can meet twice a day, then you are my destiny. Eldest sister, this is just a coincidence, not fate. Wang Zhan is very speechless. It is fate to meet twice. What kind of logic is this? All coincidences are either predestined or man-made, and we are a match made in heaven. Morong Shui said with certainty. The corners of Wang Zhan's mouth twitched slightly. Eldest sister, don't joke with me. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Morong Shui's expression was very serious, and there was no half-separate joke. But we only met today, we didn't talk more than 10 words, and we didn't know each other at all. My name is Morong Shui, my family is in the diamond business, I am 25 years old this year, I am currently the general manager of Yinpli Company, with assets of tens of billions, I like white the most, my favorite car is the Bugatti Veyron, I have a bold personality, I don't like to drag mud in water, the flat taste is relatively light, and I can't eat spicy. Morong Shui solemnly introduced herself. Wang Zhan. What the heck? I knew I should have worn black today. The brain circuit of this diamond princess is obviously different from ordinary people, and Wang Zhan can only say, your parents will not agree. You don't have to worry about that, my parents are very open-minded, as long as I like it, they won't stand in the way. We don't have good tastes, you like light, but I like spicy, we don't fit. It's okay, I can eat spicy food for you. You don't have to, you can't be happy if you are barely there. I am willing, Wang Zhan, as long as you agree to be my boyfriend, all the houses I just bought today can be given to you as a meeting gift. Saying that, Morong Shui also took out a few purchase contracts from her bag. Wang Zhan. I'll it. Isn't this Morong Shui crazy? It's better to have a delaying plan first, maybe after a night's sleep, she will wake up tomorrow and won't pester herself anymore. Wang Zhan said, Miss, I ran for a day today, I was really tired, you suddenly said these words, I was not mentally prepared at all, you let me go back to sleep and rest. Okay, you don't have to promise me right away, I'll give you a few days to think about it. Morong Shui did not continue to fight for the king. It's a bit sudden, and it's always time to give him a moment to accept it. The hotel has arrived. Wang Zhan stopped the car and said with relief. Then I'll go first, I'll wait for your answer. Morong Shui got out of the car very happily. Wang Zhan didn't speak, but stepped on the accelerator and disappeared into the night in an instant. Wang Zhan, I will definitely make you believe that what I said is true. Morong Shui muttered to herself. She didn't believe in love at first sight before, but she didn't expect it to happen. Zero asking for flowers. Love at first sight, love at second sight. Wang Zhan was different from all the boys she had ever seen. Didn't care about her money at all. Even when she offered to give him the houses she bought today, he didn't even look at the purchase contract. That kind of indifferent, detached expression is not pretending. He really doesn't care. Back at the hotel, Morong Shui took out a blank piece of paper and a pencil and began to draw. I have to say that she has been learning to paint since she was a child, and she is a perfect painter. In just a few strokes, the outline of Wang Zhan was outlined. Then, start drawing your hair. The more she drew to the back, the slower Morong Shui slower. 2 hours later, she was finally done. Looking at the vivid portrait on the paper, Morong Shui was very satisfied. This is definitely the best painting she has ever painted, and even the light clouds and breezes in Wang Zhan's eyes are also vividly highlighted, and she is extremely wonderful. I believe that after Wang Zhan saw this painting, he must be full of praise. Take out your mobile phone, take a photo, and then add the words "You are the most beautiful scenery in this life" to the circle of friends in Weibo. Coherent. She wants to tell everyone she knows that she has found the destined person. It's not enough. Morong Shui made another call. She commanded into the phone, "The portrait I just posted, tomorrow morning, I will see it in all the advertising areas of the bus stops, subway stations, railway stations, bus stations, and airports in the whole city of Anlin. No matter how much it costs. Do it now." After doing all this, Morong Shui went to sleep satisfied. I don't care what kind of impact my actions will have. The internet is the fastest way to transfer information. Morong Shui's Weibo and circle of friends just posted this message, and it exploded in an instant. The person in the painting, is it Morong Shui's lover? This young man is really shit lucky. How did he get the favor of the Diamond Princess? You don't have to struggle for the rest of your life. I envy this young man. I don't want to work hard anymore. It seems that this time it is true love. This is simply the rhythm of the world. I don't know how many people are going to cry and faint in the toilet tonight. P.S. There is another chapter, which we'll beg later. Chapter 084, Aunt Zhang had a car accident. Posted on the circle of friends in Weibo, and didn't bother to pay attention to the comment circle, which completely exploded. Morong Shui lay on the bed leisurely. I believe that Wang Zhan will see all this tomorrow morning. You know her sincerity. At this moment, the mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from her best friend Zhao Fangfang. Fangfang, what's the matter so late? Morong Shui, you quickly deleted the portrait you just posted. Zhao Fangfang said. Why do you want to delete it? Don't delete it. Morong Shui had a non-negotiable tone. Aren't you afraid that Si Kaiyong will be angry when he sees it? After all, he's liked you since he was a child? It doesn't matter to me whether he's angry or not. Anyway, I don't have feelings for him. I've already met the person I was destined to do. Fangfang, you should be happy for me. Xiuxue, don't you know what kind of character Si Kaiyong has? He is jealous, stingy, and he wants to save face. I'm worried that he will not be good for that young man. Zhao Fangfang said worriedly, 94/7. He dares. Who he thought he was. If you really did something. You're welcome. Hey. You still don't know him well. Zhao Fangfang sighed. Her intuition told her that Si Kaiyong would definitely do something out of the ordinary. Magic City. Inside a splendidly splendid villa. Staring at the circle of friends, Si Kaiyong's eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to tear up the painting immediately. Damn it! What does Morong Shui mean? Are you looking for true love? So what is the pursuit of yourself in the past few years? No, he will never allow Morong Shui to fall in love with others, let alone allow the Morong family's property to fall into the hands of others. You must know that the Morong family is the heir of Morong Shui. The Morong family's property can only be his. Taking a deep breath and telling himself to calm down, Si Kaiyong made a phone call. Go and check who is Morong Shui's portrait. Tomorrow morning, I want all the information about this person. Early the next morning, a file was delivered to Si Kaiyong's hands as quickly as possible. Flipping through the file and seeing the words DD driver written on the job description, Si Kaiyong couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't sleep all night, constantly speculating about the identity of the other party, wondering if it was some mysterious person. As a result, the other party was actually a DD driver? Those industries under Wang Zhan's name, after systematic processing, cannot be found by outsiders at all. Therefore, what Si Kaiyong saw at this moment was an extremely ordinary piece of information. A DD driver even wants to eat swan meat? I don't look in the mirror to see if I can eat. Si Kaiyong's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. I want Wang Zhan to have a leg. Without legs, I see how you still run DD. I'll do it right away, brother Yong. I don't know if I want to tell you something. The other end of the phone said cautiously. Say, Miss Morong. This time it seems to be serious. She spent a lot of money overnight yesterday to buy all the bus stops, subway stations, railway stations, bus stations, and airports in Anlin City, remove the original billboards, and replace them with this painting. What? Si Kaiyong's face became even more ugly, and a trace of murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Actually spent a huge amount of money overnight to replace all the billboards. Yes. Morong Shui. You really dare to think and do. Spend so much money for a DD driver, but he also has to afford it. Si Kaiyong originally just wanted Wang Zhan to have a leg, but now he has changed his mind. He wants Wang Zhan to live rather than die. Si Kaiyong said indifferently, as long as he has one leg, it's too cheap for him. I'm going to cut the flesh with a blunt knife and plunge him into endless pain. Brother Yong, what should we do then? Wang Zhan was an orphan with no relatives. The other end of the line asked. If there are no relatives, is there no one who cares? Si Kaiyong asked. There's an aunt who treats him well. Then she will go under the knife. How to do it, you don't need me to teach you, right? Si Kaiyong said in a deep voice. Yes, I'll do it right away. Wang Zhan, who was still sleeping soundly, didn't know that when people sleep at home, disaster comes from heaven. He was woken up by a ringing phone. Wang Zhan, what do you say is the billboard? What does it mean that you are the landscape of this life? On the way to work, Xiao Xia saw countless billboards and suddenly couldn't hold her breath. What did you say? Wang Zhan was confused. What billboard? You don't know? I'll take a picture and send it to you later. Xiao Xia hung up the phone and took a photo directly and sent it to Wang Zhan. After sending the photo, I made another phone call. Say, what's going on? It was really a misunderstanding. Wang Zhan couldn't laugh or cry, but he didn't expect that overnight, Morong Shui actually did these things. He briefly told Josh about what happened yesterday. So, just because I've been in your car twice a day, I think you're destined? Joxia was also speechless. How could there be such a strange thing? However, it also shows that she has a good eye. A person as good as Wang Zhan will naturally attract the attention of countless girls. Wang Zhan, what should I do now? Joshua asked. If it was an ordinary girl, it would be better to solve this matter, but Morong Shui is different. Her identity, family affairs, and background are all better than Xiao Xia. Joxia couldn't think of a good solution for a while. I'll go and remove all the portraits later. You don't have to take it to heart. I estimate that Morong Shui will only be hot for 3 minutes. Ignore her. After a long time, she will naturally take the initiative to give up. Okay, I'll listen to you, but now you're completely famous in the city. Josh said jokingly. Wang Zhan. Hanging up the call with Xiao Xia, Wang Zhan was about to get up when his phone rang again. Mr. Wang, there are billboards about you everywhere now. Is there something going on? Do you want us to remove it? As soon as Zhou Ming went out, he saw the portrait of Wang Zhan on the bus platform, and he was startled. Who dares to hang Mr. Wang's portrait everywhere? But to be honest, it's really good. All the arrangers have withdrawn. Wang Zhan said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, but Mr. Wang, there are so many billboards this night, and the other party is a big deal. Do I need to check the identity of the other party? Zhou Ming asked. 4.3 No, I know who it is, it's Morong Shui. Morong Shui? Morong Shui of Yinbali Company? Zhou Ming asked in surprise. Well, that's right. Why would she do that all of a sudden? Zhou Ming was even more curious. Yesterday I ran Didi, and I happened to pick up 2 orders from her. Who knew that it would become like this later? Wang Zhan was also very inexplicable. Wang Zhan, I can only say that your charm is unstoppable. Apart from this, Zhou Ming couldn't think of any other reason. Although Morong Shui did a little exaggerated, her vision was still good. After ending the call with Zhou Ming, Wang Zhan's mobile phone rang again. It was Uncle Fong's call. Could it be that Aunt Zhang's family also misunderstood? Wang Zhan answered the phone. Uncle Fong. Wang Zhan, hurry up to the hospital, your Aunt Zhang has been in a car accident. In the mobile phone, Fong Gui's panicked voice came. Chapter 085, it's just a warning. What? In which hospital? I'll be right away. Wang Zhan hurriedly went downstairs with the car keys. First aid at the city hospital. Fong Gui's voice was about to cry. Uncle Fong, don't worry, Aunt Zhang will be fine, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhan drove the car and hurried to the hospital. When he rushed to the emergency room, he saw Fong Gui sitting weakly in the corner of the wall, holding his knees with his hands, and his head buried deep in his knees. Uncle Fong! Wang Zhan shouted. Wang Zhan, you're here. Seeing Wang Zhan, as if he had seen the backbone of the Lord, Fong Gui got up from the ground. What's wrong with Aunt Zhang? Wang Zhan asked anxiously. It's still being rescued. It's good that she wore a helmet, otherwise she would have been gone on the spot. Fong Gui said in a hoarse voice. Don't worry too much, good people have good rewards, Aunt Zhang will definitely be fine. Wang Zhan said with relief. In fact, he was also very worried, but in front of Uncle Fong, he couldn't show it, otherwise he would be even more panicked. Why are you saying that our family is so unlucky? I was discharged from the hospital not long ago, and your Aunt Zhang also had a car accident. After I had an accident last time, she was extra careful when commuting to and from work, and her cycling speed was slow, and she also took the non-motorized lane. How could she be hit by others? You said that if the car had pulled out of the intersection later, or earlier, it wouldn't have happened. I really don't know how that driver drove, in broad daylight, such a wide road. Why did your Aunt Zhang just ride there? He suddenly rushed out, the time is so coincidental. It's like waiting there. Fong Gui kept complaining. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. Wang Zhan raised his eyebrows and asked, where did Aunt Zhang have a car accident? Ningduan Road, I can't even figure it out. How can the driver not see people on such a wide road? Didn't he go on the road with his eyes? Ningduan Road, two-way 4-lane, rarely heard of car accidents. This thing is a bit strange. After appeasing Uncle Fong for a while, Wang Zhan took out his mobile phone, walked to a place where no one was, and called Qian Wenbing. Mr. Wang, good morning. Receiving a call from Wang Zhan early in the morning, Qian Wenbing was a little flattered. Qian Wenbing, help me investigate the car accident that happened on Ningduan Road this morning. Wang Zhan commanded directly. Okay, I'll check it out right away. Qian Wenbing was shocked. Wasn't the car accident that happened this morning an accident? Half an hour later, he almost figured out the ins and outs of the matter, and dialed Wang Zhan's phone. Mr. Wang, there is something bad to tell you. Qian Wenbing said with a serious expression. Wang Zhan was mentally prepared, and said lightly, this matter is greasy, isn't it? Qian Wenbing was in awe. Wang Zhan really expected things like a god. He hurriedly spoke, Mr. Wang, you really know things like a god. I checked it, I'm afraid this matter is very complicated. Wang Zhan said in a deep voice, say it. I don't care who he is, if he dares to touch my relatives, I will let him know what life is better than death. Xian Wenbing reported the results of his investigation to Wang Zhan. I have determined that the car accident was artificially arranged, and it currently points to a gangster leader, but, in my opinion, this matter is not so simple, and there should be more powerful people behind the scenes. Did you find it? Wang Zhan raised his eyebrows and asked. It's a bit of an eyebrow now, but it's not finalized yet, but I have to warn you that this matter is very likely to be related to the Xi family. Xian Wenbing said. Xi Jia? He didn't know the people of the Xi family, and it was impossible for him to make enemies. The people around him don't seem to have any contact with the Xi family. Why did you attack Aunt Jiang? Wang Zhan thought for a while, and suddenly said, is it because of Morong Shue's relationship? Xian Wenbing nodded. It is very likely that the Morong family and the Xi family have always been good, and according to legend, the two families have always wanted to marry, but this Miss Morong has a very stubborn temper, and she doesn't want to follow the family arrangement at all, so she opened a jewelry company by herself, and she has made a good appearance. I see, it's kind of interesting, you go on. Wang Zhan walked to a no-man's corner and listened quietly. Morong Shui is definitely a business wizard. Her net worth is said to be more than 1 billion yuan, she has an independent personality, she dares to think and do, and her parents can't control her at all. And her company is expanding into the gold business, and once it goes well, her company will go to the next level. So Xi Kaiyong is desperately pursuing Morong Shui, and Morong Shui's other suitors are all suppressed by him with all his might, and he doesn't allow anyone around Morong Shui who may threaten him. This Xi Kaiyong really likes Morong Shui? Wang Zhan asked. I think I should prefer her inheritance, you must know that the Morong family is an heir to her. Xian Wenbing said. There were a few men who wanted to talk to Morong Shui before, but they were all broken by Xi Kaiyong, and now Morong Shui is so high profile to you, so recently, Mr. Wang, it's best to be careful. Xian Wenbing couldn't help but remind. After all, Xi Kaiyong has too much black history, so it's better to be careful. Okay, I see, I'll check some things again. Hanging up the phone, Wang Zhan picked up his mobile phone, found Morong Shui's WeChat, and made a voice call directly. The call was quickly connected. Are you ready to promise me? As soon as the phone was connected, Morong Shui couldn't wait to ask. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhan took the initiative to call her early in the morning. I must have seen those billboards and been moved. She knew that under her such a strong attack. No one can handle it. Wang Zhan didn't answer, but asked coldly, Xi Kaiyong, is it one of your suitors? Who did you listen to? Morong Shui asked in surprise. What did you do yesterday besides the billboards? Wang Zhan continued to ask. It's just a circle of friends in Weibo. I see. So Xi Kaiyong saw it last night? Wang Zhan's voice was cold. Humph. Good work you do. Nearly killed my family. Hearing this, Morong Shui suddenly became anxious. What's the situation? You tell me clearly, what happened? This morning, Aunt Jiang, who has always been very good to me, had a serious car accident, and now she is still in the hospital. I checked, this incident is not an accident at all, but man-made. It is very likely that it was instructed by the Xi family. I have no grievances with the Xi family. If it weren't for you, how could they attack Aunt Jiang? What? If it was really him who did it, I would definitely give you an explanation for it. Morong Shui was taken aback. If it was really Xi Kaiyong who did it, she wouldn't let him go. You don't need to interfere, this time he took the initiative to provoke me, I won't just leave it at that. Wang Zhan said coldly. This time he was really angry. Hung up the phone, Wang Zhan's mobile phone vibrated again. It's a strange text message. This time it's just a warning, if you dare to get close to Morong Shui again, it won't be your relatives who will die next time, but you. Chapter 086, Wang Zhan's Fury. Looking at this text message, Wang Zhan smiled instead. Xi Kaiyong, very good, I hope you don't regret sending this text message. Knowing that Aunt Jiang had been in a car accident, Zhou Ming hurried over. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived, I saw Wang Zhan sitting there with a weird smile on his face. Zhou Ming's unconscious scalp was numb, and his back was cold. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, he was sure that Wang Zhan was really angry this time. Don't look at his expression, is still very calm, but the calmer the surface, the more suppressed the monstrous anger. Mr. Wang, just now I contacted the major advertising companies to prepare to remove the billboards, and the heads of the major advertising companies said that they could not be withdrawn within 3 days, saying that this was Morong Shue's order. What do you think should be done now? Zhou Ming asked. To be honest, he really didn't expect that these billboards would be smashed by Morong Shue with a lot of money. You must know that there are countless people who pursue Morong Shue, but she has never seen these people with her eyes. Many people think that she is dedicated to her career and is not interested in relationships. Who would have thought that she would do such a crazy thing? It really subverted his impression of her. The billboard thing went with her, and now we have more important things to do. Wang Zhan's voice was chilling to the bone. Zhou Ming was about to ask something, but at this moment, the indicator light outside the operating room went out. The operation is over. Wang Zhan hurriedly walked outside the operating room and saw Aunt Zhang being pushed out. Her face was pale, her head was heavily bandaged, her face was still slightly bloodied, and her eyes were tightly closed. Apparently still unconscious. Doctor, how is my wife doing? Fang Gue hurriedly went up and asked. My life was saved, but it's hard to say when I will wake up. The doctor's tone was a little tired. Hearing this, Wang Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over and patted Fang Gui's shoulder gently. Uncle Fang, don't worry too much, I will definitely invite the best experts, the best care, Aunt Zhang will definitely be fine. Wang Zhan, thank you so much, I really don't know what to do without you. Fang Gue was very grateful. This is what I should do, Uncle Fang, I'll go back to the company first to deal with some urgent matters, and come back later. Well, you go and get busy, I'm in the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Wang Zhan and Zhou Ming drove to the company. He held a 3-hour meeting in the office, and then all the executives of the company left the company in a hurry with a solemn face. 2 days passed in a flash. Early this morning, Wang Zhan rushed to the hospital. Uncle Fang, is Aunt Zhang awake today? No, Fang Gui said with a tired face, it's been 2 days, and she hasn't woken up yet, but I've been talking to her every day, and I'm sure she'll wake up one day. Uncle Fang, don't be too tired, the results of the expert consultation are still good, Aunt Zhang will wake up sooner or later. I hired the best nurse and asked her to take care of Aunt Zhang at night. You also rest and rest, you can't. Aunt hasn't woken up yet, but you have fallen. Wang Zhan, thank you very much, if you hadn't been helping me run in and out for the past few days, I really don't know what to do. Uncle Fang, I have long regarded you as family, and there is no need to be so polite between family members, this is what I should do. Wang Zhan said apologetically. If it weren't for him, Aunt Zhang wouldn't have flown into trouble. But he wasn't going to leave it at that. In the past 2 days, he has found out that the company run by the Si family is called Tongda Jewelry Company, with a business scope of gold, diamonds, jade, etc., and the company's valuation is 1 billion. However, Si Kaiyong is not 100% controlled, but owns 41% of the shares. With this bit of capital, dare to shout with him? He will definitely make Si Kaiyong pay an unbearable price for this. At this moment, Zhou Ming glanced at Wang Zhan outside the door. Wang Zhan nodded, then casually found a reason and walked out of the ward. In the secluded corridor, Zhou Ming said, Mr. Wang, I heard the news just now, and Si Kaiyong released cruel words. What? Zhou Ming said, he said that whoever wants to get close to Morong Shui will break his leg if he has a good life, and lose his life if he has a bad life. Wang Zhan's face sank, and he suddenly laughed, and asked, did he really say that? Yes. Hee, I hope he will dare to say that in a few days. He also said. Speaking of this, Zhou Ming paused, and stopped talking a little. It's okay, you just say it. Si Kaiyong said, even if he didn't lose his life at that time, it was just luck, and the king of Hades would come to collect it sooner or later. Zhou Ming said. Hee. Wang Zhan laughed, but the laughter sounded numb to Zhou Ming's ears. Zero asking for flowers. He knew that Wang Zhan was really angry. Wang Zhan asked coldly, have you done what you were asked to do? It's all going to end today. By the way, tomorrow is the election meeting of the new shareholder board of directors of Tongda Jewelry. The meeting was held in the city. Very good, after waiting for these few days, it's finally time to close the net. Wang Zhan's expression was faintly excited. He has not yet participated in such a high-level meeting of the election meeting of the new shareholders' board of directors. Tomorrow, you can have a good time. The next day, the weather was clear. The election meeting of the new board of shareholders of Tongda Jewelry was held in Tongda Building. Early in the morning, the cars of company executives drove into the Tongda Building one after another, from Audi A6, Mercedes-Benz, BMW to Cadillac, various types of vehicles, parked in the parking lot. The meeting will officially start at 9:30 a.m., but all the executives are half an hour early and have been there, which shows how much they attach importance to the meeting. At 9:20, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the front door of the company, and a doorman walked over quickly and helped open the door. A man in his 30s slowly stepped out of the car. He combed a big back hair, wore a high-end suit, and walked briskly towards the company building, accompanied by his secretary and assistant. Along the way, there were people constantly paying attention. Mr. C is good. Good morning, Mr. C. Along the way, Si Kyon looked indifferent, and when he was about to walk to the elevator door, Si Kyon's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked the secretary beside him, "Is that DD driver still pestering Morong Shui these days? I've been busy with this shareholder meeting these days, and I haven't paid much attention to it." "He doesn't, but," the assistant paused. "But what?" Si Kyon asked. The billboards arranged by Miss Morong were all removed, but the next day, they were all put on again, and Miss Morong added a sentence. "What? In this life, you will not marry. It seems that the lesson from the last time is still not enough. I'll make that DD driver regret coming to this world." Si Kyon's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Beg. Chapter 087, Important Figures Arrive. Stepping out of the elevator, Si Kyon walked quickly to the conference room. "I was busy with the shareholders meeting these days and didn't pay attention to the DD driver. The last time I explained it, the people below didn't do it well, and that woman wasn't dead yet. Morong Shui actually announced in a high-profile manner that she would not marry in this life. When the people are gone, I'll see who you marry. Today's shareholders meeting is over, and he just has time to have a good time with this little driver." When Si Kyon walked into the conference room, the shareholders were all seated. There were more than 40 people seated in the huge conference room. Although Tongda Jewelry is a large enterprise, it does not have many shareholders, only 43 people. The voting rights of the shareholders meeting are exercised in proportion to the capital contribution, and among the 43 shareholders, only 16 have the full one vote, and the remaining 27 are minority shareholders, which add up to 4 votes. If Si Kyon wants to continue to serve as chairman of the group, he must obtain more than half of the voting rights. In the past few days, I have negotiated with several shareholders, and they will support themselves, and for this election, Si Kyon won the election. He sat down directly and said, 03, everyone is here, right? Let's get started. The presiding officer of the shareholders meeting, who is also the chief lawyer of Tongda Jewelry, immediately stood up. "Shareholders, according to the Articles of Association, the term of office of the 10th head of the board of directors and chairman of Tongda Jewelry Group has expired, and this general meeting of shareholders will elect the new head of the board of directors and chairman of the group. The first meeting of the 11th general meeting of shareholders of Tongda Jewelry Group should have 43 shareholders, and 41 shareholders should have contributed more than 4/5 of the registered capital of the group, which is in line with the effective quorum of the meeting. If there is no objection from the shareholders, we will now proceed to the election." Before the host could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted. "Wait. Can't get started yet. There are still important people who have not arrived." Si Kyon looked in the direction where the voice came from with a displeased face, and the person who spoke was a minority shareholder. "Mr. Zhao, what do you mean? The 2 people who didn't arrive today, like you, are just small shareholders, and none of you have a full vote, so they have no impact on the election results at all." "Mr. C, it's not a minority shareholder who is here. He's already downstairs in the company. Everyone is waiting. I see what tricks you guys want to play. Si Kyon is sure to win today's election, and he doesn't care about waiting a few more minutes. Meanwhile, A Bugatti Veyron slowly stopped at the door of the Tongda building, and behind it, a dozen black Daban followed in a neat and orderly manner. Wang Zhan was the first to get out of the car, and Zhou Ming, Chen Wenda, and others followed behind him. Wang Zhan wore a dark suit today, and his whole person exuded a powerful aura. A group of people walked briskly towards the building, shocking the staff. So handsome. Who is this man? It looks a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. I remember, it's that billboard. The one who doesn't marry you. I'm rubbing. Isn't that a rival in love? Are you here to attend the shareholders' meeting? It's too late to go up now. I guess Mr. C is going to be furious again. When the time comes, our gang will be unlucky again. The worst estimate is the security guard, but the above has specially explained, once it starts, no idle people are allowed to approach. The employee's words alerted the security guards, who came to their senses and stepped forward to stop them. Who are you? If you're not an employee here, you're not allowed to enter. Get out of the way. Wang Zhan raised his eyes and said lightly. For some reason, the security guard felt a chill down his spine. That look. It's so murderous. They actually felt the majesty of the superior in this young man. Just one look let them know that they can't afford to mess with this group of people. And this posture is menacing, and it is estimated that the intention is not good. At this moment, a man in a brown suit quickly walked out of the crowd, and he scolded, "You all get out of the way, this is our big boss, don't get out of the way." It's Mr. Zhu. Isn't he on a business trip? Holy. Top banana? What do you mean? Mr. Zhu spoke, and the security guards naturally did not dare to stop him. Wang Zhan and the others walked straight through the crowd and into the elevator. When their figures disappear completely, the employees in the hall breathed a long sigh of relief. It's scary. That young man just now, what a terrifying aura. I feel that Mr. C's momentum is not as strong as his. What a horrible look. Obviously, he just glanced at me flatly, but I actually felt a murderous aura. What did Mr. Zhu mean when he said the big boss just now? Is the company going to change? All of a sudden, there were many discussions in the hall on the first floor, and they all became extremely curious about the young man just now. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Under the guidance of Mr. Zhu, Wang Zhan and his entourage walked quickly to the door of a huge conference room. Mr. Zhu immediately stepped forward and pushed the door open, and there were dozens of pairs of eyes in the dark conference room. Wang Zhanyun walked in lightly. Excuse me, guys. I'm late. Conference room. The crows fell silent, falling into a deathly silence. The uninvited guest Wang Zhan walked into the conference room in a grand manner. Arrogant. Domineering. Extremely powerful. It's as if he's the master here. Wang Zhan entered the conference room, as if no one was around. Behind him, men and women in suits rushed in, as if this were their company, and 953 sat down towards the empty seats in the conference room, without saying a word. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely strange. Many executives looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. They didn't know why the young man in front of them said the phrase "it's too late." Don't. This young man is the important person that the minority shareholders said just now? The executives in the room looked at each other, trying to confirm what was going on in each other's eyes. Their eyes were full of doubts, nervousness, uneasiness, anticipation, excitement, panic and other emotions, and of course, there were many people, but their faces were expressionless. Si Kaiyong was very calm, and he didn't jump like thunder because of Wang Zhan's sudden arrival. However, when Si Kaiyong saw that the minority shareholder Zhu Zong actually appeared in the crowd, his brows furrowed, and he turned to look at Wang Zhan. Si Kaiyong's eyes instantly became sharp, and he said coldly, "Wang Zhan, your courage is really great. Ran to the headquarters of Tongda Jewelry, you are trespassing, but it is illegal." Wang Zhan said lightly, "I think you misunderstood, I am here for a meeting, without me, your meeting is meaningless." Ha! As soon as these words came out, the shareholders and executives present showed strange smiles. Ha 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 ha. Si Kaiyong's smile was even more presumptuous. Wang Zhan, you are quite humorous. Do you know what kind of meeting you are opening now? Chapter 088, who said there is only 1% of the shares. Wang Zhan didn't answer Si Kaiyong, but stepped forward a few steps, pulled out the chair next to Si Kaiyong, leaned up, and waited patiently for Si Kaiyong to finish laughing. Now might as well make him laugh enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he will be made to laugh, and he will not be able to laugh. Wang Zhan's actions made Si Kaiyong laugh louder and more presumptuous. After a while, he stopped laughing. Wang Zhan, since you know what meeting we are having today? How dare you come and say you're here for a meeting? You're going to laugh at me. Wang Zhan looked at Si Kaiyong and did not answer his words, but asked, Is Tongde Jewelry Group very important to you? Do you particularly care about the position of chairman? Of course. Si Kaiyong looked at Wang Zhan with an idiot-like expression. He didn't expect that someone would ask him such a stupid question. It's what you care about the most. Wang Zhan suddenly said this. It was not in vain that he had worked hard during this time. I see that you are really sick. Now kneel down and apologize to everyone, and we will not hold you accountable for interrupting the meeting. Si Kaiyong glanced at Wang Zhan. Wouldn't it be painful if you lost everything you have now? Wang Zhan didn't seem to hear what he said, and asked again. Si Kaiyong was stunned. What does this kid mean? Is it to take away everything I have? If Wang Zhan can really take all this, it will be an absolutely devastating blow to him. Still, who wouldn't brag? He, a DD driver, actually wanted to take everything away from him? What a dream! Wang Zhan, if you want to daydream, change places. This is not a place where you are allowed to mess around. Si Kaiyong didn't want to waste words with him anymore. You like Morong Shui very much? Wang Zhan asked again. That's natural, I warn you, don't think that Morong Shui is interesting to you now. You dare to fake the tiger. She's just a freshness, and in a few days, she'll hate you and won't waste time on you anymore. Wang Zhan smiled and asked, Si Kaiyong, do you know why I came today? Of course I know. You came to me to apologize and promise that you will never disturb Morong Shui in the future. Apologize? Guarantee? He. Is Si Kaiyong's eyes blind? He is obviously here to find fault, and he can't see it? Wang Zhan sneered, tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, and said slowly, I am an orphan. Aunt Zhang can be said to be my most important relative, and you actually let Aunt Zhang lie on the hospital bed and be in a coma until now, so I'm coming. Ha ha ha. Si Kaiyong raised his finger and pointed at Wang Zhan. Is this here to find fault? What if you know he did it? Is there any evidence? Si Kaiyong asked arrogantly. You can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. You say I did it, do you have proof? Wang Zhan slapped the table, stood up suddenly, and asked sharply, What, dare to do it? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, Si Kaiyong, I will investigate this matter to the end. Oh, I'm so scared. Si Kaiyong smiled coldly, his eyes were full of contempt. I warn you, if you dare to pester Morong Shui, Aunt Zhang's fate will be your end. Don't think that if Morong Shui takes a fancy to you, you will be lawless and come to me to make trouble. Don't think that if you wear a human and dog, you think that you are really a successful person. There is something you are mistaken, it is Morong Shui who keeps pestering me again. Wang Zhan corrected, however, I'm not here today for personal matters, put it aside in advance, let's continue the meeting. This gentleman, if you are our shareholder, please show the relevant paperwork information. If you can't provide it, please go out immediately. The moderator spoke. Wang Zhan clapped his hands, and Zhou Ming on the side immediately handed over the information in his hand. The host checked it and there was no problem with the paperwork. It was Mr. Zhu who transferred his shares to Wang Zhan. Therefore, Wang Zhan is indeed a minority shareholder of Tongde Jewelry, accounting for 1% of the company's shares. Since you own 1% of the company, please sit down and let's start the meeting. Hearing that Wang Zhan owned 1% of the shares, Si Kaiyong was stunned at first. He is a DD driver, how can he buy the company's shares? It must have been Morong Shui who paid for him to buy it. Damn it! Si Kaiyong was full of jealousy, and looked at Wang Zhan with even more unkind eyes. Wang Zhan, you are welcome to become a part of our Tongde Jewelry, but you may not know that owning 1% of the shares does not have a full vote. But it's not your fault, after all, you're just a DD driver, it's normal to not know. Originally, when these words were spoken, there would definitely be a lot of people laughing, but Si Kyong soon found that all the shareholders and executives present sat expressionlessly and did not say a word. The expressions are still very solemn. Si Kyong, who has been in business for many years, was born with a sixth sense, which made him suddenly feel a little uneasy. What's going on? Why are these shareholders reacting so strangely? No. It must have been too tired lately for him to be cranky. 100th, of course, there is not a full vote. Wang Zhan said unhurriedly, but who said that I only have 1% of the shares? I think you're a brain shower. As soon as these words came out, Si Kyong finally lost his patience completely, and stood up from his chair suddenly. Wang Zhan, do you think our Tongda jewelry is a wet market? Can you make any joke? Wang Zhan smiled, pointed to the shareholders present, and said in a deep voice, Mr. C, if you don't believe it, you can ask your shareholders. And your loyal subordinates. In the entire conference room, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely strange. Some executives for unknown reasons subconsciously looked around, trying to find a trace from the faces of some people. However, most of the shareholders and executives still sat there expressionlessly, unable to see any clues. Wang Zhan's words suddenly made Si Kyong's originally stable heart go up and down in an instant. His eyes were like an eagle, staring at Wang Zhan deadly, as if he wanted to see through what his intentions were. But Wang Zhan still sat firmly on the chair, with a breezy face. I don't know why, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. His intuition told him that Wang Zhan was not playing tricks, nor was he pretending. No. It must be that he is so good at acting, so good that he has been deceived. Si Kyong's brows went from frowning to slowly relaxing. What are you afraid of? He is the majority shareholder of the company. Without his Kyong, there would be no Tongda jewelry today. Has been crisscrossing the mall for many years. What kind of wind and waves he has not seen? How can you be fooled by a DD driver? Chapter 089, Our shares are all sold, ask for subscription. Thinking like this, Si Kyong stabilized his mind, sat back in his seat again, and looked around. In the conference room, there were more than 40 people in total. Among these people, the lowest position is also the director level, and most of the presidents and deputy general managers of the branches are promoted by him and own a lot of shares in the company. It is absolutely impossible for them to sell the company's shares. After all, the company is now on the rise, there are a lot of dividends every year. So, the only ones who are likely to sell their shares are the minority shareholders. The shares owned by these minority shareholders add up to not much, so Wang Zhan didn't lie just now, he does own more than 1% of the shares. Or maybe 2%. He. Thinking of this, Si Kyong looked at Wang Zhan with disdain. Wang Zhan, don't think that if you buy some retail investors and have 2 or 3% of the shares, you are qualified to speak at the shareholders' meeting. You are far from qualified. Seeing that Wang Zhan was silent, Si Kyong became even more proud, and his eyes gestured to the host. Let's start voting. Wait, you can't vote yet, the candidate has to add another one. Mr. Zhu, who was standing behind Wang Zhan, suddenly spoke. Xu Chenggan, the person who bought your shares is a fool. Could it be that you are also stupid? Candidates for election must own more than 10% of the company's shares, except for me and Mr. Gong, who else owns so many shares? Si Kyong said proudly. At the scene, except for him owning 41% of the shares, Gong owned 15%, and there were not many other shares. Today's shareholder election, to put it bluntly, is the PK between him and Mr. Gong. Now Xu Chenggan suddenly said that adding a candidate, isn't it stupid? Who says no one on site owns more than 10%? Xu Chenggan asked rhetorically. Xu Chenggan, don't be pretentious, if you have the ability, you can directly say who you want to nominate. Si Kyong said. Xu Chenggan didn't speak, but looked at Si Kyong's left-hand position. Mr. Tang, it's time for you to speak, right? Ha, Xu Chenggan, you are really stupid. Is it possible that the one you want to nominate is Mr. Tang? Si Kyong smiled again. Tang Yibao, but he personally promoted the right-hand man, absolutely loyal to him, and it is impossible to betray him. His 1% of the shares were specially rewarded to him by Si Kaiyong in order to win people's hearts. However, Si Kaiyong soon couldn't laugh, and what Tang Yibao said directly made him freeze on the spot. My shares have been sold. Si Kaiyong was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. Tang Yibao, what do you mean? My shares are sold. Tang Yibao repeated. Sold. Actually sold the shares he gave away. Si Kaiyong roared angrily. Tang Yibao, you wolf-hearted thing, you actually sold the shares I gave you. It's really a short-sighted thing, and you'll regret it sooner or later. Tang Yibao, who has always been deferential, showed a cold smile. Mr. C, who is you scolding? Over the years, the value I have created for the company has long exceeded the value of this share. If you really want to talk about wolf hearts, no one here can compare to you. You. Si Kaiyong didn't expect that this man, who had always been submissive and looked at him first, would dare to contradict him. Angry, he took a long time to say a sentence. Tang Yibao, you. Well done. Mr. Tang is right, it's better than a wolf's heart, no one can compare to your boss. Just then, someone else spoke. Si Kaiyong looked at the person who spoke, and it turned out to be Lu Woi. His right-hand man, who can be said to share his wheel and blight, is now the president of the branch. Lao Lu, are you going to rebel too? Lu Woi raised his head and smiled. Mr. C, what you said is not right, I am not a rebel, Tonga jewelry is in your hands, and it can only be like this now, since you can't lead the company to a more brilliant future. The position of the leader is naturally to let more capable people sit, and I plan all this for the company. So, your shares were sold too? That's right. Hearing this, Si Kaiyong's heart sank rapidly, and a terrifying thought came out. His right-hand man, the person he thought was the least likely to betray him, actually sold all his shares. Don't? Could it be that Wang Zhan bought more than 15% of the shares? No. No way. With so many small shareholders, scattered, he tried his best to get these small shares back before, but he was unsuccessful. How can Wang Zhan order them to sell their shares obediently? Zero asking for flowers. Si Kaiyong tried to control his mind and looked at the general manager of another branch of the company, an old employee of the company, who has 3% of the shares. Manhwa. Have you sold your shares too? Manhwa is in his 50s, and he is an old man in the company, and when he heard Si Kaiyong's question, he suddenly smiled contemptuously. Shao Si, I am also a lot older than you anyway, this is your attitude towards your elders? Your conduct really disappoints me, how many hurtful things you have done over the years. I can't stand it anymore. A person with such a character is not worthy to be the leader of our company. Si Kaiyong was stunned. The general manager of a branch actually scolded him for his bad character at this kind of conference? It's the other way around. These people are all going to rebel, aren't they? Si Kaiyong didn't expect the shareholders' meeting to develop completely in a direction that was not under his control. Without waiting for him to speak, Manhwa smiled coldly as if he had been prepared, and said, Mr. C, in the past few years since you took over the company, although the company's performance has risen, its profits have been declining every year, and you have continuously suppressed other suitors in order to pursue Morong Shui, which has seriously affected the company's reputation. Originally, we don't have much to say about personal feelings. If you are fair competition, no one will be disgusted, but what you have done is too much. Not only did they find someone to break their legs, but now they actually bought murder. It's a crime. Heaven does not allow it. What you do is frightening and even more despicable. We don't bother to be in the company of murderers like you. So, are you all betraying me together? Si Kaiyong asked sharply. How can this be called betrayal? Wang Zhan smiled. They are all loyal and good generals. For the future of the company, they will measure themselves by the benchmark of benevolence and morality. And you, who have lost all your conscience, know the law and break the law. Fart. Wang Zhan, how old are you? I thought that if I bought a few shares, I would be able to yell at me. I'm still the largest shareholder of the company, and I'm up to the crackers. Si Kaiyong yelled, his body trembling uncontrollably. I remember that your stake in the company is 41%, and you don't occupy an absolute controlling position. Suddenly, Wang Zhan showed a smug smile and begged. Chapter 090, there is also an equity transfer letter. 3 more, ask for subscription. He, laugh at me, I don't have absolute control? Here's who has a lot of shares with me. Si Kayong asked arrogantly. Who has more shares in this company than his? Mr. C, I said I was stupid before, I'm afraid that you are stupid. Shu Chang'an looked at Si Kayong with idiot eyes. Having said that, how can you be stupid and not understand the current situation? Si Kayong's heart was a sigh. Don't. Could it be that Wang Zhan will have more shares than his? No. No way. He owns 41%, Gong Jibin owns 15%, and the rest are retail investors. It is impossible to buy them all. No, it can't be. Are all your shares sold? There was silence in response. Wang Zhan, no, you can't do it. Si Kayong finally panicked, and his face turned pale. Zhou Ming, take out all the sales agreements. Let him die clearly. Zhou Ming had been standing behind Wang Zhan, and when he heard this, he put the folders on his desk. The host is the chief lawyer Lu, you can take a look at these share transfer agreements first. After looking at it, how the process should go, let's continue. Wang Zhan said lightly. The moderator walked over quickly, took the information, and began to verify. Taking advantage of the verification, Si Kayong finally couldn't sit still, and he couldn't help but look at his original biggest competitor, Mr. Gong. Gong Jibin, at this point, we must stand in the same boat. We must unite. Whether you are the chairman of the board of directors or me, it is better than this sudden outsider. Don't let outsiders take advantage of fishermen because of infighting. Si Kayong began to woo Gong Jibin, and there were still a lot of people in the company who supported him. Even if Wang Zhan really has enough shares, if there are not enough votes, it is impossible to become the chairman. Mr. C, there was a sentence just now, which also represents my heart, I don't despise people like you. Gong Jibin's faint words showed his attitude. Gong Jibin, this company also has a lot of hard work from you. Do you want him to fall into the hands of someone you don't know? I'm telling you, he's nothing more than a Didi driver. There is simply no money to buy this share. Behind him, it must be the Morong family who is making trouble. They are trying to encroach on our company. Aren't you usually the one who hates the Morong family the most? Are you willing to let their own efforts be taken away from you? Seeing Gong Jibin's refusal, Si Kayong directly conspiracy theories. Haven't you been pursuing Morong Shui all the time? Even if you become the chairman, once you marry the Morong family, the company will fall into the Morong family sooner or later. Gong Jibin's words blocked Si Kayong from saying a word. I can give up Morong Shui. Come on. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old, I won't be fooled. If I support you now, I will get nothing at that time, and I will be infamous as a waste. Gong Jibin said coldly. He knows too well what Si Kayong is like. We'll definitely cross the river and tear down the bridge. Wang Zhan looked at the two of them and laughed secretly in his heart. These people look kind on the surface, but inside, they complain and hate each other. Even if it was a partner who worked hard together in the past. Emotions have long since deteriorated. Therefore, in the face of absolute interests, there are no eternal enemies, and there are no eternal partners. Seeing that Gong Jibin was unmoved, Si Kayong decided to show the last hole card. Wang Zhan, do you think that the shares of retail investors can bring me down? Do you know what my shares are? Si Kayong said. Mr. C, as we all know, your shares are 41%, except for Mr. Gong's 15% shares, the rest will be bought by Mr. Wang, and you can still be driven out of the position of chairman. Shu Chang'an replied. Ha ha ha. Si Kayong let out a smug laugh, are you sure you bought all the remaining shares? And what is the 2% stake I bought the other day? Now I'm 43% stake. Even if you buy all of them, it's only 42%. When Shu Chang'an heard this, he was stunned. Mr. Tang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Ming and others, who were madly scolding Si Kayong just now, instantly turned to ashes, and they didn't expect that there would be this one. Si Kayong actually secretly acquired 2% of the shares. Although the difference between the two is this 1% of the shares. But whoever has the most shares is the largest shareholder of the company. Have the absolute right to speak. Following me for so many years, haven't I taught you not to expose all your whole cards prematurely? You think that the 41% written on my profile is really only 41%. Si Kayon's eyes were cold, and he glanced at everyone. Seeing that they were all pale and in a cold sweat, he was very proud. Zero asking for flowers. You have the current achievements, they are all pulled by me, and now you are actually wolf-hearted. You wait for me to clean up the mess, and then clean you up when I turn back. At this moment, Tang Yibao and the four of them all froze in place without saying a word. Finished. It's all over. This time the king lost the battle. Wang Zhan is still too young. I don't know that Si Kaiyong also hides a part of the shares. Si Kaiyong will not let them go, everything is over. The conference room fell silent again. The tense scene just now suddenly disappeared. What's wrong? None of them dared to speak. Zhu Chenggan, didn't you say the most just now? What, dumb now? Si Kaiyong felt so happy looking at these traitors. Their desperate faces made Si Kaiyong feel extremely happy to win the battle. Although he only has 1% more shares than Wang Zhan. But he's the boss. At this moment, Lawyer Lu also checked all the information. Mr. C, all the verification has been completed here, and Wang Zhan owns 42% of the shares. Ha ha ha. In the huge office, Si Kaiyong let out an unbridled laugh. However, under this rampant laughter, the shareholders and executives of Tongda Jewelry are all like ashes. Wang Zhan, 42% shares, what else do you have to say now? Si Kaiyong showed a triumphant smile. Let's just say that you are a driver, just run Didi, you have to come here to join in the fun. How about it? Mathematics must be taught by the Chinese teacher. You think you bought 44% of the shares, but in fact it is only 42%. I don't know if it's 2% less. Ha 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 ha. Si Kaiyong, laugh as much as you want, I'm afraid you won't be able to laugh again. Wang Zhan still looks calm and breezy. You're hopeless. At this time, you're still pretending to me. I'll see how hard you can be. Lawyer Lu, are you sure you have read all the equity transfer documents? Wang Zhan suddenly asked. That's right, I've seen it all here. Lawyer Lu nodded affirmatively. Are you sure you've seen everything? Huh? Lawyer Lu looked confused. What is the situation? Is there any missing share transfer document? He was puzzled when someone suddenly said, I still have an equity transfer here. Beggar. Chapter 091, the largest shareholder, for more, ask for subscription. The person who spoke was Gong Jibin, and as he spoke, he handed a document on his desk to Lawyer Lu. I'm sorry, I forgot to give you the document when I put it on it. When Mr. Lu opened the document, it was an equity transfer letter. Can we now announce the final results? Wang Zhan asked. Lawyer Lu cleared his throat and read, at present, the company's shareholding structure, Mr. Si Kaiyong occupies 43% of the company's shares. Mr. Wang Zhan's previous 42% plus Mr. Gong Jibin's transfer of 9% of the shares, a total of 51% of the shares. Mr. Wang Zhan is the largest shareholder of Tongda Jewelry Group. What? What did you say? You say it again? Wang Zhan has a 51% stake? Is the largest shareholder? Si Kaiyong, who was originally sure to win, was stunned. A series of question marks. How can it be? How could Gong Jibin's 957 transfer 9% of the shares? Didn't he keep clamoring to compete with Si Kaiyong? Even if he transfers 1% of the shares, he is not qualified to compete. The other shareholders present all showed ecstatic expressions at once. It was as if the extreme fear of falling into hell was suddenly pulled to heaven again. Who would have thought that things would be reversed again and again, and Wang Zhan would actually become the largest shareholder? And it accounts for more than half of the shares. Become the controlling shareholder of the group. No wonder from beginning to end, he was calm and light. It turned out that he had already made arrangements. Killing them would not have thought that the final variable would be Gong Jibin. Si Kaiyong couldn't accept this fact. he glared at Gong Jibin fiercely, and roared angrily, "Gong Jibin, don't you keep saying that you want to compete with me for the chairman? Why would you transfer 9% of your equity if you want to compete? You've been colluding for a long time, haven't you? You and I are clamoring to divert my attention, and Wang Zhan is secretly buying shares. What a clever means! Say, what benefits did the Morong family give you? You're going to eat this to me?" At this moment, Si Kaiyong still believed that the reason why Wang Zhan was able to buy these shares was because of the money given by Morong Shui. Wang Zhan is just a DD driver. Hearing Si Kaiyong's hysterical question, Gong Jibin said in a deep voice, "Mr. Si, don't slander me. At the beginning, I really wanted to compete with you. I think I am more capable than you, and the company will definitely develop better in my hands. But now I realize that I was wrong, and compared to Mr. Wang, I am simply a speck of dust. His future development plan for the company makes me happy and convinced. I believe that under his leadership, the company will be thriving. One more thing, I must tell you, Mr. Wang has nothing to do with the Morong family." "Nonsense! You are talking nonsense." Si Kaiyong's eyes were bloodshot for a moment. He is a DD driver. If it wasn't for someone behind him to teach him, how could he do these things? You must have been deceived by him. Mr. C, not everyone's IQ is as stupid as yours. Let's face it. Gong Jibin shook his head in disappointment. It's a shame that he used to treat Si Kaiyong as a competitor, and being an opponent with this kind of person simply lowered his style. Si Kaiyong still didn't believe it. He looked at everyone and roared, "You people, self-righteous, think that the person who bought your equity is a powerful person. Let me tell you, he is a DD driver. I don't have half the ability. If you follow him, the company will be finished sooner or later. He's a straw bale." Who is the straw bag? Everyone knows in their hearts. Mr. C, now that I am the largest shareholder, then everything must listen to me. If you don't want to be invited out immediately, just shut up for me, we will continue the meeting. Wang Zhan said lightly. Can't stand this little irritation? Then it's not fun. As soon as the words fell, the conference room, which was originally full of discussions, suddenly quieted down. Wang Zhan was quite satisfied with everyone's reaction. He glanced at the host and ordered, "Go on." All shareholders, especially the company's senior executives, from the president, deputy general manager, to the director, are all sitting in a precarious position. The host stood up and said, "The 11th general meeting of shareholders of Tongda Jewelry Group. Lawyer Lu, what's the matter with you? I haven't said to start yet, but you dare to start? Yes? Are you going to rebel too? Si Kaiyong is going crazy. He hasn't spoken yet. The shareholders' meeting cannot go any further. What if Wang Zhan has a little more shares than him? He's the owner of the company." Lawyer Lu wore a pair of glasses, looked polite, and said without humility or arrogance, "Mr. C, according to the articles of association of the group, Mr. Wang Zhan owns more than half of the company's shares. In other words, he is not only the largest shareholder of our company, but also the controlling shareholder of our Tongda Jewelry, and we must listen to him in everything." What about the controlling shareholder? These shares of his are illegally raised. Invalid. I am the owner of the jewelry. Si Kaiyong continued to shout. Mr. C, please don't question my professionalism, all share transactions are legal and reasonable. Lawyer Lu said unhappily. So what? Tongda Jewelry is my family. You bastards, have you forgotten who recruited you? Who paid you your wages and bonuses? Who took you on a trip? All kinds of benefits for you? It's me. It's all me. It's me, let you eat and drink spicy food one by one. You are so powerful now, you want to turn your face ruthlessly, right? Sky jumped with courage, his hair standing on end. However, no one at the scene paid attention to him, but watched him act like a clown, showing expressions of disappointment, disgust, and disgust. Lawyer Lu really couldn't stand this noise. He said solemnly, "Mr. C, although your shares are not as large as Mr. Wang, you are still the second largest shareholder of the company, and you can also participate in the election." The words reminded Si Kaiyong. Yes, the election has not yet begun. These people are all grass on the wall, and they fall on both sides. As long as 4.3 he promises enough benefits, these people will still choose him. What if Wang Zhan has more shares than him? As long as he becomes the chairman, everyone must listen to him. Thinking like this, Si Kaiyong was quiet for the time being. Wang Zhan indifferently ordered, "The shareholders' meeting continues." Lawyer Lu cleared his throat and said loudly, "The 11th general meeting of shareholders of Tongda Jewelry Group starts now, and the candidate for chairman has changed, and now the two candidates who meet the requirements are Wang Zhan and Si Kaiyong. If there is no objection from the shareholders, we will now open the election, so please start voting." "Wait, before I vote, I'll say a few last words," Si Kaiyong said suddenly. "P.S. There is another chapter later. For the sake of the author's hard work, send some flowers. Thanks." Chapter 092, Skynet is restored but not leaked. 5 more, ask for subscription. So far, I won't talk about other nonsense, but as long as everyone chooses me, I will not blame you for betraying me today, and besides, this year's year-end bonus will be doubled. All dividends are 5% higher than last year. If you don't choose me, as you should know, I am also the second largest shareholder of the company. There are many things that you can't do without my consent. Moreover, you have to think clearly. Wang Zhan is just a DD driver. He simply doesn't have the ability to take care of the company. Are you sure you want to put your future in the hands of a driver? Si Kaiyong's words, coercion and temptation were all used. He believes that all the shareholders here are smart people. Who to choose, the brain should be clear. Lawyer Lu waited for Si Kaiyong to finish speaking, and said, "There is a voting machine in front of everyone, and now the first to vote is Mr. Si Kaiyong, and the shareholder who is in favor of Mr. Si Kaiyong becoming the head of the 11th Board of Directors and chairman of Tongda Group, please press the voting machine." Si Kaiyong looked at the big screen with confidence. "The voting results will be out later. King Zhan, it's time for you to cry. What if you buy more shares than I do? 03 These people are not going to choose me obediently." Si Kaiyong looked at the big screen. A second passed. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. Nothing is useful on it. "Lawyer Lu, what's the matter with you? A bad polling machine here. It's a waste of everyone's time." Si Kaiyong's first reaction was that the voting machine was broken. Lawyer Lu frowned. "It can't be bad, he also checked it yesterday, and everything is fine." He looked around and found that a group of shareholders, large and small, seemed to be selectively deaf. Some were looking down at their mobile phones, some were looking up at the sky, some simply raised their hands, and some were. Anyway, no one pressed the voting machine. Lawyer Lu knew it well, and he said, "Now it is Mr. Wang Zhan who votes, and he is in favor of Mr. Wang Zhan becoming the shareholder of the 11th Board of Directors and chairman of Tongda Group. Please press the voting machine." Da-da-da-da. The sound of the voting machine ringing in the conference room. On the big screen, the number of votes skyrocketed. Finally, freeze on 40. Congratulations to Mr. Wang Zhan, who was unanimously elected chairman of the board of directors of Tongda Jewelry. Speaking of this, Lawyer Lu seemed to deliberately say, Mr. Si Kaiyong lost the election with 0 votes. Si Kaiyong's expression at this moment can only be described in 2 words, wonderful. He looked at everyone in amazement as if he had been slapped on the back of the head by a ghost, and as if he had been struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief. So, the voting machine is not broken. It's that there is no one to support him at all. Why? Why is this happening? He suddenly remembered what Wang Zhan had asked him before. Isn't Tongda Jewelry Group important to you? Do you particularly care about the position of chairman? Wouldn't it be painful if you lost everything you have now? Si Kaiyong, do you know why I'm here today? Si Kaiyong felt his blood pressure rise for a while, and he suddenly understood that Wang Zhan had been cutting flesh with a blunt knife from the beginning, slowly torturing him. Starting from the proportion of equity, he deliberately kept 9% of Gong Jibin's equity, let him think that he had one, and then gave him a devastating blow. Deliberately let everyone vote, so that he thinks that he still has hope. As a result, ridiculous 0 votes. What a ruthless method. Give him hope, and keep him going through despair. From heaven to hell over and over again. Si Kaiyong seemed to be 10 years old in an instant. An hour ago, he could never have imagined that he, the dignified chairman, would be deposed. What if he is dismissed? He is also a shareholder of the company. You can also enjoy dividends. Wang Zhan, do you think you've won? You became the chairman, so what? I am also the second largest shareholder of the company, and I own more than 40% of the shares. In the future, even if I am lying at home, you take care of this company, and I can still get a huge profit. Ha ha ha, your hard-earned money is still going to be shared with me. By now, Si Kaiyong has stopped caring about anything. He just wanted to disgust Wang Zhan. From beginning to end, Wang Zhan's expression was calm. He's going to throw up when he sees it. Pretend to be calm, right? I'm just going to disgust you. I don't believe it, I say that, how can you be calm? Get angry. Get angry. As long as you're angry, I'm so happy. He did lose this battle, but it didn't matter. He still holds so many shares in his hands. When the time comes, he can slowly disgust Wang Zhan and even hollow out the company. What is the use of Wang Zhan making a shell company when the time comes? He. Bankrupt your family and shatter everything. Thinking of this, Si Kaiyong seemed to have figured it out and laughed insolently. Wang Zhan, I am also the second largest shareholder of the company. I will oppose all the topics of the shareholders' meeting in the future. We'll go against you. When the time comes, I'll see how you govern this company. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this sentence came out, many shareholders and executives showed a solemn look. If this is the case, the company in the future will definitely be a miasma and difficult to manage. Only Wang Zhan had an indifferent look. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Who else will come at this time? All eyes were on the door. The door to the conference room was pushed open, and several police officers walked in. Everyone looked at each other. Why did the police suddenly come? Could it be that something big is happening? At this moment, the police officer in charge said, Mr. Si Kaiyong, you are suspected of buying homicide, knocking on 957 extortion, and at the same time received a number of reports saying that you are tax evasion, commercial fraud, etc. Please come with us. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Of course, some people were shocked, and some people were overjoyed. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Wait, are you mistaken? I'm a good law-abiding citizen. Si Kaiyong's whole body was shocked, as if he had heard the most terrible thing, and subconsciously wanted to explain. Needless to say, come with us. The police will not talk nonsense with Si Kaiyong. No, there must be a misunderstanding. Lawyer Lu. Explain it to the police for me. Policeman, if you don't have enough evidence, you can't take the chief away. After all, he was the company's chief lawyer, and Mr. Lu stepped forward. This is an arrest warrant. Si Kaiyong, if you dare to buy murder, you should have thought of such a day. That driver is all hired. He took you $1 million. The evidence is conclusive, and you can't deny it. When these words came out, Si Kaiyong, who was originally strong and calm, seemed to have been drained of his soul and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Pull him up. The captain's gaze is majestic, Skynet is magnificent and not leaky, and all sins will not be tolerated. Several police officers behind him immediately held Si Kaiyong up, but Si Kaiyong's legs were already weak. His face is decadent, and his eyes are also sluggish. Take it away. Chapter 093, A Day of Knowledge. Nope. I'm not going. King Zhan. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I'm not human. I will never pester Morong Shui again in the future. Please, let me go this time. Si Kaiyong reacted suddenly. All of this was from Wang Zhan's anger. Now the only one who can save him is Wang Zhan. He let out a heartrending cry, constantly twisting his head, and begging Wang Zhan for mercy. However, all Wang Zhan gave him was a cool look. The look in his eyes was clearly filled with hatred and banter, which made Si Kaiyong suddenly feel a chill. Perhaps, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke Wang Zhan. In the future, he will only be worse than dead. Si Kaiyong was surrounded by intense despair. If you knew today, why bother in the first place? Zhou Ming felt that such a person was completely unworthy of sympathy. By murder. It's crazy. It is estimated that it will be difficult to see him in the future, and he will be punished for several crimes, and he may be sentenced to death. If you have a good future, you will be killed by yourself. It's deserved. Who made him do so many hurtful things? If people don't know what to do unless they do it, Si Kaiyong is self-inflicted. In the eyes of everyone's regret, spit, contempt, etc., Si Kaiyong's figure disappeared completely. Bang! A bang. The office door is completely closed. The police are gone, and the Division 957 Kaiyong is gone. Everyone sits in their place and behaves. Wang Zhan didn't speak, and none of them dared to move. Now, they've really seen it. The new chairman is simply a ruthless character who is countless times more powerful than Si Kaiyong. At a young age, he was able to swallow Tongde jewelry in one bite, and his face did not change, which shows the terrifying strength of his strength. On the mind, calm enough. In terms of means, it is clever enough. Today is really full of twists and turns, constantly reversing. At this moment, Wang Zhan glanced at the audience and said in a deep voice, "Now, I announce an appointment. Mr. Zhou Ming, as the senior financial officer of Tongde Jewelry, reports directly to me. The company set up a special financial team to be responsible for the transfer of Si Kaiyong's shares. Mr. Wang is wise." Tang Yibao reacted the fastest and was the first to applaud. Today he has gained knowledge. I have great admiration for Wang Zhan. To be honest, following Si Kaiyong for many years, he has long had complaints, but he never thought that Si Kaiyong would fall in this way. Si Kaiyong has done a lot of hurtful things, and he has many enemies. But no one can do what Wang Zhan did. If you don't make a hit, it's already a blockbuster. Directly give Si Kaiyong a fatal blow. First, he took advantage of the company's internal instability to win over them, divide and merge, and buy all their shares. The most surprising thing is that Gong Jibing can still be said to buy 9% of his equity. When Si Kaiyong thought he was sure of victory, let him go straight from heaven to hell. Wang Zhan's means. I can't describe it as powerful. If it was in ancient times, he would definitely be a hero-level figure. Originally, he thought that Wang Zhan would win the share game, and maybe today's scene would end like this. Who would have thought that this was the appetizer, and the show had just begun? On the surface, he participated in the election with Si Kaiyong, but Si Kaiyong once again experienced from hope to despair. No matter who you are, in one day, you go through so many ups and downs. The heart can't bear it for a long time. But that's not the end of it. When Si Kaiyong continued to shout, he made another critical blow and directly sent people into the game. The means are so upright and fair. You can't find fault with it one. Compared with Si Kaiyong's despicable methods, he couldn't be more clever. It's still speechless, so I have to convince it. Tang Yibao is really convinced. Wang Zhan's move, not to mention Tang Yibao, even Lu Wui, who is quite scheming, is ashamed of himself. If Si Kaiyong likes to use intrigue and trickery, then Wang Zhan is definitely a top master of playing young conspiracy. He used such an upright event as the election of the chairman of the board of directors to force them to express their position in the most vivid and even exposed way under the company's eyelids. Are you old ministers following Si Kaiyong, or me? The result? They had a strong desire to survive, so they naturally all voted for Wang Zhan. Unanimous vote. For Si Kaiyong, it is tantamount to a bolt from the blue, Chiguagua's slap in the face and sarcasm. Joke. In that case, who would dare to vote for Si Kaiyong? No matter how much Si Kaiyong coerced and lured, from the time they sold their shares, there was no turning back. Can only stand on Wang Zhan's side. Hi, this means is too high. Lu Wui couldn't help but have a rainbow fart. Mr. Wang, you really let me learn a lot today. Your heart, your ingenuity, have thrown off Si Kaiyong dozens of streets. I believe that the company under your leadership will create more brilliant achievements. Mr. Wang, you can rest assured, we will fully cooperate with Mr. Zhou's financial work. Manhwa also hurriedly expressed his position. Wang Zhan's series of tactics today are interlocking, and Si Kaiyong, who is fighting, has no power to fight back, which makes him also breathtaking. Who would have thought that a day ago, he was still a young talent, and the object of envy and stammering of countless people suddenly became like a lost dog, and everyone shouted and beat him. And all of this is Wang Zhan's handiwork. Knowing that Wang Zhan is fighting for power, but the methods used by people make it impossible to say a word. What a cleverness! Mr. Zhou, congratulations! If you need anything in the future, just give me a command. Everyone clapped their hands wildly and kept congratulating Zhou Ming. Able to be directly appointed as Senior Chief Financial Officer and report directly to Mr. Wang. This Mr. Zhou is definitely Wang Zhan's confidant. It's always right to woo first. Mr. Wang, I will immediately arrange a celebration banquet to celebrate you becoming our new director, and at the same time congratulate Mr. Zhou on becoming our new Chief Financial Officer. Yes, it must be celebrated. If you don't get drunk tonight, you won't go home. Many people chimed in. At this moment, Gong Jibin suddenly said, "Don't be too happy, everyone. Mr. Gong, don't always pour cold water on everyone when everyone is most happy, it's really a disappointment." Yes, Si Kaiyong has been arrested, what else can't I be happy about? Have you forgotten that there is also a Si family? Gong Jibin reminded him. What I said this time is right, how can I say that Si Kaiyong is also the young master of the Si family, and the Si family will not let it go? So what now? Looks like there's a tough battle ahead. Wang Zhan's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Gong Jibin was right, the next conflict with the Si family was inevitable. It was a real uphill battle. At this moment, Wang Zhan's mobile phone suddenly rang. As soon as the phone was connected, I heard the other party say, "Wang Zhan, there is something to discuss with you. P.S. For the sake of the author's fungus staying up late and still updating, send some flowers. Thanks." Chapter 094, Don't Play Cards According to the Routine. Morong Shui, what's the matter? Wang Zhan asked. Si Kaiyong is really too much this time, causing Aunt Zhan to be hospitalized. No matter how I say this, it is also because of me, I must give you an explanation. Si Kaiyong did such a heartbreaking thing, and the Si family also has an unshirkable responsibility. If it weren't for their connivance again and again, Si Kaiyong didn't dare to do this. You asked me not to meddle in Si Kaiyong's affairs, so now, leave the affairs of the Si family to me, can you not interfere? Morong Shui asked directly. This time, she was really angry. Just because of one of her circle of friends, Si Kaiyong actually bought murder. She will never tolerate this kind of heart-wrenching thing. After Si Kaiyong went in this time, don't think about coming out alive. Si family, no one can save him. Used to look at the relationship between the two parents, so what Si Kaiyong did, as long as it was not too out of line, she turned a blind eye, but this time, she will no longer 957 connivance with the Si family. If it weren't for her parents who kept blocking her, she would have wanted to annex the Si family a long time ago. This time, it just gave her a good reason to do it. Okay, I see. Wang Zhan said lightly. With Morong Shui to deal with the Si family, he didn't worry a lot about it. Wang Zhan, I'm sorry, I didn't expect a circle of friends to bring death to Aunt Zhang. Don't worry, I will bear all the medical expenses of Aunt Zhang and give her a large amount of compensation. Morong Shui sincerely apologized. She didn't know what else she could do other than financial compensation. You can talk to Aunt Zhang about this yourself. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Wang Zhan said to everyone, don't worry about the Si family's affairs, Morong Shui has already made a move. With Morong Shui making a move, I'm afraid the Si family will be uprooted this time. It is said that Morong Shui has long been dissatisfied with Si Kaiyong, but because her parents have been blocking her, she has not taken any action. This time, Si Kaiyong did such a vicious thing, which just gave her a reason to do it. Speaking of which, this matter can be regarded as because of Morong Shui, and it is appropriate for her to end it. I really didn't expect that a domineering female president like Morong Shui would make such a crazy move. It's not, who made our Wang Zong's charm endless, even Morong Shui is dead. Mr. Wang is such an excellent person, naturally he is the most wanted object for thousands of girls to marry. Young and promising, handsome and golden. The future is limitless. If you can marry Mr. Wang, it will definitely save the galaxy in your last life. It's a pity that I don't have a daughter, otherwise I must have introduced it to Mr. Wang. Forget it, ordinary people are not worthy of Mr. Wang. In the conference room, wave after wave of rainbow farts flew up. Wang Zhan raised his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. In the conference room, there was a sudden silence. This is the end of the shareholders' meeting, Zhou Ming. Next, thank you for your hard work. Wang Zhan announced the end of the meeting. He didn't have to care about the next things. I believe Zhou Ming would handle it very well. Mr. Wang, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Zhou Ming assured. Wang Zhan got up and left the conference room, and the shareholders followed behind and sent him downstairs very politely. Everyone got off the elevator and just got out of the hall. I saw a whole row of employees standing in the hall. Seeing Wang Zhan, everyone immediately said in unison, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. Who would have thought, this young man? It will be their latest big boss. If it weren't for seeing the police take away Si Kaiyong, who was crying for his father and mother, none of them would have believed it. A few hours ago, Si Kaiyong, who was still proud, would actually end up like this. I don't know if the young chairman will mind their rude behavior before. At this moment, standing in the hall, everyone couldn't help but tremble. They are like prisoners about to be executed. Waiting for Wang Zhan's final verdict. Wang Zhan looked at the employees standing in front of him, his legs trembling, and he was full of emotion for a while. Power is a good thing. Just now they were planning to stop themselves, but now they are scared to death. You come out. Wang Zhan raised his hand and pointed to the two security guards who had stopped him just now. The two security guards were frightened and walked up to Wang Zhan tremblingly. Wang. Mr. Wang, right. I'm sorry. I'm really not. Not on purpose. I don't know about you. Your identity, offended. Offended you. Wish. I hope you don't remember the villain, don't be like me. Wang. King. Mr. Wang, I don't know Taishan with eyes. You. What do you want to do? Punish me for anything. We have no complaints. The two little security guards were so frightened that they were about to cry, and they both stammered. As for the other staff members who were not named, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and some even showed a look of schadenfreude. It seems that the king is always going to take the two security guards under